Chapter 1. Rebirth and Escape to Hong Kong. In a parallel world, on August 25, 1979, in a thicket along the border between the mainland and Hong Kong Island, Fang Yufan abruptly opened his eyes, confusion etched on his face as he surveyed his surroundings. Bathed in moonlight, he discerned the situation around him. Not far from where he lay, numerous others were also crouched down, and 100 meters ahead stood a long barbed-wire fence. Upon realizing this, panic surged within him, and he inwardly exclaimed, "Where on earth am I?" Just as he voiced this thought in his mind, a torrent of memories flooded into his consciousness, causing a sharp pain to throb in his head. As the memories continued to merge, he found himself utterly bewildered. I have actually usurped the life of a reincarnator. Fang Yufan was originally a freshly graduated university student who had inadvertently encountered a speeding luxury car on his quest for employment. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in this place. Yet the life he had taken over was tragically unfortunate. The original owner of this body shared his name and had, in a previous life, successfully reached Hong Kong Island during an escape attempt. However, he was deceived by a friend who claimed to have a relative who could assist in procuring an identity card. Naively, the original owner was unaware that simply arriving in Hong Kong Island before 1980 would suffice to obtain the identity card. Trusting the words of someone he believed to be a compatriot with family ties in Hong Kong, he exchanged all his possessions for a mere small fish. Days passed without any progress, and upon inquiring at the relative's residence, he discovered that it was all a ruse. Realizing he had been duped, he confronted the friend, leading to a brutal altercation where he was beaten by a group of people, suffering a broken leg, and exiled from the village. With no means to afford treatment and fearing police detection at a hospital, he was left to drag his injured leg into a life of evasion. He endured exploitation while working, harassment from gangs, and an array of sorrowful experiences, ultimately spending over 2 decades in Hong Kong, only to perish in a park. Uncertain if anyone would claim his body. Reflecting on the tragic life of the original owner, Fang Yufan felt a deep sense of incredulity. This person was exceedingly foolish. If only he had sought advice, he might have avoided such a fate. After all, given his dire circumstances, even imprisonment would at least provide him with a meal. After a few moments of internal lamentation, he cautiously surveyed the area, contemplating, the mainland is on the brink of reform and opening up. I would be mad to venture to Hong Kong if things go awry. I could either be shot on the spot or captured and imprisoned. With these thoughts, he quietly began to retreat, intending to make his escape first. "What are you doing, you rascal?" A companion nearby noticed him crawling backward and whispered anxiously. Upon hearing this voice, a surge of resentment welled up within Fang Yufan, his body reacting uncontrollably with the urge to lash out. Fearful, he mentally urged, "Please, don't cause any trouble. You go on, I will surely avenge you." If he were to unleash his anger now, the border patrol would undoubtedly take notice, leading to a grim fate of imprisonment. The speaker is named Chow Bin, a friend encountered midway by the original self, who deceitfully absconded with his gold bars, rendering him a crippled and miserable being for over 20 years, a sworn enemy. As Fang Yufan continued to voice his grievances, the pent-up resentment within him began to dissipate. Allowing him a moment of relief, he silently vowed, "Rest assured, I shall avenge you. You may depart in peace, for you leave no ties behind. I will live on in your stead." Upon finishing his inner monologue, he felt an unexpected lightness in his body, as though something had departed. The atmosphere around Fang Yufan grew somewhat eerie, and he glanced around nervously, suddenly filled with a newfound respect for the supernatural. Chow Bin, observing his jittery demeanor, could not suppress a smirk of disdain. "Indeed, a fool. Once I deceive him out of his money, he will no longer hold any value." He then turned his attention back to the barbed wire ahead, dismissing Fang Yufan entirely. Unbeknownst to Fang Yufan, Chow Bin was already plotting against him while he was preoccupied with thoughts of revenge. Recalling the memories of the original owner, he knew that Chow Bin's relatives resided in a nearby village. Being alone, if he were to confront them, it would undoubtedly end poorly. Yet, if he were to depart now, how could he fulfill his promise of vengeance? As he wrestled with these dilemmas, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The carefree life system is commencing binding. Fang Yufan was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably. A system? Goodness, I too possess a system. Ding! Binding of the carefree life system is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice reward. 1 cubic meter of personal space and basic combat skills. Overwhelmed with excitement, he trembled with anticipation. Without hesitation, he whispered claim. Nearby, a few individuals lying on the ground cast curious glances in his direction. Chow Bin, noticing the fool's antics, muttered, "What are you saying? Do not speak if the patrol discovers us. We are finished." At that moment, Fang Yufan had no time to heed his warning, as his mind became inundated with an array of combat techniques and experiences. He sensed a surge of energy coursing through his body, continuously fortifying him. Within just a minute, he absorbed all the energy, and he couldn't help but clench his fists in exhilaration. Fang Yufan felt a significant enhancement in his strength. The combat techniques he had just learned formed a muscle memory, readily available to him at will. Ecstatic, he lay on the ground, striving to contain his excitement. "This is marvelous at last. I possess a measure of self-defense, especially with the space. Though merely 1 cubic meter, if utilized wisely, I shall no longer worry about sustenance." He then began to explore his personal space, and with a mere thought, he stored a small yellow fish within. After several attempts, he finally grasped the nuances of utilizing this newfound space. Only objects touched by his body or hands could be stored in the space, and living beings were strictly prohibited. Only inanimate objects could be preserved, while time within the space remained utterly still. Fang Yufan collected gold bars and some prepared rations into the space before glancing at Chow Bin. It would undoubtedly be effortless to deal with him now, but the setting was inappropriate, prompting Fang to ponder his next move. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding, detecting that the host harbors a profound obsession from a previous life, a mission is issued to retrace the path of life. Rise where you have fallen. Please reach Hong Kong Island within 7 days to receive the reward you have long desired. Upon hearing the system's voice, Fang Yufan scratched his head, bewildered. What was the connection between his obsession and Hong Kong Island? Then it dawned on him. Could it be that this isn't my system, but rather the system of the original host? Chapter 2. The Desires of a Ghost. Once Fang Yufan comprehended the situation, a sense of unease washed over him. He wondered if the system would abandon him for usurping the host. The thought of the coveted reward sent a thrill through him as he endeavored to recall the original host's obsessions. Wealth, luxury cars, opulent residences, and beautiful women, all of these were once desired. Could it be that the reward would indeed be these? With that thought, Fang Yufan felt a surge of excitement. If that were the case, he would truly soar to new heights. He had envied the lives of the wealthy for so long, perhaps it was finally his turn to experience such grandeur. Ding, does the host accept the mission? A mere thought will suffice. Upon realizing the system had not departed, Fang Yufan felt relieved. With a mere thought, he declared accepted. Ding, the host has accepted the mission. The countdown begins now. Should the mission remain unfulfilled, the host shall forfeit this opportunity for reward. Fang Yufan, hearing the system's reminder, remained unfazed. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could accomplish the task today. His abilities had significantly improved. Although he was unaware of their full extent, they were undoubtedly far superior to those of the original host. Having previously scaled a barbed wire fence successfully, this time should be even easier. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted a fist-sized stone nearby. An idea sparked in his mind, and he discreetly stored the stone in the space. Turning to Chow Bin, he wore a sinister smile that if he could ensnare the other, at the very least, a few years of imprisonment would ensue, thus avenging the original host, albeit temporarily. Once he had attained success, he could later send someone to inquire about Chow Bin's circumstances, allowing him to experience the life of the original hosta, fitting vengeance. Indeed, with this realization, Fang Yufan smiled with satisfaction and glanced at the moon, sensing that the moment to breach Hong Kong was swiftly approaching, just as it had in his past. Life to AS time ticked away. A sudden shout rang out from a distance. Run! Instantly, over 100 people sprang up from the grass, all frantically racing toward the barbed wire fence. Fang Yufan, too, burst forth like a wild stallion, his speed astonishing even himself. Yet, realizing the necessity for caution, he quickly reined himself in, mindful of his vendetta. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the air, a warning echoed through the microphone. Everyone get down. Otherwise, we will open fire. The cacophony of gunfire, screams, alarms, and the frantic barking of police dogs erupted simultaneously. Yet, the crowd exhibited no fear as they recklessly surged towards the barbed wire, unified by a single conviction. They must scale the wire. Though Fang Yufan was also running, he remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. Just 10 meters from the barbed wire, he concentrated and summoned a stone into his hand. Utilizing the momentum of his arm's swing, he hurled the stone backward. The distance between him and Chow Bin was merely a few meters. The stone struck its target, hitting Chow Bin squarely. Ah! A piercing cry erupted. Chow Bin doubled over, clutching his groin, collapsing to the ground as he continued to wail in agony. Seeing this, Fang Yufan's lips curled into a smirk. Humph! Collecting some interest first. He then accelerated, tossing a prepared tattered quilt over the top of the barbed wire, for the spikes above were menacingly sharp, capable of shredding flesh if one were not careful. Using both hands and feet, he successfully climbed over in mere seconds. Standing up, he observed from a distance that Chow Bin had been apprehended, and a wave of satisfaction washed over Fang Yufan. In high spirits, he turned and sprinted towards the desolate hills nearby. He had no intention of entering the village, uncertain if anyone had witnessed the recent events. If someone informed Chow Bin's relatives, he would find himself in a precarious situation. After all, no one knew him. As long as he distanced himself from the fleeing individuals, it wouldn't be long before he faded from memory. After running for over half an hour, Fang Yufan finally paused, glanced around, and found no one in pursuit. He settled on a hillside and lay down. Breathing heavily, he exclaimed, "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted." The system has detected that the host has completed the task. Congratulations. The host has received the coveted Hong Kong identity card. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Fang Yufan sprang up. What the hell? Coveted? I wanted a mansion, luxury cars, and endless wealth. The system does not err. The host's previous desire was indeed to obtain a Hong Kong identity card. Upon receiving the system's response, Fang Yufan resignedly reclined on the ground, realizing that this system had adopted the original host persona. In the moments before the original host demise, it seemed they genuinely wished they had not been deceived and, after acquiring the identity card, could have relied on their savings to avoid such a wretched existence. Now, with matters as they stood, Fang Yufan could only sigh in resignation. With a thought, he produced the identity card for inspection. Name: Fang Yufan. Age: 19. A series of details followed, all generated directly by the system. Ah, I thought I was about to take off. Who knew I would receive such a meager reward? Stowing the identity card away, Fang Yufan began to contemplate his future. His entire fortune amounted to 50 grams of gold, which at the current market price could be exchanged for just over 2,000, but less than 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. If he managed his resources wisely, he could certainly sustain himself for several months. During this period, I sought ways to monetize my space, and with that thought, my heart was instantly at ease. I contemplated and inquired, "System, what abilities do you possess? Please enlighten me." The purpose of this system is to enable the host to lead a carefree and leisurely life. This task has been exceptionally issued due to the host's deep-seated obsession. In the future, the system will not issue any further tasks. Upon hearing the system's words, Fang Yufan was momentarily taken aback and quickly asked, "Will there still be rewards in the future?" The system will dispense rewards irregularly based on the host's living conditions. Dispensing rewards based on my living conditions? What sort of reward system is that? After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he realized that who could truly define a carefree existence? Scratching his head, he decided not to dwell on it any longer and directly asked, "What kind of rewards can I expect?" The system's rewards encompass a vast array of possibilities. What do you mean by a vast array of possibilities? Muttering to himself, he received no further response from the system, and feeling disinclined to inquire further, Fang Yufan took out a dry, crumbly bun and began to eat heartily. As he ate, he contemplated how to reach the city. He currently possessed only gold and not a single Hong Kong dollar, so it appeared he would have to run to the city. Drinking from his water bottle, he consumed 3 large buns before contentedly burping. Gazing at the moon in the sky, he realized it was already late at night, and he did not intend to rest, especially since the mountain air was still quite chilly. Guided by the moonlight, he cautiously made his way down the mountain. Chapter 3. Renting a house. Fang Yufan journeyed through the night until dawn, finally arriving in a bustling area of the new territories. The breakfast shops along the street had begun to open, and the aroma of savory meat wafted through the air, causing him to involuntarily swallow. At last. He had arrived. First, he needed to find a shop to exchange his gold. With this thought in mind, he located a gold shop. Noticing that it had yet to open, he settled on the railing by the roadside to wait, observing the pedestrians. He glanced at his own attire and felt somewhat out of place. An elderly man passed by and kindly remarked, "Young fellow, you're likely to attract trouble dressed like that. You should go to Kowloon to get your ID sorted." Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan replied in fluent Cantonese, "Thank you, sir, but I do have an ID." Thanks to the memories of his previous life, his command of Cantonese was adequate. The old man retorted with a hint of annoyance. "What a foolish lad. If you possess an ID, why aren't you working to earn some money for better clothes? Are you planning to rob the gold shop while you're here?" With that, he walked away, hands clasped behind his back. Fang Yufan chuckled lightly and dismissed the comment. People in Hong Kong were quite pragmatic. They rarely wasted words on those they deemed unworthy. They often found amusement at the expense of others, despite their own struggles, taking solace in the fact that there were those worse off than themselves. As the tantalizing scent of food wafted from a nearby breakfast shop, his stomach audibly protested. "How late is it, and still no sign of opening? What a nuisance," he muttered. He made an effort to suppress thoughts of food, striving to recall the memories of his life in Hong Kong. After what felt like an eternity, the gold shop finally opened its doors, and he hurried inside. A man in his 30s, upon noticing Fang Yufan's attire, regarded him with suspicion. "Mainlander, this isn't a place for you. Best be on your way." Feeling a surge of indignation, Fang Yufan suppressed his irritation and directly inquired, "Are you buying gold?" Upon hearing his impeccable Cantonese and the mention of gold, the man's demeanor shifted instantly to one of warmth. "I apologize, sir. There have been too many escapees from the mainland lately, and I must prioritize safety. Please come in," he gestured invitingly. Noting the man's abrupt change in attitude, Fang Yufan chose not to comment and followed him inside. The man, beaming, asked, "May I ask how much gold you wish to sell? Our establishment is renowned for its integrity in business, and I assure you, our prices will satisfy you." Fang Yufan surveyed the surroundings and casually replied, "First, tell me how much you pay per gram." The man's expression brightened at his words, and he eagerly explained. "The current gold price is $200 per ounce, which translates to approximately 50 Hong Kong dollars per gram. I can offer you 50 Hong Kong dollars per gram. Does that sound reasonable?" He looked at Fang Yufan with a broad smile. Given that an ounce equals over 28 grams, and considering the exchange rates, the price should have been over 55 Hong Kong dollars per gram. After making the calculations, Fang Yufan stated plainly, $55 per gram. "If that works for you, we have a deal. If not, then it's fine." Upon hearing the man's words, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter someone knowledgeable in the trade. Smiling broadly, he exclaimed, "Indeed, you are well versed in this matter. For my first transaction today, I shall offer you a fortunate price of 55 per gram. I possess 50 grams. Please weigh it." As he spoke, he produced a small piece of gold and handed it over. The man's eyes brightened at the sight of the gold, and he felt a surge of joy. Although the quantity was modest, with some processing, it could yield a decent profit. After the two had weighed the gold, Fang Yufan felt reassured that the other party had acted honestly. Upon exiting the jewelry store, his pocket now contained over 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, he opted not to dine in the vicinity but instead boarded a bus heading directly to Kowloon District. The new territories lacked the vibrancy he sought, so he planned to find lodging in Kowloon before contemplating his next steps. After walking for a short while, he encountered a group of young thugs with bleached hair who surveyed their surroundings. The leader, bare-chested and displaying an array of tattoos, inquired, "Where is he?" A timid henchman replied, "Boss, I don't know. I saw that kid enter the jewelry store. He must have been selling something, so I called you right away." The leader scolded him, "You're useless. The fat meat has slipped away. I'll punish you by making you skip a meal today." With a dismissive wave, he and his crew departed. The other thugs took the opportunity to mock their unfortunate companion. "What a loser. Didn't he think to call us sooner?" One sneered. "He deserves to go hungry." Another chimed in, "Let us get out of here and catch some sleep. I was just about to dream when this fool interrupted." Unbeknownst to Fang Yufan, his caution had spared him considerable trouble. He had changed his attire and was now enjoying a meal in a local tea restaurant. Comparing the news in the newspaper with his memories, the property prices here were still quite reasonable. He resolved to find a place to stay first. After settling his bill, he departed. As he walked along the street, he noticed an abundance of advertisements, many featuring the phrase "one dragon, two phoenixes." This was a street steeped in history, with shops on the ground floor and residences above. A striking woman smoking a cigarette caught his eye and seductively called out, "Hey, handsome. Care to come in for some fun?" Fang Yufan glanced at her, but chose to walk away. "Humph," the woman retorted, flipping him the bird, then resumed her position at the door, awaiting customers. Approaching a building with a "for rent" sign, he stepped inside. Ascending to the third floor, he paused before a door and knocked gently. A woman, her face adorned with a facial mask, opened the door and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Fang Yufan assessed her and thought to himself, her face is unremarkable, but her figure is quite impressive, definitely an 8 out of 10. He verbally asked, "Is there a room available for rent here?" Upon hearing his inquiry about renting, the woman's demeanor shifted to one of enthusiasm. She nodded and said, "Yes, handsome. I have some lovely places. There are both private apartments and shared accommodations. Which type are you interested in?" Fang Yufan did not respond directly, but instead asked, "What are the prices? May I see the rooms?" "Of course, just wait a moment," she replied eagerly. The woman spoke and then closed the door. A few minutes later, she peeled off her facial mask, emerged with a key in hand, and cheerfully exclaimed, "The apartment is upstairs. Allow me to show you." Fang Yufan, noticing that she appeared to be in her 30s and quite beautiful, thought to himself, "I never anticipated that in seeking a rental, I would encounter a lovely landlord." The two ascended to the 5th floor, where the woman unlocked the door and introduced, "Here it is. This unit spans 300 square feet and features a private bathroom suitable for bathing. Quite nice, wouldn't you agree?" Fang Yufan stepped inside to take a look. The 300 square feet equated to over 20 square meters, with a layout comprising a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. The furnishings were complete, though not extravagant. They were certainly tidy. He then inquired, "What is the price?" Chapter 4. The miserable life of an adversary. Upon hearing the words, the woman chuckled and said, $800 a month, with a month's rent as a deposit. Utilities are to be paid together with the rent each month. Hearing the price, Fang Yufan was somewhat taken aback. After all, the average person only earns a little over $1,000 a month, while those with better jobs might earn $3,000 to $5,000. Calculating the money he had in hand, he realized that after paying the deposit and rent, he would be left with just over $1,000. Although he felt a pinch at the thought of spending money, he reasoned that since he had been reborn, he shouldn't deprive himself of comfort by squeezing in with others. If worst came to worst, he could always return to the mainland, carrying something back with him from his spatial abilities, which would certainly earn him a decent amount. Having made up his mind, he looked at the landlord and asked, "Could you possibly lower the price?" The woman, slightly displeased, replied, $800 is already quite reasonable. Some places nearby are charging $900. I do have shared accommodations available for $300 a month, with utilities shared among the tenants. You might want to consider that. Hearing about the shared accommodation for $300, he felt a flicker of temptation, but the thought of being in Hong Kong Island, where one could encounter all sorts of people, made him hesitant. He shook his head and said, "I prefer not to share. What is the lowest you can go? If it's acceptable, I'll rent it directly." Seeing that he was indeed interested in renting, the woman shot him an appraising glance and said, "Since you seem like a good-looking fellow, I can offer it to you for $750 a month." Fang Yufan assessed her, realizing this was likely the lowest price she would offer. He didn't waste any more time and promptly handed over the money, saying, "May I ask how to address you, landlord?" As she accepted the money, the woman cheerfully responded, "My name is Sun Xia. You can call me Sister Xia. Remember to come down and pay on time next month." After saying this, she produced a contract, and once they signed it, she left in a good mood. Fang Yufan closed the door and, noticing his own odor, headed straight to the bathroom, having not bathed for several days, feeling quite uncomfortable. After his shower, he stood before the mirror, admiring his own reflection. With 8-pack abs and a well-defined chest, he couldn't help but touch his sculpted physique. With a smile, he mused, "If I had looked like this before, I would not have remained a singleton for so long." Then he glanced at his long hair and shook his head, saying, "This looks terrible. I need to get a haircut and buy some bedding." Dressed, he stepped outside, hands in his pockets, wandering the streets and beginning to appreciate the vibrancy of this era in Hong Kong Island. What a time filled with opportunities. Spotting a barber shop, he walked in. The barber, noticing a customer, greeted him warmly Hey there, handsome. A haircut or a perm? A haircut, please. Shorten it, with the sides cut very short, and thin out the top. Leaving it this long, Fang Yufan said, gesturing as he spoke. In this era, people favored long hair and perms, a style he simply could not appreciate. The barber quickly understood his request and expertly attended to his hair. After a wash, Fang Yufan looked in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. I look much more handsome than before. The barber complimented, young man, your hairstyle is truly remarkable. This time, I shall not charge you. In the future, I can recommend you to my clients. Fang Yufan responded with a smile, thank you very much. I call this hairstyle a buzz cut. I reside nearby and will return for another haircut. The barber, equally pleased, replied, a splendid name. You are always welcome to visit again. Should anyone inquire, do kindly refer them to me. Of course, I'm off now, Fang Yufan said with a beaming smile as he exited the barber shop. During the day, there were indeed few ruffians on the streets, occasionally encountering a couple lurking on the roadside, smoking. These individuals generally thrived under the cloak of darkness, for it was the darkness that governed their existence. Fang Yufan purchased a set of bedding and toiletries, also selecting several outfits from a street vendor before heading back to his rented room. Once he arranged his living space, he finally exhaled in relief. Forget it. I'll just take a nap. I'm utterly exhausted, he declared, collapsing onto his bed and drifting into slumber. This escape to Hong Kong had indeed worn him out. Had it not been for his significantly improved physical condition, he might not have endured until now. Ding, the system has successfully activated for 24 hours. Would you like to settle today as rewards? However, Fang Yufan, deeply immersed in sleep, failed to hear the system's notification and merely turned over, continuing his slumber. Meanwhile, Chow Bin, with a pale complexion, waddled into a prison cell. The inmates, noticing the newcomer, turned their attention towards him. The cell leader, seated on a bunk, scrutinized him and inquired, Kid, how did you end up here? Chow Bin, consumed by despair over his incapacitation and the prospect of several years in prison, had no inclination to respond. The cell leader, noticing the newcomer's disregard, scowled and commanded, teach him the rules. Laughter erupted from the surrounding inmates. Seeing this, Chow Bin nervously exclaimed, What do you want? Don't do anything rash. I'll call for help. Call for help? Block his mouth. Soon, Chow Bin was restrained, his mouth covered as he struggled desperately. A group of inmates unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Suddenly, someone noticed blood seeping from Chow Bin's groin and shouted, Stop. Damn, he is bleeding. At that moment, Chow Bin fainted from the pain. One inmate promptly removed his trousers, prompting a chorus of exclamations from the onlookers. Damn, who did this? The cell leader glanced over and remarked, He won't die. Wake him up and ask him. Chow Bin was splashed with cold water and jolted awake, confronted by a circle of faces, causing him to instinctively retreat. Kid, do you understand the rules? Now, tell us about yourself and what's going on down there, the cell leader inquired, taking a drag from his cigarette. Now compliant, despite the intense pain coursing through him. Chow Bin recounted the circumstances of his arrival. The cell leader, intrigued, asked, What deep-seated grudge could lead to your being so incapacitated? Chow Bin shook his head, his heart heavy as ash, and replied, I truly do not know. There were so many people at the time. I was solely focused on hurriedly climbing over the barbed wire, completely unaware of my surroundings. The people nearby fell silent, their expressions reflecting a shared disbelief. At such a young age, he had been rendered a eunuch. His future would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Indeed, the scene was chaotic, and it was uncertain if anyone acted with intent. Perhaps someone merely stumbled upon a stone, leading to his misfortune. It was quite possible. This unfortunate lad seemed to have the worst of luck. As Chow Bin absorbed the murmurs around him, despair began to take root in his heart. Fang Yufan slept soundly until dawn broke, and had it not been for the pangs of hunger, he might have continued slumbering. Rising to take a refreshing shower, he felt invigorated. First, I must attend to my basic needs, he mused, and then he descended the stairs, making his way to a nearby tea house. A cheerful waitress approached him and asked, What would you like, sir? Fang Yufan glanced at the menu displayed on the wall and replied, I would like a pineapple bun. Please. Certainly. Please have a seat. It will be ready shortly, the waitress responded before attending to other customers. Chapter 5. The news of a treasure after finishing his breakfast. Fang Yufan wandered aimlessly down the street, contemplating what to do. With only 1,000 yuan left to his name, he realized he needed to find a way to earn some money. Working a job was not an option for him, and starting a business without capital was equally unfeasible. Even if he had funds, he would still be subject to extortion from local gangs. Sighing, he lamented the ineffectiveness of his system. Even a simple sign-in feature would have sufficed, yet it remained vague regarding the frequency of rewards. As he strolled, he noticed a promotional poster for a police recruitment drive and paused to examine it. This seemed promising, although it appeared that being a cop was not as easy as it once was. Passing by a newsstand, he purchased a newspaper and made his way to the taxi stand. Sun Xiaoxia, dressed in a lovely sundress, happened to descend the stairs just as he returned. Curiously, she inquired, "A fan? Aren't you going to work?" With a smile, Fang Yufan replied, "Sister Xia, I've decided to take a break after resigning from my previous job." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoxia observed him closely and remarked, "You've changed your hairstyle. You look much more spirited now. It's a pity you're not pursuing a career as a star with that appearance." At the mention of stardom, Fang Yufan quickly shook his head. "I think I'll pass. Being a celebrity isn't as glamorous as it seems." "Oh, I was merely jesting. You think becoming a star is as simple as wishing for it? Anyway, I must be off now." With that, she gracefully turned and departed, leaving Fang Yufan admiring her figure as he ascended the stairs. Settling onto the sofa with the newspaper in hand, he began to read. He paid little attention to the sensational stories, focusing instead on corporate reports and stock market trends. His eyes widened upon discovering that the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse was below 20 yuan. The famed Kowloon Warehouse War, widely reported online, was fresh in his memory. In June of 1980, a significant battle had erupted as preparations were made to oust the king of chartering, causing the stock price to surge to 105 yuan per share. Now, at just over 10 yuan, the potential profit was astonishing. Approaching the window, Fang Yufan gazed out at the street below, pondering where to acquire some funds. His attention was drawn to a nearby mahjong parlor, and an idea sparked. With my spatial storage, could I venture into a casino? However, realizing that only items he personally touched could be stored, he dismissed the thought, shaking his head. It was unlikely he would have the opportunity to play cards at a casino. Could he resort to smuggling instead? Feeling increasingly agitated, he mentally addressed the system. "You are truly useless. Where's the so-called carefree life system?" Beep the host may choose to settle the rewards for the first day or opt for a monthly or yearly settlement. Taken aback by the system's response, Fang Yufan quickly inquired, "Wait, why didn't you mention the rewards earlier?" "Beep, please select a settlement method." Contemplating his options, Fang Yufan realized the system was not particularly intelligent. Perhaps it had provided the information while he was in a deep slumber the previous night. Given the comparison between daily, monthly, and yearly settlements, it seemed logical that the latter would yield richer rewards. He asked, "Can I change the settlement method later?" Beep adjustments can be made at any time. Upon hearing that he could adjust his circumstances at any time, he felt a sense of relief and joyfully declared, "Let us settle the daily rewards. Ding, based on the host's activities for the day, the rating is F level, and the reward is 1000 HKD. Would you like to claim it?" "F level?" Fang Yufan scratched his head and replied decisively, "Claim it, regardless of the circumstances." It was better to accept the reward first. After all, if he received 1000 every day, that would amount to 30,000 HKD in a month, a comfortable living in this era. Observing the sudden appearance of a 1000 value golden bull in his space, Fang Yufan felt elated. He smiled and inquired, "System, how are these rating levels determined?" "Ding, F is the lowest, and SSS is the highest. The higher the rating level, the more abundant the rewards." Now, Fang Yufan understood. He settled onto the sofa, holding the golden bull, feeling quite pleased. It seemed the system was not entirely useless. Earning 30,000 HKD effortlessly over a month was promising. With the pressure of survival alleviated, Fang Yufan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he decided to venture outside. Although he possessed the memories of his previous self, he had never truly explored Hong Kong Island. Central is the most prosperous and secure area of the island, being the administrative center where law enforcement is most stringent against organized crime. Upon reaching Victoria Harbor, he stood against the railing, feeling the sea breeze while gazing at the yachts on the water, a hint of envy creeping in. Leaning against the railing, he admired the distant peaks where luxurious villas were perched, offering the best views in all of Hong Kong. Living there not only provided splendid scenery, but also ensured a high degree of privacy. That evening, he found a seat at a bustling food stall not far from his lodging. The proprietress warmly greeted him. What would the handsome gentleman like to order? Fang Yufan perused the menu and replied, stir-fried clams with black bean sauce, black pepper butter stir-fried razor clams, and a few bottles of beer. All right. Just a moment, she noted and cheerfully departed. Fang Yufan glanced around, observing many young people engage in lively conversations over drinks. As he opened the beer brought by the proprietress, he sipped while listening to the chatter around him. Suddenly, memories of his parents from his previous life surfaced, and he sighed softly. Although he was no longer present, with an older brother around, and given that those driving luxury cars likely had substantial financial means, their future was assured. The proprietress returned with the dishes and cheerfully announced, all the food is here. Just call me if you need anything. Determined to set aside his thoughts, Fang Yufan expressed his gratitude and began to eat. What are you gentlemen having? The proprietress cheerfully inquired of a group of newcomers as she cleaned their table. Fang Yufan turned to observe. The leader among them had his hands on his hips, openly displaying a firearm. Seeing the gun sparked a flicker of envy within him. No man could resist the allure of such weapons. He thought to himself, how splendid it would be to acquire a few firearms for his space when the opportunity arose. Redirecting his gaze, he continued to savor his meal while listening to the conversations of the officers nearby. One individual lamented, Boss, does the higher-ups believe we are too idle? They want us, the serious crime unit, to apprehend illegal immigrants. Immediately, others chimed in, indeed, the jewelry store robbery case remains unresolved. And now we are being dispatched to monitor smuggling boats at night. Are we being treated as if we are made of iron? The leader observed his team members and shook his head. Let us endure a little longer. The director is also powerless. Sending us there signifies his trust in us. Surely, none of you wish to remain stagnant in your roles. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the group softened slightly. What the boss says is true. We respect the boss, they echoed. Upon hearing about the jewelry store robbery, Fang Yufan was instantly reminded of the missed opportunity of the original owner. At that time, the original owner lacked identification, had a broken leg, and could only wander aimlessly, too fearful to appear casually on the streets. He had ventured to many places, and on one occasion, he saw in the newspaper that a treasure chest had been discovered near the very area where he had once sought refuge, the Kowloon Peak. The chest contained 100 pounds of gold. Upon reading that report, the original owner was so infuriated that he slapped himself several times. He had hidden there, yet failed to explore his surroundings. Otherwise, he might have stumbled upon it and avoided a life of wandering. Contemplating this, he found it increasingly difficult to remain still. If time were to be considered, the treasure should still be there. Chapter 6. 100 pounds of gold. Fang Yufan's heart raced with excitement. For those gold bars weighed 1 pound each, unmistakably aged treasures that could easily be claimed as family heirlooms, raising no suspicion. At current market rates, they were worth over 2 million, and it was only a matter of time before their value multiplied several times. He envisioned using these gold bars as collateral for a bank loan, then selling them back to the bank once their worth had appreciated, an undeniable profit. After taking a sip of beer, he concentrated on recalling the exact location, aware that Kowloon Peak was vast. Searching aimlessly would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. He remembered that the gold was buried under some trees, pressed beneath a large stone. If he could locate any sizable boulders, he would surely be on the right path. With this thought, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Downing the remainder of his beer and calling out, "Owner, the bill please." "Coming," replied the owner's wife, who promptly approached with her notepad. Fang Yufan produced a $100 bill and said, "The food was delightful. No change necessary. I shall return another time." The owner's wife accepted the money with a smile, her warmth evident as she responded, "Thank you. We look forward to your next visit." Fang Yufan smiled back and made his way to his rental accommodation. Ascending 5 flights of stairs, he opened his door only to hear the sound of another door opening behind him. Curious, he turned to see 2 alluring women emerging, who paused upon spotting him. One of them, her face lighting up, exclaimed, "Wow, you must be the handsome guy Xia Jie mentioned." "Hello, I'm Miling. And this is Ami. We live here too." In response, Fang Yufan courteously introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Fang Yufan. You can call me Afin." Ami, beaming with delight, remarked, "Afin, you're indeed quite charming. Miling and I work at the Sky nightclub nearby. Do come by sometime. We can offer you a discount." "Indeed," Miling added playfully. "Ami and I would love to accompany you for drinks." Fang Yufan chuckled. "That sounds wonderful. I just arrived here a few days ago, and once I finish my current tasks, I shall certainly visit." "It's a deal then. Goodbye." They waved cheerfully as they descended the stairs. Watching them leave, Fang Yufan returned to his room, surprised to find two beauties residing across from him. He wished he had agreed to a shared rental arrangement earlier. After a refreshing shower, he settled onto the sofa to strategize. Nighttime visits were impractical, so he resolved to go during the day, once he found the gold. His spatial capabilities would easily accommodate 100 bars. The night passed in silence. The next day, Fang Yufan awoke, stretching lazily before commanding, calculate yesterday's rewards. Ding. Based on the host's daily activities, a rating of F has been assigned, granting a reward of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Would you like to claim it? As expected, it was indeed 1,000, and he gleefully responded, claim. After rising to wash up and dress, he stepped out. He visited several eateries, purchasing enough food to last him 10 days, then shopped for outdoor tools before hailing a taxi to Jiulong Peak. The morning rush hour caused the taxi to crawl, taking over half an hour to reach the destination. After paying for the fare, Fang Yufan alighted from the vehicle and gazed at the distant peaks, making his way toward the woods based on memory. Along the path, he encountered several groups of people, also ascending the mountain in pairs. Following the narrow trail for over 10 minutes, he stumbled upon a grove, which filled him with delight, prompting him to hasten toward it. The forest was devoid of any presence. The thick foliage and underbrush indicated that it had been a long time since anyone had ventured here. Fang Yufan took out some tape to secure the cuffs of his trousers, a precaution against any creeping insects, as he was uncertain of the presence of venomous creatures within. Next, he sprayed himself with insect repellent, grasping a trekking pole as he navigated the undergrowth, prodding the grass as he advanced deeper. The forest was expansive, compelling Fang Yufan to employ the most rudimentary method of searching along a straight line. The areas thick with weeds became his primary targets. Perhaps it would have been easier to find in winter. However, by that time, it was uncertain whether he would be the one to discover it. Suddenly, a snake, concealed within the grass, was startled and sprang several meters away to hide again. Fang Yufan was taken aback, having lost count of how many creatures had fled before him. He internally lamented, were it not for the allure of gold, I would never return to this terrifying place. Despite his complaints, he quickened his pace, persistently sweeping through the grass in search of his goal. Earlier, he had contemplated staying overnight if he failed to find anything during the day. But after half a day's fruitless searching, he completely abandoned that notion. He could not bear the thought of being surrounded by insects at night. Taking out a can of chilled beer from his pack, he opened it and gulped it down, wiping the sweat from his brow. What a wretched place, so vast. After his moment of exasperation, he carelessly tossed the empty can aside. The can clinked as it struck something solid, drawing Fang Yufan's attention toward the source of the sound, where he noticed the grass towering over him. He surmised that the can must have hit something hard, for it would not have produced such a noise otherwise. Curiosity piqued. He approached cautiously, treading carefully to clear a path. Before him lay a stone, roughly a meter square, partially covered by soil, illuminating his surroundings with newfound hope. Could this be it? With that thought, he swiftly retrieved a trowel and began clearing away the surrounding weeds. He then commenced digging, intent on unearthing the stone to see what lay beneath. After laboriously working for over half an hour, he finally succeeded in moving the stone aside. Upon glimpsing a wooden box beneath, Fang Yufan's heart raced with excitement. He glanced around to ensure he was alone before crouching down to smash the lock on the box. Upon opening it, he found gold bars neatly arranged inside. Fortunately, the box was not excessively large. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to accommodate in his space. Quickly, he closed the box and, with a mere thought, stored it away. He used the trowel to probe the surrounding earth, confirming there was nothing else of interest before putting it away and sprinting out of the forest. He wished to linger not a moment longer. He never expected such fortuitous luck on his very first day, which significantly uplifted his spirits. Emerging from the woods at a brisk pace, he tore away the tape that had ensnared him and strolled nonchalantly towards the highway. After all, with his hands empty, no one would suspect anything amiss. By the time he returned to the rental, an hour had elapsed. He casually purchased 2 suitcases downstairs. Fang Yufan gazed at the resplendent gold bars, his heart brimming with joy. How delightful it was to have found them so effortlessly. Now he had something to occupy himself with. He carefully placed the gold bars into the 2 suitcases. The wooden boxes that had contained the gold were not wasted either, crafted from fragrant sandalwood. Fang Yufan promptly stored them in his space, knowing that in a few years, they could fetch him several million. Chapter 7. HSBC Bank. The following morning, Fang Yufan retrieved his breakfast from the space, munching thoughtfully as he contemplated the reward settlement. Ding. The system has assessed the host's daily life and rated it as F-. awarding 100 Hong Kong dollars. Would you like to claim it? Upon hearing that his rating had decreased and the reward was merely $100, his mood soured significantly. He speculated. Could it be due to yesterday's treasure hunt? He inquired further with the system, but it offered no answers. It seemed he still did not fully grasp the system's rules, though it undoubtedly related to the arduous efforts of the previous day. With this in mind, he accepted the reward. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and he would not waste it. After finishing his breakfast, Fang Yufan did not rush to leave. He waited until it was nearly time for work at the bank before hauling 2 suitcases out. He hailed a taxi and headed to a nearby hotel not far from HSBC. Upon arrival, he watched the taxi depart before dragging his 2 suitcases towards the bank. Entering HSBC without a hitch, he took a moment to observe his surroundings before making his way to the front desk. The attractive receptionist greeted him politely. Welcome to HSBC. Sir, how may I assist you today? Fang Yufan replied with a calm demeanor. I would like to apply for a mortgage. The receptionist responded with enthusiasm. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. She led him to a meeting room. Please have a seat. I will summon the manager. Would you like something to drink? Fang Yufan settled into a chair and smiled. A cup of coffee will suffice. Of course, please hold on for a moment. The receptionist politely departed. As she observed Fang Yufan with his suitcases, she speculated that they likely contained valuable items, as it was common for clients to arrive in such a manner, prompting her to take him directly to the meeting room. Fang Yufan was quite satisfied with the service, reclining in his chair and casually looking around. Shortly, a man in his 30s entered the room. Hello, I am Zhang Jun, the manager of the loan department. What type of mortgage would you like to discuss, sir? The receptionist placed the coffee on the table and smiled as she exited. Fang Yufan replied warmly, Hello, Manager Zhang. My name is Fang Yufan, and I wish to mortgage gold. What policies do you have regarding this? Gold. Zhang Jun's interest was piqued, and he discreetly glanced at the 2 suitcases. With a broad smile, he said, Thank you for your trust in HSBC, Mr. Fang. Our policies regarding gold mortgages are quite flexible. We can provide full loans based on the current gold price, and should the value of gold appreciate, you may apply for a price difference loan. Provided you repay within the stipulated time frame, you can retrieve your gold at any time. Hearing this, Fang Yufan felt even more satisfied. Indeed, this bank was quite accommodating. Noticing the client's approval, Zhang Jun cautiously inquired, Mr. Fang, does this gold have any documentation? After sipping his coffee, Fang Yufan shook his head. These are ancestral gold bars. I intend to invest, which is why I am storing them here. Keeping them at home is simply not secure. Upon learning that the gold bars were inherited, Zhang Jun felt reassured. This would certainly pose no issues. Aha, so that is the case. Fang Xing is indeed correct. We at HSBC possess the most secure vaults that can guarantee absolute safety. If there are no further issues, shall I summon someone to commence the formalities? Fang Yufan nodded and replied, Certainly. Soon, Zhang Jun called over several staff members to begin counting the gold. The sight of 2 suitcases filled with 100 gold bars was indeed astonishing. However, being professionals, they quickly regained their composure and focused on the task at hand. Zhang Jun, sitting nearby with a smile, inquired, I wonder what kind of investment Fang Xing is considering? Our HSBC has a specialized team that can assist you with any concerns. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan contemplated and realized that since he was there to secure a loan, he might as well have the securities department at HSBC help him acquire some stocks. Having come to this conclusion, he nodded and said, Of course, that would be fine. I intend to purchase 2 million shares of the Kowloon warehouse. Could you let me know the price at which this can be arranged? Zhang Jun pondered for a moment and replied, Oh, it seems that Fang Sheng has a favorable outlook on Kowloon warehouse. However, this stock has been relatively stable lately and is not particularly striking. These are merely my humble observations. Perhaps I should summon a colleague from the securities department to provide you with further insights. Noting that Fang Yufan had no objections, Zhang Jun smiled and stepped out to call for assistance. While sipping coffee, Fang Yufan observed as several individuals diligently examined the gold. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jun returned with a man in his 40s, who glanced at the gold bars on the table with keen interest. Greetings, Fang Sheng. I am Yu Junliang, the manager of the securities department. Fang Yufan shook hands with him, smiling as he stated, Hello, Manager Yu. I would like to request your assistance in acquiring 2 million shares of Kowloon warehouse. Yu Junliang nodded and replied, No problem. If Mr. Fang is interested, I can also recommend a few other stocks with significant potential that are sure to meet your approval. Thank you, Manager Yu. However, I do not require additional recommendations at the moment. I will definitely need them in the future. For now, I just need this matter handled effectively. Fang Yufan replied with an air of composure. Seeing that Fang Yufan had made his decision, Yu Junyang assured him, "Very well, Fang Xing. If you have no further requests, this can be finalized by the end of the day. Currently, the price of Kowloon Warehouse shares is 18.70. If you are not in a hurry, we might be able to negotiate a lower acquisition price." Fang Yufan was pleased with the professionalism displayed and smiled, saying, "No worries, it's not a large amount. It would be best if we can finalize this today." Subsequently, they proceeded to open Fang Yufan's HSBC account and securities account, with service that was exceptionally attentive. Zhang Jun then remarked, "Rest assured, Fang Sheng, I can transfer the loan amount directly into your account right now." "Thank you, Manager Zhang." Fang Yufan expressed his gratitude. Then added with a smile, "Please, Manager Yu, arrange for the necessary personnel to begin. I will await your news here." Yu Junliang stood up and stated, "All right, Fang Sheng. If all goes smoothly, we may have it completed before noon. Please have a seat while I make the arrangements." With that, he exited the room. The acquisition of 2 million shares typically would not require the direct involvement of a manager, but given the presence of 100 pounds of gold, the treatment was naturally elevated. No one could ascertain whether the individuals were scions of prestigious families, as they were undoubtedly significant clients who deserved utmost respect. Zhang Jun, with a smile, produced a checkbook and remarked, "Fang Sheng, this is a small checkbook. It accommodates amounts under 1 million. Once your account is sufficiently funded, I shall readily provide you with a checkbook for larger sums." Fang Yufan accepted it. His curiosity piqued, for he had only ever seen such items on television. This was the first time he encountered the real thing. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of nonchalance, nodding as he replied, "Very well. I hold HSBC in high regard, and I will undoubtedly be seeking your assistance in the future." Chapter 8. Attentive Service. Zhang Jun's smile deepened, for they at HSBC had already ascertained Fang Yufan's identity. Although he had just arrived from the mainland, the mere fact that he casually produced 100 pounds of gold indicated his noble lineage. They had often heard tales of the reclusive aristocracy from the mainland. However, the current circumstances were different, and they lacked specific knowledge about it. Yet, this was of little consequence. As long as they could cultivate a good relationship with him, that sufficed. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Jun inquired, "Their essay saying from Fang that I wonder whether I should share?" Fang Yufan, curious, responded with a smile, "Please, Manager Zhang, speak freely. Given the differences in policy between Hong Kong and the mainland, it would be prudent for you to engage a professional lawyer. After all, not all places conduct business with the integrity that we at HSBC uphold. Moreover, should any issues arise, having a lawyer present can resolve matters efficiently, thereby alleviating much of your burden." Upon hearing this reminder, Fang Yufan realized the validity of the advice. Indeed, he recalled that lawyers were frequently depicted in Hong Kong films, and he had overlooked this aspect. He was not surprised that they had discovered he hailed from his hometown, considering HSBC's considerable capabilities. With a smile, he remarked, Manager Zhang, I must confess I hadn't considered that. Do you happen to know which lawyers possess a commendable professional ethics?" Seeing that Fang Yufan understood, Zhang Jun replied with a smile, "Please do not think me overly talkative. I happen to know a lawyer. He is a classmate from my time at Hong Kong University. A seasoned attorney whose character is beyond reproach." Fang Yufan, upon hearing this, smiled in return. "What a fortunate coincidence. I would appreciate it if Manager Zhang could arrange a meeting. We should find a place to meet tomorrow." With a beaming smile, Zhang Jun responded, "You are too courteous. Fang, this is a minor task. I shall contact him right away. We are about to sign a contract here, and it would be beneficial for you to have an initial discussion with him." "That would be splendid. Manager Zhang, your consideration is commendable," Fang Yufan praised, feeling an even higher regard for the service provided here. After approximately half an hour, Zhang Jun entered with a bespectacled gentleman. Dressed in a tailored suit and carrying a briefcase, he exuded a sense of gravitas. "Mr. Ding, this is Fang Yufan," Zhang Jun introduced. Ding Mingjia promptly extended his hand in greeting. "Hello, Mr. Fang. I am Ding Mingjia from Dahua Law Firm." Fang Yufan stood to shake his hand, smiling as he inquired, "Hello, Lawyer Ding. May I ask what your firm's fees entail?" After taking a seat, Ding Mingjia elaborated. "I offer 2 types of legal services. One is fee-based on specific requests, starting at 1,000, while the other is for retaining me as a full-time lawyer, which is priced at 100,000 per annum." Upon hearing his fees, Fang Yufan pondered, realizing it was quite substantial. He had heard that some reputable lawyers in this era charged as much as 200,000 per year. Considering that a 100 square meter apartment costs around 500,000, it was no wonder that lawyering in Hong Kong was regarded as a prestigious profession. Regaining his composure, he smiled and asked, "And how would you charge for a loan contract such as today's? For contracts exceeding 1 million, we charge a fee of 1,000th of the total amount. However, should litigation arise, the pricing will be determined based on the specific circumstances," explained Ding Mingjie. Fang Yufan nodded, smiling as he said, "I understand. Having just arrived here, I must admit I have not yet fully considered my direction moving forward. For now, let us proceed on a per-session basis. I will contact you if needed." Ding Mingjie displayed no disappointment, responding with a smile, "Of course, no problem. Rest assured, Fang, I will not let you down." He then handed over his business card. Having completed the gold appraisal, Zhang Jun approached them and remarked, "Fang, everything is in order here, and we can proceed to sign the contract." Ding Mingjie assumed his role, meticulously reviewing the loan agreement, while Fang Yufan patiently awaited. After several minutes, Ding Mingjie raised his head and declared, "Fang, there are no issues." "Excellent," Fang Yufan replied, promptly signing the document. Though he was acquainted with Zhang Jun, he had no concerns regarding the integrity of HSBC in this matter. Once the contract was signed, Zhang Jun cheerfully stated, "Fang, please take a moment. I will handle this and check on the securities side." "All right, Manager Zhang, you may attend to your tasks." Fang Yufan responded with a smile and a nod. Once everyone had departed, he felt a sigh of relief wash over him. He had never engaged in such matters before. But fortunately, everything had proceeded smoothly. The total loan amount was 283 million, exceeding his expectations by several thousand. After deducting the 2 million for stock purchases, he had 830,000 remaining. He withdrew 200,000 in cash, leaving the rest in his account for the time being. Fang Yufan produced 3 large golden bowls and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Lawyer Ding. This is your remuneration." Ding Mingjie accepted the money, grinning as he replied, "Thank you, Fang. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to call me. I assure you I will always be at your service." They exchanged a few pleasantries before parting ways. Sitting in his room, Fang Yufan contemplated what to do with the remaining funds. He had no plans to change his residence for now, as his current living situation was quite convenient. Being alone, and with nearly a year remaining before selling his stocks, he thought it wise to keep the money for discretionary spending. He was still unclear about the system's rules and decided to take this time to explore them thoroughly. As noon approached, Yu Junliang entered the reception room with the paperwork, smiling as he said, "Fang, thank you for your patience. As expected, the acquisition has been completed. We have purchased 107,000 shares for a total of 2 million. Fang Yufan accepted the documents with satisfaction, glancing over them before smiling and saying, "Thank you, Manager Yu. I shall not impose further. I trust there will be opportunities for collaboration ahead." Yu Junliang, beaming with joy, responded, "Certainly, Fang. Here is my business card. Feel free to reach out anytime you need. HSBC boasts the finest traders who will not disappoint you." Fang Yufan took the card, briefly examined it, and then stored it away. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he departed from HSBC, hailing a taxi to return to his residence. These stocks are expected to appreciate to over 10 million next year, and his gold will similarly be valued at over 10 million. With this newfound wealth, he could invest further in promising stocks. Merely contemplating brings him joy. The thought of utilizing leverage for greater gains has never crossed his mind. Who can foresee unforeseen circumstances? Should disaster strike and lead to liquidation, he would merely find himself in vain elation. It is far wiser to embrace modest prosperity and tranquility. Upon reaching the vicinity of his residence, Fang Yufan leisurely strolled to a nearby restaurant. The server, with warm enthusiasm, inquired, "Sir, what would you like to eat?" After taking a glance at the offerings on the cart, Fang Yufan replied, "I would like an order of shrimp dumplings, honey-glazed char siu buns, beef rice rolls, and a bowl of beef soup." Chapter 9. The nightclub. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Fang Yufan sauntered to a nearby shopping mall. For what is wealth if not to be spent? He selected 2 formal suits and several casual outfits, purchasing a few pairs of shoes as well. Upon noticing the watch counter, he strolled over. The attentive sales assistant greeted him warmly, saying, "Sir, if you find a model you fancy, I would be delighted to assist you in trying it on." At that moment, Fang Yufan had donned a chic casual ensemble that complemented by his robust physique and handsome features, exuded the aura of a wealthy young gentleman. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the sales assistant, Fang Yufan spent over 80,000 Hong Kong dollars on a royal oak watch. He deliberately avoided the gold timepieces, deeming them too ostentatious, as he did not wish to attract unwanted attention from unsavory characters on the streets. After completing his purchases, he returned directly to his rented apartment. Miling, lazily leaning against the doorway, remarked, "Sister Xia, could you please refrain from calling me next time? We can drop by to see you when we head to work." I was just in the midst of a delightful slumber. Sun Xia, tucking away her money, smiled and replied, "You never know what time you'll start working. And I wouldn't wanted to disrupt my sleep. Therefore, I must be the one to disturb you." Miling rolled her eyes in response, teasingly saying, "You're quite something. Hurry back and keep an eye on your husband. Otherwise, he might sneak off to drink with us again and get too familiar with me." Upon hearing this, Sun Xia's face flushed with anger as she declared, "That useless man. Just wait until I get home to set him straight." After ascending the stairs, Fang Yufan found their banter amusing and chimed in, "Sister Xia, a Ling Miling, noticing his designer clothing and the bags he carried, exclaimed, 'Wow, a fan. You've struck it rich. All designer labels.' Sun Xia, taken aback by his enhanced appearance, teased, 'A fan? You look even more dashing now. You'll surely captivate many out there.' Fang Yufan chuckled, 'No matter how handsome I may appear, I cannot charm Sister Xia.' He then added, 'These are merely imitation brands. After all, one's attire does not define them.' With a mischievous smile, Miling quipped, 'Perhaps you might just enchant Sister Xia.' Sun Xia retorted, 'Do you take me for a flirtatious vixen? Well then, I'm off.' She shot a playful glare at Miling before sashaying down the stairs. Fang Yufan watched her retreating figure and said, 'A Ling, continue your rest. I shall head back as well.' Miling, with a teasing expression, remarked, 'My figure is quite admirable too. Would you care to come in for a while?' To which Fang Yufan responded with a playful smirk, 'Haha. You still fall short compared to Sister Xia.' With that, he opened the door and returned to his room. Upon hearing the exchange, Sun Xiao felt a sense of pride and happily made her way home. Miling, finding the conversation dull, closed the door behind her. Ami, rubbing her eyes as she emerged from her room, poured herself a glass of water and asked, 'What were you discussing at the door just now?' Leaning casually against the sofa, Miling replied, 'It was just Sister Xia, coming by to collect rent at this hour, making it impossible for me to sleep.' 'She's always like that. It happens every month,' Ami remarked nonchalantly. 'Since you're so adamant, why don't you handle her next time? Do not be so stingy. If I do not sleep well, how can I maintain such a perfect state?' Miling shot her a sidelong glance, then chuckled, 'Just now, I was speaking with Sister Xia, and she mentioned that her husband was getting a bit too familiar with you, which infuriated her.' Upon hearing this, Ami scoffed, 'I feel disgusted just seeing him. He thinks he can take advantage of me, but I will not let him. I truly do not understand what Sister Xia sees in him. Who knows? Enough about that. I shall lie down for a bit, or else the night will be quite unbearable,' Miling said as she retreated to her room. Fang Yufan took a shower, turned on the television, and settled onto the sofa with a can of beer in hand. Now that he had wealth, he did not intend to postpone the system's settlement time. Instead, he would experiment further before making any decisions. He aimed to identify the criteria for the system's evaluation before determining whether to alter the timeline. After a hasty dinner, Fang Yufan strolled to a nearby nightclub. With newfound wealth, it was only fitting to treat himself. Upon arriving, he marveled at the lively atmosphere and chose a corner booth to sit down. A polite server approached and inquired, 'Sir, may I take your order?' Fang Yufan glanced around and responded, 'A bottle of fine wine and a platter of snacks, please.' He handed over a 10 yuan tip. The server, delighted, replied, 'Certainly, sir. I will be right back. Would you like me to bring a lady over as well?' 'Not at the moment,' Fang Yufan replied. 'All right, sir, please hold on.' Leaning back on the sofa, he observed the patrons chatting and drinking, while various women, each with their own charm, flirted with the guests. Ami noticed his arrival and quickly pulled Miling over. 'Afan is here. We must go find him.' 'Really? That rascal actually showed up. I must tease him a bit,' Miling responded. As Fang Yufan spotted the two approaching, he smiled and remarked, 'How did you manage to see me in this darkness?' Miling playfully leaned into him, teasing, 'Of course, Afan, you come without ordering for us. Are you dissatisfied with us?' As she spoke, her hands wandered over his physique. Upon feeling his well-defined muscles, she exclaimed, 'Wow, Afan, your body is incredible.' Ami, overhearing, took a seat on his other side, eager to join in. Fang Yufan sighed in exasperation. Hey, you too, that's enough. Am I here to have fun, or are you taking advantage of me? Giggling, Ami replied, we are not stopping you from touching us. Myling chimed in, teasingly, exactly. You can touch us back. Although their banter was lighthearted, they refrained from overstepping boundaries, intentionally provoking Fang Yufan. The server delivered the wine and fruit platter before taking her leave. Ami opened the wine and poured a glass, adorning a pitiful expression as she said, Affin, should we reserve the whole place? That way, neither I nor Myling will be bothered. Indeed, Affin, those bothersome men can be quite annoying, Myling added, feigning a look of vulnerability. Fang Yufan found their antics amusing and replied, all right, but you must offer me a discount. Ami exclaimed in astonishment, wow, are you truly going to treat us? We were merely joking. Since there is nothing else to do, we might as well keep you company for a while. Myling picked up a piece of fruit and added, indeed, we were just jesting. After all, we live right across from each other. And we wouldn't dream of taking your money. With that, she offered him the fruit. Fang Yufan naturally opened his mouth to accept it, feeling a significantly improved impression of them. It is often said that women can be heartless, yet it seems to depend on the circumstances. Ami cautioned from the side. Things can get rather chaotic around here at times. It's fine for you to drink, but if you witness anything, please don't get involved. It could lead to unnecessary trouble. Chapter 10. The Fray of Societies. Fang Yufan produced 2 golden bull notes, offering one to each of his companions with a grin, remarking, since it is just me. Consider this an opportunity for a delightful chat. Myling gazed in astonishment at the money in her hand, exclaiming, are you serious, Affin? Indeed, we one team need this much. We can simply contribute 50 each day. Today, let us regard it as a freebie, Amy said, extending the money forward. Fang Yufan took a sip of his drink, appearing nonchalant, and reassured them, you needn't worry, for since we are acquainted, I shall ensure you profit. Myling, scrutinizing him, teased, are you harboring ulterior motives? To which Amy chimed in with a playful giggle, if that's the case, you should promptly take your money back. In response, Fang Yufan flashed a mischievous grin, declaring, it's too late now. Once money changes hands, one must fulfill their obligations. Recognizing his jest, Myling playfully nudged him and said, stop it. You and Amy sit tight. I'll have a word with the mama-san. With that, she cheerfully departed. Amy, brimming with joy, raised her glass and proclaimed, this is splendid. Today shall be a breeze. The two clinked their glasses, and after taking a sip, Fang Yufan inquired, Amy, I'm new here. Could you enlighten me about this place? Setting her glass down, Amy began, certainly. This area belongs to Lianqing. Do you see the man at the bar? That's Brother Chong, the one overseeing this venue. I've heard he is quite formidable. This nightclub and our residents are under their control, while further along lies the territory of Hongxing. Recently, they've been relatively stable, though they used to engage in frequent brawls. Intrigued, Fang Yufan could not resist asking, and who is the head of Lianqing? Amy looked at him curiously and replied, it's Master Lei. Didn't you know? Upon realizing this was not a fictional world, but rather reality, Fang Yufan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Who knew what circumstances one might encounter? With a smile, he admitted, of course I didn't know. I've just arrived and know very little about the situation in Hong Kong. Now I understand. No worries. Feel free to ask me anything. Just remember, when trouble arises, it's best to stay out of it, especially at night, Amy cautioned softly. Just then, Myling returned, carrying 2 bottles of liquor and a box of cigars. Sitting down, she cheerfully announced, it's all settled. Mama sent 1T assign any tasks today. Whenever you wish to leave, we can accompany you back. She then snipped the end off a cigar and lit it. Curious, Fang Yufan took it from her. In his previous life, he had smoked, but this body had no such habit, causing him to forget the feeling. After taking a puff and savoring the flavor, he smiled and remarked, it's been ages since I smoked. This is quite delightful. Myling grinned and replied, of course. They cost 100 each, though we managed to buy them at a discount. Fang Yufan then inquired, where are you both from? Amy, munching on some fruit, responded, I can't quite recall where my hometown is. I've lived in the village since birth and started working after I grew up. Myling took a sip of her drink and casually remarked, indeed, I cannot compare to someone like you, a wealthy individual. I endured considerable hardship in my youth, and as I matured, I aspired to earn more to lead a better life. For those of us without formal education, this is the only way we can make a living. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, shook his head, and chuckled, what wealthy person. I just recently arrived from the mainland. I, too, am a child of an ordinary family. We are quite similar, It's just that I possess a knack for making money. The funds provided by the system could also be considered his earnings, so his statement held some merit. Myling gazed at him in astonishment and asked, "Did you come over the barbed wire like those others?" Ami, equally curious, looked at him. Had he not mentioned it, she would never have guessed he was from that side. Fang Yufan nodded and smiled. "Yes, so I am quite unfamiliar with this place. Please do remind me if anything arises in the future." Instantly, Myling and Ami felt more at ease, although they were not well acquainted. Their conversation seemed casual yet remained somewhat cautious. Myling linked her arm with his and smiled. "Don't worry, I will certainly inform you of any news I hear." "Indeed." "So will I," Ami chimed in cheerfully. The three continued to drink and chat. Suddenly, the sound of a shattering bottle echoed. Fang Yufan looked over with curiosity and noticed a group of tattooed gangsters confronting another group. Myling whispered, "No need to pay them any mind. Brother Chong will handle it." Such incidents happen frequently. Ami, seated nearby and munching on snacks, grinned. "Yes, let us just consider it a spectacle." A young man pointed at the opposing group and said, "Brother Chong, it's not that we are disrespectful, but these individuals have been harassing my girlfriend. How can we let this slide?" A long-haired youth from the other side replied, "What do you mean harassing your girlfriend? If she weren't so promiscuous, we wouldn't even be tempted." Upon hearing this, his companions burst into laughter. "Haha, indeed. Your girlfriend is truly too provocative. We could smell her from a distance." Brother Chong glared at their arrogance, his expression darkening, his scarred face making him appear even more menacing. "It seems your Hongxing gang is itching for a fight. I, Scarface Chong, will accompany you to the end. Is it truly so domineering of Lianxing to think we cannot even approach a woman when we come to show support?" "Exactly. Do you really think we are easy to bully?" Fang Yufan took a sip of his drink, finding the exchange of insults between the groups rather dull. Just like on television, they were all merely masters of verbal sparring. He took another puff of his cigar and said, "Let us leave shortly. Are you hungry? If so, I can take you for a late-night snack." "Great. Finally, we can leave work early today," Ami exclaimed with delight. Myling had no objections, smiling as she replied, "Then let us go for a late-night snack." Fang Yufan took another puff of his cigar, observed the dispersal of the groups, extinguished his cigarette, and declared, "Then let us be off." "All right, let us go." The two stood up joyfully, linking their arms with him as they made their way outside. Many of the hostesses gazed enviously as Myling and her companions departed. Upon exiting the nightclub, Fang Yufan discerned that the atmosphere was far from tranquil. A considerable number of gangsters had already congregated nearby. He remarked, "It appears that the situation here is escalating tonight. You all should return home first. I will fetch some late-night snacks. It is too perilous to linger outside." Ami, having noticed the unfolding situation, whispered, "Let us just head back. It is possible that the two factions will clash again tonight." "Indeed, I have provisions at home. I can prepare something for you all," Myling concurred. Chapter 11. A good place. Fang Yufan glanced back at the situation, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, it's unlikely that a fight will break out. I will have everything settled soon. You all should head back." With that, they arrived at the foot of their building. The two obediently ascended the stairs. Fang Yufan made his way to a nearby open-air eatery, ordered a few dishes, and settled down to wait. The proprietress of the stall cautioned him, "Young man, today feels a bit off. If a fight breaks out, do not get involved. Those thugs can't tell friend from foe." "Thank you for the warning. But won't you tend to your business?" Fang Yufan inquired with a smile. The proprietress shrugged nonchalantly. "We're used to it. When fights occur, we just find a place to hide. Otherwise, it would be a daily occurrence, and how would we continue our business?" Indeed, her perspective was clear-sighted. Fang Yufan observed the growing crowd, now numbering in the hundreds. Meanwhile, several hundred more were marching down the street with an intimidating demeanor, evidently alerted by the news. As he was engrossed in the scene, the proprietress brought over his package meal. "It's ready, young man. You should head back." Fang Yufan handed her some money and added, "Thank you. And could I have a dozen beers as well?" He then hurried back to his rented room, relieved that the gathering of thugs was not right at his doorstep. Otherwise, he might have found it difficult to return. Ascending to the 5th floor, he opened his door and stepped inside. Myling and the others, hearing the commotion, gathered around. "Wow, Afan, you bought so much," Ami exclaimed joyfully as she gazed at the food. Fang Yufan chuckled, "Make yourselves at home." Myling entered the room, her face pale with apprehension. "I'm just glad you're back. We saw a large crowd from the window and were worried you might get caught outside." Fang Yufan approached the window, took a look outside, and then closed it, saying, What would you have done if you were at work during such an incident? Ami casually replied, we would just hide in the nightclub rooms. They fight among themselves, and no one would bother us. The group settled around the table, and Fang Yufan accepted a beer from Miling, taking a sip and smiling. This truly is a wonderful place. Upon hearing his words, the two looked at him in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, a good place? Noticing their curiosity, Fang Yufan responded with a grin. Indeed, it suggests that as long as you have money, you can pursue whatever you desire. Isn't that a good place? Miling rolled her eyes playfully and retorted, you sure know how to speak. Everyone dreams of becoming wealthy. But how many truly succeed? Exactly. Us common folk earn just enough each month. After expenses and sending some home, there is hardly anything left, Ami added as she ate. Fang Yufan smiled and chose not to respond further. He was beginning to genuinely appreciate this place. Kill them. Outside, a shout rang out, followed by the sounds of conflict and anguished cries. Fang Yufan moved to the window with his beer in hand, watching the battle unfold below. Miling and Ami leaned in to catch a glimpse of the commotion. Fan, is there nothing like this happening on your side? Upon hearing Miling's words, Fang Yufan chuckled. If such an incident were to occur on our side, tomorrow all participants, along with their associates, would undoubtedly be subjected to severe consequences. The two of them widened their eyes in astonishment at this revelation. Is it really that serious? Fang Yufan nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed. There has always been a strict zero-tolerance policy regarding such matters, which deters anyone from behaving so audaciously. Wow, that sounds incredibly safe. I must admit, I envy that. Ami remarked, her tone tinged with admiration as she engaged in conversation while observing the battle below. Fang Yufan noted the lack of skilled fighters and estimated that he could easily handle a dozen opponents with his current abilities. The skirmish continued for over half an hour, ultimately resulting in no clear victor. Both sides withdrew their injured, and tranquility returned to the streets. After finishing their late-night meal, Fang Yufan smiled and said, all right. I'll take care of things tomorrow. You two should head home and rest early. Miling responded with a grin. Thank you for your hospitality, Afin. By the way, may I borrow your bathroom for a shower? Ami asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Fang Yufan casually replied, of course, feel free. It's no trouble at all. Delighted by his consent, Ami dashed home to fetch some clothes. After her departure, Miling looked at her and inquired, you don't have any ulterior motives, do you? Ami, brimming with joy, replied, hee, with Afin being so handsome, I stand to gain, don't I? I'm off now. If you come over later, I'll let you in. With that, she hurried away. The following day, Fang Yufan awoke to find Ami peacefully asleep. After stretching lazily, he carefully descended from the bed without disturbing her and made his way to the bathroom for a shower. Having been single for so many years, he felt as though he had finally indulged in something delightful the previous day. Reflecting on his performance, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With a flicker of thought, he activated the reward system, reward calculation. Ding, based on the host's activities for the day, a rating of F has been assigned, granting the host basic driving skills. Would you like to claim this reward? Surprised by the granting of a skill, and noting that this rating was an improvement over previous evaluations, he felt he had gained some understanding of the system's rules. Claim. A surge of driving knowledge flooded his mind. What he initially thought to be a mundane skill turned out to encompass not just operating vehicles on the road, but also flying in the sky. The infusion of skills was rapid. Within a minute, Fang Yufan had mastered all the techniques. Marveling at the system's efficiency, skills that would take an ordinary person years to acquire had taken him merely a minute. After grooming himself, he emerged from the bathroom clad in shorts and a tank top, ignoring the slumbering figure in the room as he retrieved his breakfast and began to eat. He pondered whether he should obtain a driver's license and purchase a car. After all, with driving skills at his disposal, idleness was not an option. Once he finished his meal, he packed away the leftover late-night snacks, carried them downstairs, and disposed of them in the trash bin. He then bought a newspaper from the kiosk and headed back to his rental apartment. Sun Xiaoxia, carrying a bag of trash, descended the stairs and was momentarily taken aback by his robust physique. Fang Yufan greeted her. Good morning, Sister Xia. Good morning. I trust that Afton did not frighten you last night? Sun Xiaoxia remarked, her gaze lingering upon his form. Fang Yufan, noting the expression on her face, replied with a smile, no worries at all, Sister Xia. Would you like my assistance? It was only then that Sun Xiaoxia averted her eyes, waving her hand dismissively. No need. If you require anything, feel free to reach out. I am home every day. Fang Yufan, casting a playful glance at her, said with a mischievous grin. In that case, I shall not hold back, Sister Xia. I will call for you later. Upon witnessing his impish smile, Sun Xiaoxia's face flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully slapped him, exclaiming, "You are quite the mischief maker for someone so young." Fang Yufan watched her retreating figure, chuckling to himself as he ascended the stairs. Once home, he found Ami blissfully asleep and chose not to disturb her, instead settling onto the sofa with a newspaper in hand, engrossed in its contents. Chapter 12. Visiting the store. Ami awoke once in the morning, and after receiving another reward from Fang Yufan, she hastily retreated to her residence. With no particular agenda during the day, she continued to meander around Hong Kong Island. At noon, she indulged in a sumptuous meal at the Peninsula Hotel. Despite it being her first experience in such an upscale establishment, she felt no trepidation. After all, it is often said that money emboldens the heart. Without a few coins in one's pocket, one might tremble at the entrance of such a place. As she sat in the taxi, observing the companies lining the streets, her mind wandered, contemplating what ventures she might pursue, for idleness could not be her daily routine. Glancing at the driver, she inquired with a smile, "What business can an ordinary person engage in on Hong Kong Island without encountering trouble?" The driver shook his head in response, "Such fortune is rare. Even we taxi drivers must pay our dues each month, otherwise we cannot operate." He continued, "Unless one is among the wealthy elite, who possess both money and influence, then the gangs and the police dare not cause them any trouble." Fang Yufan chuckled at this observation. Indeed, it appears that pursuing any endeavor is quite challenging. The driver casually replied, "There is no way around it. Ordinary folks simply save to buy property or stocks. If one has ample funds, investing in real estate is far more prudent, as collecting rent later is quite satisfying. Running a business, on the other hand, brings many complications and requires dealing with numerous individuals." Fang Yufan gazed out of the window, confident that money would not be a future concern. His primary desire was to find an engaging pastime. Upon arriving at his residence, he paid the fare and proceeded into the building. Once home, he retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator, and just as he opened it, a knock echoed from the door. Opening the door, he was greeted by Miling, her smile radiant as she stood outside. "Afan, you went out," she exclaimed. Fang Yufan replied with a smile, "Indeed, Miling, please come in. You're up quite early today." As Miling entered, her cheerful demeanor persisted. "Ami seems to have had quite a rough time. Are you really that formidable?" Fang Yufan took a sip of his drink and, with a mischievous grin, asked, "Would you like to find out?" As he pulled her waist closer, Miling blushed and playfully scolded, "Don't be silly." Yet, despite her words, she leaned in closer, responding earnestly. An hour later, Fang Yufan reclined on the sofa, savoring a cigar. Miling, freshly showered, sat beside him, drying her hair, and inquired with a smile, "What are your plans for the future?" Exhaling a plume of smoke, he shook his head. "At present, I have no specific plans. I wondered about today, contemplating what to do, for aimless wandering daily can grow rather tiresome." After a moment's thought, Miling proposed, "How about I recommend you for a job at a nightclub? I could speak to the manager, and it would surely be no trouble." Fang Yufan regarded her with amusement. "I shall never work a day in my life. I am not in want of money." Her eyes sparkling with mirth, Miling responded, "So you are indeed a wealthy man. Do come support us more often." Fang Yufan chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully, "Certainly, but do you intend to continue in this line of work?" Miling shrugged nonchalantly. "It's merely about enjoying drinks. Doing anything else barely covers the expenses with that meager salary." After finishing her words, she chuckled and remarked, "Once I save up enough money, I shall find a man to marry. One cannot pursue this line of work for a lifetime." Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and replied with a smile, "That is indeed true, but I fear that with the multitude of people you've encountered, you may struggle to find a satisfactory partner. It's quite normal. That is how our profession operates. In any case, future matters can wait, for now. My focus is on earning more money," Miling said nonchalantly. Then, as if struck by a thought, she added, "By the way, I heard from some of the ladies that there's a shop across from the Kowloon General Office that is closing down. You might want to consider it. Surely no one will cause you trouble there." Fang Yufan pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, being situated across from the police station, trouble would likely be minimal. Once he deduced this, he inquired with a smile, "Do you happen to know what kind of shop it is? Why are they closing suddenly?" Miling shook her head, saying, "I'm not quite sure of the specifics. It seems they are moving abroad or something. You could go take a look." "All right, I shall visit today. Since you've provided me with such valuable information, I must reward you in some way," he said, feigning an act of pouncing toward her. Startled, Meiling immediately leaped up and exclaimed, "I have to work tonight. I'll come back tomorrow." Watching her flee in fright, Fang Yufan couldn't help but laugh. After teasing her, he stood up and headed out. His residence was not far from the Kowloon General Office, and a taxi ride of just a few minutes brought him there. Gazing at the imposing building of the Kowloon General Office and then glancing at the shop across the street, he noted the favorable location. Strolling across the street, he noticed a sign announcing the shop for sale posted in front of a CAF, and he deduced that this must be the place. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside to find a few scattered customers. The server greeted him warmly, saying, "Welcome, sir. What would you like to drink?" With a smile, Fang Yufan replied, "I would like a latte." After placing his order, he found a seat and surveyed the CAF's ambience. The server soon returned with his coffee, saying, "Here is your coffee, sir." Fang Yufan handed her a $10 tip and inquired, "I saw the sign indicating it's for sale. Is business not doing well here?" The server happily accepted the tip and, glancing around, whispered, "Sir, are you interested in purchasing it?" Fang Yufan chuckled and said, "I would like to inquire further first." The server beamed and replied, "It would be fantastic if you could become our boss. You're quite handsome and pleasing to the eye." Hearing her comment, Fang Yufan smiled wryly, realizing that the women of Hong Kong were indeed quite bold. He then reminded her, "But you haven't told me why it's for sale yet." The server playfully licked her lips and quietly explained, "Our boss and his family are preparing to emigrate. Business here is still quite good. The main advantage is that officers frequently come by, so no one causes trouble." Fang Yufan nodded in understanding and asked, "Is there only this floor?" The server replied, "There is another floor above. The boss's family resides there. Would you like me to call him for you?" With a thoughtful expression, Fang Yufan calculated that the price here would likely be high, and his current funds would certainly be insufficient. However, since we are already here, it would be prudent to inquire. With a smile, he remarked, "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." The waiter, beaming with delight, replied, "Not at all, sir. Please hold on a moment." With that, he went to summon someone. Fang Yufan lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. The area of the first floor is approximately 130 square meters, and with the upper levels, it totals around 260 square meters. Even for a residential building, such a space would command a price exceeding 1 million. Given its prime location directly across from the police station, it is undoubtedly an ideal spot for business. Thus, he estimated that the asking price would be no less than 2 million. Chapter 13. The landlord's visit. A man in his 40s approached briskly. Upon seeing Fang Yufan, particularly noticing the watch on his wrist, he understood the situation at once. With a warm smile, he introduced himself, "Good day, sir. I am the proprietor of this establishment, Zhang Yinan." Fang Yufan reciprocated the smile and shook his hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Fang Yufan." Zhang Yinan commended, "Mr. Fang, you are truly an accomplished young man. Shall we discuss matters in my office?" "Certainly, let us proceed to the office," Fang Yufan replied, not declining the invitation. The two then entered the office. Zhang Yinan remarked with a smile, "Our family is planning to immigrate. We had not intended to sell this place, as its location is excellent. Even renting it out would be a viable option." Fang Yufan merely smiled in response, patiently waiting for Zhang to continue. Noticing Fang's lack of engagement, Zhang Yinan elaborated, "In this business, safety is paramount. No gang members dare to cause trouble here. Thus we have avoided considerable hassle over the years." As Zhang continued to extol the virtues of the shop, Fang Yufan interjected with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, let us be straightforward. If you are indeed considering a sale, please provide me with your asking price. If you're hesitant, I would not want to impose on your time." Observing the young man's calm demeanor and unwavering control of the conversation, Zhang pondered for a moment before stating, "Very well, Mr. Fang. To be direct, while the annual profit from this shop is modest, it is approximately 200,000 yuan. Therefore, I am prepared to sell it for 2 million. Fang Yufan, upon hearing the offer, found it in line with his own estimations, though he recognized it to be on the higher side. He nodded and replied, "Mr. Zhang, this price seems a bit steep. I am prepared to pay the full amount up front." Zhang Yinan, intrigued by the prospect of an immediate payment, contemplated before responding, "In that case, I can reduce the price by 200,000. Fang Yufan considered his assets, realizing he had 2 million in stocks. If pledged to HSBC, he could secure at least 1.5 million or slightly more, making the purchase feasible. However, he countered, "Mr. Zhang, I can commit to 1.7 million and sign the contract immediately." Upon hearing this figure, Zhang Yan'an remained unperturbed, waving his hand dismissively. That is too low. The price of 1.95 million is already quite generous. Fang Yufan smiled and confessed, to be frank, Mr. Zhang, I initially sought merely to pass the time. My intention was to rent a place for leisure, but upon discovering this was for sale, I inquired. Nonetheless, I am sincere in my interest. I will add an additional 50,000, still as a lump sum. Zhang Yan'an scrutinized him for a moment before responding. Since you have brought this up, I will concede to 1.85 million, payable in one sum, with all procedural fees covered by you. The CAF's accounts can be verified at any time. There are absolutely no hidden issues. Fang Yufan extended his hand, saying, then let us embark on this partnership with joy. Indeed, a joyful partnership. Zhang Yan'an exclaimed, pleased. As he grasped Fang's hand in agreement, Fang Yufan smiled and said, it is rather late today. How about I bring the lawyer tomorrow? As long as there are no other issues here, we can complete the formalities at any time. Indeed, Fang Xing is remarkably efficient in his dealings. It is no wonder that he has achieved so much at such a young age, Zhang Yan'an generously praised. Fang Yufan, however, did not take the compliment to heart, as he felt he had no significant accomplishments to speak of. After agreeing on a time, he was warmly ushered out by the other party. With the matters settled, he did not linger and headed straight home, for there were still discussions to be had with the bank. Upon arriving home, he retrieved Zhang Jun's phone number and dialed it directly. Hello, this is the loan department of HSBC. I am manager Zhang Jun. Who am I speaking with? Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Fang Yufan replied with a smile, hello, manager Zhang, this is Fang Yufan. Zhang Jun responded enthusiastically, hello, Fang Sheng. I wonder if you have a matter to discuss? Indeed, I am considering using the stocks I purchased previously as collateral. Is that feasible? Fang Yufan inquired with a smile. Zhang Jun replied straightforwardly, of course, it is possible. Given your standing, the 2 million in stocks can be used to secure 1.8 million. You are welcome to come in at your convenience to sign the contract. Relieved to hear about the 1.8 million, Fang Yufan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Manager Zhang. If you are available at 9 tomorrow morning, I will come with my lawyer to finalize things. No problem, I will be waiting for you at the office. Zhang Jun assured him. After hanging up, Fang Yufan called Ding Mingjie. Hello, this is Dahua Law Firm. I am Ding Mingjie. Lawyer Ding, this is Fang Yufan. I hope I am not interrupting your work, Fang Yufan said. Ding Mingjie replied with a smile, not at all, Fang Xing. Is there something you need? Fang Yufan stated directly. Indeed, I require your accompaniment for 2 matters tomorrow. He then explained the loan and the property purchase. Upon hearing this, Ding Mingjie responded. No problem, I will be at HSBC on time tomorrow. As for the shop, I will investigate through my connections to ensure that there are no loose ends. Haha, that would be splendid. I look forward to seeing you at HSBC tomorrow, Fang Yufan concluded as he hung up, feeling quite satisfied with Ding Mingjie's efficiency. After all, securing the shop was crucial, and any concealed issues could spell trouble. Observing that it was already past 5, he stretched and pondered what to have for dinner. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Fang Yufan approached and opened it, greeting the visitor warmly. Sister Xia, please come in. Sun Xiaoxia entered with a piece of cake and said with a smile, I just heard you returned. I made a new cake and thought you might like to try some. Fang Yufan accepted the cake, took a small fork, and savored a bite, nodding in appreciation. This is truly delicious. Sister Xia, your culinary skills are exceptional. Seeing his delight, Sun Xiaoxia replied with a smile, I'm glad you like it. I will bring you more next time I bake. Fang Yufan finished the cake happily and said, then I shall not be polite. Sister Xia, please have a seat while I wash the plate. No worries, I can take it back to wash later, she replied. There's no rush, please have a seat. Fang Yufan said as he proceeded to wash up in the kitchen. Sun Xiaoxiao glanced around, noticing the simplicity of the surroundings, and remarked with a smile. You men live quite simply. Aside from bedding and toiletries, there is hardly anything added. Fang Yufan cleaned the plates and forks, placing them on the table casually, and replied. Indeed, since I'm alone, I haven't really thought of needing anything else. Once they were seated, Sun Xiaoxia inquired with a grin. How is everything going with your job? Fang Yufan, indifferent, responded, it's all arranged. I found a nice CAF today. I'll be signing the contract tomorrow, just to pass the time. Chapter 14. Taking over the shop, Sun Xiaoxiao expressed her surprise, asking, you are opening a shop? Where is it located? Make sure you are not being deceived. She perceived the individual before her as a young man, scarcely 20 years old, who had previously haggled over the rent of her property, which led her to believe he was not financially well off. However, she had recently observed that he seemed to possess some affluence. The watch he wore was recognizable to her, valued at over 80,000. Furthermore, his attire consisted of genuine brand-name clothing. Out of curiosity regarding his circumstances, she inquired, and upon hearing about his plans to open a shop, her surprise deepened. Fang Yufan replied with a smile, "It is right across from the Kowloon police station. The previous owner is preparing to immigrate, and I happened to hear about it, so I went to take a look. When I sign the contract tomorrow, I will have my lawyer conduct a thorough investigation." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoxia immediately recalled the location and nodded in agreement. "If it's there, it should be fine. I have visited that area a few times. The public safety is commendable. Since you, Sister Xia, think it is acceptable, I feel reassured," he responded. Noticing his eloquence, Sun Xiaoxia teased, "Oh, so you listen to your sister, do you?" Fang Yufan grinned. "Of course, Sister Xia is undoubtedly more knowledgeable than I am." "Ah, you are quite flattering. If you truly open a shop, you must offer discounts when you invite friends over for coffee." She jested. "That would be trivial. If you come by, it should be complimentary," he replied with a lighthearted tone. Sun Xiaoxia beamed at this, saying, "Let us not go that far. A discount would suffice." After glancing at the time, she remarked, "I should head back now. It's getting late, and I need to prepare dinner." Fang Yufan stood up as well, saying, "All right. Sister Xia, feel free to visit whenever you have time." Sun Xiaoxia looked at him and sweetly replied, "Sure, I'll come by next time for a chat." As he watched her descend the stairs, he smiled, contemplating the tasks awaiting him the following day. Not wishing to venture out that evening, he retrieved a meal from his storage and began to dine at home. Hearing the sound of the door closing from across the hall, he realized the two had departed for work and thought little of it. The next morning, after his morning routine and changing into casual attire, he settled on the sofa, his mind focusing. Reward settlement. He was curious to see how his performance from yesterday would be evaluated. Ding based on the host's daily life, assessed as F level. Rewarding the host with 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. Would you like to claim it? Ah, this time it was not a skill reward. I shall accept it. Fang Yufan began to grasp the randomness of the rewards. Sometimes they were skills, sometimes monetary. He presumed that a daily life score would likely not be exceedingly high. After adjusting his attire in front of the mirror, he made his way downstairs. After enjoying a meal at the tea restaurant, he relaxed with tea and a newspaper until it was nearly time to depart for HSBC. Ding Mingjie was already awaiting him in the bank lobby. Upon seeing Fang Yufan arrive, he approached him. "Mr. Fang, you're here?" Fang Yufan replied with a cheerful demeanor, "Thank you for waiting, Lawyer Ding." "No, I just arrived as well. Manager Zhang is already here. Shall we head over now?" "Certainly." The two proceeded to the meeting room, where Zhang Jun soon arrived with the contract in hand. "Hello, Fang Sheng. Here is the contract I have prepared." Fang Yufan replied with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Manager Zhang. Today, I intend to purchase a shop, so I would appreciate your assistance in preparing a substantial check." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun nodded and said, "That's simple. I'll retrieve it right away." After reviewing the contract, Ding Mingjie remarked, "The contract is sound and quite flexible. Repayments can be made at any time without incurring any fees." Fang Yufan, satisfied by this, smiled and promptly signed his name. After confirming everything was in order, Zhang Jun stated, "Fang Xing, the funds will be credited shortly. You may issue checks whenever you wish." "Very well. Let us not take up any more of Manager Zhang's time," Fang Yufan said with a smile as he stood up. After exchanging pleasantries, the two departed, with Ding Mingjie driving him to a CAF. As they drove, Fang Yufan cheerfully inquired, "Lawyer Ding, I am quite capable of driving. If I wish to obtain a driver's license, what is the simplest way to do so?" Ding Mingjie, while driving, replied with a smile, "Fang Sheng. If you prefer to avoid complications, it will only cost you 10,000 yuan, and I can have the license delivered to you within 3 days." Upon hearing such simplicity, Fang Yufan promptly responded, "Excellent. Once today's matters are settled, I will give you the money, and you can take care of it for me." Ding Mingjie, still driving, chuckled, "No problem. Leave it to me. If you are considering purchasing a car, I can take you to a place that deals in smuggled vehicles. Though the procedures are legitimate, you can rest assured they will handle everything, and the prices will be at least 30 cheaper, if not more, than those at regular dealerships." Intrigued by this, Fang Yufan asked, "If they can handle the paperwork, doesn't that make them a legitimate dealership?" Ding Mingjie explained with a smile, "Taxes are the major expense, These individuals are accustomed to making substantial profits and are reluctant to part with their money. Fang Yufan understood. This was the work of individuals with connections to organized crime. Despite the lower prices, the lack of tax obligations resulted in profits that far exceeded those of legitimate dealerships. Upon arriving at the CAF, Zhang Yan'an was already waiting for them and felt a sense of relief upon their arrival. "I have kept you waiting. This is Lawyer Ding," Fang Yufan said with a smile as he shook hands with Zhang Yan'an, offering a brief introduction. After a handshake between Zhang Yan'an and Ding Mingjie, the group proceeded to the office. From that point onward, Fang Yufan's role was merely to await the signing of documents once everything was confirmed. Ding Mingjie scrutinized the financial records of the shop meticulously. Fang Yufan nodded, surprised by the breadth of Ding Mingjie's expertise. 2 hours later, Ding Mingjie nodded and said, "Fang Sheng, everything is in order. This shop has no other liens or debts, and the CAF's accounts are clear. The business department has also verified that there are no issues. The CAF has maintained a profit of over 200,000 yuan for 3 consecutive years. The transaction can proceed." "Excellent." Fang Yufan wrote his name on the contract and promptly issued a check for 185 million yuan to the other party. Zhang Yan'an happily accepted the check. Smiling as he said, "Fang Sheng, it's a pleasure to cooperate." Indeed, a pleasurable collaboration. After the two shook hands, Zhang Yan'an remarked, "Fang Sheng will take over the upper floor today. Let me introduce you to the staff." "Sounds good," Fang Yufan replied as they exited the office. Zhang Yan'an summoned 3 employees. "From now on, Fang Sheng will be the owner here. I have transferred both the property and the shop to him." "Welcome, boss." The 3 employees greeted enthusiastically. Fang Yufan observed them. Aside from the manager, who was in her 30s, the other 2 attendants were young women in their 20s. While not exceptionally beautiful, they possessed a certain charm and approachability. This clearly demonstrated that Zhang Yan'an had put considerable thought into selecting the staff. Chapter 15. The cheerful staff. The store was primarily managed by Lisa, the store manager, which alleviated some of Fang Yufan's responsibilities. With a beaming smile, he addressed the team. "Greetings, everyone. The duties within the store remain unchanged. Starting this month, all of your salaries will be increased by 20. If performance is commendable, there will also be bonuses at the year's end." "Thank you, boss." "Hooray. This is fantastic. The boss is the best." Observing their jubilance, Fang Yufan chuckled and encouraged, "All right. Everyone, please continue your work." As Zhang Yan'an realized he had no further business, he remarked, "Fang, I will arrange for the items to be moved. There is nothing significant left, just some miscellaneous items that can be cleared today." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fang Yufan turned and said, "Lawyer Ding, let us discuss this in the office." "Absolutely." The two returned to the office, where Fang Yufan smiled and said, "I will leave the subsequent formalities in your capable hands. Please calculate this expense, and I will settle it directly with you." Gazing at the invoice, Fang Yufan noted the considerable sum. The transfer fee alone amounted to 50,000 yuan, along with a lawyer's fee of 5,000 yuan. Ding Mingjie explained, "Fang, the deed tax is 3 of the property price, plus a few other fees. So the total is reasonable." "All right, I appreciate your assistance with this," Fang Yufan replied, writing a check for 70,000 yuan. Upon seeing the figure, Ding Mingjie remarked, "Fang, this is more than necessary." Fang Yufan smiled and responded, "There are still the driving license fees. I cannot allow you to work for nothing. Please accept it. We will have many more opportunities to collaborate in the future." Hearing this, Ding Mingjie accepted the check with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Fang. I will deliver the property documents and the driving license to you in 3 days." "Haha, splendid. I will be waiting for you at the store." Once the visitor had departed, Fang Yufan sat in the office, noting that it was getting late, and rose to exit. As he stepped outside, the staff greeted him enthusiastically. Boss. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "No need to be overly formal. Feel free to act naturally." He then turned to Lisa, saying, "I leave everything in your capable hands. I will return tomorrow." Lisa promptly assured him, "Rest assured, boss, I will handle everything responsibly." With a smile, Fang Yufan exited the store and strolled leisurely nearby. Once he left, the employees gathered to chat. "The boss is so handsome," one remarked. "I think he is not only handsome but also particularly strong. Did you see how his clothes fit so snugly?" Lisa, observing their playful banter, teased, "Look at you two love-struck fools. Hurry and tidy up. We wouldn't want the customers to mock you." At that moment, a few individuals entered, one of whom playfully exclaimed, "Wow, Xiaoduo and Shui Xian are swooning again. Let us hear about this charming fellow. Seeing the newcomers, Lisa greeted them with a smile. Fei Ge, you're here. Are you sticking to the usual routine? As long as it's the usual, that's fine, one casually replied. Yudwa chimed in cheerfully. We have a new boss, and he is quite dashing. A young man jested. Really? Is he more handsome than I am? After finishing his words, he struck a pose that he believed to be quite charming. Shui Xian chuckled and remarked, Haha, of course, I look better than you. If you had arrived earlier, you would have seen that. The others, upon hearing this, joined in on the lighthearted banter. Shui Xian, you used to say that Brother Nyo was the most handsome. How quickly you've changed your mind. Indeed, Daniel might be feeling a bit heartbroken now. The group continued to tease one another. Yuduo served them coffee, and Lu Zhongfei smiled as he inquired, has Boss Zhang's family already left? While distributing coffee, Yuduo replied, I'm not sure. But Boss Zhang mentioned this morning that they would finish moving upstairs today. They probably can't wait to immigrate. Lu Zhongfei took a sip of his coffee and shook his head, saying, I truly don't understand these people. It's quite comfortable here. Why would they want to leave? What is so comfortable about this place? It surely can't compare to the outside, one of the staff chimed in. Oh. We wouldn't comprehend the lives of the wealthy. Anyway, we'll have to work overtime again tonight. Lu Zhongfei dismissed the staff's remarks and turned to Lisa, asking, Have the rules here changed? He asked casually because the officers from the police station across the street received a discount on coffee. Shui Xian replied happily, Brother Fei. The boss said everything remains the same, and he even gave us a raise. Lu Zhongfei grinned. Wow, that is wonderful. It seems this boss is truly commendable. Lisa recalled that she had informed the boss about the police officer's discount and wondered if he would agree. She decided to report it tomorrow. Fang Yufan took a stroll around the shop's vicinity, had a casual lunch, and then returned to his rental apartment. After taking a shower, he sat on the sofa in just shorts and a tank top. He picked up a cigar from the table, lit it, and leaned back on the sofa, contemplating the purpose of the second floor of the shop. Perhaps he could move in there. After all, it wasn't suitable for anything else. And the additional rooms could serve as staff dormitories. Knock, knock, knock. He heard a knock on the door and got up to answer it. Sun Xiaoxia smiled brightly as she asked, Afan, how is everything going at the shop? Fang Yufan welcomed her inside and replied with a grin, the contract has been signed. Everything is going smoothly. Wow, that was quick. You truly are talented, Sun Xiaoxia praised. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and said cheerfully, Yes. But there's a place upstairs where I might move. I may relocate there soon. Hearing that he was moving, Sun Xiaoxia suddenly felt a pang of disappointment, as she had only just begun to feel a connection, and now he was leaving. Oh, that's fine. I can refund your rent later, she offered. Fang Yufan waved his hand with a smile. Haha, we'll talk about that later. I haven't made up my mind yet. I'll see how things go tomorrow before deciding. They sat on the sofa, and Sun Xiaoxia nodded. Yes, just let me know whenever you decide. Fang Yufan glanced at her. She wore a tank top and a short skirt, her fair skin strikingly radiant. Ding Mingjie emerged from the housing authority in the afternoon, glanced at the time, and drove to a nearby repair shop. A man with a buzz cut, adorned with a gold chain around his neck, was reprimanding a few subordinates in the office. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. He shouted, Come in. Ding Mingjie entered, jesting, I could hear your booming voice from outside. Upon his arrival, the man quickly rose and exclaimed, Lawyer Ding, you could have given me a call so I could come to fetch you. With a chuckle, he added, Who would dare allow Big Mouth to pick them up? Big Mouth was a former client of his, ever since he helped resolve a legal matter for him. He had been profoundly grateful to Ding Mingjie. Thus, over time, they had forged a friendship. Chapter 16 Renovation. Dezue dismissed his subordinates and then smiled, saying, If there is anything you need, feel free to let me know. After sitting down, Ding Mingjie presented a set of materials, stating, My employer wishes to obtain a driver's license. Here are the documents and the payment. Could you see if it can be arranged by the day after tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Dezue waved his hand dismissively, saying, I thought it was something significant. Rest assured, I will take care of it tomorrow. You need not worry about the payment. Our relationship transcends such trivialities. Ding Mingjie chuckled and pushed a sum of 10,000 yuan towards him, saying, This is from my employer, not from me. Besides, you will need to look after certain matters, so please do not decline. Seeing his insistence, Dezue accepted with a smile, saying, All right, for such matters, just give me a call next time. I happen to have some free time today. By the way, are there any cars arriving soon? If my employer needs one in a few days, I can bring him to have a look. Yes, We have several sports cars available. He can choose whatever he likes, and I will handle the paperwork, Ding Mingjie replied with a smile. That sounds good. I suspect my employer may not favor sports cars. But we shall see. I'll take my leave now and return tomorrow to collect, he added. Dezue stood up and said, stay a while longer. Tomorrow. I'll have someone deliver it to the law firm. No need. I have some items to attend to, so I'll see my employer now. We can catch up another day. Ding Mingjie smiled and exited. Despite their good relationship, it was inappropriate for him to linger there for too long. Although many lawyers had ties with organizations, even serving as dedicated attorneys for some, being officially associated could complicate future commitments from clients. The following morning, Fang Yufan stretched and thought, let us settle yesterday's rewards. Ding based on the host's daily activities, rated F, rewarding the host with advanced English proficiency. Would you like to accept? Upon hearing about the new skills, he felt elated and replied, accept. Instantly, a wealth of vocabulary and pronunciation techniques flooded his mind. And within a minute, he had thoroughly absorbed the knowledge. Recalling this, Fang Yufan joyfully rose and proceeded to refresh himself. English remained exceedingly practical on Hong Kong Island. Although he had prior knowledge, his conversational skills were rather clumsy. Now, however, it felt as if it were an innate language, and communication posed no obstacles. After enjoying breakfast on the street, he sauntered toward the CAF. Walking took about 20 minutes, which he considered a pleasant stroll. Lisa had also arrived at the shop early, busy tidying up. Seeing her, Fang Yufan smiled and remarked, you're here quite early. Boss, you've arrived. I'm already used to it, Lisa replied with a smile. She continued, I've cleaned the office for you. I checked upstairs. It has all been vacated and cleaned thoroughly. Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction, saying, thank you for your hard work. I'll go take a look upstairs. It's no trouble at all. Call me if you need anything, boss, Lisa said cheerfully. Ascending to the second floor, he surveyed the area. The layout comprised 3 rooms, 2 halls, and 2 bathrooms, all now empty, with even the air conditioning units removed. Upon discovering a door, I opened it only to find an additional rear entrance that led directly down the staircase. This proved to be quite convenient. If one were to reside upstairs, there would be no need to constantly traverse through the CAF. After closing the back door, I took a moment to glance through each room before descending the stairs. Yudhua and Shui Xian had arrived as well, and the 3 of us had tidied up the place and donned our work attire. Good morning, boss. They greeted cheerfully. Good morning, Fang Yufan replied with a smile. Then continued, I plan to tidy up the upstairs. In the event of inclement weather, you can stay here, which would be safer. That sounds wonderful. It's dreadful to leave work in the pouring rain sometimes, Yudhua exclaimed with delight. Lisa also expressed her happiness, saying, boss, we have a renovation company we frequently work with. Would you like me to contact them for you? Fang Yufan nodded in agreement. Yes. Please have them come over for a consultation. If everything is satisfactory, we shall entrust the work to them. Understood, boss. I'll reach out to them right now. Lisa replied as she moved aside to make the call. All right, you both continue with your tasks. I'll be in the office for a bit, Fang Yufan said before heading into his office. Not long after, Lisa knocked and entered. Boss, the renovation company representatives will be here shortly. Also, there's something I forgot to report to you yesterday. Fang Yufan smiled and asked, what is it? Well, the officers from the police station across the street have always received a discount of 20% at our CAF. I completely forgot to mention this yesterday, Lisa explained, casting a nervous glance at her boss. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan pondered for a moment and inquired, what about when they order coffee? Lisa, unable to gauge her boss's mood, replied honestly, for coffee orders, since delivery is required, we would charge the full price. Fang Yufan tapped his fingers on the desk and smiled. Indeed, the officers work hard, and we owe our ability to conduct business peacefully to them. Henceforth, they shall receive half price on their coffee, while any delivery will be at a 20% discount. Hearing this, Lisa felt relieved that her boss bore no resentment and was pleasantly surprised by such a significant discount. However, she expressed her concern. Isn't that a bit excessive, boss? Not at all. There are only a few hundred officers. If each one drinks a cup of coffee daily due to the price reduction, we would actually profit. Fang Yufan reassured her. After contemplating, Lisa nodded. You're right, boss. I understand now. I'll inform anyone who comes in today. And I'm sure the officers will catch wind of it soon. Fang Yufan smiled and nodded. Very well, let us proceed with that plan. All right, boss. I'll step out now. After Lisa exited, Fang Yufan inspected the office, noting that aside from the account books, Everything else had been cleared away. When the representatives from the renovation company arrived, they surveyed the second floor and presented several proposals. Seeing their fees were reasonable, Fang Yufan decided to entrust them with the electrical and furniture installations. Rest assured, Mr. Fang, our company's reputation is impeccable. I will ensure your complete satisfaction, they assured him. Hee, Manager Wang, can you also install surveillance? Upon hearing this, the manager of the renovation company confidently replied, of course. That is not an issue at all. If Fangxing wishes to install it in the CAF, we only need 4 cameras. And I can assure you that every angle will be covered. Fang Yufan nodded and said, all right. But we also need one installed by the back door on the second floor, which should be connected to the office alongside the other cameras. Certainly, he replied. I will arrange for the installation team to begin the renovation above. And then we will utilize the time when the CAF is closed in the evening to set up the surveillance. Chapter 17. Enhancing employee benefits. A week had swiftly passed. The second floor of the CAF was now ready for occupancy. The previous layout remained intact, requiring only a fresh coat of paint and the arrangement of furniture and appliances. Fang Yufan had officially relocated, seated in his office, savoring a cup of tea. Over the past 7 days, he had received rewards on 7 occasions. Acquiring a basic tea ceremony skill and a pistol, complete with 3 magazines and a box of ammunition, along with several $1,000s in cash. After taking a sip of tea, he contemplated a thought. System, please modify the settlement rule to a monthly basis. Remind me to collect my rewards upon waking up a month from now. Ding, modification successful. He was curious to discover what rewards awaited him after a month. Glancing through the surveillance monitor at the busy staff in the CAF, he smiled. Ever since they began offering a 50% discount to police officers, business had surged. Yuduo and Shui Xian took turns delivering coffee and egg tarts to the precinct across the street. Moreover, Fang Yufan had imparted some contemporary coffee-making techniques to them. And the new offerings were immensely popular. Knock, 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 come in. Lisa entered, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Boss, our business has been thriving these past few days. Should we consider hiring 2 more employees? Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan responded with a smile. Of course, feel free to make the arrangements. Relieved by her boss's approval, Lisa replied, thank you, boss. I believe our CAF will only get busier. Once she exited, Fang Yufan stroked his chin, pondering whether to open a few more branches. He took a pen and began calculating on paper, rent, renovations, equipment. After some consideration, he estimated that opening a single store would require between 100,000 to 150,000, which meant he could potentially open 4 more establishments with his current funds. Consulting a map of Hong Kong, he focused on the Kowloon district and made a decision. He would first establish cafes opposite several police stations in Kowloon. The rent might be higher, but it would alleviate many potential complications. With a plan in place, he picked up the phone and dialed. Ding Mingjie answered. Fang, have you got another case? Fang Yufan chuckled. This time it's a bit different. I intend to open a CAF opposite the Yao Ma Ti, Mong Kok, Sham Shui Pa, and Wang Taisan police stations. Do you think you could assist me? After a moment of contemplation, Ding Mingjie replied, Fang, that's entirely feasible. Are you planning to purchase the properties or rent them? I would prefer to buy, but my current funds are insufficient. I can only rent for now. Fang Yufan admitted candidly. Actually, purchasing is not out of the question. You could leverage your existing CAF as collateral for a loan each time you buy a new property. You can mortgage the title deed, allowing you to replicate this process as long as your cash flow remains intact. Intrigued by this suggestion, Fang Yufan felt a surge of excitement. It seemed quite plausible. After all, by January of next year, he could liquidate some gold, and by June, he could sell stocks, ensuring that he would not face a 2 to 3 month gap before his funds were replenished. After careful consideration, I directly stated, Lawyer Ding, I am in agreement with your plan. Should this matter come to fruition, I shall retain your services as my personal attorney at an annual fee of 200,000. Upon hearing this, Ding Mingjie's eyes lit up. This fee effectively doubled his worth, bringing him in line with esteemed barristers. With a beaming expression, he replied, Fang Sheng, I shall not betray your trust. Allow me a week to conduct my inquiries, and I will report back to you next week. Haha. I shall eagerly await the good news from you, Lawyer Ding, Fang Yufan remarked as he ended the call, smiling. After all, if the shop were to flourish throughout Hong Kong Island, it would be more prudent to hire a personal lawyer rather than continuously pay for legal fees. With plans underway, the next order of business was staff training. As the shop was in the process of hiring, there was an opportunity to bring on additional personnel. Observing that Lisa was currently preoccupied, Fang Yufan chose not to interrupt her, opting instead to enjoy a cup of tea in the office. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that the CAF staff began to unwind. Fang Yufan stepped out of his office with a smile and addressed the 3 individuals present. "Thank you for your hard work. I have an important announcement to make." Lisa and her colleagues perked up, their full attention now on him. "We are planning to expand Tianyuan CAF on Hong Kong Island, with the first phase consisting of at least 4 to 5 new locations. Therefore, Yudhua and Shui Xian, you will be appointed as the managers of the initial branches." The 2 young women erupted in excitement, jumping up with joy. "This is fantastic. Long live the boss." Observing their enthusiasm, Fang Yufan continued, "Moreover, I will allocate 20 of the annual profits generated by each store as bonuses for you. The store manager will receive 10, while the remaining 10 will be distributed among the other employees." The revelation of such generous incentives left the trio momentarily speechless. This was the first time they had encountered such a rewarding approach to business. Lisa's mind began to calculate. The current store consistently yielded profits exceeding 200,000 annually. If this year maintained that level, she realized, her bonus could surpass 20,000 by year's end, equivalent to her annual salary. Yudhua and Shui Xian were struggling to comprehend the implications, counting on their fingers. Amused by their confusion, Fang Yufan teased, "Is it truly that difficult to grasp? Lisa, do you understand?" With excitement, Lisa replied, "Boss, I understand. Using our current store as an example, if we maintain profits above 200,000 this year, we 3 could share 20, amounting to 40,000 in bonuses. I would receive 20,000, and each of you would get 10,000. Yudhua and Shui Xian quickly grasped the concept, their excitement escalating as they realized such bonuses would equal half a year's salary. Fang Yufan, observing their exhilaration, smiled and said, "Indeed. If you wish to earn more in bonuses, simply provide excellent service and brew delicious coffee. This will naturally attract repeat customers and increase profits." "We adore you, boss. You are the most generous employer in the world," the 2 young women exclaimed with delight. After the laughter subsided, Lisa soon regained her composure and asked, "Boss, should we begin training the new employees in advance?" Fang Yufan nodded and said, "Indeed. Considering 1 manager and 2 to 3 attendants for each establishment, you will need to select individuals from among them who are suitable for managerial roles and provide them with focused training. However, the character of the employees must be prioritized. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional they are, we shall not retain them." He reiterated his point with emphasis. "Understood, boss. I will certainly conduct a thorough selection," Lisa assured him. Seeing that the discussion had concluded, Yudhua hurriedly inquired, "Boss, may I recommend friends to join? With such excellent benefits, I can hardly wait to share this opportunity with them." "Yes, boss, many of my friends envy my treatment." Shui Xian chimed in, her excitement evident, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Chapter 18. The genius girl. Fang Yufan smiled and remarked, "Of course, however, if they qualify for the job, they cannot work in the same store as you. Otherwise, managing the situation later could become quite troublesome." Lisa, noticing the confusion on their faces, patiently elaborated, "The boss is right. If your friends make mistakes, it could be quite challenging for you. Therefore, they can be assigned to other stores." Yudhua and Shui Xian, being astute individuals, quickly grasped the boss's intent. "Understood, we can separate them then. I will also remind them that if they do not qualify, there is nothing I can do." "Indeed, I will remind them," they concurred. Seeing their comprehension, Fang Yufan cheerfully stated, "Very well, then go change and finish your shifts." Lisa, however, did not rush to leave. Instead, she inquired, "Boss, if the method of making coffee were to leak out, would it lead to imitation by other stores?" Fang Yufan, unperturbed, replied, "Such a simple process cannot be kept secret for long. Eventually, similar methods will emerge. Therefore, we must earn people's recognition through our model and service." "Understood, boss. I will certainly focus on training them in this regard," Lisa responded with confidence. Fang Yufan smiled and reassured her, "Don't feel too pressured. I will draft a plan for you to review. If there are no issues, we will proceed with this model." Lisa felt a surge of anticipation, curious about the plan the boss would provide. Today's bonus structure had already thrilled her, making her eager to work non-stop just to sell more, thus ensuring a larger year-end bonus. Observing her eager demeanor, Fang Yufan smiled without elaborating further, reminding her to return home safely before heading upstairs. Although he had never run a business, he had studied various operational models during his school days, particularly those of world-renowned CAFS, including concepts of service, corporate culture, and competitive perspectives. Finding this endeavor intriguing, he took a shower and immediately began to write. Firstly, management philosophy to instill dignity and a sense of happiness in employees. All staff, including part-timers, should enjoy benefits. Secondly, market positioning. He meticulously pinned down his thoughts, followed by a round of revisions, resulting in a satisfactory plan. After reviewing it and finding no faults, he turned his attention to the training aspects, which were of utmost importance. Without adequate training, even the most flawless development plan could have its shortcomings. The next day, Lisa opened the store and proceeded to the changing room. Upon hearing the commotion, Fang Yufan descended the stairs. "Good morning, boss." "Good morning, Lisa. Please take a look at this. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. We will base future training on this." Lisa accepted the materials and began to read, her eyes widening in astonishment at the beautifully penned script. She had not anticipated that her boss possessed such exquisite handwriting. As she immersed herself in the comprehensive training manual, she marveled at the depth of knowledge it contained, much of which was unfamiliar to her. Fang Yufan smiled, retreating to the office to brew herself a cup of tea, savoring the moment. When Yuduo and her companions arrived, they noticed Lisa engrossed in something and approached her out of curiosity. "The handwriting is exquisite," they exclaimed, startled by their presence. Lisa chuckled. "You too. Why didn't you call out? You nearly gave me a fright." The girls stuck out their tongues playfully and dashed off to the changing room. Lisa returned to the office with the materials, feeling a bit bashful as she said, "Boss, perhaps I should study this for a few more days before starting the training. There is so much I don't understand." Fang Yufan replied with a smile, "Of course, but that means you'll have to put in extra effort." "I don't mind the hard work," Lisa assured him earnestly. "I will thoroughly grasp this manual and ensure we cultivate the finest employees." Fang Yufan nodded in agreement. "Very well, just make sure to keep this document safe. Otherwise, I will need to rewrite it." "Understood. I'll get to work now," she replied before heading out. Watching her leave, Fang Yufan smiled, contemplating the potential for future promotions should she prove her capabilities. The phone on the desk rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he picked up promptly. "Good morning, Lawyer Ding. Have you got news?" Ding Mingjie chuckled. "I wouldn't dare slack off on Mr. Fang's task. I've contacted 2 homeowners through friends, and they are interested in selling. I'll negotiate the price with them, but I also have another matter to discuss." Hearing that 2 homeowners had been contacted brought Fang Yufan joy, prompting him to ask, "Please, go ahead." "A teacher of mine recommended a student, a dual PhD in operations management from Harvard, who has returned to Hong Kong. She researched CAF brands abroad and wishes to enter this sector here, though there aren't many opportunities for her on the island right now." Fang Yufan felt pleased at the prospect of meeting such a talent, knowing that if he sought her out, she might not consider his modest establishment. Thus, although Ding Mingjie framed it as a request for assistance, it was indeed a means of introducing talent to himself. After Ding Mingjie finished, Fang Yufan said with a smile, "If she has the time, let us arrange a meeting." Ding Mingjie responded enthusiastically, "Absolutely. I'll contact her now and expect her at your shop by 10. "Great. I will await her arrival," Fang Yufan replied before hanging up. He picked up the plan he had written the previous night, reviewing it once more, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Ding Mingjie, driving swiftly, remarked, "Sister, this employer of mine is quite extraordinary. I can't read him at all. He seems to operate on a whim, doing everything according to his mood." With a look of helplessness, Shen Wanqing remarked, "If it weren't for my father's insistence on pushing me into activities I despise, I wouldn't even consider stepping foot in such a modest establishment, no matter how grandly I was summoned. Let it be clear, should I find myself dissatisfied, I shall not hesitate to express my discontent." Hearing this, Ding Mingjie wore a wry smile and replied, "Junior sister, did you not request my assistance in liberating you from the constraints of your teacher? How is it that you now turn the blame upon me?" Shen Wanqing teased, "Are you not familiar with the proverb about dismantling the bridge after crossing? You're attempting to take it apart before even reaching the other side." Ding Mingjie retorted in frustration, all right, I shall grant you some leniency. Regardless of the outcome, I shall ensure that your dignity remains intact." Shen Wanqing waved her hand nonchalantly, displaying a carefree demeanor. Ding Mingjie, with a resigned smile, reflected on the fact that she was the cherished daughter of his esteemed mentor, raised with utmost care and protection. Yet, She lived up to her reputation as a prodigious talent, and it was no exaggeration to refer to her as a genius. Naturally, her senior peers were inclined to heed her wishes. He and Fang Yufan were indeed disciples of their teacher, which was not a deception in the slightest. Thus, with this thought, they proceeded to their destination. Chapter 19. Confusion. Fang Yufan was taken aback when he saw Ding Mingjie enter with an exceptionally beautiful woman. Upon seeing a potential employer, Shen Wanqing couldn't help but murmur to herself, "He is quite handsome. I wonder if he is competent." Ding Mingjie smiled as he introduced Fang. "This is my junior sister, Shen Wanqing, a prodigious talent who completed dual doctorates by the age of 22 and has just returned to Hong Kong." Fang Yufan was astonished. "Such intelligence is remarkable indeed." He responded warmly, "Miss Shen, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am truly impressed." Shen Wanqing nodded with a professional demeanor. "Hello, Mr. Fang. Let us get straight to the point. What are your future plans for the CAF?" Upon hearing her words, Ding Mingjie took a seat nearby and began reviewing documents from his briefcase. Fang Yufan chuckled inwardly at the scene. It was understandable that such a genius would possess a certain pride. After sitting down, he smiled and replied, "Miss Shen, you raise an excellent point. However, I believe this question should be directed at you. After all, should we collaborate, you will be managing the company." Shen Wanqing regarded him thoughtfully, skillfully softening her approach. Yet, she had her own strategies, so she stated directly, "Oh, are you implying that I will have full authority over this company, Mr. Fang?" Fang Yufan shrugged and replied with a smile, "Of course. If you meet the standards, I will grant you complete autonomy, save for financial matters. Everything else will be at your discretion." Shen Wanqing was surprised by the youthful confidence he displayed and, feigning arrogance, glanced around before saying, "Mr. Fang, you currently operate only one store. If in the future you have 1,000 or 10,000, would you still be willing to relinquish such control?" Fang Yufan burst into laughter. "Ha, Miss Shen, if that were to happen, I would be even more inclined to grant you authority, and I would also offer you shares. The expansion from one store to 1,000 or 10,000 would be your achievement. I could never betray you." Hearing the phrase "betray you," Ding Mingjie nearly burst into laughter, coughing several times to suppress it. Shen Wanqing was well aware of the situation and shot him a warning glance before returning her attention to Fang Yufan. At this moment, she tentatively acknowledged him, realizing he was at least not incompetent. After organizing her thoughts, she continued, "Mr. Fang, during my studies abroad, I interned at a world-renowned coffee chain and conducted in-depth research into their philosophies. Furthermore, since my return to Hong Kong a month ago, I have conducted an investigation and already devised a plan. The demand for coffee among our Hong Kong residents is immense, closely tied to their work-related stress, which leads me to believe that it's convenient." Fang Yufan lit a cigar, nodding as he listened to her articulate her insights. Seeing him validate her ideas filled Shen Wanqing with quiet pride. After so long without anyone willing to try her concept, having someone recognize her thoughts was exhilarating, prompting her to freely express everything she had in mind. Once she finished, she looked expectantly at him and asked, "What do you think?" Fang Yufan observed the other party, reminiscent of a child yearning for parental praise, and found them rather endearing. He nodded and remarked, "Excellent. Truly deserving of the title genius. I now believe that you will undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3 CAFs in the world." Upon hearing the mention of the top 3 globally, Shen Wanqing's eyes sparkled, and she feigned calmness as she replied, "Do you truly believe so?" "Of course, I would never deceive a lady. My greatest flaw is my tendency to speak the truth," Fang Yufan jested. "Ha, I commend your discernment," Shen Wanqing said, a rare smile gracing her face. Ding Mingjie discreetly gave Fang Yufan a thumbs up, admiring his employer for effortlessly extracting his junior sister's plans without uttering a word. Fang Yufan, noticing this, merely smiled faintly, took a puff of his cigar, and inquired, "So, is Miss Shen's coffee kingdom ready to set sail from here?" Hearing this, Shen Wanqing proudly replied, "Since you assert that I will have a place among the top 3 CAFs in the world, why would I not choose a grander stage?" Upon hearing her words, Fang Yufan chuckled. Indeed, the more gifted one is, the loftier their aspirations. Noticing his amusement, Shen Wanqing retorted, "Do you find what I said amusing?" Fang Yufan waved his hand dismissively and said casually, "Miss Shen, I did not intend to mock you. However, achieving your goals based solely on your recent plans may require many years." Shen Wanqing furrowed her delicate brows and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Ding Mingjie, aware that his junior sister sought answers for everything, cast a wary glance at Fang Yufan. Unfazed, Fang Yufan produced the plan he had written and handed it over. Shen Wanqing, intrigued, accepted it and was immediately captivated by the elegant handwriting. Upon reading the content, her interest was further piqued. Ding Mingjie observed his junior sister engrossed in the material, occasionally displaying expressions of realization and excitement, which ignited his curiosity about its contents. Fang Yufan, unperturbed, brewed several cups of tea, placing them on the table while savoring his own. After more than half an hour, Shen Wanqing exclaimed with enthusiasm, "This is remarkable. Who authored this plan? The concepts within are incredibly advanced. If executed with sufficient funding, I am confident I can establish a presence across Hong Kong Island within 2 years and begin replicating it in other developed countries within 3. In response to her words, Fang Yufan smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise. This plan was merely a spontaneous creation of mine yesterday. Even without you, I could easily find a manager to accomplish it. What do you think?" He intentionally downplayed her contribution, aware that such a proud princess might create unforeseen troubles in the future. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing was instantly displeased. Yet as she glanced at the plan in her hands, she realized he had a point. The proposals were so comprehensive that no alterations were necessary. Her mind raced with thoughts on how to counter his remarks and prove her own excellence and indispensability. While your plan is flawless, conducting business on Hong Kong Island requires connections. Thus, in terms of both ability and networking, I am the most suitable person, she declared, gazing triumphantly at the young man across from her. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stood up with a serious demeanor and proclaimed, "Congratulations, Miss Shen, on your successful employment." Shen Wanqing gazed at the outstretched hand before her and joyfully accepted it, but she quickly regained her composure. With a hint of confusion, she remarked, "Wait a moment. How did I end up being employed so haphazardly?" Ding Mingjie could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, junior sister. You yourself declared that you were the most suitable candidate." Chapter 20 Trouble. Shen Wanqing shot a teasing glance at her senior brother and, with a hint of pride, declared, "Humph, since I've said it, I shall stand by my word. If Mr. Fang fails to deliver on his promises in the future, I will not hesitate to resign." Fang Yufan replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Manager Shen, I will keep my word. However, due to a shortage of funds, you will have to endure working here for the time being." With that, he exited the room. Shen Wanqing expressed her dissatisfaction. "Senior brother, how could you mock me? Just wait until I report you when I return." Ding Mingjie, wearing an ingratiating smile, remarked, "Sister, now that we are all colleagues, let us maintain some decorum." "Humph. Considering that, I shall let you off this time," Shen Wanqing replied triumphantly. Ding Mingjie chuckled, "Thank you, sister, for your mercy." Fang Yufan returned with the training manual, smiling as he said, "Manager Shen, here is the training manual I authored. Please take a look." Shen Wanqing eagerly accepted it and began to peruse its contents. She felt a growing admiration for this young boss. The employee philosophy outlined was remarkably comprehensive, surpassing that of world-renowned CAFs. If implemented, their CAF would undoubtedly thrive. "Excellent, boss. This manual is exceptionally thorough, and my confidence in our company is steadily increasing." Upon hearing her address him as boss, Fang Yufan realized he had temporarily won her over. He smiled, stating, "That's wonderful. The store manager outside is named Lisa. She is quite diligent in her work. You might consider mentoring her. And if she proves capable of employee training, you could entrust that responsibility to her. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Additionally, I discussed the bonus structure with him yesterday." Listening to his proposed bonus structure, Shen Wanqing nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, boss, I find this rule very beneficial. In the context of large-scale store openings, it will greatly aid in company management and also invigorate employee morale. I will ensure its continued implementation." "Haha, splendid. This is the location I plan to open stores in. Once these areas are saturated, we shall begin expanding into other districts. For the police personnel, we will consistently offer half price." As Shen Wanqing absorbed his words, her mind raced with thoughts, her gaze toward Fang Yufan transformed. She could not help but admire him. Crafting such a flawless plan indicated that he was indeed a business prodigy. The sequence of store openings and the half-price offer for officers was nothing short of brilliant. Although gangs were rampant in Hong Kong, if a company catered to all police officers, which gang would dare to impose upon them? They would surely be out of their minds. Ding Mingjie also grew increasingly optimistic about his employer, naturally wishing for his success, as it would elevate his own standing in turn. Shen Wanqing, brimming with confidence, declared, Boss. You can trust me. I will not let you down. Fang Yufan, witnessing her earnest expression, felt immense joy in his heart. Though he was not adept at business himself, he merely capitalized on his foresight. Now, having won over this brilliant young woman, he anticipated a prosperous future, simply waiting to reap the rewards. With a smile gracing his face, he encouraged, "Haha, feel free to take the reins. I have complete faith in you." Subsequently, he remarked, "Lawyer Ding, if there are any documents requiring my signature, feel free to approach me." Ding Mingjie nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Understood, Fang Xing. I will coordinate effectively with Manager Shen." Shen Wanqing also found her focus, stating, "I have temporarily appropriated the boss's office. Once the funds are sufficient, I will scout for a company location. Should we consider a name for the company now?" Upon hearing the suggestion for a name, Fang Yufan felt somewhat at a loss. He pondered whether his resurrection hinted at the existence of divine beings. With this thought, he picked up a pen and inscribed the characters for Xian Yuan on paper. Upon seeing the name, Shen Wanqing inquired, "Xian Yuan, does it hold any special significance?" Fang Yufan responded with an enigmatic smile, "Who can say what the future holds?" Shen Wanqing, observing her boss's mysterious demeanor, casually replied, "Well then, as the boss, your word is final." She then turned to Ding Mingjie, saying, "Lawyer Ding, I entrust the company registration matters to you." Ding Mingjie confidently affirmed, "No problem, I will handle it." With that, Fang Yufan felt his presence was no longer necessary, stating, "All right, this is now in your capable hands." Before stepping outside, he found a spot in the CAF to sit. Yu Duo promptly brought him a cup of coffee. "The boss is having coffee," he remarked with a smile. "Thank you. By the way, the person in the office will be the future company manager, and all matters will be overseen by Manager Shen. Please inform Lisa and the others." "Certainly, boss. I will let them know," she replied before heading to the counter. Shen Wanqing and Ding Mingjie emerged and approached him, saying, "Boss, we will go side hunting and keep you updated." "All right, I appreciate your efforts," Fang Yufan said with a smile. The three women, observing the stunningly beautiful figure of their future manager, felt a sense of reverence. They greeted her in unison, "Hello, Manager Shen, Lawyer Ding." Shen Wanqing responded with a smile, "Hello everyone, do your best at work." With that, she exited. Shui Xian, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "She is so beautiful. Even I, as a woman, find her enchanting." Lisa chuckled, saying, "You two must continue to learn from me about coffee. Otherwise, you won't qualify to become a store manager. Don't blame me later." "Hee, we're quite clever. We will manage," Yu Duo replied playfully. Shui Xian echoed, "Exactly, Sister Lisa. Don't underestimate us." Just then, the office phone rang, and Fang Yufan rose to answer it. "This is Fang Yufan. Who is this?" A brash voice came through the receiver. "I am the New World Turkey. Your woman's father owes me 50,000 yuan, and I'm currently at your woman's house. If the debt is not settled, I will sell her into the South Seas." Fang Yufan was taken aback, responding, "You must have dialed the wrong number." "Afan, it's me, Ami. Miling's family owes money to loan sharks, and they have tracked us down. They are quite aggressive," came the reply. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fang Yufan felt overwhelmed. Loan sharks are not easily dealt with, and even if this debt is settled, who knows if there will be another? Despite his thoughts, he said, "All right. I will return immediately. Please do not harm anyone. If you do not arrive within half an hour, I cannot guarantee anything." Upon hearing the call disconnect, Fang Yufan also hung up, immediately stepping outside. "Lisa, I am going out for a moment." "All right, boss." Fang Yufan hailed a taxi as he exited the CAF, providing the driver with an address, then leaned back in the rear seat, contemplating the situation. All things considered, their previous interactions had been rather amicable. One cannot simply stand idly by in the face of adversity. He decided to assess the other party's stance first. Should they regard him merely as a cash dispenser, he would certainly withdraw his support. Chapter 21. The pleasing method of repayment in the rental apartment. Ami supported Miling as they sat on the sofa. Her eyes filled with trepidation as she gazed at the gangsters in the room. Miling, her face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "I send money home every month. How could you possibly owe high-interest loans?" A man in his 50s, appearing timid, stammered, I was deceived by friends. You know I enjoy a drink. And they took me to a gambling den while I was inebriated, leading me to unwittingly lose tens of thousands." Hearing her father's words, Miling felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. "I have warned you countless times to drink less. You've truly brought this upon yourself." The gangster, nicknamed Turkey, chuckled mockingly. "I never would have guessed that a drunkard like you could have such a beautiful daughter." Why not let her be with me? Who knows? We might even become relatives someday. In response, Miling retorted, I am working at the Lianxing establishment. Don't go too far. Turkey arrogantly replied, Ha. It is only natural to repay debts. If you cannot pay, then this woman will suffice as collateral. Ami, visibly frightened, interjected, Avin will definitely come. He will repay you. Turkey scoffed, that pretty boy is unreliable. He might hang up and forget all about this. Miling felt a pang of uncertainty, after all. Fang Yufan had just arrived from the mainland and had recently opened a shop, possibly leaving him short on funds. This thought left her feeling quite unsettled. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and asserted, even if he doesn't come, I can make installment payments. Turkey, still brimming with arrogance, declared, You are merely a hostess. It is a blessing for me to take notice of you. Surely, being with one person is preferable to being with a crowd. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside, prompting Turkey to grumble, Damn it, who is interrupting my business? Go answer the door. Yes, boss. A subordinate replied as he moved to open the door. Fang Yufan entered, surveying the scene before him, and smiled. No one is hurt, I hope? Ami rushed to him joyfully, Avin, you're here. Thank goodness. They are so intimidating. Miling, feeling a tad embarrassed, said, Avin, I'm sorry for involving you in this. Fang Yufan chuckled, patted Ami on the back, and asked, What exactly is going on? Turkey, eyeing him with discontent, stated, Kid, this woman's father owes me money, 50,000 in total, principal and interest. If you cannot produce it, she will have to come with me to settle the debt. Fang Yufan glanced at Turkey and then at the meek man beside him, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, All right, I will repay the money. Once that is settled, there should be no further issues. Upon hearing that he would repay the debt, Turkey felt a twinge of regret but noticed that this young man seemed rather extraordinary. With a sense of pragmatism, he decided not to complicate matters further. I am known for my integrity in lending, he stated. Fang Yufan produced 50,000 in cash, handed it over, and upon Turkey's acknowledgement, received the debt note in return, after which Turkey signaled for his men to leave. Miling expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you. Afin, rest assured, I will repay you, though it may have to be in installments. I will return a portion each month. Fang Yufan, with a teasing smile, responded, Very well, it seems I shall become your creditor. Miling's father, beaming with joy, remarked, So you are my daughter's boyfriend. I truly appreciate your kindness. Hearing her father's words, Miling interjected, Dad, please don't say such things. We are merely good friends. I hardly deserve him. And you must promise not to drink anymore. If you get into trouble because of it, you can expect to starve. Fear not. I shall certainly quit drinking and avoid such company. I will not bring you any trouble, the man assured her. Miling, with a hint of skepticism, replied, I hope that is the case. You should return home now and avoid causing any more trouble. All right, I'm heading back. Please take care of yourself, the man said, nodding humbly to Fang Yufan before making his exit. Ami, with a cheerful demeanor, exclaimed, Afin, you are wonderful. I was genuinely worried those people would take Miling away. Fang Yufan playfully pinched her cheek, teasing, Why fear? They were not after you. Of course I'm afraid. Who wouldn't he, considering how formidable you are? Ami replied, looking adorable. Miling closed the door and approached, saying, Master creditor, allow me to pay a small interest first, leaning in as she spoke. A few hours later, after taking a puff from his cigar, Fang Yufan comprehended the circumstances surrounding Miling's father's debts. He chuckled, I see. That's a relief. I was worried he might have a gambling addiction, which would have been disastrous. Miling responded with a smile, That won't happen. He is quite timid and only has a penchant for drinking. It was manageable when my mother was around, but since her departure, he has been alone, and no one keeps him in check. A hint of sadness crossed her face as she concluded her thoughts. Ami, sitting nearby, chimed in, We are fortunate. Many around us have been dragged into this life by their families, and even then, they may never repay their debts. Fang Yufan took another puff of his cigar, wearing a mischievous grin. I rather enjoy your method of paying interest. Do continue. Yes, sir. Miling replied with a laugh. Ami, feigning indignation, said, You're quite shameless. Expecting me to help you repay your debts. Miling playfully hugged her, laughing, What can I say? We are good sisters. Fang Yufan watched the two with an amused smile, relieved that the situation was not as dire as it could have been. Otherwise, he might have had to intervene. Noticing the time, he took another puff from his cigar. Well, I must take my leave. I shall visit again when time allows. Miling, with with a flirtatious smile, replied, "Absolutely. You are always welcome to come collect your interest." Fang Yufan laughed. It settled then. As he passed the third floor, he recalled that he hadn't sparred with Sun Xiuxiao in a while, but today was not suitable for that, so he proceeded directly downstairs. Strolling leisurely, he returned to the CAF. Shen Wanqing was discussing training matters with Lisa when she noticed his return. She then said, "Lisa, you may go ahead and resume your work. We shall commence recruitment tomorrow." "All right, Manager Shen, I will get busy now," Lisa responded cheerfully, exchanging a brief greeting with Fang Yufan before proceeding with her tasks. "Manager Shen, are you still at the office?" Fang Yufan inquired. Shen Wanqing, her face adorned with a smile, replied, "It is indeed time to leave. Today, I have thoroughly surveyed the Julong police station, and the locations for our stores have been finalized. Tomorrow, we will initiate discussions regarding the acquisition and with the added renovations. 1 month shall suffice." Fang Yufan gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Impressive." Shen Wanqing rolled her eyes elegantly and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "Boss, have you perhaps overlooked something?" Chapter 22. Dominating the takeout market in Hong Kong. Fang Yufan gazed at her with curiosity and inquired, "What is it?" Shen Wanqing revealed a look of exasperation and replied, "Are you not planning to pay me?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan chuckled, "I thought fulfilling Manager Shen's dreams would suffice." "Spare me, you're even worse than Zhou Bapi," Shen Wanqing playfully retorted. Fang Yufan instantly felt a surge of electricity coursing through him. It was not easy to withstand the charms of a beautiful woman. Regaining his composure, he smiled and asked, "What salary do you desire?" With an adorable tilt of her head, Shen Wanqing pondered and tentatively suggested, "How about an annual salary of 100,000? Not a problem, if you perform well." "The year-end bonus will certainly exceed that amount," Fang Yufan decisively responded. "Wonderful. Could the boss possibly advance some of my wages?" she asked eagerly. Fang Yufan, intrigued, replied, "Of course, but you don't seem like someone in need of money." Shen Wanqing, with a hint of resignation, explained, "Now that I have started working, I can no longer rely on my family for funds. Besides, I need to find a place to live, so I will need money." Fang Yufan took out a checkbook, promptly writing a check for 100,000 and handing it to her, saying, "If you don't mind, there are rooms available upstairs. You can stay here for now." Shen Wanqing accepted the check with delight, but then looked at him with suspicion. "You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you?" "Of course not. I wouldn't dare offend you. Who else would help me earn money?" Fang Yufan quickly assured her. "That's more like it. Show me upstairs." "If I'm not satisfied, I want to stay," she declared, puffing out her chest as she exited the office with an air of pride. Fang Yufan, amused, led her upstairs. Shen Wanqing surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "It's passable. I can manage for now. I'll stay here temporarily. But you better not have any ulterior motives. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo." All right, you're impressive. I'll try my best not to disturb you at night," he replied. "That's more like it," Shen Wanqing said with a triumphant smile. "I'll head back to pack my things today and move in tomorrow. I'm off now." Fang Yufan watched her descend the stairs, chuckling as he settled onto the sofa. What an interesting woman. In a villa at Repulse Bay, an elderly man wearing glasses returned home and casually inquired as he sat on the sofa, "Is Xiaoqing not at home?" The housekeeper set down a cup of tea and replied with a smile, "Sir, not yet. She mentioned she was going to check on a job." Hearing this, Shun Juanxiang smiled and said, "It seems she is quite pleased with this job. Otherwise, she would have returned earlier. The young lady is very capable. She hasn't had much rest lately," the housekeeper remarked cheerfully. The sound of a car pulling up outside was heard, and the housekeeper commented, "That must be the young lady returning." She then went to open the door. Shun Wanqing entered the house with a joyful expression and greeted, "Aunt Zhang, has my father come back?" "Miss, the master has returned and was just asking about you," the housekeeper said affectionately, looking at her. Shen Wanqing joyfully dashed into the living room, gazing at the man on the sofa as she exclaimed, "Father, I won't be returning home tomorrow. It's better to avoid your incessant nagging." Hearing this, Shin Juanxiang wore a discontented expression and retorted, "Are you truly willing to abandon me?" With a beaming smile, Shen Wanqing settled onto the sofa, linking her arm with his, and replied, "Hiki, but Aunt Zhang will be here. I have already become the general manager of Xian Yuan Company. There will undoubtedly be numerous matters to attend to, so I will be residing near the company for convenience." She refrained from mentioning her cohabitation with her employer, knowing full well her father's disapproval. "Xian Yuan Company?" Shen Juanxiang pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What kind of company is that? I've never heard of it." "Of course you haven't," as it was only established today. I am wholly responsible for its future development. Isn't that impressive? Observing his daughter's elation, Shun Juanxiang chuckled. Indeed, quite remarkable. However, you must return home for dinner at least once a week, or I shall be compelled to fetch you back. Hee, that sounds good. I will return at least once a week. After dinner that evening, Shun Juanxiang retreated to his study and dialed a number to reach one of his students. Ding Mingjie, upon receiving his teacher's call, immediately surmised the purpose and promptly provided an overview of his employer's circumstances. Shun Juanxiang, intrigued by the information, smiled and remarked, "From what you say, this young man seems quite interesting. Please keep a close watch on Xiaoqing's situation and inform me if anything arises. Rest assured, teacher, I shall pay close attention to my junior's affairs." Under Ding Mingjie's adept management, Xianyuan Company was swiftly registered, and the group engaged in discussions regarding the company's status within the office. Fangsheng, these shops can be placed under your personal name, with the company paying you rent annually. If the number of properties increases later on, it would be prudent to establish another company to manage these assets. Fang Yufan understood the intent behind the suggestion, which was aimed at maximizing his benefits to avoid excessive tax liabilities. Nodding, he agreed, "Very well. Let us proceed as Attorney Ding advises. Moreover, I am prepared to purchase all the shops in Hong Kong Island rather than leasing them." Upon hearing this, Shun Wanqing cautioned, "Boss, that would require a considerable sum. Relying solely on mortgages and income may not suffice, which could hinder our rapid market penetration." Fang Yufan smiled and countered, "You make a valid point, but I believe it will not pose a significant issue. With 18 districts on Hong Kong Island, if we establish 10 stores in each district, that amounts to 180 shops. Even if the monthly revenue is less than here, reaching 80 of that would yield 4 million per month, allowing us to acquire 2 to 3 shops solely based on income each month." Listening to his analysis, Shen Wanqing responded, "While your reasoning is sound, the initial investment for these 180 shops would exceed 300 million. As our revenue increases, the bank will continue to extend loans. However, I am concerned that they may not approve the initial financing." Fang Yufan nodded, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "Rest assured about the funding. I will inject capital after the new year. Moreover, a limited number of stores does not necessarily equate to diminished revenue." Curiously, Shen Wanqing inquired about the boss's intentions. Fang Yufan rose and approached the map, elucidating, "Our initial step is to establish stores opposite each police station. Subsequently, we can equip each location with a delivery team of 10 to 20 individuals, and then we will advertise in newspapers and on television." Shen Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. If this could indeed be realized, it would pave the way for the development of additional projects. Contemplating this, she gazed at her boss with admiration, marveling at how someone younger than herself could conceive such brilliant ideas. Truly impressive. Chapter 23. Monthly Rewards. After Fang Yufan finished speaking, he observed Shen Wanqing's adoring expression, feeling a quiet sense of pride within. This time, he planned to directly launch the delivery service. Although it already existed in Hong Kong, it was solely managed by his own staff. Ding Mingjie could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "Boss, your idea is truly brilliant. If executed this way, I firmly believe that Xianyuan Company has an incredibly bright future ahead." He unconsciously adjusted his address to Fang, now utterly convinced that his boss's name would undoubtedly appear on the list of Hong Kong's wealthiest. Shen Wanqing was equally exhilarated, her face radiating admiration as she declared, "Boss, you are truly a genius." Fang Yufan waved his hand nonchalantly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "It's nothing remarkable. I'm quite a lazy person. What I've suggested still requires your diligent execution." Though he appeared composed on the surface, inwardly he was elated. Shen Wanqing, brimming with enthusiasm, seemed to envision the company's glorious future and earnestly promised, "Rest assured, boss, I will make your plan a reality." Fang Yufan smiled and said, "All right, let us get started." As he watched the two depart, he picked up a cigar, lit it, and savored a puff. The feeling of being admired is indeed delightful. In the days that followed, he spent his time sipping tea and signing contracts, occasionally visiting nightclubs to support Ami and her colleagues. Shen Wanqing expressed her discontent multiple times regarding his late nights, to which Fang Yufan always assured her he would be more cautious next time. However, he continued to stay out late. After all, being surrounded by such a beautiful woman all day was undeniably tempting. Before long, it was time for the system to evaluate his progress. One morning, as he awoke, the familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, based on the host's activities over the month, the rating is D level. Please choose one reward from the options below. 10 million Hong Kong dollars, basic firearm. Or an increase of 1 cubic meter in personal space. Upon hearing his rating, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was it merely D level? Nevertheless, the rewards were quite appealing. Earning 10 million in a month would translate to over $1 billion in a year. He promptly dismissed the firearm option and deliberated between the 10 million and the increase in space. After considerable internal debate, he decided 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Ding, the reward has been automatically deposited into the host's HSBC bank account with a clean and traceable source of funds. Fang Yufan muttered. The system is rather stingy. Why not just give it all to me? After freshening up and preparing breakfast, he pondered whether he could invest this sum in stocks. Giving it to the company might not yield significant benefits, but purchasing stocks could potentially multiply his investment 5 or 6 times by next year. That settled it. He would make a trip to HSBC today. With a resolution in mind, he swiftly completed breakfast and knocked on the door of a room. Breakfast is ready. A languid voice called from inside. Got it. You're even more insufferable than Zhou Bapai. Fang Yufan chuckled. Where else can you find a boss who cooks for his employees? You should be grateful. With that, he proceeded to the dining table and began his meal. Shen Wanqing emerged in her pajamas, yawning as she glanced at him and teased, You are the best boss in the world. Are you satisfied now? After her playful remark, she headed to the bathroom. Fang Yufan took a moment to appreciate her enchanting silhouette. Once Shen Wanqing had finished her morning routine, she sat at the dining table. Eating while she spoke, the 5 newly opened stores have stabilized, and in 3 days, another 5 will commence operations. If all goes well, we shall have 40 stores opening within a month. Hearing her words, Fang Yufan smiled and replied, Indeed, you are remarkably capable. You've worked hard, and I raise a toast to you. As he lifted his glass of milk, Shen Wanqing shot him a playful glare but clinked her glass with his, teasingly saying, Such a lack of sincerity. Haha, I shall toast you with wine tonight. Humph, you are undoubtedly scheming again. This young lady will not fall into your trap. Shen Wanqing declared proudly. Fang Yufan feigned disappointment. Alas, being a good person is truly challenging. Shen Wanqing laughed in response. After finishing their meal, they went about their respective tasks. Fang Yufan changed his attire and contacted Ding Mingjie, then took a taxi directly to HSBC. In Zhang Jun's office, he warmly prepared a cup of tea. Mr. Fang, your account has just received a deposit of 10 million. The timing of this funds transfer is impeccable, as there have been some discontented voices in the bank lately. Zhang Jun had been under considerable pressure. Had Fang Yufan declared bankruptcy, he would surely face dire consequences. Fortunately, with the arrival of 10 million, especially from a top-tier account at the World Bank, his stress dissipated and the dissenting voices faded away. It is nearly impossible for an account at the World Bank to be classified as top-tier if the deposits fall below $10 billion. Fang Yufan accepted the tea. Expressing his gratitude, I genuinely appreciate your assistance, Manager Zhang. Without your mediation, matters would not have proceeded so smoothly. This gratitude was heartfelt, as he had only provided less than 3 million in gold yet managed to secure several tens of millions in loans, an endeavor that would be unthinkable for anyone else. Setting the teacup down, he cheerfully suggested, I wonder if Manager Zhang has any interest in the stock market. Perhaps you might consider making some purchases. Zhang Jun's face brightened, and he inquired, Do you have any recommendations, Mr. Fang? Still, I suggest Wharf Holdings. If you trust my judgment, then follow my lead. But it would be best if this remained confidential, Fang Yufan stated confidently. Zhang Jun observed his assured demeanor, pondering whether there was indeed something special about Wharf Holdings. Nevertheless, he resolved to take a chance, smiling as he replied, Then I shall heed your advice. Though I only possess 1 million, I cannot compare with you. Fang Yufan grinned. You will certainly not regret it, Manager Zhang. Zhang Jun suppressed his curiosity and remarked, I will contact the securities department now. All right, I appreciate your efforts, Manager Zhang. With that, Zhang Jun picked up the phone and dialed. Almost simultaneously, Ding Mingjie and Yu Junyang arrived at the office. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fang Yufan promptly handed over the recently received sum of 10 million to his counterpart for the acquisition of Jiulong warehouse stocks. As the transaction was a standard stock exchange, he saw no reason to linger. Once the contract was signed, he departed directly with Ding Mingjie. After escorting them out, Zhang Jun picked up the phone to call his wife. Dear, take our savings and purchase Jiulong warehouse stocks at the exchange with everything we have. It must remain confidential. Are you out of your mind? We only have 1 million in savings. Didn't we agree to invest in real estate? Trust me, this is a sound decision. A major client tipped me off today. After much persuasion, she finally acquiesced, and Zhang Jun breathed a sigh of relief, resolutely deciding that he would sell as soon as Fang Yufan did. Chapter 24. The financial supervisor Ding Mingjie drove with a broad smile, proclaiming, "Boss, Manager Shun is thoroughly impressed by you. I have never seen her admire anyone before." Fang Yufan, upon hearing this, also felt a chuckle rising within him and feigned nonchalance. Manager Shin is exceptionally capable. If it were me, I could hardly acquire 40 stores within a month, and they would already be under renovation. Indeed. It is your astute guidance, boss. Manager Shin has asked me to prepare the employment contracts, and she will ensure that insurance is also secured. The delivery personnel often traverse the streets. Without insurance, any mishap could jeopardize the company even before it takes flight. Fang Yufan earnestly advised that is paramount. We must not be lax regarding insurance. Each delivery worker must have their insurance activated before commencing work. Otherwise, no matter how short-staffed we may be, they are not permitted to start early. Ding Mingjie nodded. Understood, boss. I will not be remiss in this regard. After dropping Fang Yufan off at the CAF, Ding Mingjie drove away, needing to sign contracts with the newly trained employees, which was no small task. Lu Jingfei sat inside sipping coffee, and upon seeing him return, chuckled. "Ah Fan, looking dapper as ever." Fang Yufan approached with a smile. "Fei Gu, enjoying a leisurely day, are we?" "Leisurely? Hardly. I haven't been home for days. My girlfriend is threatening to break up with me," Lu Zhangfei replied with an expression of helplessness. Yu Duo brought over a cup of coffee, remarking, "Humph. You should have broken up long ago. Which girl can endure such infrequent meetings?" Fang Yufan sighed. "You're just rubbing salt in Fei Ji's wounds." "That's precisely the point," she said cheerfully before departing. Lu Zhangfei, looking exasperated, remarked, "It was to even a wound until you mentioned it. Now it truly hurts." "Haha. A true man has nothing to fear from a lack of a partner. I believe you can withstand it." "I truly appreciate your support," Lu Zhangfei said, shaking his head. After taking a sip of coffee, he continued, "Previously, colleagues from other precincts envied us for our half-price coffee. Now they are likely pleased as well. You certainly have a knack for this." Fang Yufan responded casually, "What can one do? You are most aware of the situation outside. I merely wish to alleviate some trouble. Those rascals are a lazy bunch. Had it not been for them, those gangs would have been eradicated long ago." Lu Jingfei, visibly angered, replied, "If only someone like you were in charge, we would be fortunate. Stop praising me. I still have much to learn. By the way, I've reached out to a few friends at the shooting range and recommended you. You should be able to practice shooting in a few days." "Hey, thank you. Fei Gu, I'll treat you to dinner when that happens." Lu Zhangfei smiled, saying, "You owe me a meal for sure, with your fondness for firearms. You might as well consider becoming a police officer." Fang Yufan shook his head. "No, I once contemplated it after seeing a promotional poster. But then I realized it would be too constraining. This way suits me better." "Fair enough. Well, I must be going. I'll reach out once I'm done with this busy spell," he said, rising to leave. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "I shall await your call." "Absolutely." Fang Yufan finished his coffee, grabbed a newspaper, and returned to his office. Indeed, the price of gold had begun to rise. Regrettably, his funds were limited. Otherwise, he would have ventured into London to engage in gold futures trading. He glanced at the report on Li Chaoran, wrinkling his nose in disdain. He held a deep-seated aversion to this individual, despite his reputation as the god of investment. Perusing other articles, he found nothing particularly novel. At that moment, Shen Wanqing entered, first quenching her thirst with a cup of water before addressing him. "It must be nice to be the boss. I'm so busy I can hardly take a sip," she remarked. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "Manager Shun, you must take a break. I cannot afford to wear you out, or I shall find myself in a predicament." After taking a seat, Shen Wanqing continued, "That sounds lovely, but we need to find an office space soon. Once the delivery service commences, we will require numerous operators, and it will be chaotic if we are unprepared." "Very well, you may decide," he responded. "I have entrusted the company to you. You must also arrange the finance department. I cannot shoulder it all as I do now." Contemplating her words, he realized he lacked candidates. However, it was indeed time to prepare. "All right. I shall post a job listing and select some candidates," he affirmed. Seeing her approval, she reminded him, "Boss, please ensure the headhunter seeks individuals with experience. If they are too ordinary, we will struggle to keep pace with the company's growth." "That is a valid point. Are there any suitable headhunters on the island?" he inquired. Shin Wanqing nodded. Yes, there is Qianding Company. This headhunting firm has branches in numerous countries worldwide. If you need, I can call them now. Very well. Proceed with that, he instructed. A little over half an hour later, representatives from the headhunting company arrived. Fang Yufan conversed with them in his office and finalized the arrangements, quietly admiring their professionalism. 3 days later, the headhunter presented suitable candidates for the finance position. As Fang Yufan reviewed the resumes on his desk, he nodded in approval. Each candidate was exceptionally qualified. However, one named Luo Yaozu piqued his interest, not only for his impressive resume, but also for his extensive experience. At the age of 30, he had served as the deputy financial supervisor at a top global enterprise for 5 years. His return to the country was marred by a personality clash with his employer, leading to his professional ban. No foreign company was willing to hire him, compelling him to come back home. A graduate of a prestigious university, he possessed a senior accounting certificate, CPA, ACCA, and was also a chartered financial analyst. Truly remarkable. Fang Yufan pointed at the resume and looked at the Caucasian seated opposite him, smiling as he said, Paul, you recommended a band accountant to me? Paul shrugged and replied, Mr. Fang, he is indeed highly capable, which is why I included him in the list. Moreover, he is the one requesting the lowest salary. All right, he does seem quite impressive. Let us arrange a meeting with him. We can discuss the other candidates afterward. No problem. He is currently at home awaiting news and can arrive within 30 minutes. Paul responded decisively. Of course, you may contact him directly. Fang Yufan smiled, realizing that Luo Yaozu was enduring quite a difficult time. However, after so many years in executive positions, could he truly have no savings? This puzzled him, and he resolved to inquire during their upcoming meeting, hoping it was not due to some unfortunate habits. Upon receiving the call, Luo Yaozu hastily adjusted his attire and, clutching his bag, exited his modest rental. He was on the brink of financial ruin. It seemed unbelievable to share, yet it was the stark reality. Thus, he had humbled himself, accepting the headhunter's invitation to interview at this small company. Chapter 25. The office space. Upon arriving outside the CAF, Luo Yaozu did not rush inside. Instead, he took a moment to observe. He noticed the establishment was bustling with business, and he was particularly taken aback by the employees' spirited demeanor, characterized by their infectious smiles and attentive service. He had never witnessed a staff so dedicated and diligent, which instilled within him a sense of anticipation for this company. After adjusting his tie, he pushed open the door and entered. The waiter greeted him warmly, saying, Welcome to Tianyuan CAF, sir. Today's consumption is at half price. Luo Yuzu was momentarily taken aback and curiously inquired, Half price today? The waiter, evidently accustomed to such questions, responded with a smile, Indeed, sir. At Tianyuan CAF, we offer a 50% discount to every first-time guest. This piqued Luo Yaozu's curiosity further, prompting him to ask, How do you know it is my first visit? With a proud expression, the waiter replied, Our staff at Tianyuan CAF remembers every patron who has visited. Impressed by this explanation, Luo Yaozu felt admiration swell within him. With such exceptional service, it would be difficult for this place not to thrive, and he felt fortunate to have this opportunity for an interview. With a beaming smile, he stated, I have an appointment with your boss for an interview, and regardless of the outcome, I must order a cup of coffee afterwards. Upon hearing it was for an interview, the waiter enthusiastically led him to the office. Paul, upon seeing the guest arrive, smiled and said, Mr. Fang, you may converse. I will step outside for a cup of coffee. Fang Yufan nodded, offering a gentle smile as he invited, Mr. Luo, please take a seat. Luo Yaozu, noticing the young age of the boss, felt no inclination to underestimate him. He respectfully sat down, awaiting questions. Fang Yufan observed Luo's demeanor and felt a sense of satisfaction. At such a young age, having acquired numerous certifications and served 5 years in a top company, Luo did not exhibit even a hint of disdain for this small firm, regardless of his financial situation. This attitude towards work was commendable. Mr. Luo, your resume is quite impressive. However, I am puzzled as to why, given your qualifications, you would lower your expectations to apply for a position here? Upon hearing this question, Luo Yaozu did not shy away and directly replied, to be candid, Mr. Fang, I am on the brink of financial destitution, and due to being blacklisted by my previous employer, several potential collaborators will not engage my services. Thus, rather than waste time, I prefer to find employment to address my immediate needs. He paused for a moment before continuing with fervor in his eyes, after arriving. I observed the staff outside for a while and noted their diligence. Particularly, their service was impeccable, leaving me with no criticisms. I am genuinely excited about this opportunity. Fang Yufan chuckled, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he asked, given Mr. Luo's previous employment, it seems unlikely that you would be entirely without funds. Was the remuneration at such a large corporation truly that low? Luo Yaozu offered a wry smile and shook his head. That is indeed a rather unfortunate tale of mine. Subsequently, he spoke with an air of nonchalance, stating, the reason for my banishment is that my girlfriend had an affair with a senior executive of the group, ultimately absconding with all my possessions. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan chose to trust him, believing that as long as he harbored no vices, that would suffice. Instead of offering words of comfort, he rose with a solemn expression and extended his hand. Luo Yaozu, seeing this, displayed a hint of disappointment, assuming he had been rebuffed. Yet he still reached out to shake hands. Suddenly, a smile graced Fang Yufan's face as he declared, congratulations, Mr. Luo, on joining Xianyuan, with an annual salary of 100,000. Bonuses to be discussed separately. Luo Yaozu's face lit up with surprise, and he earnestly replied, Boss, you can simply call me Yaozu. I shall not betray your trust. Haha, splendid. From now on, the company's finances will be entrusted to you. When can you commence your duties? Anytime, he replied, then added somewhat shyly, Boss, I wonder if I could possibly receive an advance on my salary? Fang Yufan promptly produced 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, smiling as he said, Here, take this for now. If it falls short, feel free to let me know. Luo Yaozu gratefully accepted, expressing, This is more than sufficient. Thank you, boss. Very well. Why don't you go outside for a cup of coffee and bring Paul in? Certainly, boss. Luo Yaozu tucked away the money and respectfully exited. Upon seeing him emerge with a beaming smile, Paul rose to congratulate him. Mr. Luo, congratulations on your successful employment. Thank you, Mr. Paul, for the introduction. Otherwise, I would not have encountered such a remarkable boss. Luo Yaozu replied, still smiling. Paul observed him and concurred. Fang is indeed quite extraordinary. I believe he will become a significant client in the future. Haha, I share that sentiment, Mr. Paul. The boss is waiting for you inside. Understood, Paul responded, adjusting his attire before heading to the office. A server approached with a cup of coffee, her demeanor warm as she said, From now on, we shall all be colleagues. Allow me to treat you to a cup of coffee. Luo Yaozu accepted the coffee, joyfully replying, Thank you, but I am yet to learn your name. You can call me Dian Dian. I must get back to my tasks now. With a smile, she departed. Luo Yaozu sat down, took a sip of the coffee, savoring it with a nod of approval. Fang Yufan, holding the remaining resumes, remarked, Paul, the financial supervisor has been confirmed. Among these candidates, who would be willing to serve as an assistant? We can arrange interviews. Of course, no problem. These individuals cannot come immediately. I will communicate with them after returning. And I shall call you once confirmed. No issue. I will cover the expenses at that time. Naturally, I will take my leave now. Fang Yufan stood to escort him out. Then, with a broad smile, approached Luo Yaozu. Yaozu, take the day off to rest, tomorrow morning. I will introduce you to the others. Certainly, boss. I shall return home now. After his departure, Fang Yufan returned to the office, lighting a cigar slowly. It appears I need to find an office location. That evening, Shun Wonking returned to the CAF. Shedding her high heels upon ascending the stairs and reclining on the sofa without a care for her appearance, Fang Yufan emerged from the kitchen and, upon seeing her in such a state, remarked with a smile, Wonking, you've worked hard. Go freshen up. Dinner will be ready shortly. I'm utterly exhausted. All I desire is to lie down and fall asleep immediately, Shin Wonking replied, yet she sat up and retreated to her room to change her attire. Fang Yufan chuckled softly. Indeed, she had been under considerable strain during this period, as is often the case in the early stages of a company's development. He felt fortunate to have such a capable subordinate, otherwise, he would have found himself overwhelmed with work. Chapter 26. The foundation of Xianyuan Company. The two sat at the dining table, enjoying their meal. Fang Yufan remarked, the financial supervisor has been located, and we are currently interviewing for an assistant. They will come by tomorrow morning, and I will introduce you to each other. Shen Wanqing nodded and replied, all right. The training progress for the staff is on track. It will not hinder the upcoming store opening. That's good to hear. You should begin arranging the office space. As the number of personnel increases, we cannot maintain our current casual approach, Fang Yufan suggested. Do you have any recommendations for the location? Fang Yufan casually responded. We will undoubtedly require more space in the future. Keep that in mind. You can decide on the location. Shenhuaqing pondered for a moment and said, Then let us go with Central. The Marriott building has just begun leasing. Let us rent a floor, and I will contact them tomorrow. As they continued their meal, they discussed various work-related matters. Fang Yufan, with a broad smile, said, All right, you handle the cleanup, and make sure to rest early tonight. I'm going out for a bit. Shenhuaqing immediately expressed her discontent. Where are you off to this time? You must not stay out overnight. What nonsense. I'm merely going out for a drink with friends. I assure you, I won't misbehave. Goodbye. With that, Fang Yufan slipped out through the back door. That scoundrel must be off to meet his mistress. Shenhuaqing muttered in anger. She then continued to grumble, Here I am, a stunning beauty at home. Yet he chooses to roam outside every day. Fang Yufan was indeed telling the truth this time. He had arranged to meet friends and hailed a cab to a quiet bar. Lu Jingfei and two other men were seated together, chatting, and waved him over as he arrived. Over here. Fang Yufan, with a cheerful demeanor, approached and said, Sorry for being late, Feech. Lu Jingfei, beaming with joy, stood up and replied, Haha, you're not late. We just got here. Let me introduce you. This is Senior Inspector Ming Xian from the Central Police Station and Senior Inspector Xiang Bo from the Wanchai Police Station. He continued with the introductions. This is Fang Yufan, the owner of Tianyuan CAF. Fang Yufan warmly shook hands with both men and expressed his gratitude. You can just call me Afan. I truly appreciate your help. Afan, you're too modest. Since we're friends, there's no need for formality. Just call me Xian Gu, Ming Xian replied. Exactly. We're all friends here. No need for formalities, Xiang Bo added. After becoming acquainted, they all had a favorable impression of one another, and the conversation flowed more freely. Lu Zhongfei took a sip of his drink and remarked, I really envy you guys. I'm completely worn out here. At last, I can take a break today. Ming Xian lit a cigarette and retorted, Oh please, spare me. I wish I had more work. We genuinely have no opportunities over there. I have chances. But the foreign bosses keep restricting what we can do. I might as well just read the newspaper every day, Xiang Bo said helplessly. Fang Yufan, sipping his drink and listening to their complaints, chuckled, took out a box of cigars to share, and then lit one for himself. Lu Zhongfei took a puff of his cigar and remarked, Let us not dwell on trivialities. Instead, let us indulge in some fine spirits. For it is a rare occasion that we gather together. Ming Xian raised his glass exuberantly, declaring, Let us drink. Today, I shall surely get you intoxicated. Fang Yufan also chuckled as he clinked glasses with them. The ambience in the lounge, accompanied by the soothing music, was quite delightful as the group engaged in lively conversation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On the 8th floor of the Central Marriott Hotel, within the office of the chairman of Xianyuan Company, Fang Yufan sat in the executive chair, a broad smile adorning his face as he said, Manager Shen, your speed is indeed commendable. Shenhuaqing replied in a sweet voice. How could we possibly be negligent with the tasks assigned by our esteemed boss? Ding Mingjie and Luo Yazu exchanged smiles at her words, unperturbed by their teasing. Fang Yufan smiled and inquired, What is the current state of the company? Are there any matters requiring my decision? Transitioning to serious business, Shenhuaqing replied earnestly. We have currently recruited 1,000 delivery personnel, of which 800 have successfully completed training. Each store will have an average of 20 staff members. I have spoken with numerous shops in the area, and they are quite interested in our delivery services. Presently, over 500 have agreed to join us, with many others still considering. Listening to her report, Fang Yufan nodded in approval. This was indeed an impressive achievement. Excellent. We must ensure stringent recruitment standards for our delivery staff. As our business volume increases, the number will need to double. I anticipate that we will require 5,000 personnel to temporarily meet the demand on Hong Kong Island. Shenhuaqing looked astonished. Do we really need that many? Fang Yufan smiled confidently. My estimation is already quite conservative. Currently, there are approximately 5 million residents on Hong Kong Island, with over 1 million earning more than 5,000 monthly. If just 1/10 of them place orders daily, that amounts to over 100,000 deliveries. Each of the 5,000 personnel would need to manage over 20 deliveries to meet this demand. Furthermore, as the economy develops, incomes will rise accordingly. In a few years, even this number may not suffice, and our delivery team could expand to between 20,000 and 50,000. The three were momentarily taken aback by this figure. What a scene it would be with tens of thousands of delivery personnel. Luo Yaozu quickly contemplated the implications and concurred. The boss's analysis is indeed accurate. Currently, over 1.5 million residents on Hong Kong Island earn more than 5,000 monthly. Based on the wage and price increases in recent years, within 2 years, the number of individuals earning above 5,000 will undoubtedly exceed 2 million, and those above 10,000. Shen Wanqing, too, began to ponder seriously. Previously, she had perceived the project as brimming with potential, but now, through data analysis, it became clear that achieving these goals transcended mere profit margins. This would represent an immense force that could not be overlooked on Hong Kong Island, positioning Fang Yufan Company alongside established powers in the future. Fang Yufan nodded with a smile. Indeed, the economic surge on Hong Kong Island is unstoppable. We must seize this opportunity in the coming 2 years to firmly establish the foundations of our Fang Yufan Company. The three looked at their boss, each one filled with excitement and profound admiration. They never anticipated that their boss could conceive such a brilliant plan. Currently, the economy of the island is predominantly controlled by established powers, making it exceedingly challenging for emerging enterprises to carve out a niche, even with substantial financial backing. However, the landscape has shifted. By venturing into industries overlooked by others, they have positioned themselves advantageously before these powers can react. With a workforce of 50,000 delivery personnel, who would dare to threaten their livelihoods? The ramifications are beyond anyone's capacity to bear. Even organizations boasting hundreds of thousands of members would hesitate to claim they could muster 50,000 individuals willing to fight. Yet, these delivery personnel are undaunted, for they are defending their right to sustenance. Fang Yufan observed the expressions on the faces of the three and smiled, his heart equally brimming with ambition. He eagerly anticipated the day when he could witness anyone daring enough to seize their means of livelihood from him. Chapter 27. Assembling a team after leaving the company. Fang Yufan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, yet one task remained on his agenda. He needed to recruit a cadre of individuals to join his delivery team, preferably veterans, with each leading a dozen or so delivery personnel. Only then could he truly wield a formidable ace. A disorganized group would never coalesce into a cohesive force. Naturally, this was a matter he would keep to himself, for the trump card must remain firmly in his possession. He arrived at a small dock in the new territories by taxi. After settling the fare, Fang Yufan strolled leisurely towards the seaside, observing the bustling activity of workers in the distance, his gaze scanning for a group of laborers unloading cargo. Having once carried packages here, he was familiar with some of the individuals. Before long, he spotted his target and called out, "Chao Hui." A robust man, bare-chested and just having finished unloading cargo, wiped the sweat from his brow. Upon hearing someone calling his name in a familiar accent, he quickly glanced around. When he saw a young man waving at him, he scrutinized him closely but couldn't place him. Nevertheless, he informed his foreman, "Someone's looking for me. I'll go check it out." "Go on." The foreman replied dismissively, not particularly concerned. Chao Hui jogged over, curiosity etched on his face as he inquired, "Who are you?" Fang Yufan, not rushing to introduce himself, smiled and gestured towards a nearby spot, saying, "Let us talk over there." Although Chao Hui was unsure of the reason for the meeting, he sensed goodwill radiating from the young man and followed him to the water's edge. Fang Yufan, beaming with a friendly demeanor, introduced himself, "I'm Fang Yufan, and I came from my hometown in August." Hearing this, Chao Hui's face brightened. "Hello. How do you know about me?" Fang Yufan candidly replied, "To put it plainly, my company is looking to recruit individuals like you, and I inquired through some contacts who recommended you." Upon hearing this, Chao Hui's smile faded, replaced by a hint of wariness. "If you're looking for me to work under you, you've got the wrong person. I want to betray my principles." Instead of being offended, Fang Yufan's expression softened with admiration as he nodded, "That's excellent. You are precisely the person I'm searching for." Chao Hui, taken aback by this response, curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Fang Yufan extended his hand for a formal introduction. "I am the owner of Fang Yufan Company. I require a significant number of individuals like you to join my team, offering a monthly salary of no less than 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. For those with exceptional skills, the annual salary could reach 50,000, with bonuses to be determined." Chao Hui was astonished by the offer. He toiled daily for less than $2,000 a month, as their lack of education confined them to such laborious roles. Excitedly wiping his hands, he grasped Fang Yufan's hand and exclaimed, "You're not asking us to do anything illegal, right?" "Of course not. I run a legitimate company." Fang Yufan assured him with a smile. Your talents are wasted here. With me, you could earn 50,000 a year. So, what do you say? Chao Hui, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded vigorously. I'm in. You're not deceiving me, are you? Ultimately uncertain, he asked once more. Fang Yufan, with utmost seriousness, declared. A man of honor stands by his word. You should resign, and I will wait for you here. Chao Hui gazed at him, although the young man was quite youthful. He exuded a sense of credibility. Contemplating his current life, Chao Hui decided to take a gamble. With that thought in mind, he nodded affirmatively, saying, all right. Give me a few minutes. He then turned and dashed towards the dock. Fang Yufan smiled at him, recognizing that this individual had trained in martial arts from a young age and had even participated in warfare. Both his skills and combat experience were precisely what Fang Yufan needed. The original owner had witnessed him single-handedly defeating dozens of thugs, emerging victorious each time. Chao Hui returned, a beaming smile on his face, and announced, Boss, we can leave now. Fang Yufan took him by car directly to the mall, where he purchased several outfits for him. Satisfied to then escort him back to the CAF. Though Chao Hui felt somewhat unaccustomed to his new attire, his face radiated joy. Upon arriving at the CAF and seeing so many beautiful young women, he displayed a bashful demeanor. Fang Yufan led him into the office, cheerfully saying, Make yourself comfortable. Of course, boss, Chao Hui replied, sitting on the sofa with half of his body perched, his back straight as an arrow. As Fang Yufan prepared tea, he stated, My company has a delivery team, and I require a substantial number of veterans to fill these roles, each managing 10 individuals or more. Do you grasp what I aim to accomplish? Chao Hui's mind raced, and he cautiously inquired, Boss, may I know how many people you need? The first batch will consist of no fewer than 500. The demand for 500 personnel left Chao Hui astounded. Managing 10 individuals each would mean a total force of 5,000. What if he managed even more? This young boss had only just arrived, yet was already embarking on such an ambitious venture, earning Chao Hui's profound respect as he recalled the difficulties he faced upon his arrival in Hong Kong. Simultaneously, he began to understand the boss's intent. With a surge of enthusiasm, he exclaimed, Boss, you wish to consolidate these individuals into a formidable force. Fang Yufan nodded appreciatively, saying, Indeed. I trust you are aware of the situation in Hong Kong. I have greater faith in our own people. As we develop, this team will grow increasingly formidable. If we do not maintain control, it is inevitable that those with ulterior motives will exploit it. This matter must remain confidential. I need your assistance in recruiting sufficient personnel. Since his discharge and entry into society, Chao Hui had felt out of place, gradually adapting and eventually succumbing to confusion, as if he had lost his life's purpose. Now, with his boss's ambitious plan igniting the flame within him, he suppressed his excitement and replied earnestly, Boss, your trust in me means a great deal. I, Chao Hui, will not let you down. I can reach out to over 30 trustworthy individuals here in Hong Kong, and I have 2 who are equally skilled as I am. After that, I will return home to recruit more. Upon hearing that there were indeed 2 individuals of comparable skill, Fang Yufan's face lit up with joy. Very well. For the time being, accompany me, and I shall assign you tasks later. Tell the others to proceed directly to the Xianyuan company to apply for the delivery positions, and ensure they familiarize themselves with their responsibilities diligently. Chao Hui nodded and replied, Rest assured, boss, I will make sure to instruct them properly. Fang Yufan then produced 50,000 yuan and handed it over, saying, Take this as your operational funds. Should you exhaust it, feel free to ask for more. Upon receiving such a substantial amount, Chao Hui scratched his head and remarked, Isn't this a bit excessive, boss? Not at all, Fang Yufan chuckled. Your friends may need funds as well, and you will need to find accommodation nearby. The 3 of you will also require meals, and it would be prudent to purchase a few sets of clothing for the 2 accompanying you. After a moment's contemplation, Chao Hui smiled and replied, I understand, boss. I will make the necessary arrangements and bring them to meet you tomorrow morning. Chapter 28. Accepting 3 military kings, Chao Hui exited the CAF but did not hastily depart. Instead, he meandered around the vicinity, ultimately discovering a rental accommodation at the rear. The space, exceeding 80 square meters, was ample enough for the 3 of them. Most importantly, it afforded a view of the CAF's back entrance, facilitating the protection of their employer in the future. Consequently, he promptly secured the lease and then hailed a taxi to seek out his comrades. In a modest village dwelling, a group of men sat cramped together, the small space filled with several bunk beds. The audacity of Yao Gu and his cohorts was infuriating, Simply because they refused to join, they were barred from working. Yang Yao inhaled deeply from his cigarette, anger etched across his features, and sighed. They are compelling us to take action. Once we do, there will be no turning back. Tomorrow, let us pay Hui a visit. The others nodded in agreement. One man slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "This is utterly frustrating. I can hardly resist the urge to teach them a lesson." At that moment, the door swung open. The group turned in unison, momentarily taken aback. Xiao Hui, beaming with a smile, entered carrying a bounty of food and beer, cheerfully inquiring, "Have you all forgotten me? By heavens, Hui Ge, you've struck it rich. This is remarkable. You've traded a pop gun for a cannon," they exclaimed, surrounding him with playful banter. Yang Yao stood and scrutinized him, cautiously asking, "What is your situation?" Xiao Hui set the provisions on the table, tossed beers to his companions, and after sitting down, replied, "Good news, I've secured a position with a boss. I'll be working for him from now on." Hearing this, the others fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him. Yang Yao popped open a beer, taking a hearty swig, and casually remarked, "You haven't compromised your principles, have you?" Although his tone was relaxed, his eyes bore into Xiao Hui's, prepared to sever ties if necessary. Xiao Hui, well aware of his character, teased, "You all know me well. Unless I am dead, that day shall never come." Upon hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly opened their beers, drinking heartily. One man seized a chicken leg, took a bite, and murmured, "Delicious. I had almost forgotten what this tasted like." "Hey, you're hogging it all. Share some." They laughed as they playfully scrambled for the food. Yang Yao, lighting a cigarette, asked, "What does your boss do?" Xiao Hui displayed a look of gratitude, patting Yang Yao's shoulder as he spoke. "He is from our hometown as well. Arrived in August, and has started his own company. Soon, you and I will visit Xiangzi, and tomorrow, you two will accompany me to meet the boss." Upon learning that he was a fellow townsman, Yang Yao felt a newfound fondness. Camaraderie often flourishes among fellow villagers in foreign lands. Unable to contain his curiosity about the others, he inquired, "What about the rest?" The surrounding men paused their activities, their attention shifting to Xiao Hui. Noting their gaze, he jested, "How could I forget them? Everyone has their arrangements. The minimum monthly salary is set at 3,000. Tomorrow, all will go to the Xianyuan company to apply for the position of delivery personnel." Upon hearing the salary, excitement flickered across their faces, quickly followed by a sense of unease, as they possessed only their physical strength without any other skills. However, as they listened to the job descriptions, they found reassurance. Leading a team was indeed their forte, and they felt confident in their abilities. The next day, Fang Yufan sat in his office, observing the three burly men standing before him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Please, take a seat and make yourselves comfortable. From now on, we are all comrades. I arrived here later than you. I crossed the barbed wire in August." Yang Yao and Zhou Qiang had already heard about Fang Yufan from Xiao Hui the previous day, and it was undeniable that they felt a mix of admiration and embarrassment. They had not anticipated that someone so young could have achieved so much in just a few days. In comparison, they felt somewhat ashamed of their own progress. Yang Yao, with a hint of shyness, expressed, "Boss, compared to you, we truly feel like failures." Zhou Qiang scratched his head and remarked with a wry smile, "Indeed. These past few days have been quite challenging. If it weren't for encountering you, I honestly don't know what the future would hold." Fang Yufan tossed them some cigarettes with a smile, saying, "I merely had a stroke of good fortune. It is your steadfastness that earns my respect. Otherwise, your lives would not be as they are today." Their faces brightened at this acknowledgement, feeling that their perseverance had been worthwhile. After sipping his tea, Fang Yufan inquired, "Have you arranged your accommodations?" Xiao Hui promptly replied, "Yes, we found a place right behind the CAF, with a direct view of the back entrance." Nodding in approval, Fang Yufan smiled, "That's excellent. Your current task is to recruit personnel. Integrity is paramount. The future delivery team of the company will exceed 50,000, so we will need at least 5,000 individuals. Of course, this target won't be achieved immediately. A few hundred in the initial phase will suffice, and we can reach our goal within 2 to 3 years. Your responsibilities are significant. Not only must you find suitable candidates, but you must also monitor their situations closely. The bustling environment of the harbor city inevitably presents temptations, and we must eliminate any unstable factors." The three men were taken aback at the prospect of recruiting 5,000 individuals. The trust the boss placed in them to oversee such a large number filled them with a sense of reverence. observing their emotional reactions. Fang Yufan seized the moment and added, for each willing recruit, there will be a relocation allowance of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, which will be deducted from their future salaries, primarily to provide peace of mind for their families. Xiao Hui, with misty eyes, expressed gratitude on behalf of my brothers. Thank you, boss. Yang Yao also appeared moved, while Shou Qiang pounded his chest, declaring, anyone who dares to harm you, boss, will have to step over my dead body. Fang Yufan, wearing a broad smile, proclaimed, rest assured, my friends, as long as I have a morsel to eat, none of you shall suffer. In due time, we shall earn our wealth with integrity, and everyone will enjoy a better life. This exchange fostered a deeper camaraderie among the group, their conversation growing less constrained than before. Xiao Hui interjected, boss, we conducted a survey yesterday and managed to reach out to over 200 individuals. I need to make a trip to ascertain how many are willing to join us. After that, I will ensure that a Yao and a Chong provide you with protection. I will strive to return before the new year. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, responding, my safety is not a concern. It would be more efficient for the three of you to return together. Prepare everything on your end, and feel free to call me. I will arrange for a lawyer to handle the paperwork and meet you at the border to ensure a safer passage. Upon hearing they could directly proceed through the border, the group felt a surge of joy. After exchanging glances, Xiao Hui said, boss, I will return with a Yao, leaving a Chong to accompany you. Your safety is paramount. Zhou Qiang quickly concurred, yes, boss, I will stay to protect you. Additionally, we must remain vigilant regarding the situation here. This time, Fang Yufan did not decline. Smiling as he said, very well, a Chong will stay with me. You three can depart in a few days. I shall instruct the lawyer to prepare the necessary documents and arrange some cash for you, so you can return seamlessly. We shall heed your command, boss. Chapter 29. The launch of takeout services. Soon after, Fang Yufan summoned Ding Mingjie to facilitate the onboarding process for the three individuals, making it convenient for Xiao Hui and his colleagues to attend to matters in the mainland. Fang Yufan inquired, can you all drive? Xiao Hui nodded affirmatively, stating, we can drive. Although the regulations here differ, we will manage just fine. That's good to hear. Lawyer Ding, please assist them in obtaining their driving licenses. Certainly. I will take care of that. He then proceeded to make photocopies of the trio's identification cards. Observing that there were no further matters to discuss, Fang Yufan smiled and remarked, Xiao Hui, why don't you take some time to explore? You will be here frequently, so it's best to familiarize yourselves with the area. Treat these days as a mini vacation. I will reimburse your expenses. The three were delighted, as they had been in the vicinity for 6 months without much opportunity to explore. Thank you, boss. We shall go for a stroll. Enough with the formalities. Off you go, Fang Yufan chuckled, waving them off. After they departed, Ding Mingjie grinned and said, boss, if there is nothing else, I will get to work. Go ahead. Stay busy, replied Fang Yufan, stretching and glancing at the time. It's time to collect the interest. With that, he exited the CAF and made his way to Meiling and her team. In the morning, after Shen Wanqing had risen and completed her morning routine, she glanced at the empty dining table, her expression reflecting dissatisfaction. Another night spent away from home. Just then, the sound of a door opening drew her attention. Fang Yufan entered, carrying breakfast. Noticing she was awake, he greeted her with a smile. Wanqing, you're up? I brought your favorite pineapple bun, and it's still warm. Upon hearing that her beloved breakfast was available, Shen Wanqing's face brightened, and she eagerly approached him, saying, thank you. Not at all. Enjoy it while it's hot. Fang Yufan placed the food on the table, arranging it thoughtfully for her. Shen Wanqing responded with an enchanting smile, nodding in appreciation as she savored her meal. By the way, the renovation company is making swift progress. In just 3 days, everything will be completed. I plan to launch our takeout service alongside the store opening. Fang Yufan settled onto the sofa, expressing, that sounds feasible, but ensure the operators are well prepared to avoid any last-minute chaos. Shen Wanqing, exuding confidence, replied, that won't be an issue. The initial business volume will be manageable, providing them with a transition period. I intend to wait a month before we start advertising. Fang Yufan considered this, shaking his head. Let us postpone the advertising. In a few days, I will arrange for personnel recruitment in the mainland. Hiring here cannot cease. Training must continue, and we need to ensure sufficient staffing. During this period, many companies will undoubtedly scrutinize us. Once they are ensnared by our allure, we will be poised to capture the entire market. Shen Wanqing nodded in agreement, teasingly retorting, ah, you truly are a cunning fox. I can already imagine how many companies will label us as madmen. At this point, her expression shifted to one of discontent, and she turned away, declaring, "When that time comes, your actions will tarnish my illustrious reputation." Upon hearing these words, Fang Yufan couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, it is merely a temporary phase. Once we dominate the market next year, those who previously underestimated you will come to realize the depth of their misjudgment and admire you 100-fold. Indeed, I suppose I shall endure for now, Shin Wonking replied, finding the thought amusing as she teased. So, just wait to become the goddess in the hearts of all men in Hong Kong. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she playfully remarked. You certainly have a way with words. After patiently waiting for several days, Fang Yufan finally heard the voice he had been longing for in his mind. Ding, based on the host's month of living, the rating is D level. Please select one reward from the options below. 10 million Hong Kong dollars, a master in psychology, or an increase of 1 cubic meter in personal space. Upon discovering that this rating was the same as the previous one, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Glancing at the 3 rewards, he decisively thought, 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Ding, the reward has been automatically deposited into the host's HSBC account, with a clean and traceable source of funds. Hearing that the money had been deposited into his account, he stretched and headed to the restroom to freshen up. In the office, Fang Yufan wrote a check for 600,000 USD. Chow Hui, you can exchange this directly with them. I trust it will be a straightforward process, and it will certainly facilitate your subsequent hiring. Chow Hui accepted the check with a serious expression, saying, "Understood, boss. We will not let you down." After all, with such a substantial amount of money, if either of them had any ill intentions, they could easily disappear and live a life of luxury. Yang Yao, with an earnest demeanor, added, "Boss, we will return promptly." Fang Yufan patted their arms and said, "Take care on your journey." The two nodded vigorously before departing with Ding Mingjia, who would escort them out of the border. Fang Yufan poured himself a cup of tea and cheerfully inquired, "Ah Chiang, what do you have back home? Do you miss your family?" Zhou Qiang scratched his head and replied with a smile, "It's only been a short while since I left, so there's not much to miss. Besides, my parents are in good health, and my older brother and younger sister are there to take care of them." "That's wonderful. When the new year arrives, I'll grant you some time off to visit and bring joy to the elders," Fang Yufan said with a grin. "Thank you, boss." Zhou Qiang beamed. "Having family to care about is a blessing. Since there is nothing pressing today, you need not stand the entire time. Feel free to sit and rest," Fang Yufan added. Zhou Qiang obediently settled onto the sofa. Throughout Hong Kong Island, figures clad in yellow vests could be seen cycling back and forth. Many were curious, and upon noticing the words emblazoned on the backs of their jackets, they began to speculate. Delivery service? Which establishment is this from? I have no idea. But judging by the large boxes attached to their bicycles, could they possibly hold something substantial? Inside a mahjong parlor, several individuals were engrossed in their game. Suddenly, a delivery worker in a yellow vest entered and announced, "I am here with a delivery from Mr. Wong." A man, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, called out, "Over here. I just ordered. How could it arrive so quickly?" He continued to murmur. The delivery person, smiling, replied, "Each of us has our designated area. As long as it's within that area, we must deliver within half an hour." Those nearby, intrigued, inquired, "Is that really true?" "Indeed. In the past, when I ordered from a restaurant, I had to wait over 2 hours. Exactly, it's quite unreliable." After collecting the payment, the delivery person pointed to a phone on his back and said, "I have a phone here. Feel free to call for orders. I have another delivery to make, so I must take my leave." With that, he exited. This scene is occurring in many places, as the swift delivery of meals has become a topic of discussion among the public. Similarly, many astute individuals have recognized the business opportunities within this phenomenon and have instructed their subordinates to gather information. Chapter 30: Crisis in an Office of a Company. A freshly delivered cup of coffee rests upon the desk. A middle-aged man sits in the executive chair, gesturing towards it as he speaks. "You all have heard about the delivery service, haven't you?" The few individuals present nod in acknowledgement. One subordinate remarks, "I inquired about it. This service is launched by Tianyuan CAF, and they have also engaged in discussions with other businesses to assist them with deliveries." Another executive, wearing a broad smile, adds, "Indeed. Tianyuan CAF currently operates 40 locations, and these delivery personnel are assigned to specific areas, each responsible for their respective zones. However, I doubt this arrangement will endure for long. It is a venture destined to incur losses." He concludes with a disdainful grin. Upon hearing this, the man in the executive chair inquires, "Oh, what is the matter?" The others turn their attention towards him, intrigued. With a chuckle, he begins to analyze the situation. This delivery service has contractual stipulations requiring that businesses cannot charge customers for their orders. They must sell at the original price. Moreover, the delivery service does not levy a fee on customers either. After hearing about this, I conducted a thorough investigation. Currently, Tian Yuan CAF employs 800 delivery personnel, averaging 20 per location. If we consider a monthly salary of 2,000 each, that amounts to 40,000 in wages per CAF each month, not including the salaries of the baristas. What is the profit margin for a coffee shop in a month? As the gravity of the situation dawns on them, one person remarks, "Isn't that a losing business model? Has this company gone mad?" Another adds, "Is there not some hidden expense? Perhaps their coffee is overpriced?" At this moment, the man in the executive chair points to the coffee on the desk, stating, "This cup of coffee I just ordered cost only 5 yuan. He then displays a shrewd smile and continues, "They are attempting to attract investments through this strategy, but such a scheme is bound to fail. Who would invest in a loss-making enterprise?" Such scenes are unfolding in numerous companies, with some even dispatching personnel to verify the details. As more individuals become aware, the reputation of Xianyuan Company grows, albeit not in a favorable light. It is now branded as a foolish company. Business people in Hong Kong do not engage in unprofitable ventures. And the model of Xianyuan Company has swiftly become a source of ridicule for everyone. Even various newspapers have published reports on the delivery service, with a plethora of disparaging and satirical comments emerging. Shen Wanqing gazed at the newspaper reports with great indignation. She had been harboring a great deal of frustration during this period, and even her father made jokes about the situation. How infuriating. Laugh now. But the more you enjoy yourselves, the more sorrowful you will appear when the time comes. At that moment, the human resources manager, Luna, knocked and entered. Her expression slightly troubled. She spoke, "Manager Shun, the external reports have significantly impacted the morale of our employees. Do you think it would be prudent to hold a meeting to address their concerns?" Shen Wanqing restored her composed demeanor and stated directly, "Issue a notice. Anyone wishing to resign may submit their letter of resignation at any time, and I shall sign it promptly. They work for us, and we compensate them. If their employment becomes unstable due to negative news, such employees are not needed. There is no shortage of people in Hong Kong." Luna recognized the manager's anger and nodded. Responding, "Understood, I will notify them at once. As the human resources manager, I expect you to take on this responsibility. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to consider a replacement." "Yes," Luna quickly replied, setting aside her private thoughts as she hurried out to manage the situation. As Shen Wanqing watched her depart, a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. She was quite dissatisfied with the other's capabilities. She then contemplated how to address the external negative news, refusing to allow it to tarnish their reputation unchallenged. Luo Yaozu sat in his office, auditing materials and reflecting on the financial statements. Given the monthly income after expenses, the remaining funds were indeed limited, and he felt uneasy about the company's plans to take loans for purchasing properties and opening stores, particularly amidst a flurry of negative news. A single misstep could prompt the bank to withdraw its loans, leading to significant trouble. Frowning in thought, he realized that the solution lay in countering the negative information. He rose and proceeded to the manager's office. Upon his arrival, Shen Wanqing inquired, "Manager Luo, is there an issue?" After taking a seat, Luo Yaozu expressed his concerns and added, "I believe we should publish a response article. If our finances were robust, we could afford to ignore it. However, given the current situation, we must be cautious with the bank." Shen Wanqing nodded, acknowledging their shared concerns, and asked, "What do you think our response should be?" Luo Yaozu replied decisively, "Our revenue reports are quite impressive. We should leverage the profitability of our CAF as a rebuttal. As for the question of why we employ hundreds or thousands of individuals, that would be even easier to explain." At that moment, Ding Mingjia knocked and entered. Seeing both of them present, he smiled and said, "You're all here. Perfect timing. The boss just informed me that he will be arriving shortly. Let's meet with him." Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing leaned back in her chair and remarked, "I thought he would remain unfazed by the situation." Ding Mingjia, smiling, replied, "Haha." From his tone on the phone, he sounded quite relaxed, as if he truly isn't bothered by it. Fang Yufan arrived at the company and proceeded directly to his office. Zhou Qiang, ever diligent, took a seat outside the office. Leaning back in the boss's chair, Fang Yufan lit a cigar slowly as Shen Wanqing and the others entered. Noticing Fang Yufan's cheerful demeanor, Qing could not help but tease. The boss seems quite at ease. Haha, take a seat. With you all here, I find it impossible not to be relaxed, Fang Yufan said. Taking a puff from his cigar, he continued, I believe this situation has turned out well. Lawyer Ding, do you have any plans for your future career? Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Ding Mingjie adjusted his glasses and replied, What do you mean, boss? Qing and Luo Yazu exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the context. Fang Yufan rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, Who else, if not us? Champions the cause of creating employment opportunities for the citizens of Hong Kong, allowing customers to spend less while reaping tangible benefits? The trio, taken aback by his words, paused momentarily, each bowing their heads in contemplation, pondering the intricate connections at play. Could being labeled a fool truly spark such formidable reactions? Observing their thoughtful expressions, Fang Yufan allowed a triumphant smile to spread across his face, delaying his next words as he leisurely puffed on his cigar, gazing out at the splendid scenery beyond the glass. The trio, being astute individuals, swiftly unraveled the complexities of the situation, thanks to Fang Yufan's insightful remarks. Chapter 31, Strategic Maneuvers. With a face full of excitement, Qing exclaimed, Boss, do you mean to suggest that we let Lawyer Ding seize the opportunity to participate in this year's parliamentary election? Fang Yufan turned around, his expression one of admiration, and replied, Indeed. Since everyone insists on labeling us as fools, let us provide them with a compelling rationale. The prejudices held in people's hearts are akin to insurmountable mountains. Any explanation offered appears feeble, for they only seek the justification that aligns with their desires. The three of them were taken aback by his words. Fang Yufan, akin to a sage, elevated his stature in their minds to unprecedented heights. Qing had recognized his brilliance countless times, yet he continuously astonished her. Luo Yuzu's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, realizing the profundity of his boss's words. In comparison, his own thoughts seemed utterly juvenile. At that moment, Ding Mingjie clenched his fists. It had always been his aspiration to become a parliamentarian, not just for himself, but rather a goal all attorneys strive to attain. Now, this opportunity lay before him, and as soon as his boss articulated the idea, his mind had already calculated the numerous possibilities. The chances of victory were substantial, with a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. He asked, Boss, do you really think I can do it? Fang Yufan, exuding confidence, replied, If I say you can, then you certainly can. He then addressed the group. Let us rally support for Lawyer Ding. Our company, Yuan, will provide 10,000 jobs next year, with monthly salaries no less than 2,000. Over the next 3 years, we shall create a minimum of 50,000 jobs, and within 5 years, no fewer than 100,000 jobs. Upon concluding, he pulled a 5 million cash check from his pocket and placed it on the table. The trio was left in awe of their boss's intricate planning. For these goals were undoubtedly achievable. They aligned perfectly with the company's developmental trajectory. Ding Mingjie, brimming with emotion, said, Thank you, boss, for this opportunity. I will not let you down. Fang Yufan smiled as he handed the check to him, affirming, I have faith in you. This time, let us provide an answer to those who deem our company the fool of Hong Kong. Qing interjected, I will arrange a press conference to officially nominate Lawyer Ding. Subsequently, I will have our delivery personnel distribute flyers, allowing everyone to witness our strength. Luo Yuzu was thoroughly impressed by his boss's astute tactics. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, satisfied with the excitement radiating from the group, and smiled. The team then sat together to meticulously plan the entire process, finalizing the details. As for the relationships within the upper echelons, Qing and her colleagues would take the lead. While many on the island jested about the yellow vests during their leisure, major newspapers simultaneously headlined the announcement of Yuan's press conference. A seemingly unremarkable small company, through this singular event, managed to double the sales of leading newspapers across Hong Kong. This was indeed a staggering figure. The excitement surged within the editorial offices, prompting reporters to flock to Yuan, eager to gather first-hand information. As people observed the impending addition of 10,000 jobs by Yuan Company next year, they regarded it with skepticism, particularly when they noted the projected increase of 50,000 jobs over 3 years and 100,000 over 5 years, which only elicited further ridicule. Seriously? No educational requirements, starting salary at 2,000 a month. Can this be true? They questioned. Moreover, the array of benefits seemed almost too good to be genuine. Was it possible that a lunatic was managing Yuan Company? Such pretense. They had witnessed seasoned lawyer Ding Mingjie announce his candidacy for parliament, vowing to closely monitor the situation and hold Fang Yufan legally accountable should these promises fail to materialize. Many aspiring candidates, upon encountering this news, either chuckled dismissively or began to contemplate the implications seriously. Shun Juanxiang sat in his office, perusing the newspaper, deep in thought, murmuring, "Fascinating, truly fascinating." He then seized the phone to make a few calls. "Haha, it has been ages since I last saw Director Wang. Let us gather a few friends for a game of basketball this week." He continued making calls, pausing only after a dozen or so. With a grin, he remarked, "She should be pleased with this outcome, though Mingjie has certainly aligned himself with the right people." Fang Yufan lounged leisurely in a CAF office, reading the newspaper with a smile gracing his lips. Ding Mingjie quickly immersed himself in the situation, already traversing various locales. He boldly asserted that no other enterprise on the island dared to offer positions without educational prerequisites and salaries above 2,000. This was undoubtedly a game-changing proposition. If this venture were to fail, he would have no choice but to conclude that the judges were utterly obstinate, recommending that they wear helmets when venturing outside. Li Chaoran sat in his office, also reflecting on the newspaper reports. An employee seated across from him was presenting findings. "Chairman, my investigation and subsequent data analysis indicate that this project is indeed a thankless endeavor, requiring substantial financial subsidies annually. According to my research, the individual behind this is a young man who has just turned 19 and recently arrived on the island, having entrusted company matters to Professor Shin's daughter, Shun Wanqing." At this point, another colleague interjected, "Lawyer Ding Mingjie serves as the personal attorney to Xin Yuan's owner. I suspect the reason for undertaking such a loss-making venture is to secure the parliamentary seat, especially since the individual has just arrived on the island with no established connections." Li Chaoran did not rush to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled and remarked, "Ah, the naivete of youth. Yet, for a 19-year-old to conceive such a strategy is commendable." In the office of the chairman of HSBC, Zhang Jun sat somewhat apprehensively in his chair, preoccupied with thoughts on how to respond to the chairman's inquiries. Shinzhou set aside the newspaper, smiling as he inquired, "Manager Zhang, what is your perspective on the owner behind Fang Yufan Company?" Zhang Jun organized his thoughts and spoke up. "Fang Sheng gives me an inscrutable impression. Through our several encounters, he consistently presents an air of tranquility, yet his actions lack any discernible method. Initially, he mortgaged gold to directly invest in stocks. Then he set his sights on a shop and acquired it through further mortgaging. Subsequently, he continued this pattern, acquiring more shops. He currently owns 40 CAFs. Excluding the brand value, the property alone is worth 70 million, alongside 12 million in stocks, which have appreciated by over 10%, while gold has risen by 25%. Although his loans are substantial, they remain within a manageable range. The World Bank's premier account has seen 2 transfers of 10 million Hong Kong dollars each, while not excessive. It resembles the manner in which certain families cultivate their heirs." Shenzhou naturally discerned his implication and replied with a smile, "I am not seeking to hold you accountable. Rather, I believe you have done exceptionally well. I have high hopes for this young man and will elevate his status to that of a major client." Upon hearing the chairman not only refrain from reproaching him but also commend him, Zhang Jun immediately felt a wave of relief. With a serious expression, he replied, "Understood, Chairman. I shall promptly convey this good news to Fang Sheng." Shenzhou nodded and resumed his perusal of the documents, recognizing this as a subtle dismissal. Zhang Jun stood up and exited the office, closing the door behind him and exhaling deeply. Upon returning to his office, he took a sip of water and picked up the phone to make a call. Chapter 32. Bold Maneuvers. Fang Yufan sat in his office, his expression somewhat peculiar after receiving a call from Zhang Jun. He had not anticipated that HSBC would elevate his status to that of a major client, a privilege reserved for the ultra-wealthy with assets exceeding 1 billion. Leaning back in his chair, he began to ponder this development. How intriguing. It seemed that astute individuals were indeed in abundance. Did others perceive this shift as well? With that thought, he couldn't help but smile. What did it matter how others viewed it? Regardless, even if they caught on, none would dare to follow suit. This particular slice of the pie was destined for him alone. He picked up the phone and dialed. "Old Ding, there's a loan opportunity at HSBC. If you're available, join me tomorrow. If not, feel free to send someone else. It's not overly complicated." Ding Mingjie had been riding high these days, frequently attending speeches and soirees. Increasingly confident in his recent victory. Upon receiving the call from his boss, he cheerfully replied, "Boss, I'm free. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Great. Let us meet at HSBC at 9 in the morning. Fang Yufan concluded the call, smiling to himself. With his status elevated, it was only natural to capitalize on it. HSBC was quite generous this time, offering an unsecured loan limit of 100 million Hong Kong dollars. When Shun Wanqing returned that evening and heard the news, she was incredulous. Boss, is this for real? HSBC is being this generous? Fang Yufan responded nonchalantly. It's merely 100 million. They granted Li Chaoran 6 to 700 million directly. Shun Wanqing rolled her eyes. Look at their market value. How can we compare? Market value is but a fleeting illusion. In 2 years, I will show you who the youngest billionaire in Hong Kong is. Upon hearing this, Shun Wanqing laughed. Hee, all right. But if you fail to deliver, don't blame me for looking down on you. Fang Yufan poured himself a glass of red wine, exuding confidence as he remarked. On this day in 1981, Shun Wanqing, inspired by his assurance, poured herself a glass as well, raising it in admiration. I believe in you. Haha, discerning taste. Cheers. They clinked their glasses together. Fang Yufan sat in Zhang Jun's office, taking a sip from his teacup. Zhang Jun, beaming with joy, remarked, with a 100 million investment, I believe you can truly unleash your potential. Setting down his cup with a smile, Fang Yufan responded, thank you for your kind words. Manager Zhang, I intend to continue purchasing stocks and then leverage them. Do you think that's feasible? At this, Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback, internally critiquing, come on. While this maneuver isn't impossible, milking the bank is rather blatant. Ding Mingjie, seated nearby, pretended to examine a contract but secretly admired his boss's audacity. Fang Yufan noted the shifting expressions on Zhang Jun's face and chuckled inwardly, casually stating, Manager Zhang, I hold HSBC in high regard and have no desire to approach other banks. Otherwise, could I not similarly leverage my stocks at another institution? Zhang Jun's mind raced as he pondered the fact that even the senior management held the other party in high regard, and given his previously established amicable relationship with them, there was no reason to relinquish this opportunity. With a beaming smile, he remarked, Fang Sheng, you misunderstand me. I was merely calculating the appropriate amount to allocate for you. This matter is entirely feasible, and we can proceed with a loan of 90%, which is my utmost authority. Otherwise, I would need to consult with senior management. Upon hearing the figure of 90%, Fang Yufan expressed his satisfaction, saying, Manager Zhang, you shall not regret this decision. Please reach out to Manager Yu and continue with the full investment in Jiolong Warehouse, but do ensure that the confidentiality agreement is prepared. The mention of Jiolong Warehouse invigorated Zhang Jun. He had invested his entire savings of 1 million into it. And now the other party was also purchasing shares in this stock, which promised substantial profits. Fang Sheng, no problem. I will contact him immediately, he exclaimed, promptly picking up the phone. Ding Mingjie admired his boss's acumen and discreetly gave a thumbs up. Fang Yufan, with a serene smile, lit a cigar and reclined on the sofa. Manager Yu Junyang arrived swiftly, and after Ding Mingjie had reviewed the contract, Fang Yufan signed it without hesitation. Fang Sheng, as the amount is considerable. To avoid causing significant market fluctuations, I intend to complete the acquisition over the course of 7 days. Do you think this is acceptable? Fang Yufan nodded in agreement, stating, that is acceptable. I have faith in your capabilities and professional integrity. I will not intervene further. I will merely await the final outcome. Hearing such trust bestowed upon him, Yu Junliang beamed and assured, rest assured, Fang Sheng, with the confidentiality agreement in place, we will undoubtedly fulfill your request. Fang Yufan nodded appreciatively, smiling as he said, then I shall trouble Manager Yu. He then produced several checks, handing them over with the words, once the task is completed, please distribute these 5 checks of 30,000 to the traders. This check of 50,000 is my reward for Manager Yu. Yu Junyang was taken aback upon seeing the checks, while it was common to provide compensation to traders. Receiving such a clear and generous reward as a securities manager was unprecedented, leaving him momentarily speechless. Fang Yufan simply placed the checks into his pocket. Patting Yu Junliang on the shoulder with a smile, fortune favors the bold. This is merely a token of appreciation from one of my clients, free from any ulterior motives. Zhang Jun nearly spat out his tea, once again stunned by the audacity of the other party's maneuver. He thought it would suffice if they at least kept some distance from him. At this juncture, it would be inappropriate to remain silent, so he smiled and said, it is normal for clients to reward when they profit. There is no need to dwell on it. Although Yu Junliang was a manager, 5,000 was still a significant sum for him. and naturally, he felt tempted. Now having a stepping stone, he chuckled and replied, "Ha, then I must thank you. Fang Sheng. Rest assured, I will ensure your reward reaches you, and I will finalize everything this week." Fang Yufan replied with a smile, "That would be splendid. When I sell the stocks, there will be an additional bonus." Yu Juanliang's eyes lit up, and without further ado, he took the documents and said, "Fang Sheng, I will proceed with the arrangements immediately." After the others left, Fang Yufan leaned back on the sofa and took a puff of his cigar, smiling as he said, "Manager Zhang, I leave these matters in your capable hands." Zhang Jun, perusing the documents, understood the implication and replied with a grin, "No problem. Once the stocks are fully acquired, the funds will be promptly transferred to your account." Fang Yufan chuckled, "All right, Lao Ding. I'll count on you for the rest." Ding Mingjie hurriedly responded, "Boss, this is indeed my duty." As Zhang Jun organized the contracts, he inquired, "Mingjie, what are the odds this time? If it succeeds, you must treat me to a drink." Ding Mingjie, equally cheerful, replied, "Haha, rest assured, you will not be forgotten, and I owe you several toasts." His gratitude was sincere. Without Zhang Jun's introduction, he would not have had this opportunity today. Chapter 33. The mansion at Repulse Bay. After exiting HSBC, Fang Yufan felt quite pleased. Ding Mingjie, driving the car, expressed his admiration. "Boss, you truly are remarkable." Manager Zhang Jun, the credit manager, seems utterly at a loss in your presence. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "Manager Zhang is indeed quite ambitious and competent. We should maintain our connection in the future." Ding Mingjie chuckled before suggesting, "Boss, once the funds arrive, are you considering purchasing a villa? While you may not be particularly concerned about such matters, status is still quite significant here on Hong Kong Island." Hearing this, Fang Yufan reflected on his own thoughts. After all, what is the point of earning money if one does not indulge in its pleasures? Although he was currently relying on loans, it certainly wouldn't hurt to enjoy a bit. Indeed, I should consider acquiring a property. Are there any luxury homes with a harbor view available at Repulse Bay? Please inquire on my behalf. If there are, I shall purchase one. If not, we shall wait. Absolutely, I will look into it, Ding Mingjie affirmed. He then added, "Boss, shouldn't you also consider purchasing a vehicle?" Fang Yufan thought of Shou Qiang and the others who had obtained their driving licenses, nodding in agreement. "Yes, let us arrange for a Mercedes-Benz. Ensure that all the paperwork is completed, and next week, take Shou Qiang to pick it up." Ding Mingjie nodded. "Understood, boss. I will make the arrangements today." Shou Qiang, upon hearing that a car would soon be available, was filled with joy. He had long admired the elegance of a Mercedes-Benz. They continued their light-hearted conversation until they reached a CAF. Fang Yufan smiled and said, "Old Ding, you should get back to work. If you require any assistance later, do not hesitate to ask." "Of course, boss. I am feeling quite confident about this upcoming election." Ding Mingjie replied with enthusiasm. "Haha, that's excellent. Drive safely on your way." As he watched Ding Mingjie drive away, Fang Yufan returned to the office with Shou Qiang, leaning back in his chair. He contemplated the substantial investment of 70 million that he could inject into the company, while retaining 20 million for himself. With this capital, he could continue to open dozens more CAFs, and the delivery team could be further expanded, perfectly coinciding with the reinforcements brought back by Chao Hui and his team. In due time, they could seamlessly blend in, recruiting thousands in advance, and once again bolster Ding Mingjie's campaign. Having settled these thoughts, he picked up the phone and dialed. Once the call connected, he cheerfully inquired, "Is Manager Shin busy?" Shin Wanqing replied casually, "Not particularly, boss." "Do you have something to discuss?" Fang Yufan smiled and said, "The bank matters have been resolved. Next week, I will be injecting 70 million into the company, allowing us to expedite our plans." Upon hearing about the financial infusion, Shin Wanqing became exhilarated, exclaiming, "That's fantastic, boss. This funding is incredibly timely. Just wanted to give you a heads up. You can make the arrangements as needed," Fang Yufan concluded before hanging up. He brewed himself a cup of tea and leaned back in his chair, savoring the moment. Meanwhile, in the office of the company's chairman, Nabijian took a sip of coffee and addressed several subordinates. "Things have been quite tumultuous lately. The stock price has seen a noticeable rise. Let us share our thoughts." Upon hearing these words, a middle-aged man immediately proposed, "We can only persuade the headquarters to inject capital. We need to repurchase a substantial amount of Kowloon warehouse shares. Otherwise, we will lose our voice in this matter." The company conducted an investigation and found that the recent rise in stock prices was merely due to some retail investors purchasing shares. and it is anticipated that the situation will stabilize in due course. However, we indeed need to contemplate stock repurchases, as all our funds have been transferred overseas, leaving us with scant resources. Listening to his subordinates' grievances, New Bijian could only shake his head in resignation, stating, "Do not even think about capital injection. The headquarters is unwilling to invest a single penny in Hong Kong Island, so we must devise alternative solutions." Faced with the absence of funds, the team fell silent, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. New Bijian, feeling somewhat agitated, waved his hand and said, "Let us return to work for now. Think it over, and we will reconvene later." Lighting a cigar, he leaned back in his chair, contemplating that if capital injection was unfeasible, retaining a quarter's profit should suffice to turn the situation around. With this thought in mind, he resolved to make an effort and picked up the phone to dial out. Once the call connected, he spoke respectfully, "Chairman, I wish to report some circumstances regarding the company." New Bijian endeavored to persuade the other party, but after several minutes of communication, he could only hang up in frustration. In a luxurious villa at Repulse Bay, Fang Yufan surveyed his surroundings. The layout of the interior was quite agreeable, the decor was readily available, and upon inspecting the furniture, he noted it was all quite new. A simple cleaning would render it ready for immediate occupancy. This villa spanned 3 stories and 600 square meters, accompanied by a 2-story servants' quarters, a rooftop swimming pool, and a tennis court. Outside the villa lay a small garden, and in the distance, a vast expanse of private sea, making beach outings or sea excursions exceptionally convenient. Standing in the small garden, he gazed towards the beach. The agent beside him diligently elaborated. The beach ahead belongs entirely to the villa, along with a private dock for mooring small yachts, an exquisite choice for leisure outings. Listening to the agent's presentation, Fang Yufan walked directly towards the beach, which was cordoned off, clearly indicating that the previous owner preferred not to be disturbed by other visitors. Zhou Qiang, vigilant, surveyed the surroundings from behind. Fang Yufan inquired, "What is the price?" The agent quickly replied, "This villa is quite popular. The current price is 60 million. Hearing the price, Fang Yufan remained unfazed, as the area and location spoke for themselves. Nodding, he said, "Lao Ding, I leave this to you. Proceed with HSBC." Ding Mingjia nodded, "Understood, boss. I will handle the rest." The agent, thrilled that this boss was making a purchase, anticipated a substantial commission from this deal. As the two prepared to finalize the paperwork for the villa, Fang Yufan smiled and asked, "Chang, what do you think of this place?" Zhou Qiang was utterly astounded by the staggering price of 60 million. When he heard his boss's inquiry, he stammered, "This place is nothing short of paradise. Even if I were sold, I couldn't afford it." Truly, the boss is remarkable. Fang Yufan, amused by his words, chuckled, "Haha, you are worth far more than this villa. A person's value is priceless. No matter how splendid a house may be, it ultimately comprises merely a small space." After a moment, he added, "In business, this is akin to putting on a brave face, and with a larger area, living here will be much more convenient for us in the future." Zhou Qiang scratched his head and sheepishly replied, "What the boss says is entirely correct." Seeing his innocent demeanor, Fang Yufan chuckled once more and then strode toward the harbor. Although the villa had been vacant for quite some time, the beach and harbor were impeccably clean, clearly maintained by the real estate company. Indeed, it would be splendid to purchase a yacht to moor here for leisurely outings at sea, observing numerous men and women enjoying themselves beyond the barricades. He noted that although the weather had turned slightly chilly, it did nothing to dampen their enthusiasm for recreation. After more than half an hour, Ding Mingjie completed the paperwork and approached with a smile. Chapter 34. The Gun Club. Fang Yufan strode outward, greeted by the fresh air. "Boss, everything has been arranged. I will head to HSBC shortly to secure the mortgage. The agency recommended a cleaning service, which will commence today," he reported with a smile. Fang Yufan nodded appreciatively and remarked, "Excellent. Please have the Butler Guild suggest a reliable steward." Ding Mingjie responded affirmatively, "No problem. I will take care of it and deliver the documents to you." "All right, Qiang and I shall return now." The group made their way to the parking lot, where Fang Yufan entered his Mercedes, while Zhou Qiang maneuvered the vehicle out of the villa. The parking area was spacious enough to accommodate over a dozen cars, supplemented by a garage that could house 3 vehicles. Seated in the back, Fang Yufan gazed out at the streets, his spirits lifted. Having settled into a life of luxury within just a few months, he mused that finding a few proper girlfriends would render his life perfect. The delivery personnel on the streets adhered diligently to traffic regulations, with no reckless behavior in sight, which pleased Fang Yufan as they drove along. Suddenly recalling Xiao Hui and the others, he inquired, "How long have Ah Hui and the team been gone?" Shou Qiang, focused on the road, promptly replied, "They left half a month ago. We should be hearing news soon." "Oh, time has flown," Fang Yufan remarked, returning his attention to the scenery outside. "Indeed. With people's residences being quite dispersed, they are likely occupied with travel," Zhou Qiang added. Fang Yufan chuckled in agreement. "That is true. It will get better from here on." They soon arrived at the gun club. Zhou Qiang parked the car, following Fang Yufan inside. Ever since receiving their membership cards last week, the two had made it a routine to practice shooting whenever they had free time. Although Fang Yufan had never handled a firearm before, he had made remarkable progress under Zhou Qiang's tutelage. He felt his mind was far sharper than in his previous life, allowing him to learn quickly, a discovery that brought him immense joy. Donning safety goggles and headphones, he loaded the bullets and aimed at the target 30 meters away, promptly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, he fired 10 rounds in quick succession. The safety officer, upon hearing the report, beamed and said, "Fang, all 10 shots in the bullseye. You are the most talented shooter I have ever encountered." "Haha, it's all thanks to your excellent instruction," Fang Yufan replied, elated, as he reloaded. "Let us try at 50 meters. "Absolutely." The safety officer was eager to witness his performance. After loading the bullets and taking a deep breath, Fang Yufan steadied his aim before pulling the trigger again. Bang, bang. This time, he fired with measured pauses, unlike his previous rapid shots. The safety officer gave a thumbs up, praising 85 points. "Fang, you're impressive. Most of our coaches would struggle to achieve that." Fang Yufan smiled modestly, continuing to fire several more rounds before finally pausing. Rubbing his wrist, he removed his goggles and headphones, heading to the lounge. He ordered a glass of red wine and settled back on the sofa, savoring a sip. Turning to Zhou Qiang, he remarked, "Shooting continuously really does tire the wrist." Zhou Qiang, with a simple expression, remarked, "In the past, when we trained with long guns, there were times when we shot so much that our shoulders became swollen. Eventually, we grew accustomed to it. As there are moments on the battlefield when the situation is dire, leaving no time for rest." Fang Yufan took a sip of his drink, feeling a sense of admiration for them. Reflecting on the films he had seen in later years, a pang of sorrow washed over him. "Ah, Fan, are you here to practice shooting again today?" came a feminine voice. Fang Yufan turned to see Ji Qin and smiled as he rose. "Sister Qin, what a coincidence. You have a day off today." Ji Qin walked over with a smile, nodding at Zhou Qiang, and replied, "Indeed. I came to practice a bit since I have some free time." The two had met at the shooting club. While not overly familiar, their conversations were always relaxed. At 23, Ji Qin was exceptionally beautiful, with a figure that exuded both allure and a sense of valor, which instantly ignited a desire for conquest in those who beheld her. She served at the Central District Police Station and had already become a probationary inspector, suggesting a rather impressive background. Once seated, Fang Yufan jested, "It seems Sister Qin is the only diligent one in this shooting club. The rest are just big men." With a proud expression, Ji Qin replied, "When facing criminals, they do not discriminate between genders, so I must practice diligently." "Indeed, but with your beauty. Being on the front lines is quite perilous. Late nights can age one prematurely," Fang Yufan remarked. Ji Qin shot him an amused glance, teasingly saying, "On the front lines. Those lecherous wolves would think twice before approaching me." With that, she cast him a playful look. Feigning ignorance of her jest, Fang Yufan replied earnestly, "Yes. Sister Qin has a point. Anyone who dares to approach you should be met with a bullet." Ji Qin stifled a laugh, her tone light. "Hee. I wouldn't go that far, but I might consider breaking a few limbs." Fang Yufan feigned shock, responding nervously, "Wow, that's a bit violent. I think I'll keep my distance." With a satisfied grin, Ji Qin replied, "Good to know. By the way, do you spend your days so leisurely?" Shrugging, Fang Yufan said, "It's not too bad. I mostly just sip tea or come here to have some fun. Since you love guns so much, why not consider becoming a police officer?" Ji Qin suggested. "Being a police officer sounds too confining. I prefer the freedom without having to adhere to strict regulations and face others' whims," he explained. Ji Qin regarded him with amusement, saying, "Is there anything one does that doesn't involve considering others' opinions? But you are still young. Take your time." Fang Yufan took a sip of red wine and teased, "You speak as if you were much older, yet you're only a bit older than me." "Well, that still counts as older," Ji Qin replied, enjoying the banter with this man a few years her junior. After chatting for a while, when Fang Yufan finished his wine, he smiled and said, I should head back now. Sister Qin, are you going back now or staying a bit longer? Ji Qin stood as well and said, I'm feeling a bit tired too. I'll head back. As they walked out together, Fang Yufan casually asked, Sister Qin, it's getting late. Shall we have dinner together? Ji Qin readily replied, Sure. I have nothing planned for today. What shall we eat? Fang Yufan had merely posed the question in jest, fully expecting the other party to decline. To his astonishment, however, the response was a cheerful agreement. This took him aback for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, Of course, it is Sister Qin who makes the final call. Jia Yuqin, amused by his reaction, had initially intended to tease him. With a playful grin, she said, Hee, I was just joking. Perhaps we can arrange something another day. Goodbye for now. With that, she happily strolled towards a white vehicle. Realizing he had been playfully tricked, Fang Yufan chuckled, surprised by the whimsical side of her nature. After she drove away, he dismissed the thought and got into his own car, stating, Let us return to the CAF. Yes, boss. Shou Qiang replied as he started the engine and drove off. Chapter 35. The steward Fang Yufan sat in his office, perusing several resumes. Ding Mingjie remarked, Boss, these are the personnel resumes provided by the Steward Association. All available for immediate employment. They have furnished us with 3 candidates, each possessing at least a decade of experience, while the most seasoned among them boasts over 20 years. After deliberation, Fang Yufan selected a gentleman in his 40s, stating, Let it be him. Direct him to the villa. All right, I will contact the association now, Ding Mingjie replied, promptly dialing the number. Once a time was arranged, the 3 of them drove directly to the villa at Xianshui Bay. The intermediary was supervising the domestic staff as they tidied up when he noticed the principal's arrival and hurried over. Mr. Fang, you are here. Everything will be completed today, and you can move in tomorrow. Fang Yufan smiled in acknowledgement. Thank you for your hard work. The intermediary beamed. You are too kind. It is my honor to serve you. Should you require any real estate in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Fang Yufan nodded, surveying the garden. The villa's expanse indeed required numerous caretakers, especially considering the beach area that also needed regular maintenance. The steward arrived shortly thereafter. Having served as a steward for over a decade, he possessed a keen eye and immediately recognized the young man in the garden as his future employer, prompting him to approach respectfully. Greetings, sir. I am Ji Xinghuai, the steward recommended by the association. You may call me Xinghuai or Old Ji. Fang Yufan regarded the newcomer, noting his mature demeanor, dressed in a traditional Tang suit, and his manner of speaking, which conveyed respect without subservience, leaving a favorable impression. I am Fang Yufan. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Uncle Huai. Please assess how many servants this villa requires. Upon hearing his employer's words, Ji Xinghuai felt a sense of relief. It appeared that he was not dealing with an arrogant young master, which made their interaction much more agreeable. He replied earnestly, Yes, sir, I will take a look around. Feel free. Fang Yufan responded casually, unconcerned about the steward's address. Lighting a cigar, he began to appraise his surroundings. The villa offered excellent privacy, positioned at a considerable distance from neighboring buildings, with trees and walls providing ample concealment. After surveying the villa, Ji Xinghuai approached his employer with a respectful demeanor. Sir, I have compiled the necessary statistics. 1 maintenance worker, 5 kitchen staff. These individuals will not only handle the cleaning of the villa but also the upkeep of the garden and beach. The security personnel will depend entirely on your preference. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, contemplating the numbers and feeling they were somewhat lacking. Do not concern yourself with expenses if more personnel are required. Feel free to recruit additional staff, ensuring their character is thoroughly vetted. I have arrangements for security. Reassured, Ji Xinghuai nodded and said, Understood, sir. I shall recruit 8 servants. This will facilitate clearer delineation of responsibilities. The association has numerous registered servants, and I can have them arranged today. I noticed the villa lacks daily necessities. Would you like me to procure some? Fang Yufan did not respond to the other person's words, but instead smiled and inquired, What was your previous salary? Ji Xinghuai truthfully replied, Sir, my former employer paid me a monthly wage of 1,000 yuan. Fang Yufan was taken aback by the butler's meager salary, which was even less than what his own employees earned at the shop. He then asked, Isn't that salary rather low? Ji Xinghuai chuckled and explained, Sir, it is not low. Although some earn more outside, after deducting living expenses, little remains. Here, however, meals and accommodation are fully provided. and my previous employer would supply seasonal clothing annually, allowing me to save my entire salary. Upon hearing this explanation, Fang Yufan understood. Indeed, while others might earn 3,000 to 5,000, their monthly living costs were considerable. He took out his checkbook and wrote a check for 100,000 yuan. Handing it over as he said, "From now on, you will receive 2,000 yuan monthly. This money is for household expenses. Please arrange for any necessities, ensuring they are of good quality. I enjoy tea, so prepare some for me, and let me know whenever you run out." Ji Xinghuai felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a 2,000 yuan salary. This money would significantly improve his family's living conditions. Upon receiving the check and seeing the amount, he was further astonished. He had not anticipated such trust from his employer, who so readily entrusted him with such a substantial sum. With a serious expression, he said, "Thank you for your trust, sir. I will dedicate myself to my duties and will not disappoint you." Observing the genuine emotion on Ji Xinghuai's face, Fang Yufan felt a sense of reassurance. Sometimes monetary incentives were indeed effective. He smiled and remarked, "Trust is essential in utilizing personnel. Since I have employed you, I will choose to believe in you. The salaries of others will increase by an additional 200 yuan. Ji Xinghuai expressed his gratitude once more. Fang Yufan smiled and turned to old Ding, saying, "Please have 3 vehicles sent over. It will be convenient for the staff to go out for groceries." Ding Mingjie responded, "Understood, boss. I know what to do." He did not inquire about the type of vehicles needed. He simply assumed they should be of a lower grade than the boss's car, yet not too shabby, lest it contradict his status. Fang Yufan nodded, saying, "All right, just let me know the cost later, and I will write you a check." After making these arrangements, he glanced around and cheerfully stated, "Uncle Huai, I leave everything at home in your capable hands. I will be moving in a few days." Ji Xinghuai respectfully replied, "Yes, sir, I will ensure everything is ready within 3 days." "Very well, I shall take my leave," Fang Yufan said before heading towards the car. Ding Mingjie lingered a bit longer, engaging in further conversation with the butler while also introducing some of his boss's habits. Upon returning to the CAF, Fang Yufan had just brewed a cup of tea when the phone rang. He answered, "This is Fang Yufan. Who is speaking?" "Boss, it's Ah Hui." Hearing that it was Chow Hui calling, he sat up and smiled, saying, "Ah Hui, how are you all doing?" "We're doing well, boss. As soon as I returned and reached out, I found many who were willing to come over, and they also know quite a few others. I've gathered that there are actually 500 people interested, so I didn't take any unilateral decisions and wanted to report to you first." Fang Yufan was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the task had been exceeded. However, upon reflection, he realized the reason behind the sudden influx of individuals. Yet he resolved to feign ignorance regarding the matter. Once he comprehended the situation, he straightforwardly declared, "No problem, even if it requires accommodating 2,000 people. When shall you arrive?" "I shall arrange for the relocation expenses to be sent over to the port, and we can conduct the remittance on site." Upon hearing the approval from his superior, Chow Hui exhaled in relief, his face radiating joy as he replied, "I will contact everyone and assemble across the way in a week. Some might arrive a bit later. That is perfectly fine. You may organize as you see fit. I shall dispatch someone to wait for you there in a week. Please ensure safety during your journey," he reiterated before hanging up. He then pondered how to arrange accommodations for such a large number of individuals. Chapter 36. 2,000 warriors. Fang Yufan picked up the phone and dialed. Shenwan Qing, at her office, answered promptly upon recognizing the caller ID. "Boss. Manager Shen, we need to find accommodation for 2,000 people. They will be arriving in a week." 2,000 people. Shenwan Qing was taken aback by the sudden influx. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "The warehouse we previously used for training has ample space. Why not partition it to serve as temporary housing? Once they start working, we can arrange for them to rent nearby." Fang Yufan agreed, thinking it would be convenient for them to live in groups, facilitating communication. "All right, let's proceed with that plan. Please arrange for the team to start tidying up. There might be fewer than 2,000. Currently, we anticipate around 1,500. Shenwan Qing smiled and replied, "Understood. Since we will surely need more people in the future, we might as well prepare in advance. The warehouse is quite spacious and well located. Perhaps we should consider purchasing it outright to avoid future complications." "Huh, you are indeed thoughtful. Let's go with that. I won't call old Dang. Once he returns, you can notify him to prepare the necessary paperwork." After hanging up, Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, contemplating the fact that this month's payroll would exceed 5 to 6 million. Fortunately, there were several stores poised to open, which would serve as a practical training opportunity for the new recruits, allowing them to acclimate to their roles. With that thought, he felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, managing such a large number of people would be daunting. Later that evening, after dinner, Fang Yufan reclined on the sofa and commented, "The villa arrangements will be ready in a few days. Will you join me there, or will you stay here?" Shen Wanqing, having tidied up the kitchen, stepped out and replied, "I think I'll return home. My place is near Qianshui Bay, and if I stay at yours, it could lead to complications." Fang Yufan chuckled and teased, "It seems we are completely innocent, yet it sounds as if we have something to hide." Shen Wanqing shot him a playful glance, then approached with a charming smile, leaning in to whisper, "Would you like to find out?" Fang Yufan momentarily lost his composure, but quickly regained his senses. Noticing the mischievous glint in her eyes, he realized she was jesting. A sly smile crept across his face as he said, "Then I shall not hold back." With that, he reached out to embrace her. Shen Wanqing swiftly stood up, gleefully retreating to her room while calling out, "You can't catch me." Fang Yufan watched her flee, laughter escaping him as he playfully declared, "I'll be waiting at the door to see if you dare to come out. I won't let you succeed. You big tease. Go find your little admirers." Shen Wanqing's voice echoed from within, "Fine. I'm heading out to have some fun. Make sure to rest early." She slipped on her coat and exited through the back door. As the sound of the door closing echoed outside, Shen Wanqing unleashed a flurry of playful punches and kicks on a doll, muttering under her breath. Zhou Qiang, noticing the boss had emerged, hurriedly donned his coat and followed suit. "Boss, shall I drive?" Fang Yufan waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. Let us head to the nearby food stall for a drink." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang was filled with joy and nodded, exclaiming, "That sounds splendid. Haha. There is nothing on my agenda for the evening. Just indulge as much as you like." Seeing Zhou Qiang's happiness, Fang Yufan smiled in return. They strolled leisurely for about 10 minutes until they reached a bustling street lined with food stalls, some of which were already filled to capacity. The two casually selected a clean spot to sit down. Fang Yufan ordered an array of dishes and requested some beer. A young man clad in a yellow vest rode up on a bicycle, calling out, "Boss, is my order ready? I'm here to pick it up." The proprietress handed over the packaged items with a smile, asking, "Ajia, why are you still working at this late hour?" The youth received the items and replied with a grin, "One must earn a living, right? I'm off now." After placing the items in his box, he pedaled away. Some diners began to murmur, "I really don't understand. Didn't they say they were losing money? Yet these people work so hard." The food stall owner, evidently familiar with the patrons, casually remarked, "Why believe everything you hear? The company may be in the red, but employees can still earn a decent wage. In fact, our stall's business has improved significantly. We sell quite a bit of takeout every day." Lawyer Ding mentioned that we must ensure fair treatment for workers. If not, he'll file for bankruptcy against Xianyuan Company. The proprietress interjected with annoyance, "You need to hurry up and cook. Can't you see there are many people waiting?" "I'm working on it," the owner replied, clearly wary of his wife, and returned to his cooking without further conversation. At that moment, a diner chimed in. "A friend of mine works in delivery. He said he earned over 2,000 yuan last month. Such a high amount. Could their company really be that generous?" Another responded, "Perhaps their company operates like a charity. Their hiring standards are just too stringent. If it weren't for my tattoos, I would consider applying myself. I read in the newspaper that they are looking to hire thousands again. I might try my luck tomorrow." The surrounding patrons instantly began to chatter. Many lamented their tattoos, wishing they had not gotten them. Fang Yufan, sipping his beer and listening to the discussions around him, wore a smile. Zhou Qiang, meanwhile, devoured his meat with indifference to the conversations, confident in the prowess of his employer. 3 days later, the villa was fully prepared and ready for occupancy at any moment. In the morning, as Fang Yufan finished tidying up, he teased, "Today I shall move in. If you miss me, just let me know, and I'll return for a day." Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing shot him a disdainful glance and arrogantly replied, "As if I would miss you. You've had ample opportunity, yet I've yet to see you brave enough to enter my room." Fang Yufan, taken aback, responded, "You're so formidable with your black belt in Taekwondo. How could I dare provoke you? Haha, who told you to be so timid? Anyway, now it's too late." Shen Wanqing teased. Fang Yufan, wearing a regretful expression, remarked, "Perhaps I should reconsider my move." "Too late. I've already informed my family that I'm returning to live here," she replied with a chuckle. After speaking, He shouldered his bag and descended the stairs. Fang Yufan smiled and followed suit, finding Zhou Qiang already waiting outside with the car. After informing the manager that someone was seeking him via the villa's phone, he departed. Upon arriving at the villa, Ji Xinghuai and the servants were already gathered in the courtyard. As he stepped out of the car, they collectively exclaimed, "Welcome home, master." After disembarking, Fang Yufan surveyed the group and cheerfully remarked, "I appreciate everyone's hard work these past few days. We will be living together from now on. So if any matters arise, please feel free to bring them to my attention." "Yes, master," the group responded in unison. Chapter 37 Arrival of Personnel. Ji Xinghuai reintroduced everyone to Fang Yufan, noting that they were all approximately in their 30s. Fang Yufan surveyed the group with a sense of satisfaction. Upon entering the room, a servant presented him with a freshly brewed cup of tea. "Master, please enjoy your tea." Indeed, though it was Fang Yufan's first experience of such treatment, he maintained a composed demeanor. Ji Xinghuai, standing nearby, remarked, "Master, the rooms have been arranged. I have left the study untouched. Should you require anything else, please do not hesitate to instruct me to procure it." Fang Yufan raised his teacup, took a sip, and replied, "Very well. How is the meal arrangement for everyone?" "The kitchen will prepare a separate dish for the servants," the housekeeper responded. Fang Yufan shook his head. "One dish is insufficient. We shall adhere to the standard of 2 dishes and a soup." "I shall do the same." Ji Xinghuai interjected, "Master, you cannot be compared to us. Your health is paramount, and nutrition must be balanced. Moreover, do not fret about wastage, considering the number of people in the household." Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan relented, nodding in agreement. "As long as everyone abides by the rules, I will not be stingy with such provisions. Each season will see 2 new outfits for everyone. If that is insufficient, feel free to inform me at any time." Ji Xinghuai felt elated. Encountering such a considerate employer was indeed a stroke of fortune. With a beaming expression, he said, "Master, I shall relay this news to everyone shortly. They will surely be grateful to you." Fang Yufan smiled. "Those who labor deserve their rewards. I reiterate, rules must be observed." "Yes, master. I shall ensure that I emphasize this, and I will be vigilant," Ji Xinghuai replied earnestly. After sipping his tea, Fang Yufan added, "By the way, I have a penchant for cigars. Please procure some for me." Ji Xinghuai responded promptly, "Of course, master. I know where to find the finest cigars, and I am well versed in their care. I will take care of it." This is the advantage of an experienced housekeeper. They require extensive knowledge, all aimed at ensuring their employer's comfort. It is said that some butlers in noble households possess remarkable prowess. After discussing matters pertaining to the villa, Ji Xinghuai excused himself to inform the servants. Fang Yufan listened to their cheerful laughter and smiled in return. The power dynamics in Hong Kong are intricate, particularly among the established families, whose networks extend throughout the island. One can never be certain whether these servants, or even the butlers, are spies for these factions. Thus, compensating with better treatment might yield some effect. Of course, these are merely his conjectures. It is prudent to remain vigilant, and it never hurts to be overly cautious. After taking another sip of tea, he said, "Achong, feel free to explore. We shall reside here from now on. I will check the study." "Certainly, boss. I will observe the surrounding environment." Fang Yufan watched him exit, then rose to ascend the stairs. His bedroom and study were both located on the 3rd floor. He first inspected his room, finding everything replaced with new items, and was pleased as he surveyed the surroundings before stepping out. He then proceeded to the nearby study, where only a telephone rested upon the desk, devoid of any other furnishings. Seated comfortably in his chair, he glanced around before pressing a button on the table. A servant promptly knocked and entered. "How may I assist you, sir?" inquired the servant. With a smile, Fang Yufan replied, "Please summon the butler." "Certainly, sir." The servant quickly departed, and soon after, Ji Xinghuai entered the room. Fang Yufan discussed the arrangement of the study, which the butler diligently noted down. Seeing that there were no further instructions, he exited to make the necessary arrangements. Standing before the expansive windows of the study, gazing at the distant sea, he felt a profound sense of tranquility. It was indeed a blessing to be wealthy. He could hardly have imagined such a life for himself in the past. At noon, he savored the culinary skills of the chef, who excelled in Sichuan, Cantonese, Western, and Japanese cuisine, particularly praising the exquisite Sichuan dishes. In the afternoon, Fang Yufan relaxed in the garden, sipping tea while perusing a newspaper. A smile crossed his face as he gazed at a photograph of Ding Mingjia. The crucial moment was fast approaching, and this time there were only 3 available seats in the election. He was currently one of the frontrunners. Meanwhile, within a warehouse at Longzhou's location, a staggering 2,000 individuals stood in silence, their backs straight and impeccably aligned. Upon arrival, Chao Hui hurriedly approached and respectfully opened the car door, exclaiming with excitement, "Boss." Fang Yufan smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "You've worked hard." Not at all. Chao Hui felt warmth in his heart. The trials of recent times had been worthwhile. As they entered the warehouse, the sight of the orderly assembly was awe-inspiring. It felt akin to facing an army, and he could sense the palpable intensity radiating from the crowd, a sensation both mystical and immediate in its impact. Fortunately, the warehouse was spacious enough to accommodate such a multitude. Fang Yufan noted the presence of several women among the ranks, and he silently acknowledged their commanding presence. Chao Hui addressed the assembly, "This is our boss." "Greetings, boss." The resounding chorus echoed through the warehouse, startling even those on the street, who were left wondering the source of such a formidable shout. Fang Yufan raised his hand to quell the noise, chuckling, "Hello, everyone. We have quite the crowd here. If we continue shouting like this, we might just attract the police." He continued, "Now that you are here, let us focus on our work. However, if any of you find this position unsatisfactory, feel free to express your concerns. Should I be unable to accommodate your needs, you are welcome to seek a position that suits you better. Please note, though, that I will not be responsible for your well-being and safety if you choose to leave. Rest assured, the relocation expenses will be provided as a parting gift to those who decide to depart. If anyone wishes to leave within 3 days, do not hesitate to let me know." Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, taken aback by their boss's unexpected generosity, relinquishing a sum of 10,000 without hesitation. Fang Yufan's intention in making such a statement was to discern if anyone among them had ulterior motives. If there were, it would be better for them to reveal their intentions outright rather than leaving clandestinely and causing unnecessary concern. Chao Hui glanced at his employer, as if he had comprehended something significant. He proclaimed loudly, "Our boss is known for his unwavering resolve. Thus, if anyone wishes to depart, they may do so at any time by informing either me or Yang Yao. Otherwise, should anyone leave without permission, do not blame us for our disdain." Yang Yao also stepped forward, affirming, "Indeed, our boss has shown remarkable benevolence by exerting great efforts to bring us here, providing each of us with a generous relocation allowance of 10,000. Where else could one find such an employer? Moreover, he is our fellow townsman. We must not engage in deceitful behavior. If you choose to stay, you must adhere to the arrangements. If that is unfeasible, please depart swiftly, for the benefit of all." Fang Yufan stood by with a serene smile, revealing no hint of discontent. A murmur arose within the crowd. At that moment, a man shouted, "Is it truly possible to leave?" Upon hearing that someone genuinely intended to depart, all eyes turned toward the speaker. Chapter 38. The personal bodyguard Chao Hui observed a burly man, towering at nearly 1.7 meters, within the crowd, his ire almost compelling him to confront the individual. Fang Yufan swiftly gestured for calm, asserting, "Indeed, my word is my bond. You need not worry, and I am prepared to offer you 1,000 yuan. After all, as newcomers, it is only natural that you lack funds." With a flourish of his hand, Zhou Qiang promptly opened the box he was carrying, revealing it brimming with cash. The sight of such wealth momentarily stunned the onlookers, who were filled with admiration for this young proprietor. What expansive generosity it must take to achieve such a feat. He had exerted considerable effort to bring them here, secured their identity cards, and provided each with a relocation fee of 10,000 yuan, amounting to a staggering 20 million in expenses. Furthermore, those departing would receive an additional 1,000 yuan in cash. The gazes of the crowd towards Fang Yufan shifted. Ignited with fervor, a soldier would willingly sacrifice for a leader who understands him. Should Fang Yufan beckon them to battle at that moment, they would not hesitate. Among the throngs, dozens clenched their fists, as they were all individuals yearning for departure. Yet some began to reconsider, realizing that following such a boss was indeed worthwhile. Ultimately, 5 individuals stepped forward, disregarding the scrutinizing stares of those around them, their expressions grave. Fang Yufan smiled and said, "There is no need for further words. Take care." He then handed each of them 1,000 yuan, refraining from offering more, as it was unnecessary. The 5 gazed at the money in their hands, feeling a swell of emotion. One could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Boss, I apologize, but I have compelling reasons to leave. I shall repay you when the opportunity arises." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. Fang Yufan regarded the remaining individuals, patting their shoulders with a smile, and said, Take care. The four nodded earnestly before departing in haste. Watching them leave, Fang Yufan addressed the crowd. You all have 3 days to make your decision. In my absence, we and the others will ensure your needs are met. No one responded. Their eyes conveyed everything. Satisfied, Fang Yufan nodded and remarked, All right, Xiao Hui. You and I shall proceed to the office. The others may return to their quarters to rest. Understood, boss. Xiao Hui called out to the crowd. Dismissed. Once in the office, Fang Yufan reclined in his chair and lit a cigar, pondering that some among the remaining individuals might still wish to depart. The trio entered the office, and aside from Zhou Qiang, the expressions of the other two were tinged with embarrassment, feeling they had erred this time. Observing their demeanor, Fang Yufan waved his hand and said, Take a seat. You both have performed admirably. I initially believed a few hundred would suffice, yet you have surpassed expectations. Upon hearing this, their expressions softened somewhat. Yang Yu spoke solemnly, Boss, I never anticipated we would be treated as fools. Fang Yufan, seemingly unfazed, replied, It is of no consequence. After all, individuals possess varying perspectives. As fellow townsmen, we have merely extended a helping hand. He refrained from divulging his suspicions, deeming it unnecessary. For many matters require no elucidation. Xiao Hui opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. Fang Yufan took a puff from his cigar and remarked with a smile, Are there any individuals with skills comparable to yours this time? At the mention of this, the two men immediately perked up. Xiao Hui chuckled, Indeed, boss. There are 5 who are on par with us, along with a sharpshooter and an explosives expert. Although their skills may not match ours, they can certainly handle a dozen or 20 adversaries. Fang Yufan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Excellent. Quickly summon them. Yang Yao stood up and said, I will go fetch them. With that, he hastily exited. Fang Yufan was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected fortune. Having such individuals around would undoubtedly ensure his safety. Soon, Yang Yao returned with 7 individuals in tow, one of whom was a strikingly beautiful woman. Fang Yufan couldn't help but gaze at her. Her long hair was casually tied up, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and although she wore a plain outfit, it did nothing to conceal her perfect curves. The other 6 men were equally formidable, steadfastly gazing ahead. Fang Yufan rose and said, Please introduce yourselves. Reporting, Boss, I am Chen Jun. Reporting, Boss, I am N.I. Bin. The final voice, crisp and melodious, declared, Reporting, Boss, I am Rose. Upon hearing her name, Fang Yufan recognized it as a code name but chose not to inquire further about her true identity. With a gentle demeanor, he introduced himself, I am Fang Yufan. I've heard from Hui that you possess remarkable skills. If you are willing to stay by my side for protection, I offer an annual salary of 50,000, with bonuses at the year's end for exemplary performance. Of course, my previous statements hold true. Should you wish to depart, I will not obstruct you. Upon hearing the generous salary of 50,000, the individual's eyes lit up. This was significantly more than what others received, plus the prospect of bonuses. Chen Jun exclaimed, I am willing. So am I. The others echoed enthusiastically. Fang Yufan was pleased to see their agreement and continued, Very well, since you have consented. Let me outline your responsibilities. You will not need to protect me at all times. I will divide the 2,000 individuals outside into 10 teams. You will be responsible for managing and overseeing your respective team members. Should any issues arise in their daily lives or if they encounter difficulties, it is imperative that you address them swiftly. They will be under your charge, and we cannot neglect their welfare. Finally, Fang Yufan reiterated the primary objective, and everyone nodded in understanding. Once the tasks were assigned, Xiao Hui proposed, Boss, perhaps we should assign Rose to oversee the girls. Otherwise, those rascals might feign illness if they see a woman in charge. Laughter erupted from the others at this suggestion. Rose, however, responded with a serious expression. Anyone who behaves that way will face consequences. Fang Yufan chuckled. Haha, Rose, you are so beautiful. I think it would be wise to heed Hui's suggestion, lest those individuals lose focus on their work. Hearing the boss compliment her beauty, Rose shyly nodded. Having just listened to this young boss outside, she felt a burgeoning sense of trust towards him. Yang Yao said with a smile, Boss, henceforth let Rose provide you with close protection. This way, no one will notice you regardless of the occasion. We shall operate in the light while she remains in the shadows. Yang Yao concurred. Indeed, this plan is excellent. Otherwise, our robust figures would undoubtedly draw attention. Fang Yufan casually remarked, Haha, I actually don't have many occasions to attend, and besides, I am not a person of great importance. No one pays attention to me, so we can all relax and not worry. Rose, with a determined expression, replied, "What they say is true. From now on, I will stay by your side. Moreover, with thousands of us relying on our salaries for our livelihoods, you cannot afford to encounter any problems." Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan displayed a proud expression and said, "Hey, if you put it that way, I must be quite impressive." Laughter erupted among the group, and the atmosphere became considerably more relaxed. Chapter 39. The stunning Rose. Fang Yufan chuckled playfully with a few individuals, saying, "Please, take a seat. From now on, we shall reside together daily. Feel free to make yourselves at home." Once everyone settled down, Chao Hui remarked, "Boss, let us stay here for the time being, allowing us to better integrate with our teammates and facilitating future communications." Yang Yao nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, this is not our hometown, and many here are not accustomed to this environment. We should remain with them for a while, then guide them around to familiarize themselves." Fang Yufan concurred, appreciating the notion. "Yes, you are correct. It would be beneficial to learn the local language and gradually diminish our previous habits. Otherwise, our large number may attract undue attention." Chao Hui, brimming with confidence, responded, "Understood, boss. This task is quite simple." He then inquired, "By the way, how are your families faring?" Fang Yufan took a moment to inquire about their familial situations. Once the conversation reached a natural conclusion, he stood up and said, "Very well. You all can make the arrangements. Chang, you should stay behind as well. After this matter concludes, you will escort them back to the villa." Rose, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I do not need to stay. There are not many women here. They can manage without me. My responsibility is to protect you." Fang Yufan glanced at her and then at the others, smiling as he said, "Those young ladies will indeed require your oversight. After all, communication among women tends to be more effective." As he spoke, he wrote down a phone number and handed it to her. "This is the home phone. Inform them that they can reach you should anything arise." Surprised by her boss's attentiveness, Rose earnestly accepted the note before exiting. Fang Yufan smiled, then turned to the others, saying, "You all will endure some hardships here, but in a few days, we shall return home, and I will treat you to drinks." Chao Hui expressed gratitude. "Thank you, boss." The newly joined members also wore delighted expressions, realizing that this young boss was genuinely kind-hearted. When Rose returned, Chao Hui and the others escorted the two outside before returning to the warehouse. As Fang Yufan drove, he cheerfully asked, "Rose, can you drive?" "Yes. I have acquired vehicles on the battlefield before," she replied. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan regarded her with newfound respect, praising, "Impressive. I will arrange for someone to obtain a driver's license for you." Rose nodded in acknowledgement. While driving, she inquired, "You came here alone. Your family must have allowed it." Lowering her head, Rose softly responded, "I do not wish to marry." Upon hearing of this opportunity, I seized it, and with a relocation allowance of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, it suffices for their living expenses. Hearing her words, Fang Yufan's expression shifted to one of understanding. It was no wonder she had not mentioned her family situation in the office. With a lighthearted tone, he said, "You are truly brave, and fortunately, you have come to me. Otherwise, with your beauty, even with your skills, you would struggle against the treacherous schemes of others." Rose nervously tugged at her clothing, nonchalantly declaring, "I am not afraid." Fang Yufan chuckled, teasing, "Indeed, who would dare challenge someone as formidable as you?" Rose glanced at him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Rose cautiously surveyed her surroundings. As she entered the establishment and beheld the myriad of exquisite garments, her gaze lingered involuntarily. Fang Yufan guided her to the women's clothing section, instructing her to select a few outfits in her size. The enthusiastic sales attendant responded, "Of course, sir." Rose, feeling a flicker of anxiety, stammered, I don't need any." Fang Yufan chuckled, saying, "You will be accompanying me often, and this attire simply will not suffice." Glancing down at her own clothing, Rose shyly nodded in agreement. After the attendant presented several outfits, Rose flushed, whispering, "These clothes are far too revealing." Fang Yufan replied with a grin, "Then we shall avoid those. There are plenty of others to choose from." After considerable coaxing, Rose finally mustered the courage to step into the fitting room. When she emerged in a simple yet stunning dress, Fang Yufan was momentarily taken aback, for it fit her as though it had been tailored specifically for her. With rosy lips, pearly teeth, and skin as smooth as jade, she resembled a vision of beauty that evoked ancient poetry celebrating feminine grace. "You are simply breathtaking. Take a look in the mirror," he praised. Rose, Observing the pure admiration in Fang Yufan's eyes, devoid of any lewd intention, felt her affection for him blossom further. Turning to gaze at her reflection, she could not suppress her joy. Fang Yufan, captivated by her radiant smile, could not help but recite, "In the north dwells a fair maiden, unparalleled and unique. A single glance can topple a city, a second can bring a nation to its knees." Embarrassed by his flattery, Rose shyly replied, "I am not that remarkable." "Oh, it is merely your modesty speaking. Hurry and try on the other outfits," he urged. With newfound enthusiasm, Rose happily changed into one ensemble after another. Fang Yufan pondered. Such beauty should not be confined to the role of a bodyguard. Ultimately, he decided to purchase all the outfits she had tried on, along with an array of shoes and bags. At the jewelry counter, Rose adamantly refused any accessories, pulling him out of the mall instead. Her heart brimmed with joy at the thought of so many beautiful clothes and shoes, items she had never even laid eyes on before. As Fang Yufan drove, he smiled at her elated demeanor, remarking, "From now on, you shall tell others that you are my assistant." Rose glanced at him and nodded, saying yes. "I will remember that." They engaged in light conversation as they made their way to the villa. Upon arriving, Rose was instantly enamored with the opulent residence. "The master has returned. Greetings, sir." The servants respectfully chorused along their path. Fang Yufan smiled, instructing, "Please take the items to the guest room on the 3rd floor." "Yes, sir." The servants replied, dutifully carrying the purchases upstairs. Ji Xinghuai respectfully addressed Fang Yufan, "Sir, this is Rose, my assistant. She will be residing in the guest room on the 3rd floor. In a few days, 9 bodyguards will be arriving. Please make the necessary arrangements for their accommodations." Fang Yufan instructed. "Understood, sir. I will ensure everything is organized," Ji Xinghuai affirmed. Fang Yufan nodded, turning to Rose. "This is Uncle Huai, our housekeeper. If you need anything, feel free to speak with him." Rose also greeted Uncle Huai. Ji Xinghuai revealed a smile and said, "Rose, you are too courteous. Please feel free to ask me for anything you need in the future." They then ascended to the 3rd floor, where the opulence of the room suddenly made her feel somewhat awkward. Flustered, she exclaimed, "This place is too splendid. I don't deserve it." Fang Yufan replied with a gentle demeanor, "Haha, this is how it is here. Let me explain how to use the water heater." As he spoke, he took her hand and guided her through the various amenities of the room. Rose felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as he held her hand. Yet she harbored no sense of aversion. Once she seemed to have grasped everything, he said, "All right, you should take a nice bath and rest. You must be quite exhausted after these past few days. The servant will come to fetch you for lunch." "Yes, thank you, boss." Fang Yufan chuckled and replied, "From now on, we are all family, so there is no need to be so formal. Just ask the servants outside if you require anything." After Rose closed the door, she gazed at the luxurious room, her eyes flitting from one exquisite detail to another, before finally making her way to the bathroom, her face alight with joy as she filled the bathtub with water. Fang Yufan retreated to his study, where a servant brought tea before discreetly exiting. At that moment, he found himself reflecting on the events of the day, the faces and expressions of everyone flashing through his mind. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest of his chair. After a considerable time, a smile finally graced his face as he stood, stretched lazily, and walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant scenery. Chapter 40. The beginner's gene potion. At noon, Fang Yufan and Rose sat at the dining table, enjoying their meal. If the food did not suit their palate, they could simply inform the butler, who would make the necessary arrangements. Rose gazed at the sumptuous dishes before her and promptly remarked, "It's already wonderful. I've never tasted anything like this." Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. This afternoon, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you for a drive to explore the area and help you get acquainted." As they dined, their conversation flowed easily. Rose occasionally stole glances at the man beside her, charmed by his witty remarks, which elicited involuntary laughter from her. The tension that had initially gripped her gradually dissipated, and the meal unfolded with joy for both. After finishing their meal, Fang Yufan retreated to the garden to savor some tea. Rose, standing in the guest room on the 3rd floor, secretly observed the man enjoying his drink in the garden, her heart in turmoil. After a lengthy pause, seemingly resolved, she restored her previous cold demeanor, turning to lie on the bed and close her eyes for a moment of rest. Ding Mingjie had sent a lawyer from his team to the villa to collect the personal information of several individuals, subsequently heading off to process their driving licenses. Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, watching the people frolicking on the distant beach, a smile gracing his lips. Alas, I used to feel quite youthful. Yet now I resemble a little old man. Perhaps it's due to the lack of friends here, he mused. He believed this was the case. Otherwise, there would be no reason not to enjoy life. At that moment, Ji Xinghuai approached respectfully, saying, "Sir, in 3 days, there will be a butler auction featuring some rare fine wines and cigars that are scarcely available on the market. Occasionally, there are also antique calligraphy and paintings. If you desire, I can attend." Fang Yufan inquired curiously, "Oh, you have such auctions?" Ji Xinghuai smiled and explained, "Indeed, sir. Our butler often collects various items for the master, and over time, this has evolved into a small-scale auction. Very well. If suitable, please procure some fine wines and cigars for me. Feel free to purchase anything else you deem necessary. Just let me know the total amount, and I shall issue a check." He noted that a sum of several 100,000 would suffice. Fang Yufan wrote a check for 2 million and handed it over, stating, "Acquire as many good items as possible." Ji Xinghuai nodded in agreement, pocketing the check, before asking, "Sir, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" Fang Yufan pondered momentarily before responding, "Let us have seafood for dinner." "Understood. I shall make the arrangements," Ji Xinghuai replied before departing. During dinner that evening, Fang Yufan noticed that Rose seemed to have grown distant again. Reflecting on the situation, he suspected she was still adjusting. As he cracked open a crab, he remarked, "Isn't this quite entertaining?" Rose couldn't help but glance over, astonished to see him extract the crab meat while the shell remained intact, resembling a complete crab. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you," he offered. Rose opened her mouth, then shook her head, saying, "I'm quite clumsy. I'm fine just eating it this way." Fang Yufan shrugged, replying, "Very well, but it's quite simple. It merely requires the right tools." He continued explaining the process as he demonstrated. As Rose listened intently, she couldn't help but try it out, and to her astonishment, she successfully peeled off a complete specimen, her face radiating with uncontainable joy. Observing her exuberance, akin to that of a child, Fang Yufan couldn't help but smile as well. The following morning, upon awakening, the familiar sound of the system notification resonated in his mind. "Ding, based on the host's performance over the past month, a grade of C has been assigned. Please select one of the following rewards: Basic Gene Serum 1, 60 million Hong Kong dollars, or an increase of 5 cubic meters in personal space." Fang Yufan abruptly sat upright, realizing that this time the reward was indeed a C, and the gene serum was included. It was evident even to the most obtuse that the choice was clear. Without hesitation, he declared, "Gene serum. Ding, reward has been automatically placed in the system space. The host may retrieve it at will." Fang Yufan was nearly elated to the point of flight, though he was in dire need of funds. The value of the gene serum was undeniably superior. He claimed it eagerly. Instantly, a test tube emanating a mysterious glow appeared in his hand, containing a golden liquid that shimmered like gold itself. Automatically, the instructions and effects of the gene serum materialized in his mind. The basic gene serum could facilitate a gradual evolution of the human genome toward perfection, enhancing overall physical attributes by threefold, including strength, speed, reflexes, immunity, and recovery capacity, among others. The transformation would take 1 month, with improvements occurring incrementally rather than granting an immediate surge of power. Fang Yufan gazed at the serum in his hand, his eyes aglow with excitement. How splendid! Not only would it enhance his physical prowess, but it also possessed a degree of toxin resistance. Fortuitously, he had opted for the serum. Otherwise, he would have been unable to utilize it when he eventually acquired the intermediate gene serum. With that thought, he downed the serum in one gulp, feeling a wave of energy erupt within him. Though gentle, it caused no harm. The energy swiftly integrated into his bodily organs and flesh. Before he could savor its taste, an uncomfortable sensation in his stomach compelled him to rush to the restroom. The gene serums are categorized into 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and advanced, and they must be consumed in order. Should one deviate from this sequence, while the body would still experience significant enhancements, the genetic capabilities would become fixed, leaving no opportunity for future elevation. Since acquiring the system, Fang Yufan had already undergone a transformation through a mysterious force, endowing him with abilities far beyond the ordinary. Upon completing this enhancement, he felt confident that he would surpass Chao Hui and the others. After all, with a threefold increase, he could likely overpower them with sheer physical strength alone, demonstrating that sheer force could indeed subdue myriad skills. After more than half an hour, Fang Yufan emerged. His demeanor relaxed, sensing that his muscles had grown even more robust. He felt as though he had undergone a rebirth. unable to resist. He practiced a series of punches within his room, experiencing an exhilarating sense of liberation, marking the first application of his basic combat skills. After completing the routine, he exhaled deeply, resolving to refrain from unnecessary exertion, as this would henceforth be his strongest trump card. Now, he possesses unwavering confidence. Once the transformation is complete in a month, Chao Hui and his team shall undoubtedly pale in comparison, although it remains uncertain how many he will manage to defeat. Dressed appropriately, he proceeded directly to the dining hall on the first floor. Ji Xinghuai respectfully remarked, "Sir, breakfast has been prepared, and Assistant Rose has already arrived." "Good." Fang Yufan replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon entering the dining area, Rose rose to greet him, "Boss." Fang Yufan responded with a smile, "Next time, do feel free to eat before I arrive. There is no need to wait for me. It's quite all right. I have only just come down." Rose clarified as she took her seat. However, she discreetly observed her employer, suddenly sensing that something about him seemed different, though she could not quite articulate what it was. Chapter 41. Shun Wangqing's visit. After enjoying breakfast, Fang Yufan took Rose for a drive around the island, sharing insights about its various attractions. Rose listened attentively, holding a map as if she were determined to imprint the entirety of the island in her memory. Fang Yufan, engrossed in his explanations, showcased the island's renowned landmarks. Observing the man who patiently narrated the sights, a warm current surged through Rose, and a smile involuntarily graced her face. After visiting a scenic spot, as they returned to the car, Fang Yufan expressed a hint of trepidation, saying, "Next time I take you out, I must bring more people along." "Why is that?" Rose inquired, puzzled. Fang Yufan glanced at her with utmost seriousness and replied, "It's because you are simply too beautiful. Did you not notice how many people would gladly wish to replace me with their glares?" Rose blushed, her heart fluttering with sweetness as she shyly remarked, "You just know how to make me happy. I speak the truth. With your looks, if you were to participate in the Miss World pageant, the crown would undoubtedly belong to you." "I wouldn't participate. They wear so little," she retorted. Fang Yufan was taken aback. "Oh, you've seen it before?" With a rosy hue on her cheeks, Rose whispered, "I watched it on television yesterday in my room." Seeing her bashfulness made him chuckle. "Huh? That is how it is here. When the weather warms up, the beach will be filled with beauties in bikinis." He added playfully, "You could wear one when we go swimming." Rose turned as red as a ripe apple and shyly urged, "Boss, please drive. This is too embarrassing." Fang Yufan laughed heartily and drove off, secretly looking forward to the prospect of her accompanying him for a swim. Stealing glances at him, Rose suddenly felt that being by his side could be delightful. After 3 days of exploring the island together, they had visited all the notable places. The lawyer arrived with her driving license and, upon seeing that Fang Yufan had no further instructions, took his leave. Rose was elated to have her license. Fang Yufan smiled and said, "If you wish to explore on your own, feel free to take the car. I have no obligations at the moment." Rose hesitated before responding, "Thank you, boss. I'd like to go buy some women's items." Fang Yufan handed her 10,000 yuan, saying, "Here's an advance on your salary. Please drive safely." Gratefully accepting the money, Rose nodded and asked the butler for the car keys before setting off. Sipping from her teacup, Fang Yufan picked up a newspaper and began reading. At that moment, Shen Wangqing arrived at the villa, parking her car and surveying her surroundings. It was her first visit. Ji Xinghuai approached her politely, stating, "The master is in the garden. Allow me to escort you there." With a smile, Shen Wangqing replied, "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all." Ji Xinghuai responded with a smile, leading her toward the garden. Fang Yufan, noticing her arrival, set down his newspaper and smiled, saying, "This is your first visit, isn't it?" Shen Wangqing, with a beaming smile, glanced around and playfully replied, "It seems the boss enjoys himself, unlike me." Unfazed by her teasing, he chuckled and introduced, "This is Miss Shen Wangqing, a friend of ours." He then added, "This is our housekeeper, Uncle Huai." Ji Xinghuai slightly bowed and inquired, "Miss Shen, would you like something to drink?" Shen Wangqing, feeling quite pleased, responded with a gracious smile, "Just some coffee, please, Uncle Huai. You are too kind." The housekeeper replied before departing to instruct the servants, allowing the two to continue their conversation undisturbed. Fang Yufan took a sip of tea and jested, "If you stayed here for a few days, I guarantee you would feel relaxed." Shen Wangqing rolled her eyes at him and feigned shyness, saying, "With so many people around, I would be embarrassed." As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance in his direction. Fang Yufan, accustomed to her whimsical nature, laughed and remarked, Don't even try. I won't be swayed by your charms, as he picked up a cigar. Seated comfortably, Shun Wanqing teased, you're becoming more like an old man. It's rather dull. After lighting his cigar, Fang Yufan said, I know you well. Let's get to the point. Is this about the newcomers? Upon hearing this, Shun Wanqing's smile faded. And she replied seriously, indeed. Are there any issues with these people? Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, savoring it before responding casually. Issues? We are operating normally. What could possibly be wrong? Shun Wanqing glanced at her boss and nodded, saying, understood. However, as the number of people increases, it would be wise to split them up sooner rather than later. I've discussed this with Supervisor Luo, and the company's share structure is about to change. Playing with the cigar in his hand, she smiled and asked, who will be in charge of this? Have him come to see me. All right, Supervisor Luo will handle this. He is quite capable, Shun Wanqing stated directly. After the servant placed the coffee before her and retreated, Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair, gazing at the beach outside, and said, well, then, it's settled. Shun Wanqing took a sip of her coffee and, with a joyful expression, informed him, the staff has already begun training, and in 3 days, they will be assigned to their respective areas. Fang Yufan nodded and remarked, yes, later on. You should acquire a packaging company so that our takeout can uniformly use our packaging. Once the design is ready, let me see it. Boss, what about the other partnering stores? Shun Wanqing asked, puzzled. Fang Yufan, smiling, clarified, have them order our packaging, which can feature their branding. If they choose not to place orders, we will no longer accept their requests. Shun Wanqing appeared enlightened and said, so, boss, you aim to profit from this? Fang Yufan replied mysteriously, indeed, while we will make a profit, it is merely a small portion. When the time is right, there will be other lucrative opportunities. Observing the enigmatic expression on her boss's face, Shun Wanqing pondered for quite some time, yet could not conceive any means of generating income beyond merely collecting service fees. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, she decided to set her thoughts aside and remarked, very well. I shall have someone investigate the factories and expedite the acquisition of suitable ones. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and nodded, saying, rest assured. The future will indeed be exhilarating. As Shun Wanqing gazed at this confident man, a sweet smile graced her lips. I eagerly await the astonishing feats you shall accomplish. Fang Yufan glanced at her, and with a mischievous grin replied, if you stay over tonight, I can show you today. How annoying. She laughed. Chapter 42 Celebration. As December swiftly approached, Ding Mingjie found himself at a pivotal moment. He meticulously prepared himself and stepped out of his home, carrying a bag. Outside, 3 sleek black Mercedes vehicles awaited him, each flanked by 2 vigilant individuals, their postures erect and eyes scanning the surroundings with keen alertness. Chao Hui stood at the rear door of the central Mercedes, and upon noticing Ding Mingjie's emergence, he respectfully opened the door for him. Ding Mingjie, visibly touched, expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for your assistance. Chao Hui, with utmost seriousness, replied, you are too kind, Lawyer Ding. The boss has instructed us to await your success at home. Rest assured, I will not disappoint the boss, Ding Mingjie affirmed before taking his seat inside the vehicle. Chao Hui closed the door with care, promptly taking his place in the passenger seat. The convoy of 3 black cars proceeded through the streets, with the bodyguards inside scanning the surroundings cautiously. Outside a grand edifice, a throng of journalists had gathered, zealously photographing each individual as they alighted from their vehicles. Numerous police officers maintained order, while snipers from the elite SWAT team monitored the area from elevated positions. The entire city was abuzz with anticipation for the day's election, with many speculating on the eventual victor. Fang Yufan lounged on a sofa, watching the live broadcast on television, a smile gracing his lips. He held a strong confidence in this election, recognizing the significant advantages Ding Mingjie's victory would bring to his enterprise. Beside him, Shun Wanqing felt a twinge of anxiety. After all the effort invested, she could only hope for a successful outcome. Observing the composed man beside her, she playfully inquired, how is it that you remain so calm? With a casual demeanor, Fang Yufan replied, with 2 beautiful ladies accompanying me, I must maintain an air of composure, lest I become the subject of your ridicule. Rose, seated nearby, blushed at his words. Despite their time together and his teasing, she could not help but feel a shyness welling within her. Shun Wanqing, glancing at the stunning woman whom even she envied, retorted, all you do is flirt. Look, you've made Rose shy. With that, she took Rose's hand and smiled. If she ever dares to get too touchy, you should give her a good whack. Let us see if she dares to be so forward again. Upon hearing this, A smile broke across Rose S' face as she quietly remarked, "That would just hurt the boss." Fang Yufan, bemused, responded, "Am I really that easy to strike?" A peal of laughter erupted from Shun Wanqing, who found Rose's innocent charm utterly delightful. Fang Yufan sipped his tea and teased her. "You don't have a fondness for women, do you? You seem to enjoy holding Rose's hand quite a bit." In response, Shun Wanqing embraced Rose's shoulders and quipped, "What can I say? Rose is simply too beautiful. I can't help but admire her." "Jie Wanqing, please stop," Rose replied. Her face flushed with embarrassment, clearly uncomfortable with such intimacy. Seeing her shyness, Shun Wanqing released her and teased, "I'm just joking. Besides, we're all women here. Why be shy? It's far better than being taken advantage of by some lecherous man." As Ding Mingjie appeared on the television screen, laughter ceased, and all eyes turned to the unfolding image. 3 luxurious Mercedes-Benz vehicles were parked outside the building, with bodyguards swiftly disembarking and taking their positions around the vicinity. After stepping out, Ding Mingjie entered with an air of confidence and composure. The surrounding flashes of cameras were incessant, with many onlookers chattering animatedly about the spectacle. As such grandeur was rarely witnessed among the affluent. Particularly discerning individuals recognized that these bodyguards were far from ordinary, which piqued their interest in the company, Sinuan. The members of the Flying Tiger team, alongside several detectives, felt an immediate surge of apprehension upon seeing these bodyguards. Such a visceral reaction was typically reserved for encounters with dangerous individuals known for their lethal prowess. Due to the stringent security measures in place, Chao Hui and his associates could not linger for long. Once Ding Mingjie entered, they promptly returned to their vehicles and distanced themselves to await further developments. Mayor Mai Gongdu presided over the meeting as the votes for each candidate were announced. Ding Mingjie, living up to expectations, secured his position as a councilman, eliciting a wave of exhilaration within him. Following the election, the customary oath-taking and speeches ensued. Shun Wanqing was so elated that she jumped up in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful! My senior brother has truly succeeded." Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, then said, "Uncle Huai, prepare a splendid feast. I wish to celebrate old Ding's achievement." The butler, upon hearing this, responded respectfully, "Certainly, sir. I shall attend to it immediately." Fang Yufan rose with a smile, saying, "You all continue your conversation. I shall take a stroll on the beach." "I'm coming with you." Rose promptly stood up. Shun Wanqing, grinning, added, "Then it's settled. As there is nothing left to do here." The trio stepped out of the villa and strolled towards the beach. Shun Wanqing stretched her arms wide, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful. If only we had a yacht, we could set sail from here." Fang Yufan, nodding in agreement, replied, "Indeed, that's a splendid idea. Of course. So when will you purchase one?" Shun Wanqing asked with eager anticipation. Fang Yufan, feigning seriousness, pondered for a moment before breaking into a mischievous grin. "Well, if you help me earn some money, I shall buy a luxurious yacht to take you out for a joyride." Upon hearing this, Shun Wanqing shot him a playful glare, retorting, "You're still the same old Fang Yufan." She then burst into laughter, cheerfully linking her arm through his and confidently declaring, "I will definitely help you earn a great deal of money." Fang Yufan feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, that would be splendid. I will have so much to buy then." "You must work hard." "Haha, well, your performance will determine it. Otherwise, I might just squander all your money," she quipped, releasing his arm and joyfully kicking off her shoes to run barefoot towards the beach. "You dare say that? Just watch how I'll handle you," he called out, chasing after her. Rose observed the playful banter between the two, a smile gracing her lips as a twinge of envy for Shun Wanqing welled up within her. Later that evening in the villa's dining room, several senior executives from the company had gathered, seated around the table. Fang Yufan raised his glass, joyfully proclaiming, "Let us toast to our esteemed councilman Ding." Shun Wanqing, playfully raising her cup, exclaimed, "Hee, indeed. My esteemed senior is now a distinguished council member. I toast to you." Luo Yaozu, lifting his cup with a teasing expression, remarked, "Councillor Ding, you must look out for us in the future." Ding Mingjie, his face adorned with a beaming smile, raised his cup joyfully and declared, "I owe my current success to the support of my boss and the assistance of all of you during this time. I toast to everyone." The group clinked their glasses together in unison. Fang Yufan cheerfully proclaimed, "Today, we are all comrades. Let us indulge in food and drink. And we shall not leave until we are inebriated." Upon hearing this, Ding Mingjie eagerly lifted his cup and said, "Haha, then we shall not hold back. It has been a long time since I have seen the boss intoxicated, so I will toast to the boss first. Yes, let us get him drunk." Shen Wanqing clapped her hands in approval. The villa resonated with joyous laughter and lively chatter, creating an atmosphere of merriment. Chapter 43. The sensation is sublime. The following morning, Fang Yufan, after completing his morning ablutions, descended the stairs with a radiant smile. The previous night, the group had indulged in revelry until the wee hours. Ding Mingjie and Luo Yazu, both inebriated, had shared tales of past grievances, each overwhelmed with emotion and shedding tears. Fang Yufan found their antics amusing, while Shen Wanqing succumbed to intoxication as well, ultimately being escorted back to her room by Rose for her care. Upon seeing Fang Yufan emerge, the butler respectfully stated, "Sir, breakfast is ready. Would you prefer to dine now? Have they yet risen?" Fang Yufan inquired. "Not yet, sir." "Very well, I shall not wait for them. I will eat first." As Fang Yufan enjoyed his breakfast, it was not long before Rose and Shen Wanqing made their appearance downstairs. "Last night, you were quite overindulged. Fortunate indeed that Rose was there, lest you might have taken advantage of the situation," Fang Yufan remarked, casting a bemused glance at Shen Wanqing. "If I were to act, I certainly would not wait for you to be inebriated. I would ensure your willing compliance," he retorted. Shen Wanqing, brimming with pride, responded, "Humph, just you wait." Rose, with a gentle smile, began her meal, choosing not to engage in their playful banter. Fang Yufan lamented, "Alas, had Rose partaken in wine last night, I might have been able to care for you both splendidly." Hearing this, Shen Wanqing teased, "You should prepare a prosthetic limb then, lest you find yourself unable to descend the stairs." With a sudden spark of mischief, Rose quipped, "I could be gentle." Fang Yufan, taken aback by her humor, bowed in jest. "Ah, Rose, your concern for my well-being is heartwarming. Henceforth, do be gentle, and do not heed Wanqing's words." Shen Wanqing played along. "Rose and I are close sisters. She would hesitate, but I certainly would not. Do not forget, I am a black belt." Rose chuckled, appreciating the charm of such camaraderie. When Ding Mingjie and Luo Yazu finally made their way downstairs, they appeared somewhat sheepish. "Come, take a seat," Fang Yufan laughed. The group refrained from mentioning the previous night's events and, after breakfast, they retreated to the garden for tea. Fang Yufan lit a cigar and asserted, "Yuzu, you must expedite the operation regarding the cross-shareholding. If we are to engage, let us do so thoroughly. Establish a shell company and orchestrate cross-shareholding amongst several hundred enterprises. I have further plans in mind." Luo Yazu nodded, responding, "Boss, that is quite feasible. It merely requires a bit of investment, a straightforward task." "Excellent," Fang Yufan said, taking a puff of his cigar. "Ding, have you considered establishing your own law firm?" Ding Mingjie, upon hearing this, shook his head with a smile. "Boss, let us hold off for now. There are numerous matters concerning the company at present. Once things stabilize, I shall contemplate it." Fang Yufan replied with a grin. "Company affairs can be delegated. Since you have embarked on this path, pursue it with vigor. The company will facilitate your endeavors, so do not harbor any reservations." Ding Mingjie pondered for a moment and stated, "I shall heed your advice, boss. However, a law firm is not in the cards. I can shift my focus toward my responsibilities as a legislator. There have been some legislators who are quite curious about us. I will engage with them. And if I can win them over, I shall unite them." Fang Yufan gazed at him with admiration and remarked, "It is commendable that you thought of this. Henceforth, the company will allocate an annual special fund of 5 million for you. You may directly approach Yuzu for disbursement, and should that prove insufficient, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Ding Mingjie, deeply moved by these words, solemnly replied, "Thank you, boss. I shall not disappoint you." Fang Yufan waved his hand dismissively. "We are all part of the same family. We share both glory and disgrace. Therefore, feel free to consult me with any matter." "I shall remember that, boss." Ding Mingjie nodded earnestly. Luo Yuzu was equally pleased, aware that his boss's ambitions would not cease here. Greater aspirations undoubtedly lay ahead. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and addressed the two. "There are two more matters to discuss. The first is that Lao Ding will apply for a batch of firearm permits for Ah Hui and the others." Ding Mingjie nodded. "Boss, this is a straightforward task. Given our rapport with the police department, there will be no issues." "Excellent. The second matter is to investigate the banks on Hong Kong Island that are up for sale. The qualifications must be complete. The amount of assets is irrelevant. Our opportunity is imminent." Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of excitement, realizing that their boss had even grander plans. Luo Yaozu, invigorated, declared, "Rest assured, boss. I will return and gather information to identify the most suitable options." At that moment, Shen Wanqing emerged from the villa, playfully declaring, Fang Bapi, I am heading back to the company to generate profits for you, striving to see you aboard a yacht soon. Hearing this, Ding Mingjie and Luo Yaozu stifled their laughter, rising to say, Boss, we shall take our leave. Fang Yufan nodded. Very well, off you go. Manager Shin. Please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Ding Mingjie and the others departed with smiles. Curiously, Shun Wonking approached and inquired, What is it? Fang Yufan stood and said, Your clothes are dirty. Where? Shin Wonking exclaimed, hurriedly checking herself. With a mischievous grin, Fang Yufan playfully smacked her rear and said, Here is dirty, it is clean now. With that, he dashed back into the house. Shin Wonking, covering her flushed face, seethed, You wretched Yufan, if I catch you, you are done for, and pursued him inside. Rose, suppressing her laughter, remarked, Sister Wonking, the boss has already fled. Shall we deal with him next time? Shin Wonking clenched her small fist and replied, Humph, he infuriates me. Next time, I shall see how I handle him. Rose, you must protect yourself. He is too mischievous. Yes, I will definitely take care of myself. Rose nodded vigorously. In his study, Fang Yufan watched Shin Wonking drive away, chuckling to himself. That felt rather delightful. Knock, knock. Knock, come in. Rose entered, her expression neutral as she said, Boss, Sister Wonking has left, threatening to hit you next time. Unable to contain her smile, she added, But I must say, you are quite formidable. I merely allowed her to think she could. As Rose observed her boss, despite his robust physique, she noticed no signs of martial prowess, and a smile played on her lips as she casually remarked, Yes, boss, you are quite impressive. Fang Yufan, beaming with delight, responded, Indeed, you possess a discerning eye. Upon hearing this, Rose couldn't help but smirk, finding her boss amusing for not recognizing her feigned admiration. Fang Yufan gazed at her with a beaming smile and said, You are far more beautiful than Wan Qing, and you possess a charming allure. Rose felt a surge of happiness at the compliment, yet she modestly shook her head and softly replied, Sister Wan Qing is truly the beautiful one. Fang Yufan approached her, playfully pinching her nose, and encouraged, You should be more confident. You are the best. Startled by the sudden intimacy, Rose turned and fled, exclaiming, Boss, I'll step out for a bit. Call me if you need anything. Watching her dash away, he chuckled softly before returning his gaze to the view outside the window. Chapter 44. A losing venture in the eyes of outsiders. Following the conclusion of the elections, much discourse surrounded the Xianyuan company. Within the confines of an office, several individuals were seated. The boss truly managed to succeed, one remarked, if such a significant sum were to be spent without yielding results. It would indeed be a monumental loss. However, they are undoubtedly set to impose charges henceforth. I concur, another responded, with thousands of delivery personnel. Their monthly wage reaches tens of millions. Even the wealthiest magnates would hesitate to subsidize such expenses. The man in the boss's chair took a drag from his cigarette and chuckled. It is perhaps better not to sustain them. Then the company could declare bankruptcy, and those delivery workers would surely turn against their employer. The group nodded in agreement. Li Chaoran, having set aside his newspaper, smiled and commented, That young fellow has indeed made it. I wonder how the journey will unfold from here. Investing over 10 million during this period is a hefty price. Yet if the other party can make it work, it's commendable. Another individual chimed in. However, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. With a delivery team numbering in the thousands, the monthly expenditure surpasses 10 million. Relying solely on a few coffee shops to support this workforce is simply untenable. Li Chaoran nodded in acknowledgement, admitting that even he lacked the audacity to undertake such a venture, shaking his head as he remarked, After all, they are still too young. Next year will reveal the outcome. Over 90% of the enterprises in Hong Kong awaited news of Xianyuan's bankruptcy, with few holding any optimism for their success. The remaining 10% chose to disregard the company entirely, viewing any engagement with it as a waste of their energy. The restructuring of Xianyuan company proceeded remarkably well. Shun Wonking, a prodigious talent, organized the company's affairs with impeccable precision, ensuring a seamless division of operations, including the establishment of a separate entity for food delivery. Luo Yaozu found himself exceedingly busy, as the number of delivery personnel had surged to 8,000, with monthly wages exceeding 20 million. The daily data compilation kept him in a constant state of urgency. The financial department of Xianyuan also expanded rapidly. To prevent discrepancies, additional personnel were recruited for cross-auditing. Examining the reports, Shun Wonking nodded and stated, Excellent. The packaging bags have been finalized by the boss, and the marketing department is to commence operations. Any unwilling shops will be bypassed. In the future, priority delivery will be granted to those using standardized packaging. The marketing manager promptly responded, "Understood, General Manager Shin. The packaging is exquisite. Although they incur slightly higher costs, it is still profitable compared to self-delivery. I believe most will comprehend this." Shin Wanking gazed at him with seriousness and said, "Yes, 1 week. I will grant you 1 week to complete the arrangements and distribute the packaging in accordance with payment order." "Absolutely. With the cooperation of the delivery personnel. I am confident we will accomplish this." "Very well, proceed with the arrangements." After the others departed, Shin Wanking picked up a document and inquired, "Supervisor Luo, how much capital do we have remaining? How many shops are yet to be mortgaged?" Luo Yaozu candidly remarked, "Currently, we operate 83 stores. And with the assistance of our couriers, we sell 680,000 cups of coffee daily. Each store averages over 8,000 cups sold every day, given the variance in pricing. The average pure profit per cup amounts to 2 yuan, yielding a daily total of 1.36 million. Presently, we have 8 million in cash on hand and 23 unencumbered stores." As he spoke, he couldn't help but admire the owner. This was merely their nascent phase, and many stores had only recently opened. Otherwise, they could easily keep pace with development without the need for loans. Should this data reach the ears of other companies, they would undoubtedly be astounded. A business perceived as unprofitable was generating a monthly pure profit in the tens of millions. Even some conglomerates worth billions might struggle to maintain such revenue. Shin Wanqing nodded thoughtfully and said, "Very well, let's contact the bank to continue expanding our stores. Our market share is still only in the low teens. We must press on with our expansion and expedite the funding." Luo Yaozu replied confidently, "No problem. I will reach out to the bank, and the funds should be secured within 2 days at most." Once the others left, Shin Wanqing wore a beaming smile. The company was finally accelerating towards success. Once this batch of stores opened, they could continue to expand solely on the company's profits, and within 6 months, they would be able to repay the loans. Especially when she glanced at the company's impressive financial statements, a hint of excitement graced her features. She was rather curious about how those companies that had previously mocked them would react upon seeing these reports. Fang Yufan was sipping tea in his villa, observing a few individuals engaged in a match not far away. Xiao Hui teased, "Haha, Qinjun, are you up to the task? You've been unable to defeat Yang Yao for quite some time. Come on, Hui Gu, spare me the sarcasm," Qinjun complained. Yang Yao paused to wipe his sweat. Chuckling, "Haha, I think we would fare better with 2 against 1. Otherwise, who knows how long this one-on-one duel will last." His suggestion resonated with the others. Qinjun grinned mischievously. "Yao Gu, let us take on Hui Gu first, just to counter his earlier remarks." "I'm in, let us go," Yang Yao declared, already charging forward. Xiao Hui called out, "Hey, that's a sneak attack. Watch this." Fang Yufan observed their sparring and nodded approvingly. Indeed, they exhibited the prowess of elite fighters. Their moves, though seemingly uncoordinated, were executed with precision and purpose, devoid of any wasted effort. After sipping his tea, he smiled and said, "Rose, you should stay by my side from now on and not engage with them. It would be troublesome if you were to get hurt." Hearing her boss's playful banter, Rose's lips curved into a smile as she nodded. "Yes, I will accompany you, boss." "Haha, such a good girl," Fang Yufan chuckled heartily. The butler approached with an invitation in hand, respectfully stating, "Sir, someone just delivered an invitation. HSBC is hosting a charity gala in a week." Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan took the invitation, remarking, "A small fry like me has received an invitation." He opened it to find it was from Shinshou, passing it along while saying, "All right, remind me when the time comes." The butler took the invitation and remarked, "Sir, shall I summon the tailor to craft a few suits for you?" "How troublesome," replied the master, "but very well, you may arrange it. Also, please have a few outfits made for Rose." "Certainly, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements," the butler responded before departing. Once the butler had left, Rose, feeling somewhat bashful, spoke up, "Boss, I need some as well." Fang Yufan looked at her and said, "Indeed. Should such an occasion arise in the future, you must accompany me. However, if you prefer not to enter, you need not wear them." Upon hearing this, Rose quickly nodded and replied, "Then I shall heed your wishes, boss." "Haha, it will surely be useful in the future. Truth be told, I am not particularly fond of attending banquets either. Let us take a look, and if it proves uninteresting, we shall leave." Chapter 45. The mermaid Shinzhou sat in his office, engrossed in the documents before him. Opposite him, A department manager was presenting a report. Chairman, based on the financial movements of Xianyuan Company, I have deduced that the company is not as the rumors suggest. I believe it possesses considerable potential. Shinshou set down the document and took a sip from the coffee cup beside him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Unfortunately, this information cannot be disclosed. I would relish the opportunity to witness the expressions of those who are unaware. This matter must remain confidential. If any information leaks, you may tender your resignation. Rest assured. Chairman, I will ensure its secrecy. Furthermore, the lower-level staff are not privy to this. They would never jeopardize the bank's reputation. Upon hearing his subordinate's assurance, Shinzhou nodded and said, Very well, you may return to your duties. Please summon Manager Zhang. Yes. Zhang Jun, upon learning that the chairman was requesting him, hurried directly to the top-floor office. Chairman, you called for me? Shinzhou smiled and replied, Please, have a seat. Tell me about the loan situation with Xianyuan Company. Zhang Jun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, yet seeing the chairman in good spirits alleviated some of his tension. He began, Currently, the loan stands at 260 million. The other party has just proposed using 23 stores as collateral for a 50 million loan. I have yet to agree. But their assets are of high quality, and when accounting for brand value, it certainly exceeds 400 million. Shinzhou listened intently, allowing Zhang Jun to finish before contemplating his response. Authorize an unsecured limit of 500 million Hong Kong dollars for them. Zhang Jun was initially apprehensive while observing the chairman's contemplation, but was taken aback by the generous limit. Chairman, isn't this amount rather excessive? Even some wealthy individuals do not possess this. Shinzhou waved his hand, interrupting him with a smile, Just proceed as I've instructed. Fang Sheng is worthy of this investment. Have him notify me the next time he comes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's mind raced with possibilities, and he earnestly replied, Understood, Chairman. I will inform them immediately. I am certain Fang Sheng will be eager to meet with you. Haha, splendid. Now, you may return to your tasks. As Zhang Jun exited the office, his mind was abuzz with thoughts, uncertain of what undisclosed matters were unfolding within. Nevertheless, he resolved to convey the message. Believing that the better Fang Sheng fared, the more opportunities would arise for himself. He returned to his office with a smile and promptly called Xianyuan Company. Upon hearing the details, Luo Yaozu was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation and marveled at Shun Zhou's audacity. He rose and made his way to the manager's office. Upon hearing his report, Shen Wanqing tapped her fingers on the desk and, after a moment, stated, In that case, we must not squander our resources. You will go directly to the villa to report to the boss. However, inform him that the company requires 300 million for future arrangements, and he may use the remaining 200 million at his discretion. Luo Yaozu smiled, responding, I will certainly convey your message, Miss Shun. With that, he left, still smiling. Regarding the subtle affection between the two, both he and Ding Mingjie were well aware. However, romantic inclinations are entirely natural. Should it blossom into something more, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Upon the arrival of Luo Yaozu, Fang Yufan greeted him with a smile, inviting him to take a seat. Boss, just now Manager Zhang from HSBC called, informing us of a 5 billion yuan unsecured loan approval. He also mentioned that Shinzhou holds a favorable view of Fang Sheng and wishes to meet you next time you visit HSBC. Fang Yufan, upon hearing this, chuckled. I did not expect such audacity from them. It certainly aligns with Shun Zhou's approach to business. Luo Yaozu nodded in agreement. It seems we must expedite the bank acquisition process. Otherwise, our financial status will be an open book. Fang Yufan, understanding the implications, responded nonchalantly, We shall proceed methodically. It is best to keep banking matters discreet, ensuring that outsiders remain unaware, thus allowing us to catch them off guard. Understood, boss. We have discussed and decided to engage a third-party firm to assist with the acquisition, thus eliminating direct dealings. Excellent idea. Let us proceed with that. Does Manager Shin have any further instructions? Luo Yaozu smiled. You are quite perceptive, boss. Manager Shun indicated that the company requires 3 billion for future arrangements, and the remainder is at your discretion. Fang Yufan laughed heartily. Ha! She underestimates my judgment. Besides, with the company's current progress, 3 billion is excessive. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Very well, let us allocate 3 billion. I hardly require such a sum. Contact the other party, and we shall handle it tomorrow. It presents us with an excellent opportunity. Certainly. Luo Yaozu promptly dialed HSBC from the villa. Fang Yufan lit a cigar. feeling quite elated at the unexpected influx of funds. Although the interest was substantial, it paled in comparison to the profits. He pondered the possibility of acquiring $2 billion from Kowloon Warehouse, uncertain if it was still available, but deemed it worth a try. Securing that would grant him over $3 billion in shares, leading to an influx of over $10 billion in 6 months. The thought of future profits filled him with exuberance. After confirming the arrangements, Luo Yazu returned to the company. Fang Yufan stretched lazily and suggested, "Rose, shall we take a dip in the rooftop pool?" "I will pass. I prefer to stay close to the boss." Fang Yufan mischievously replied, "That won't do. Come on, there are no outsiders up there, and everything is shielded. No one will see." With that, he headed towards the room. Rose quickly followed, her heart racing with trepidation. Fang Yufan changed into swim trunks and donned a robe as he made his way to the rooftop. The sun shone brilliantly, and the pool water was perfectly warm. After swimming a few laps, he noticed Rose had yet to arrive. Just as disappointment began to settle, a beautiful figure clad in a bathrobe ascended the stairs. Upon seeing her, Fang Yufan's eyes lit up, and he cheerfully exclaimed, "The water feels wonderful. Hurry up." With a slight blush, Rose slowly removed her bathrobe, her porcelain skin shimmering under the sunlight, nearly blinding Fang Yufan. Noticing his reaction, Rose felt a sense of satisfaction as she stepped into the pool, gracefully gliding through the water. Fang Yufan gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, reminiscent of a mermaid, and with a mischievous grin declared, "I am coming." With that, he pursued her. "Hey, don't blame me," Rose exclaimed, hastily swimming aside, occasionally splashing water playfully. The two reveled in their frolic within the swimming pool, delighting in each other's company. After some time, they lay on the edge, laughter spilling forth. Fang Yufan complimented, "If we ever venture to the beach, you should refrain from wearing that. It should be for my eyes only." Rose felt a sweet warmth in her heart, nodding earnestly. "All right, I will heed your words." Fang Yufan suppressed the fluttering in his heart and suggested with a smile, "Let us rest on the chairs for a while." Chapter 46. Meeting the HSBC chairman, Fang Yufan reclined in his chair, observing Rose drape a towel over her body, feigning disappointment as he remarked, "Ah, how perfect you are. Why conceal yourself?" With a playful smile, she replied, "Hee, Sister Wanqing advised me to be cautious of you." Rose, now more relaxed, laughed and exchanged banter with him. Fang Yufan chuckled softly, poured himself a glass from the bottle, and said with a hint of exasperation, "You should keep your distance from her. She'll teach you how to oppose me." Rose giggled, covering her mouth. Her gaze fell upon the man beside her, filled with affection, though it quickly masked as she picked up a cigar, expertly lighting it before offering it to him. Fang Yufan accepted the cigar, took a puff, and then remarked, "The new year is just over a month away. I'll let you take a break to visit home." Upon hearing this, Rose promptly shook her head. "I want to be going back." Then, curious, she asked, "Boss, will you return for the new year?" Fang Yufan exhaled a plume of smoke and replied, "There is no one left at home. I'm all alone. I sold the house when I left, so this is my home now." Rose was taken aback to learn that her boss was an orphan, and her heart ached for him. She softly said, "I'm sorry, boss, I didn't know." Women are inherently emotional, regardless of their strength. Fang Yufan waved his hand dismissively. "Haha, it's fine. I'm accustomed to it. Besides, it's quite nice now with all of you around. I'm not lonely at all." Hearing him consider her family, Rose beamed and said, "Yes, I will always be by your side." Fang Yufan looked at her, deeply moved. "I'm so touched. Come here, let me give you a hug." Seeing him revert to his playful demeanor, Rose stood, donned her robe, and said, "I'll go change. I'll be right back." With that, she dashed away. "Hey, don't run off. Aren't you worried about leaving me here alone?" "Not at all." Rose's voice echoed from the staircase. Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair, smiling as he took another puff of his cigar, gazing out at the sea below. In the office of the chairman at HSBC, Shunzhou regarded the young man before him with admiration, smiling as he said, "Fang, I have been keeping an eye on you. I just had too many matters to attend to until now." Fang Yufan responded with a bright smile, "I should have visited you sooner, Chairman Shun, but as a newcomer, I feared that an unannounced visit might seem presumptuous." "Haha, the entire city has underestimated you, Fang. If it weren't for my subordinates compiling the materials and discovering the revenue of your company, I would still be in the dark." Fang Yufan lifted his teacup, taking a sip, and shook his head with a smile. "Chairman Shin is truly a sage. Otherwise, you wouldn't have granted me such a substantial unsecured loan." Upon hearing this, a gleam of pride appeared on Shunzhou's face. and his heart swelled with joy. While the entire city misjudged Fang, he alone had seen the truth from the beginning. This joy, surpassing any experience of outsmarting countless clever individuals, was beyond the reach of mere words. The admiration in his eyes intensified, and the air of composure and mastery he exuded had already placed him on par with many affluent individuals. He dared to assert that he was a singular presence among the younger generation. With an eager expression, he remarked, "Fang Sheng, I eagerly anticipate the scene when you take the stage, causing a stir throughout Hong Kong." Fang Yufan recognized that it was time to take his leave. Rising with an air of confidence, he stated, "That day is not far off. Director Shen, I shall not disturb your work any longer. Once again, I thank you for your support." Shinzhou stood up, produced a business card, and smiled as he said, "Fang Sheng, here is my business card. Let's go fishing together sometime." Fang Yufan accepted it with both hands and respectfully offered his own card in return, beaming as he said, "Of course. I look forward to our next meeting, Director Shen." After exiting the office, Chao Hui and Rose accompanied him to the credit department. Fang Yufan wore a smile. Although he possessed a system, he had not yet become arrogant or dismissive. Moreover, the sincerity exhibited by others warranted the respect he extended in return. Luo Yaozu and Zhang Jun had completed the necessary paperwork, and upon his return, they promptly stood up. "Boss, you can sign now." Fang Yufan replied with a smile. "Thank you, Manager Zhang. Please also call Manager Yu. His assistance will be needed." Zhang Jun, filled with joy, responded, "Certainly, Fang Sheng. I will call him right away." Naturally, he felt elated at the prospect of another stock purchase, eagerly anticipating the profits that would follow the sale. Manager Yu arrived swiftly, greeting him warmly with a handshake. "Fang Sheng, what are your plans this time?" Fang Yufan replied with a smile. "Manager Yu, I am looking at Kowloon Warehouse, 200 million. If we cannot secure it, we will invest the remaining funds in Jining real estate. As always, this must remain confidential." Upon hearing the 200 million for Kowloon Warehouse, Yu Junyang felt a jolt of surprise, but was reassured by the latter part of the statement, knowing that Jining stocks were readily available. He asked earnestly, "Fang Sheng, is there a deadline?" Fang Yufan pondered for a moment before responding, 2 months to purchase Kowloon Warehouse stocks. If we still cannot complete it, we will proceed with Jining real estate." Hearing the 2-month time frame, Yu Junliang immediately displayed a confident smile. "Fang Sheng, 2 months is absolutely manageable. I'm confident we can acquire all of Kowloon Warehouse." "Haha, splendid. I appreciate your efforts, Manager Yu. After the sale, I will ensure everyone receives a satisfactory reward." Fang Yufan replied, equally delighted at the prospect of a complete acquisition. After signing various contracts, he departed directly. Outside HSBC, Luo Yaozu respectfully stated, "Boss, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Do be careful on your way," Fang Yufan replied with a smile before entering his car. Rose joined him in the back seat, donned in a tailored women's suit that, combined with her striking beauty, drew countless gazes wherever she went. No one could guess that she was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. As she gazed out the window, she pondered what to do next. Reflecting on the recent increase in her ratings, wondering if it was due to the purchase of a villa. After a month of contemplation, the decision could be made then. With this thought in mind, he returned to the villa. Ji Xinghuai respectfully addressed, "Sir, lunch is ready. Would you prefer to dine now, or wait a while?" Upon disembarking, Fang Yufan, hearing his words, smiled and replied, "Let us dine now. We shall go to the restaurant." With that, he took Rose by his side and proceeded to the dining area. Initially, he invited Chao Hui and the others to join them, but after a few meals together, they decided it was better to eat their working lunches instead. Their hearty appetites in the sumptuous meals made it difficult to relax in the presence of their employer. Thus, they found more satisfaction in their simpler work lunches. Consequently, only Rose was compelled to stay with Fang Yufan, making their mealtimes a shared experience for the two of them each day. Chapter 47. The HSBC Charity Gala. The HSBC Charity Gala is held at the Haiten Hotel, where a throng of reporters has already gathered outside, their flashes illuminating the scene as they capture images of the affluent and glamorous attendees. Dressed in an exquisite evening gown, Rose radiates an unparalleled beauty, accentuated by her subtle makeup. Fang Yufan, impeccably attired in formal wear, stands tall and distinguished beside her. Once they are ready, they step into the awaiting vehicle. As they settle in, Fang Yufan turns to the enchanting lady beside him and remarks, "You look even more beautiful today." A sweet warmth spreads through Rose's heart, and she smiles playfully in response. "You look quite handsome yourself, boss." Chuckling, Fang Yufan adds, "Today, you shall stay by my side." lest I fear many will be left awestruck and unable to move at the sight of you. They exchange playful banter during the ride and soon arrive at their destination. With elegance, Rose places her hand atop Fang Yufan's as she gracefully exits the car. The flashes of cameras erupt in a flurry of bright light. Although it is Fang Yufan's first experience with such attention, he remains composed, having prepared himself mentally. Rose, feeling a flutter of nerves, recalls the tumultuous past she has endured, and finds solace in the thought that this moment is but a small affair in comparison. With a radiant smile, she links her arm through Fang Yufan's, and together they stride into the venue. How stunning! Which celebrity is that? One onlooker whispers. I have no idea. I've never seen her before, but she is breathtaking. Another replies, glancing at the young man beside her, and that young man exudes such charm. Who could he be? The crowd outside is captivated by Rose's beauty. Handing the invitation to the doorman, Fang Yufan and Rose are escorted inside by the staff. The hall is abuzz with conversation and wine tasting. And as the striking couple makes their entrance, countless heads turn to gaze at them, unfamiliar with the guests. Fang Yufan takes a glass of wine and retreats to a corner. Rose is performing admirably, he observes. Rose playfully sticks out her tongue and whispers. I learned it all from television. Fang Yufan, amused by her delightful demeanor, smiles and sips his drink while casually surveying the crowd. Shen Wanqing, entwined with Shen Juanxiang, chats with others when she spots her boss and whispers, Father, my friend has arrived. I must go greet her. Shen Juanxiang, having noticed the dashing young man, smiles and replies, Go ahead. Rose, you look absolutely stunning. Shen Wanqing exclaims. Only you are truly beautiful, Sister Wanqing, Rose replies. Fang Yufan takes another sip of wine, observing the two with a smile. Indeed, you both possess your own unique charms. With a proud expression, Shen Wanqing retorts, At least you know how to flatter. She then takes Rose's hand and declares, There is delicious food over there. Let us go indulge. Fang Yufan grins mischievously. Ah, you arrive and steal my companion. In that case, you two shall accompany me. With that, he wraps an arm around Shen Wanqing's waist and leads her aside. Such a scoundrel, so greedy. If it weren't for this occasion, I would show you the prowess of my black belt, Shen Wanqing teases, playfully twisting at his waist. Although it causes him no pain, Fang Yufan theatrically pleads for mercy. Oh, valiant heroine, spare me. With so many eyes upon us, I must maintain my dignity. Shen Wanqing, with a triumphant grin, replies, Hee hee. It's good to know you recognize my strength. Rose beamed with joy as she watched the two playfully banter, while the three of them stood in a corner indulging in sweet delicacies. Many young onlookers regarded Fang Yufan with a tinge of envy, speculating about his identity, as he was fortunate enough to be accompanied by two stunning women. The evening's banquet attracted not only the affluent from Hong Kong Island, but also the wealthy from Nanyang and Macau, thus discouraging any unruly behavior. Given the nature of those young masters, had there been any provocation, it would have been swiftly addressed. Fang Yufan exchanged playful jests with the two ladies, his gaze subtly scanning the crowd in the hall. Soon, the lights dimmed, followed by a spotlight illuminating the stage where a middle-aged man stood, microphone in hand, a cheerful smile gracing his face. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you all for attending the annual HSBC Charity Gala. After the opening remarks, he continued, Now, let us welcome Mr. Shenzhou, the chairman of HSBC, to deliver his address. Applause erupted throughout the hall. With a radiant smile, Shenzhou approached the stage, sharing humorous anecdotes about HSBC's achievements over the past year, after which the attendees took their seats as the auction commenced. Shen Wanqing leaned in softly, a fawn. I'm heading over to my father now. See you later. All right, go ahead, Fang Yufan replied with a smile, then embraced Rose, finding a cozy corner to settle down. Rose nestled against him, her heart brimming with happiness. She relished the intimate connection with Fang Yufan, feeling utterly at ease. If you see anything you like, just let me know, and I'll buy it for you, Fang Yufan whispered in her ear. Rose felt a warm blush creep onto her cheeks as she softly replied, I don't want anything. I'm just content to be with you, boss. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Fang Yufan chuckled. All right, you can stay by my side from now on. The two engaged in soft flirtation while the auction continued. The event proceeded without any confrontations. Everyone placed bids symbolically, and no one was foolish enough to engage in malicious bidding for something they truly desired. The auction concluded in a harmonious atmosphere, with Fang Yufan spending several million to acquire two necklaces, one for Shen Wanqing and the other for Rose. In a car, Shen Juanxiang watched his daughter, who was visibly delighted, and joked, We should invite that young man over for dinner one day. Upon hearing her father's remark, Shen Wanqing, with a hint of pride, retorted, I want to be inviting him. I'm the one earning money for him every day while he lounges about. Consider this his compensation. Observing his daughter's playful contradiction, Shen Juanxiang chuckled and teased, if that's the case, he is truly insufferable. I've noticed my daughter has lost weight. I ought to give him a talking to. Shen Wanqing, upon hearing this, pouted playfully, he is just joking. He is quite impressive, and he is the one who proposed the company's development direction. You'll see in due time. Impressive, yet some still call him a fool at the company. Many doubt you both, and your reputation seems diminished as well. Humph. Just wait until they're left speechless. Don't be startled when that happens. Shen Juanxiang gazed at his daughter, chuckling as he remarked, I shall eagerly anticipate it. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Yufan smiled and said, everyone should retire early. Certainly, boss, responded Chao Hui and the others with utmost respect. Rose ascended to the third floor with a gift, expressing her hesitation. Boss, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Fang Yufan looked at her, unable to resist wrapping his arm around her slender waist, teasingly stating, it is not expensive at all. In fact, I believe it is undervalued. You deserve something far more splendid. Rose's face flushed crimson. This time, she did not struggle to escape. Inhaling the scent of this man, she found herself utterly captivated. Chapter 48. The 20,000 person delivery team. The following morning, Fang Yufan stretched lazily, casting a glance at the sleeping Rose beside him. Unable to resist planting a gentle kiss upon her lips, Rose stirred slightly, her eyelids fluttering, but she refrained from opening her eyes, her heart brimming with a delightful shyness. Observing her pretense of slumber, Fang Yufan chuckled softly, choosing not to tease her further, and rose to freshen up in the bathroom. Once he had departed, Rose, recalling the events of the previous night, wrapped herself in the blanket, an overwhelming sense of happiness washing over her. However, the realization that she was merely a bodyguard soon dimmed her spirits. Cautiously, she descended from the bed, dressed, and made her way back to her own room. Upon completing his morning routine, Fang Yufan found her absence puzzling, with only the impressions left on the bed to testify to the night's occurrences. He proceeded to the guest room and knocked on the door. Rose opened it, her head bowed as she uttered, Boss. Seeing her demeanor, Fang Yufan stepped inside, wrapping his arms around her in a playful embrace, teasing, from now on, call me Brother Fan. Rose raised her gaze to meet his, sensing the affection in his eyes, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. I am older than you, she retorted. Slap. Rose, feeling flustered, covered her rear, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Fang Yufan grinned mischievously. Will you call me or not? Leaning against him, Rose whispered, Brother Fan. Ha, very obedient. You should rest well in your room today. I will have the servant bring breakfast to you. Upon hearing his considerate words, Rose nodded obediently, and thank you, Brother Fan. After descending the stairs, Fang Yufan addressed the housekeeper. Uncle Huai, please have someone deliver breakfast to Rose. Ji Xinghuai smiled in response. Certainly, sir. I will arrange it right away. After enjoying breakfast, Fang Yufan settled on the sofa with a cup of tea, perusing the newspaper. The pages featured photographs from the charity gala held the previous night. Yet his own image was conspicuously absent, likely due to his lack of notoriety, which he found preferable. Having flipped through the newspaper without encountering anything of particular note, he set it aside and ventured outside. Spotting Chao Hui seated outside, he remarked, Oh Hui, I have nothing scheduled for today. Feel free to go out and explore. Upon hearing his employer's words, Chao Hui hurried over. Boss, it's all right. We have already formed groups to check on everyone's situation. Yao and Chang have gone out with their teams. Fang Yufan smiled. Very well, then arrange yourselves as you see fit. I'm heading upstairs. With that, he ascended to the third floor. Once the funds for the Xianyuan company were secured, Shen Wanqing dispatched representatives to negotiate the acquisition of the selected stores. Under the influence of financial prowess, the discussions progressed remarkably smoothly. The demand for coffee among the people of Hong Kong was immense, with statistics indicating a daily consumption of no less than 5 million cups. Although their current sales of nearly 700,000 cups daily were already impressive, it remained insufficient. To achieve a comprehensive presence across Hong Kong, it was conservatively estimated that around 800 coffee shops would be necessary. Presently, securing 300 stores would suffice, requiring an investment of approximately 600 million yuan, as Fang Yufan's principle was to acquire all the shops collectively. Shen Wanqing harbored no objections to the plan. On the contrary, she found it quite agreeable. With the soaring property prices on the island, the future profits generated by these establishments were incalculable, thanks to the collaboration of numerous individuals. The acquisition proceeded seamlessly, and the renovation and recruitment efforts progressed in an orderly manner. The newspapers consistently featured recruitment advertisements. Observers were baffled to see Fang Yufan Company continuously expanding. Many had anticipated its bankruptcy, yet now, new stores opened daily, and the delivery teams grew ever larger. In the tea house, many patrons engaged in conversation over tea. An elderly gentleman, glancing at the newspaper, remarked, "Incredible. The paper states that Fang Yufan Company now employs 20,000 delivery personnel. What a fortune that must be. My neighbor's child works as a delivery person and claims to earn 3,000 yuan a month at times. Indeed, I've heard that too. They operate on a pay-for-performance basis. As long as they diligently complete their tasks, they are compensated per delivery." At this moment, Fang Yufan sat in the study of his villa, listening to his subordinates report. Qin Junkai respectfully stated, "Boss, we currently have 20,000 delivery staff, and over 100 stores are still undergoing renovations. Once these stores open, this workforce will suffice for our present needs. Any additional personnel might lead to overcrowding." Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and nodded. "Well then, let us pause recruitment. Once all the stores are operational, we shall reassess the situation to determine whether to continue our expansion." Hearing the boss's approval, Qin Junkai sighed in relief. A workforce of 20,000 was no small feat, with monthly salaries amounting to 50 to 60 million. Fortunately, the personnel were allocated in groups. Otherwise, management would pose a significant challenge. Fang Yufan inquired, "There hasn't been any turmoil among the staff, has there?" Qin Junkai quickly replied, "No. Although some gang members had bullied the delivery workers initially, our team leaders swiftly resolved the issues, and no further incidents have occurred. Truly, your foresight is commendable, boss." As he spoke, excitement illuminated his face. After all, those gangs on the island were not to be trifled with. Yet now they kept their distance. Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction. The personnel were organized into groups of 20, with 10 groups forming a squad and 10 squads constituting a battalion. Under the guidance of these seasoned veterans, the unity among the delivery personnel was remarkable. They were eager to band together, having once faced harassment from gangs. Now, no one dared to bully them lightly, and they were delighted by their newfound strength. Thus, when a serious matter arose, the battalion leader's call would rally them instantly. With 2,000 individuals wielding steel pipes, which gang would dare provoke them? The gangs, motivated by profit, understood that conflict would only lead to financial loss. After a few skirmishes, a mutual non-aggression pact emerged. As Fang Yufan Company continued its expansion, the public remained oblivious to the magnitude of its wealth, fearing to offend them lightly. Fang Yufan took another puff of his cigar and smiled. "Let us ensure that our employees' welfare is closely monitored, to avoid any missteps." Luo Yuzu nodded and assured, "Rest assured, boss. The daily workload for each staff member is posted by the managers in each store on the same day. Should any issues arise, they can be promptly communicated. Only after confirming that everything is in order will the reports be submitted, ensuring no errors occur." That is reassuring. You may return to your duties now, and feel free to reach out to me at any time if necessary. Understood, boss. We shall take our leave. The two stood up and proceeded to exit. Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair, savoring a cigar. Qin Junkai, recruited through a headhunting agency, demonstrated considerable competence, and he maintained effective control over his team, alleviating any concerns of disloyalty. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, gazing out at the distant scenery. "Ah, the new year is approaching. How swiftly time passes. It seems we will be able to settle accounts again tomorrow. I wonder what the outcome will be this time." Chapter 49. The development strategy of the takeout company. After dinner, Fang Yufan summoned Chao Hui and the others to the hall. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "In half a month, the new year will arrive. You should take some time off to visit home and return after the festivities." Upon hearing this, Chao Hui glanced at the others and replied with a smile, "Boss, we have already discussed it. We will return home in shifts for the new year. However, since we have only just arrived this year, there is no need to go back so frequently. We can start taking turns next year." Having previously discussed this with Fang Yufan, he had privately conferred with the others. Mei Gui boldly declared, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Her eyes sparkled with affection. The others exchanged glances with Mei Gui, their faces breaking into smiles. Fang Yufan took her hand, guiding her to sit down, and said, All right, from now on, we will always be together. Mei Gui nodded eagerly, but upon noticing the attention of the others, she shyly lowered her gaze. Observing her bashfulness, Fang Yufan chuckled. Haha. Very well. Ahui, let us proceed as you discussed. You all should get some rest now. Understood, boss. We won't delay your rest any longer. Everyone replied with cheerful laughter as they departed. Mei Gui's cheeks flushed crimson as she softly complained. It's all your fault. They're teasing me. Fang Yufan playfully pinched her cheek and grinned. All right, blame it on me. I will go upstairs and make amends. With that, he took her hand and led her upstairs, both of them sharing laughter along the way. A night of sweet dreams ensued. The next morning, as he awoke, the familiar sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding, based on the host's activities over the month, your rating is C. Please choose one of the rewards below. Intermediate combat technique, 50 million Hong Kong dollars, or an additional 5 cubic meters of personal space. Upon hearing the rewards, Fang Yufan did not rush to claim them. Instead, he looked at Mei Gui, who was gazing at him. He smiled and planted a kiss on her, jesting. Why aren't you sleeping more? Mei Gui, beaming with joy, nestled closer in his embrace. I have rested quite well. Is that so? Then let us do some morning exercises. He responded. After taking a shower, Fang Yufan clenched his fist, exhilarated by the significant enhancement of his strength. Without hesitation, he chose the intermediate combat technique as his reward, for he was not in need of money or additional space. The opportunity to enhance his own capabilities was paramount. Over the course of the month, he had fully absorbed the effects of the primary gene serum, tripling his physical prowess. However, upon receiving the intermediate combat technique, a surge of energy coursed through him, fortifying his abilities. All techniques had seamlessly integrated into his muscle memory, leaving him feeling remarkably powerful, though the extent of his newfound strength remained uncertain. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he admired his sculpted physique before donning a bathrobe and stepping outside. Upon seeing him emerge, Mei Gui's cheeks flushed again, especially at the sight of his muscular form. She shyly urged, quickly put on some clothes, or you'll catch a cold. Fang Yufan teased, you see me every day, yet you still blush? The Rose, feeling bashful, coquettishly remarked, you're incorrigible. Breakfast is ready, and I'll be waiting for you downstairs. With that, she hurriedly departed. Fang Yufan chuckled softly, changed his attire, and leisurely made his way to the dining area. As the year drew to a close, in the meeting room of Xianyuan Company, Fang Yufan occupied the principal seat, listening to Shun Wanqing report on the state of the company. Boss, after over 4 months of development, our company now boasts 384 employees, 245 operational cafes, and 55 more under renovation, poised for opening. Our daily revenue stands at 83 million. Once all 300 stores commence operations after the new year, we anticipate revenues exceeding 13 million. As the figures were presented, Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction. The company's net profit had reached an impressive 20%, translating to over 2 million daily, which amounts to 60 to 70 million monthly. Then, Shinjun Kai reported on the progress of their delivery service. Currently, half of the establishments on Hong Kong Island have opted for our delivery service. We have 20,000 delivery personnel, handling 700,000 orders daily, a number that continues to rise as we do not charge fees. Our primary profit derives from the packaging, yielding 1 yuan per bag, which generates an income of 800,000 to 1 million daily, though we are still operating at a loss. Fang Yufan responded with a smile. What are your thoughts on the future profitability of our delivery service? Shun Junkai perked up, quickly replying, Boss, I believe that while we maintain our no-fee policy, we should innovate on the software front. The current ordering process is overly complex. If we could develop a dedicated ordering application, it would streamline operations for both merchants and our logistics, allowing us to charge software fees and enhance profits. Fang Yufan, considering his words, silently acknowledged the thoughtfulness behind this suggestion. He replied with a smile, that is an excellent point, but can we realistically achieve this with current technology? Shinjun Kai, with a serious demeanor, responded, I have reached out to some research-oriented classmates who are quite interested in this project. Although we may not achieve perfection, discussions with them suggest we can enhance efficiency by 50%. Additionally, I propose establishing a dedicated platform for order placements, aggregating the unique offerings of various restaurants on Hong Kong Island. Customers would no longer need to contact the restaurants directly, but could reach out to us instead. The members present in the meeting room nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential convenience this could offer. Fang Yufan felt increasingly pleased with Qin Junkai's initiative. The absence of established enterprises to emulate made such creative thinking commendable. After Qin finished, he looked around the room and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" After some contemplation, Shen Wanqing responded, "Qin's plan is commendable. However, if we establish a platform for users to place orders, what happens if there are order discrepancies? Would the company need to cover the meal costs? After all, restaurants would not bear that responsibility." This indeed posed a conundrum, and everyone turned their attention to Qin Junkai. Awaiting his response, Qin Junkai spoke with unwavering confidence. "Mr. Shun is indeed correct. This issue is of paramount importance. Therefore, I am prepared to negotiate prices with willing shops, proposing discounts of either 40 or 20 to secure a reasonable profit. While the occurrence of order cancellations is unavoidable, the resulting losses are negligible. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility of individuals intentionally causing us trouble. However, our delivery personnel are extensively distributed across Hong Kong Island, ensuring coverage in nearly every area. Should the situation of order cancellations escalate in the future, we can readily dispatch nearby couriers for verification, with any delays not exceeding 10 minutes. Once confirmed, we shall collect the payment and relay the information back to the platform, subsequently initiating the order fulfillment process." Chapter 50, Methods of Earning Profit. Listening to Qin Junkai's explanation, Fang Yufan raised his teacup and took a delicate sip, contemplating the implications of his words. Although it might result in some time inefficiency, it undeniably presented itself as a commendable idea at this juncture. Shen Wanqing interjected, "This approach is indeed promising. But will those restaurants be willing to offer us discounts?" With a confident smile, Qin Junkai addressed everyone. "Given our scale, if we assist a restaurant, we could potentially triple their daily revenue or even more. If we aim for a median value and help them achieve double their sales, excluding those customers who dine in or order directly, the remainder." As he spoke, the group began to comprehend. Currently, restaurants enjoy profits of 50 to 60%, or even higher. By offering a fraction of those earnings, they could significantly increase their profits, making it unlikely for anyone to decline such an opportunity. Luo Yazu nodded. "If that is the case, this plan appears to be highly feasible. However, managing personnel will be more challenging, as it could easily lead to accounting confusion and disputes with merchants." Qin Junkai pondered this point as well. Recognizing the potential for errors amidst the hustle and bustle of overlapping staff during order pickups, Fang Yufan observed everyone deep in thought and smiled, saying, "What you all have proposed is excellent. Any plan must be continuously refined through rigorous scrutiny until it is ready for implementation." Upon hearing the boss speak, everyone turned their eyes towards him, eager to discern whether he possessed an even more brilliant idea. Noticing their anticipatory expressions, he smiled and stated, "Mr. Chen's plan can indeed be seen as the developmental direction for our delivery company. As technology advances, these issues will eventually be resolved. However, for now, we must rely on human operation. Thus, let's hold off on building the platform and focus first on the software concerns you mentioned. This could enhance efficiency by 50%. And through ongoing upgrades, might we even achieve 100%? Or even several 100%? When that time comes, launching our platform for food ordering will surely be much easier." Qin Junkai nodded in agreement, realizing that perhaps he had been too hasty. A gradual approach might indeed be the wisest choice. Others concurred, acknowledging the need to take a step back, as the company had only been established for a few months, and the accomplishments thus far were already remarkable. It was essential to solidify the foundation before proceeding to the next phase. Fang Yufan took another sip of tea and remarked with a smile, "I understand your determination to turn losses into profits. However, there are numerous methods to achieve profitability. You all need to broaden your perspectives and look at problems from outside the box." Shen Wanqing's eyes sparkled. Recognizing that the boss's ideas often ventured into the realm of the extraordinary, and she eagerly anticipated what exceptional concepts he might propose. Fang Yufan stood and approached the map behind him, tapping it with a pointer. "We plan to establish 300 stores on Hong Kong Island, so I will divide it into 300 zones." The group nodded in unison, their minds racing as they analyzed the boss's insights. Each of these 300 zones would encompass the entirety of Hong Kong Island. How many businesses do you think there are in each zone? Companies, nightclubs, bars. Should they not frequently engage in advertising? In an instant, Shen Wanqing's thoughts were illuminated, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Fang Yufan. This man's mind was perpetually enigmatic. Qin Junka, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, "Boss, this idea is brilliant. If we allow delivery personnel to display advertisements, charging by headcount or region, it could amount to a substantial fortune. Luo Yaozu chimed in, agreeing. Indeed, currently in Hong Kong, advertising through newspapers and television costs no less than 300 million per month. Even capturing a mere 10% could yield tens of millions in revenue. Fang Yufan, with a smile, looked at the group and remarked, 10% is insufficient. With 300 regions, rather than charging per individual, we will charge by area, offering only one advertising spot per day or month, at a daily rate of 10,000 yuan per region. Shinjunka, momentarily stunned, responded, that as 3 million a day, doesn't that total to 90 million a month? Shenwanqing, equally excited, inquired, Boss, why restrict to just one advertising spot per day? Luo Yazu, perplexed, added, Yes, 10,000 per region is trivial for many companies. Wouldn't more spots result in billions monthly? Fang Yufan smiled but did not answer directly, instead asking Shinjunka, Do you know why? Shinjunka, now composed, nodded. One advertising spot can be more prominent, and most importantly, it ensures the safety of the delivery personnel who use bicycles. Too much signage could create safety hazards. Precisely. Your insight is commendable. While our company must generate profit, we must also embody a sense of social responsibility. We cannot prioritize profit over the well-being of our employees. Upon hearing Fang Yufan's words, both Shenwanqing and Luo Yazu felt a pang of guilt, a consideration they had overlooked. Shinjunka, inspired, declared, Boss, I will design a plan that showcases the advertising effectively while ensuring employee safety. Additionally, should we not consider acquiring a newspaper? We would leverage our personnel advantage and create a channel for our voice. Fang Yufan returned to his seat, smiling. Indeed, with our foundation in the delivery business, we can expand our ecosystem continuously. Any large enterprise must possess a robust ecosystem, which is a prerequisite for sustainable growth. We need not concern ourselves with others' opinions. By the time they comprehend our strategy, we will have established a comprehensive ecosystem, ready to face any challenge. The group was invigorated. Once the day's plan was set in motion, they would leap into a billion-level enterprise. Given time, they would soon evolve into a genuine 100 billion conglomerate, and a cash-rich one at that. Fang Yufan gazed at the crowd, whose faces were alight with excitement, and said with a smile, The future belongs to us. However, the company will be closing for the day. Please make arrangements to join me this evening. I shall treat you all to drinks. Save your enthusiasm until the holiday concludes. Ding Mingjie chuckled. Haha, boss, we must raise a toast to you tonight. I doubt anyone here can outdrink you. Indeed, I didn't perform well last time, but I shall certainly do better this time, Luo Yaozu chimed in. Fang Yufan, appearing nonchalant, replied, No problem. Feel free to employ any tricks you have. The gathering concluded with laughter and camaraderie as they wrapped up the meeting. Chapter 51. A misstep in words in the evening at the villa in Shallow Water Bay. A lively gathering was underway, with a group of people enthusiastically consuming drinks. Fang Yufan had summoned Chao Hui and the others. And apart from Zhou Chang's group, who were on duty, everyone else had joined in the revelry. Rose and Shun Wanqing sat on the sofa, sipping red wine and engaging in quiet conversation, their laughter echoing as they observed the rowdy crowd. Shen Wanqing, lazily reclining on the sofa, expressed her discontent. That rogue has indeed taken advantage of you. Why did you not refuse him? Rose, with a bashful smile, replied, Fang Gu is very kind. Alas, you are beyond saving. Shen Wanqing said, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. With a beaming smile, Rose added, Sister Wanqing, please stay with me tonight. Otherwise, Fang Gu will bully someone again. Shen Wanqing nodded earnestly, Very well. I shall keep you company tonight and see if he dares to misbehave. Wonderful. Fang Yufan, with a remarkable resilience to alcohol, had managed to intoxicate the entire group, oblivious to how much he himself had consumed. Rubbing his head, he looked at the inebriated crowd and laughed heartily. Huh? You all think you can outdrink me? Zhou Qiang supported him, giving a thumbs up. Boss, you are truly something else. How does your belly hold so much? With a drunken grin, Fang Yufan replied, What is this? I am impervious to intoxication. Please escort them to their rooms. I too shall retire for the night. All right, I'll take you upstairs. Be careful, Zhou Qiang said, aiding him. No need to fuss. I can manage on my own. Stumbling slightly, Fang Yufan ascended to the third floor. Upon reaching his room and finding it empty, he succumbed to his dizziness and collapsed onto the bed, falling swiftly into slumber. In the middle of the night, he sensed someone removing his clothing, and in a daze, he instinctively began to stir. Why do you feel heavier? He mumbled before drifting back to sleep. Rose stifled her laughter, while Shenhua Qing, in mock annoyance, was about to pinch him, but upon seeing he was already asleep, she refrained, finding his sleeping form rather endearing, and could not resist caressing his face. Rose, observing her, teased, "Sister Wanqing, why not stay?" Shenhua Qing quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushing crimson. "What are you saying? I'm so tired. I'm going back to sleep. You stay and take care of him." With that, she hurriedly exited. Back in her room, she buried her face in the bed, overwhelmed by embarrassment as her cheeks burned. Rose, watching her depart, chuckled softly and lay beside the peacefully slumbering Fang Yufan, a smile gracing her lips. She felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, thinking, he may be a rogue, but I still like him. With that thought, she closed her eyes and drifted into sleep. The following morning, Fang Yufan awoke to find himself alone in the room, rubbing his head. He made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. It seemed Shenhua Qing had been there yesterday, sighing. He reflected on how much he had drunk, but felt a sense of satisfaction at having outdrank them all. After completing his morning routine and dressing, he descended the stairs. Shenhua Qing, having breakfast, noticed him coming down and teased, "Ah, the god of wine descends." Rose also covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Fang Yufan, with an air of pride, declared, "Of course, are they not yet awake? Dealing with them is hardly a challenge." "Is that so? Did you say anything yesterday?" Shenhua Qing inquired with a cheerful smile as she approached him. Fang Yufan feigned ignorance. "Ah, what did I say? Nothing at all. I simply went upstairs to sleep after finishing my drink." Shenhua Qing, with a gesture of exasperation, retorted, "How dare you say I've gained weight?" "Ouch, ouch, you misheard me." Fang Yufan protested as he ran away defensively. "You dare deny it? Rose heard you too." Rose, unable to contain her laughter, chimed in, "Brother Fan, I heard it clearly." Fang Yufan, slightly disgruntled, replied, "Rose, how could you not support me? Just wait until I deal with you." "You dare threaten Rose? I shall deal with you first." Shenhua Qing playfully chased him. After a brief period of joviality, Fang Yufan eventually sat down to have breakfast. As he ate, he inquired, "Uncle Huai, are they all right? Did you check on them?" Ji Xinghuai replied with a smile, "Rest assured, sir, I have instructed the servants to keep an eye on them. Everything is under control." "That's good to hear," Fang Yufan responded, then jested, "But my drinking capacity still needs improvement." Observing his self-satisfied demeanor, Shenhua Qing teased, "Do you think everyone is like you? I truly wonder how you can drink so much." Fang Yufan proudly stated, "It is a rare gift." After finishing their meal, the group settled on the sofa to enjoy tea. Fang Yufan cheerfully remarked, "Uncle Huai, you should also arrange for some time off. Let's give everyone 2 months' salary as a bonus. I extend my gratitude to the elder on behalf of all." Fang Yufan casually added, "Hee, as long as everyone works diligently. Bonuses will be a yearly affair." Ji Xinghuai, equally pleased, commented, "Such a generous person as the elder is a rarity. In other workplaces, even meals are portioned, let alone bonuses." He continued, "I have already organized the shifts. 2 people will remain on duty each day, and it's entirely voluntary." Fang Yufan nodded, "All right. You manage the arrangements. After all, there is little happening at home these days." After Ding Mingjie and the others descended the stairs, they appeared somewhat lackluster. "Boss, I must admit defeat. I will never compete with you in drinking again." Luo Yazu, with a wry smile, added, "Indeed, you are like a deity of wine. All of us were thoroughly intoxicated by you." Chao Hui and the others echoed similar sentiments. Fang Yufan chuckled, "Haha, now you understand the gravity of the situation. Go have some breakfast, it will ease your stomach." "Understood," they replied, heading to the dining room, albeit with little appetite, sipping on porridge before taking their leave. As Shenhua Qing observed their departure, she stood up and said, "I should head back. Otherwise, my father will start his nagging again." Fang Yufan, smiling, replied, "All right. Please send my regards to uncle." "Got it," Rose added. "I'll come find you to play another day." "Yes, Sister Wanqing, please be careful on your way." The 2 individuals escorted her outside, watching as she drove away before turning back to the house. Fang Yufan picked up a cigar, which Rose took and expertly lit for him before handing it back. Taking a puff, he smiled and inquired, "Is there anywhere you wish to explore?" "I shall accompany you." Rose pondered for a moment, then shook her head, replying, "I cannot think of anywhere. It feels quite pleasant to stay at home." Embracing her, Fang Yufan contemplated and suggested, "Then let us go shopping for some clothes. Your wardrobe is rather lacking." "Not really. The tailor has crafted numerous outfits for me, and I hardly have the chance to wear them." Besides, they are far more comfortable than those purchased, Rose replied with a smile. Ah, that is true. Then let us procure some jewelry. No, I do not favor wearing jewelry. Chapter 52. New Year's Blind Box. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, Fang Yufan, accompanied by Chao Hui and others, busily adorned their villa with spring couplets and hung lanterns. The group, filled with laughter and merriment, transformed the villa into a vibrant celebration. They had also procured a plethora of fireworks, intended for a dazzling display on the beach that evening. Observing the villa's festive decor, Fang Yufan expressed his satisfaction, remarking, "Ah, now this truly embodies the spirit of the new year." Rose, linking her arm with his, joyfully exclaimed, "Hee hee, brother Fan, it's so beautiful. Haha. I can't wait to take you out to set off fireworks tonight." "Indeed," Rose replied, her face beaming with happiness. The two entered the villa, and Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, surveying his surroundings. It seems there's nothing else to prepare." Chao Hui walked in and said, "Boss, if there's nothing pressing, we'd like to step out for a bit to check on everyone else." Fang Yufan nodded. "Yes, I almost forgot. You all drive out. And if there are any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know." Chao Hui smiled. "Understood, boss. Everyone is doing well. They've sent a good amount of money back home, and life has improved significantly. They're immensely grateful to you. That's good to hear. If they are with me, they must lead a good life," Fang Yufan replied with a smile. Watching Chao Hui leave, he added, "As long as life is better, that's what matters." Rose gazed at him with admiration and said, "Brother Fan, you are such a benevolent person. The wages everyone sends home exceed what an entire family earns in a year. Tens of thousands owe their improved lives to you." Fang Yufan chuckled. "Do not say such things. Everyone puts in hard work, and it is only natural to reap the rewards. I have experienced hardship myself, so I truly understand the struggles involved." With admiration in her eyes, Rose regarded him. To her, he epitomized the ideal man. Meanwhile, Shen Juanxiang sat at home sipping tea, chuckling. "Isn't your boss going to feel too lonely celebrating the new year at home? Shouldn't you invite him to join the family?" Shen Wanking, bored and flipping through a magazine, casually replied, "He won't be lonely. He has plenty of company at home." "Haha, is that so? Then let it be. By the way, how much has your company lost this year?" Upon hearing her father's question, Shen Wanking glanced at him, pride evident in her demeanor as she said, "Are you so certain we are losing money?" Shen Juanxiang chuckled. "Isn't it obvious? Supporting tens of thousands isn't a simple task. However, I believe you must have plans for next year, perhaps preparing to turn a profit by hiring waitstaff." "Wow, indeed, the old ginger is the spiciest," Shen Juanxiang remarked, visibly pleased by his daughter's praise. "Of course, everyone in Hong Kong thinks so," she replied, smiling at her father as satisfaction. "Unfortunately, you're mistaken. Our boss has declared that we will never charge service fees. As for how to make a profit, that's something you, a distinguished professor, should ponder." Shen Juanxiang was taken aback, his curiosity piqued. "You truly want to charge service fees? Is that really feasible?" "Hee, our company will astonish everyone in the near future. You will soon find out." Shen Wanqing, brimming with confidence, uttered a statement and chose not to elaborate further. Shen Juanxiang gazed at his daughter, his face adorned with a benevolent smile as he remarked, "Haha, I shall eagerly await the outcome." As night fell, Fang Yufan and his companions had an early dinner before heading to the beach. Chao Hui and the others meticulously arranged the fireworks. With a series of resounding bangs, the sky erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks, illuminating the dark night with a kaleidoscope of colors. Fang Yufan, cigar in mouth and accompanied by Rose, observed from a distance. The fireworks ignited a chain reaction, prompting displays from nearby and distant locations alike. A variety of beautiful fireworks blossomed in the sky, and Fang Yufan along with Rose joined the revelers, a jubilant crowd celebrating on the beach. They played late into the night, returning home only when they felt a lingering desire for more. On the first day of the new year, Fang Yufan awoke to find Rose also stirring. With a smile, he greeted her, "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year, brother Fan," Rose replied, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes with joy. Fang Yufan stretched lazily, just about to speak when the system's notification chime resonated in his mind. However, it was not the time for such matters, so he sat up and said, "Time to wash up and have breakfast." After finishing breakfast, Fang Yufan produced a stack of red envelopes, distributing one to each of the two maids on duty. The maids, surprised by the unexpected gift, were overwhelmed with joy and expressed their gratitude profusely. "Thank you, sir." Fang Yufan chuckled. "You both are working hard on this festive occasion. The amount is modest, merely a token of celebration. He then handed out an envelope to Chao Hui and the others, ensuring Rose was not overlooked. Haha, Happy New Year to everyone. Chao Hui and the others gratefully accepted the envelopes, showering him with thanks. Thank you, boss. As Rose opened her envelope and saw the modest sum of 100 yuan, she pouted. This is quite little, only 100. Fang Yufan laughed. Haha. How much did you expect? With a gleeful expression, Rose replied. Hee hee, it's my very first red envelope ever. Thank you, brother Fan. Upon hearing her words, Fang Yufan jested, then I shall give you one every day from now on. No way, that would lose its significance. How about once a year instead? Rose teased back. All right, as you wish, I shall bestow upon you one each year. After exchanging playful banter, Rose took her envelope and returned to her room, eager to treasure it. Seeing her enthusiasm, Fang Yufan smiled and, noticing the pleasant weather outside, strolled into the garden. The maids set out tea and snacks before discreetly retreating. He first lifted the teacup and savored a sip before checking the system notification. Ding, congratulations, host. You have unlocked a chance for a New Year blind box. There is an 80% chance of receiving previously unclaimed items and a 20% chance of acquiring entirely new items. Would you like to open it now? Surprised by the system's generosity, Fang Yufan felt a surge of anticipation and, with a thought, declared, open the blind box. A mysterious box radiating a captivating glow suddenly materialized in his mind, and then he witnessed it gently opening. This scene resembled something out of a video game. Resplendent with vibrant colors, Fang Yufan gazed on with eager anticipation, and as the light flickered, the blind box vanished from his consciousness, leaving behind only a soft, white luminescence whose nature remained indiscernible. Just as his curiosity piqued, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding, congratulations, host. Your personal space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Would you like to accept this reward? Upon hearing the mere addition of 1 cubic meter, he couldn't help but murmur his dissatisfaction. What's this? I still have 5 cubic meters unclaimed, and now they offer me just 1? My luck is abysmal. Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, he focused his thoughts and accepted the reward. Instantly, his personal space doubled, and after a brief moment of awareness, he chose not to dwell on it further. Chapter 53. The Wolf has come. The New Year's holiday in Hong Kong lasts only 3 days, and after this brief respite, the populace quickly resumed their demanding work. Xianyuan Company also began preparations for future profitability. Fang Yufan, meanwhile, kept a daily watch on the newspapers. Prior to the new year, he had sold 100 pounds of gold directly to HSBC at a price exceeding $800 per ounce. Shortly thereafter, gold prices plummeted to just over $500. He had also completed the acquisition of all shares of Kowloon Warehouse, now holding over 16 million shares, which promised returns in the billions after a few months. Following the new year, the stock had begun to rise sharply, soaring from $20 to over $40. Fang Yufan was aware that Li Chaoran had also entered the fray, but he paid little mind to this. The majority of the circulating shares were already in his possession. He effectively controlled 15% of Kowloon Warehouse, and due to HSBC's trading operations and confidentiality agreements, no one was privy to the extent of his holdings. According to regulatory guidelines, any ownership exceeding 5% necessitates public disclosure, yet by diversifying his stock holdings, he cleverly circumvented this requirement. Yu Junliang from HSBC's Securities Department had been monitoring the stock market and was astonished to see Kowloon Warehouse's value double, marveling at Fang Yufan's foresight. Zhang Jun, too, was elated, having already seen his investment double, and if the stock continued to rise, he could afford a villa. His admiration for Fang Yufan grew, as selling the stocks now would clear his debts and leave him with substantial assets and capital. While everyone was captivated by the soaring stock market, another headline graced the front page of the newspapers. A photograph depicted a delivery rider cycling while delivering food, a mundane sight. Yet the newspaper bore an eye-catching title, "The Wolf Has Come." Both tabloids and major publications featured advertisements for delivery recruitment, with headlines such as "A Stroke of Genius" and "A Rising Star in Hong Kong." With praise came resistance, and the newspapers buzzed with activity. Many readers were intrigued by the content. Incredible! It can be done this way. Indeed, a daily advertisement for $10,000 seemed quite reasonable. It was no wonder they proclaimed "The Wolf Has Come," as this threatened the business of newspapers and television stations. What competition? One might argue, as it was clearly stated that only one advertisement would be accepted each day. Groups of delivery riders clad in yellow vests would announce each time they picked up an order, "New Horizons is launching today." with the first 3 days entirely free for the boss to showcase a few copies, no charge. Upon hearing New Horizons, the public was curious enough to pick up a copy. Upon seeing its neat and clear layout, they were pleasantly surprised and could not resist delving into the content. Wow, this is really good. The material is quite innovative. Indeed, the name New Horizons was fitting. Oh, and there are novels too, and they're quite well written. Wow, Taishan, is it the one from the mainland? The phenomenon of the Nine Dragons coffin has captivated many, with individuals across streets and alleys engrossed in copies of New Horizons. The serialized novel, in particular, has sparked widespread discussion. Numerous companies have convened meetings to deliberate on whether to invest in advertising, while many large enterprises are examining the feasibility of replicating the delivery model. Renowned tycoons from firms such as Chung Kong Holdings, Global, and Huang's Real Estate are all engrossed in studying this innovative paradigm. In a private club, a diverse assembly of individuals, ranging from middle-aged to elderly, gathered over tea, each holding a copy of New Horizons. The Boat King, observing the publication, remarked, "Remarkable. It's truly a case of interlinked strategies. It seems the opponent never intended to profit merely through service fees." A nearby individual chuckled. "It appears they have deceived everyone. Just when we thought it was merely about nominating a candidate, they unveiled a unified branding strategy. As many believed it would fail and lead to bankruptcy, they astoundingly introduced advertising. Truly impressive." Another voice chimed in, "Extraordinary. Based on the current delivery advertising rates, daily expenses amount to 3 million, totaling 90 million monthly. How many businesses on Hong Kong Island can boast profits in that range?" The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing that even they could not reach such figures, let alone others. The Boat King added with a smile, "This newspaper is exceptional as well. Just look at its immaculate layout. Compared to others, it's simply unviewable." An elder pointed to a novel featured in the paper, exclaiming, "Indeed. I find this narrative quite remarkable. The world building is vast, and the concepts presented are unprecedented. Truly pioneering a new genre in literature." Meanwhile, Li Chaoran sat in his office, engaged in discussions. "Chairman, shares of the Wharf Holdings are becoming scarce in the market. They have not been available for purchase for several days. Our investigation revealed that there was a substantial acquisition of shares before the new year, but we could not identify the purchaser." Another interjected, "Could it be the likes of Chung or the Boat King?" Li Chaoran shook his head. "No, if it were them, there would be no need for secrecy. Let us not dwell on it. If the situation is unfeasible, we'll sell when the time is right. Holding on to these shares serves little purpose." The group nodded in agreement. Then, one person remarked, "Chairman, Xian Yuan Company has made significant moves, creating quite a stir on Hong Kong Island." Li Chaoran paused, having developed a habit of reading the news, though he had been delayed today, before he could inquire further. The informant continued, "They are leasing advertising spaces for their delivery service, with only one spot available per area each day." As he absorbed this information, Li Chaoran's mind raced, his expression turning serious. This is no small matter. It seems everyone underestimated him. This young man is more astute than we anticipated. "Indeed, Chairman. And they have also acquired a newspaper. Take a look." As he spoke, he produced a newspaper and handed it over. Upon examining the layout, Li Chaoran nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly skimmed through the content. "Remarkable. This is a case of intricate interconnections. It seems that with just a little time, it is destined to evolve into a colossal enterprise." Shinzhou, seated in his office, also perused the newspaper, a smile illuminating his face. "How delightful. Many will surely be astonished now. Let us see who dares to question my discernment." He had not anticipated that Fang Yufan would unveil such a game-changing move immediately after the new year. Initially, he presumed that the latter would remain dormant for several years before taking action. To his surprise, meticulous plans had already been laid. In a mere 6 months, with £100 of gold, he has forged a billion-dollar enterprise. Who in history can claim to have achieved such a feat? Chapter 54. Unstoppable. Fang Yufan sat at home, perusing the newspaper, nodding in satisfaction. The newspapers had been quite cooperative, which spared us the burden of self-promotion. Shun Wanqing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This morning, numerous companies have been calling to rent advertising space. Our orders are already lined up until next month, and the advertising fees will be deposited into the company's account within 3 days." Fang Yufan, upon hearing her words, calmly sipped his tea and replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. Once we accept advertisements, they must yield results. Only then will people be inclined to continue investing in them." With admiration, Shen Wanqing remarked, "Indeed, boss, you are truly remarkable. Today, our Xianyuan company has completely redeemed itself. No one dares to call us a foolish company anymore. Haha, I actually hope they keep calling us for a year. Fang Yufan chuckled. Because now, every move we make will be closely observed by many. Yet, it matters little. Our foundation is solid. And we are not concerned about being in the limelight. Shun Wanqing nodded vigorously, her heart swelling with joy, though she had envisioned success countless times. The reality of it brought an overwhelming delight she could hardly contain. Lighting a cigar slowly and taking a puff, she gazed at the distant landscape and said, "The property management company can be established to oversee the stores under my name. There is no need to engage in anything else." "Understood. I will make arrangements upon my return," Shun Wanqing replied, her confidence in Fang Yufan unwavering. She believed wholeheartedly that his decisions would always be correct. Pondering for a moment while enjoying her cigar, she turned and stated, "The next few months should focus on stable development, consolidating our current industries, ensuring clarity in our operations, and maintaining oversight. This is our first cash cow. We cannot afford any mistakes." "Yes, I will remember." At that moment, Luo Yaozu arrived at the villa, and upon seeing Shun Wanqing, greeted her cheerfully. "Boss, the bank has been confirmed. Longhua Bank possesses complete qualifications and has only 5 branches on Hong Kong Island. The company's assets amount to 80 million, with liabilities at 95 million, priced at 10 million, but we must assume all debts. After thorough investigation, I discovered that this bank is somewhat undervalued. Its headquarters is located in Central, in an 8-story building, yet its valuation is no less than 100 million. If we acquire it and demolish the existing structure, we could utilize the surrounding space to construct a 30-story headquarters without issue, while they have wasted a substantial amount of space. Additionally, the bank has some property collateral that has been overdue for reclamation, but they've forgotten about it due to the lengthy duration. This information came from a classmate of mine. All combined, the asset valuation reaches 150 million. And if we secure it for 10 million, it will be an absolute windfall." Fang Yufan listened quietly to his report, smiling as he responded, "Excellent. Let us proceed with the acquisition through an overseas company. Have Old Ding arranged for someone to begin drafting the contracts?" After taking another puff of his cigar, he inquired, "Are there any management personnel at the bank who can be utilized?" Luo Yaozu nodded, saying, "There are indeed a few talented individuals who had been overlooked. Had we activated these talents sooner, the bank would not have fallen to such depths." Shun Wanqing did not mind that the other party bypassed her to report directly to the boss. After all, the financial supervisor ought to be the boss's confidant, which is quite common in any enterprise. Fang Yufan stated straightforwardly, "All right, if it's available, bring it over for me to see." Luo Yaozu nodded and replied, "No problem. I'll contact them." Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and, with a smile, remarked, "Manager Shun, once you return, make sure to secure the bank. In the future, some accounts should be processed through our own bank. We can continue our collaboration with HSBC, but we mustn't put all our eggs in one basket." "Understood, boss. We'll implement this immediately upon our return," Shun Wanqing responded earnestly. "All right then, if there's nothing else, you both should get to it." After the two left, Fang Yufan took another puff of his cigar, gazing at the distant scenery with a broad smile. His spirits lifted. With little to do that afternoon, he headed directly to the shooting club. After a period of practice, the 50-meter target posed no challenge for him. At times, he could even achieve 3 shots in one hole. "Brother Fan, your talent is truly remarkable," Rose said, looking at him in admiration. "Haha, I'm just having some fun. I can't compare to you all," Fang Yufan humbly replied. When Jia Yuqin saw him arrive, she also walked over with a smile. Upon noticing the lovely Rose beside him, her eyes momentarily widened in astonishment. Fang Yufan chuckled and said, "Sister Qin, what a coincidence." Jia Yuqin responded with a grin. "Indeed, your girlfriend is stunning." Fang Yufan smiled and introduced, "Rose, this is Sister Qin. She is quite the madam, very impressive." Rose sweetly greeted, "Hello, Sister Qin." "Hello, Rose. You truly live up to your name. You are exceptionally beautiful. Afan is quite fortunate," Jia Yuqin praised with a smile. "Sister Qin is also very beautiful," Rose shyly added. Fang Yufan pointed towards a nearby lounge area and suggested, "Shall we go have a drink?" "Sounds good," they agreed. As they walked over, Fang Yufan ordered a glass of red wine and drinks for the two women. Jia Yuqin teased, "No wonder I haven't seen you around during my previous visits. It seems you've been accompanied by a lovely companion." Deep down, she felt a tinge of bitterness. It was rare to find someone she felt a connection with. Yet she had been too shy to reach out. and now she regretted missing the chance. Fang Yufan casually remarked, I come here often. It must just be a matter of timing. I see. It seems our fate is rather shallow, Jia Yuqin said, as if implying something deeper. Fang Yufan glanced at her and teasingly replied, Our fate is not shallow. I met Sister Qin as soon as I came to the shooting club. It seems you are simply too dedicated to your work, unlike me, who is so leisurely. Jia Yuqin shrugged, perhaps. Rose took a sip of her coffee, glanced at the two, and quietly said, Brother Fan, I need to use the restroom. All right, go ahead, Fang Yufan replied with a smile. Once she left, he smirked and said, Sister Qin, you wouldn't be feeling jealous, would you? Upon hearing this, Jia Yuqin laughed and playfully retorted, as if I would be jealous of you. Fang Yufan feigned sorrow, saying, I am truly heartbroken. If such a beautiful woman as Sister Qin were to feel jealous, I dare say I would take great pride in it. Jia Yuqin looked at him with a teasing expression and remarked, What if I were to cause you two to part ways? Of course not. How could I ever commit such a heartless act? I am a person of great affection. One must be charming in their youth, Fang Yufan replied, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. Jia Yuqin rolled her eyes at him and playfully chided, At such a young age, you are already so fickle. Be careful, or I might just inform Rose that you are flirting with me. No sooner had she spoken than a commotion arose not far away. Beautiful lady, I simply wish to make your acquaintance. Surely, you wouldn't resort to violence? Chapter 55. The contest. Fang Yufan turned his gaze, his smile fading as he stood up and walked over. Jia Yuqin promptly followed suit. Rose cast a displeased look at the flirtatious man, remarking, Who told you to be so hands-on? In front of her stood several young men, all grinning at her. A young man with yellow hair, wearing a mischievous smile, said, Beauty, who is being hands-on? I merely wanted to shake your hand. Now that you've slapped me, just remember, we have officers around here. Be careful, or I might report you. Rose, momentarily at a loss for words in response to his shamelessness, was relieved when Fang Yufan approached and said, What is this? Knowing there are officers around, you still dare to bully a girl? How brave of you. Seeing him arrive, Rose, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, softly murmured, Brother Fan, I'm sorry. Fang Yufan, noticing her demeanor, chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair and teased, You've done nothing wrong, so why apologize? The next time this happens, just break their legs. When the sky falls, I will be here to support you. Rose, comforted by his lack of reproach, nodded happily and replied, I will remember. Jia Yuqin, watching from the side with a hint of envy, glanced at the young men and said, Ah Xian, are you feeling a bit mischievous? The yellow-haired youth and the others turned to greet her with playful smiles. What a coincidence, and Qin. Yes, and Qin. Is this your friend? The yellow-haired one quickly explained, Aunt Qin, we were just joking around. We didn't do anything. Look, I even got slapped. He pointed to his own face. Jia Yuqin retorted, You deserved it. Who told you to be so unruly? Hurry up and apologize. The young men, now serious, obediently said, We're sorry, beautiful, we were just joking. Indeed, you're so lovely that any man would want to get to know you. Rose, feeling a bit shy, leaned closer to Fang Yufan. Jia Yuqin, with an apologetic expression, said, Afin, I'm sorry about Rose. They're just some younger folks. Although they seem frivolous, they're not bad. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan turned to Rose and said, It's your decision. Rest assured, I've got your back. Rose replied, Never mind, Brother Fan. They didn't actually touch me. Hearing her words, Fang Yufan nodded. All right, then let it go. The yellow-haired youth, irritated by the presence of someone their age being so audacious, challenged, Hey, you're quite cocky, aren't you? Want to have a match? Yes. Let us see if you really have the guts. Others chimed in. Fang Yufan, recognizing their juvenile spirit, smiled and asked, Oh, what shall we compete in? The yellow-haired youth confidently replied, Of course, let us see who can grab the most. Jia Yuqin, with a playful grin, suggested, Hee, Afin. Do you want to give it a try? I can be your referee. Upon hearing his agreement, the young men erupted in joyous excitement. Amused laughter filled the air as the conversation turned to the choice between fixed and moving targets. There must be a reward, of course, one remarked, to which another agreed. Indeed, otherwise it would be rather dull. With an air of nonchalance, a certain yellow-haired individual quipped, Isn't asking for a reward a bit unfair? What if the other side is too intimidated to compete? Observing the playful banter among the group, Fang Yufan found it quite entertaining. Jia Yuqin remained silent, chuckling as she observed the unfolding scene, curious about Fang Yufan's current skill level. With a smile, Fang Yufan replied, "What reward are you all talking about? However, I must admit, my experience with firearms is limited, and I have not engaged in anything too intricate." Upon hearing his agreement, the youthful contenders exchanged knowing glances and smirks of triumph. "All right, let's keep it simple, a fixed target. The loser will cover the expenses for the winner at the shooting club for a month. What do you say?" Fang Yufan nodded in assent. As they arrived at the shooting range, Jia Yuqin cheerfully asked, "Who will go first?" Fang Yufan shrugged, replying, "Let them take the lead." Without further ado, the yellow-haired one stepped forward, grabbed a gun, and declared, "Let us do a 30-meter target. If I go first, don't be startled and drop your weapon." Swiftly, he disassembled and reassembled the gun, loaded it, and began shooting. Bang, bang. He fired consistently every few seconds, demonstrating commendable steadiness in his aim. Fang Yufan nodded in approval. In a hushed tone, Mei Gui commented, "His skills are rather lacking." Jia Yuqin, observing the playful teasing, approached with a hint of jealousy and said, "Can we focus on the competition, please?" Fang Yufan looked at her with a mischievous grin and teased, "Sister Qin, are you feeling jealous? Come join us for a chat." "Jealous? Not at all. I'm not one to be so fickle," she retorted, before turning to Mei Gui. "Did you see that? He has quite the flirt. Teasing me in front of you." Mei Gui stifled a giggle and replied, "Sister Qin, Fang Gu is quite a good person." Jia Yuqin sighed. "I truly wonder what fortune Fang has to deserve such a wonderful woman." The young men, witnessing Fang Yufan's boldness, whispered in admiration, "Wow, that guy is incredibly brave. Even daring to flirt with Aunt Qin. No wonder he can attract such a beautiful girlfriend. It seems our courage pales in comparison." A Huan, known for his audacity, received a playful slap on the face. Laughter erupted among the group. The yellow-haired competitor set down his gun and glared at his friends. "Enough already. If I lose, I'll make you all stay here to settle my debts. Just wait and see who ends up holding the bag." They chuckled, exchanging jests. Meanwhile, the supervisor called out, 100 points. Upon hearing the announcement, their spirits soared. "Haha, 100 points. Let's see how he manages to win." Fang Yufan found the young men amusing and approached them, saying, "That's impressive, but if I also score 100, won't that result in a tie?" Jia Yuqin chimed in with a smile. "While the scores may be the same, the quality of shooting can still be discerned." Indeed, the young lad is not perhaps afraid of making excuses, Huang Mao remarked hastily, as if fearing that the other might suddenly withdraw from the challenge. Fang Yufan nodded and smiled, saying, "Very well, I shall aim for the 50-meter target." 50 meters? Is that for real? Are you capable of that? They inquired. Given that the effective range for a handgun is indeed 50 meters. Although it can be fired at greater distances, accuracy diminishes significantly. Only those with exceptional marksmanship can consistently hit targets at such a range. The crowd regarded him with skepticism. Unfazed, Fang Yufan wore a broad smile as he retrieved the firearm, methodically disassembling and reassembling it. Once loaded, he took his stance, fixing his gaze on the target 50 meters away. He then swiftly raised the gun and, without a moment's hesitation, discharged 10 consecutive shots. The onlookers, particularly the younger ones, were left in a state of disbelief, as they assumed he had resigned himself to inevitable defeat. Chapter 56. Enhanced Security. Fang Yufan set down his pistol, removed his goggles and earpiece, and calmly observed the returning target. The supervisor remarked, "A perfect score of 100. Huang Mao and his companions were taken aback, unable to fathom the result. As the target approached, they gathered around it. "Wait, that's only 6 bullet holes, isn't it?" one exclaimed. "Indeed, it appears he has lost." Huang Mao exclaimed in disbelief. "What? It's actually 4 shots in 1 hole." The young men were momentarily stunned, scrutinizing the target closely. It was undeniably true. The hole was significantly larger than the others. Astonishing. A sharpshooter indeed. Jia Yuqin, while aware of Fang Yufan's remarkable talent, had not anticipated such swift progress. "Afan, it would be a tremendous waste for you not to become a police officer," she marveled. Fang Yufan, maintaining his composure, replied, "It's nothing special. Merely a bit of practice." Huang Mao, filled with admiration, approached and said, "Brother Fan, I'm Huang Yinxian. From now on, you are my elder brother. How did you achieve this?" "Brother Fan, I'm Wang Jingza. You are my leader now. You're simply a gun god." Others chimed in, echoing their admiration. Fang Yufan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not refer to me as a gun god. There are countless experts in the shooting club, and this is merely a stationary target. It hardly qualifies as an achievement." He then jested, "But calling me brother won't work. I'll be relying on you all for expenses in the coming month. Wow, we've acknowledged you as our big brother, yet you want us to spend money? One protested. Indeed, we are all broke. Where would we find the funds to treat you? Another added. Fang Yufan retorted playfully, get lost. When has it not been the case that the older brother enjoys the benefits while the younger brother pays? Jia Yuqin, observing the playful banter among the group, chuckled and remarked, you rascals only know how to fool around. You'd better tone it down, otherwise. I'll inform your parents and let them decide if they'll use a belt on you. Please show some mercy, auntie. We've never caused trouble outside. Indeed. We've been very well behaved. The group of youngsters feigned innocence. Fang Yufan smiled and said, it's getting late. We should take our leave now. Sister Qin, see you another day. Brother Fan, let us hang out again next time. Yes, we often come here. All right, we'll meet again. Fang Yufan smiled, wrapping his arm around Rose as they exited. Jia Yuqin cast an envious glance before departing, only to be surrounded by Huang Yunxian and the others, who eagerly inquired about Fang Yufan's background. Once outside the shooting club, the two settled into the car. Rose laughed. He truly is just a child. Did I perhaps come down too hard just now? Fang Yufan leaned back in the seat, shaking his head. Not at all. Who knows what kind of people they are? Next time we encounter such a situation, don't hesitate to be firmer. Hee, I'll remember that. Fang Yufan had indeed contemplated teaching those boys a lesson. But after Jia Yuqin's remarks and further observation, he realized they were not ill-natured. They merely enjoyed a bit of mischief. Chao Hui sat in the passenger seat and remarked, Boss, our brothers down below have discovered some individuals loitering outside the jewelry store. It seems they are up to no good. Fang Yufan, leaning against the back seat, pondered for a moment and replied, let everyone remain vigilant. We need not intervene. Should anything arise, the authorities will manage it. Understood. The vast delivery network, comprising tens of thousands, serves not only to deliver meals but also functions as an extensive intelligence network. Daily traversing the streets, they encounter myriad events, and many of the news stories in his newspaper are derived from the observations of those on the ground. However, contemplating the inevitable unrest ahead, he resolved to upgrade his vehicle. Upon returning to the villa, he picked up the phone and dialed Luo Yaozu. Boss, you called for me. Fang Yufan calmly stated, Yaozu, please arrange for the purchase of a bulletproof Rolls-Royce and 2 bulletproof Mercedes. Luo Yaozu promptly replied, certainly, boss, though it may take a few months. I will expedite the process. No rush, it's not urgent. Also, please inquire about a yacht. The port outside the villa is still vacant. Understood, boss. I will begin arrangements today. Fang Yufan smiled as he hung up the phone, thinking of ordering a private jet once the stocks were sold. Only then would his preparations be complete. With a cheerful expression, he said, Rose, once the yacht arrives, I shall take you out to sea. That sounds like it will be quite enjoyable, Rose responded with a smile. Fang Yufan shook his head. Since I have never been on a yacht either, we shall find out together. Rose laughed upon learning that he too had never sailed on a yacht. Time swiftly passed, and it was soon the first monthly assessment of 1980. Ding, based on the host's lifestyle over the past month, a rating of C has been assigned. Please choose one reward from below. $10 million, basic world language skills, or an increase of 3 cubic meters in personal space. Hearing that his score had decreased, Fang Yufan felt somewhat perplexed. Hadn't he lived rather extravagantly? Yet, the rewards presented were indeed appealing. $10 million was no small sum. After a moment's hesitation, he decided basic world language skills. Instantly, a surge of knowledge flooded his mind, causing Fang Yufan to be taken aback. The basic world language encompassed various tongues. However, as it was only introductory, it included merely the 6 most commonly used languages, instantly elevating him to the status of a linguistic master. This was already quite impressive, but even more remarkable was the ability to comprehend languages he had not formally learned. Regardless of the language spoken, it would be automatically translated for him. He could understand but not articulate. In just a minute, Fang Yufan absorbed all the information, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He thought to himself, how splendid, now no one can deceive me, and I have gained an additional advantage. Stretching lazily, he rose and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Downstairs, Rose was already waiting in the dining room. Brother Fan, you're here. Breakfast is ready. All right, next time. Feel free to eat first. You need not always wait for me. Rose cheerfully replied, it's no trouble. I'm not particularly hungry anyway. Fang Yufan gently rubbed her head, and after taking a seat, began to eat. Rose cherished this intimate gesture, as it instilled in her a profound sense of security. Ji Xinghuai approached to report. Master, this morning, Manager Luo called to inform that the car has been booked and will be delivered in a month and a half. He also mentioned that there are a few individuals you wish to meet, whom he will bring over shortly. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan understood the situation and nodded in agreement. Luo Yazu arrived promptly, leading 2 individuals into the garden. Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, observed his approach, and gestured, "Come, have a seat." Boss, boss, Luo Yaozu exclaimed with a smile. This is Gong Ruifeng and Ding Daqiang from Longda Bank. Fang Yufan set down his teacup, glanced at the 2 men, and nodded, stating, "Very well, do your best." Gong Ruifeng and Ding Daqiang, feeling quite anxious, hurriedly offered their assurances. Chapter 57. Establishing Industry Standards. Shen Wanqing gazed at the report with immense joy. The daily business volume was consistently increasing, and the revenue was burgeoning. At the current pace of development, the monthly net profit could potentially exceed 100 million. Such a figure is truly formidable. Only the top 10 wealthiest individuals might dare to claim a monthly earnings surpassing that amount. An exhilarated expression adorned Shen Wanqing's face as her mind began to contemplate future development directions. The marketing manager, Zhou Fuxing, knocked and entered the office. President Shen, a new competitor has emerged, intending to replicate our model. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing immediately inquired, "What is their background?" Zhou Fuxing handed over a report, stating, "According to our investigation, the competitor is a young individual who has just returned from studying abroad. He has invested 10 million to establish Yuanman Takeout and is currently recruiting delivery personnel. However, unlike us, they are pursuing a commercial route rather than focusing primarily on food delivery." Shen Wanqing perused the materials and shook her head, saying, "Their choice of strategy is truly misguided. If they were to compete directly with us, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, this route is akin to courting disaster. Maintain close surveillance and inform me promptly of any developments." "Understood, President Shen. I shall take my leave now." Shen Wanqing found the situation amusing. It was evident that this individual lacked foresight. In a marketplace, consumers typically make purchases themselves. By adopting this approach, even if there were buyers, the likelihood of returns and the myriad complications involved could be considerable. It was likely that they would face bankruptcy within a month unless they also intended to delve into advertising. In the office of Yuanman Takeout, a young man lounged in his executive chair, exuding pride. Beside him, a charming secretary, with a sweet tone, remarked, "Boss, your vision is impeccable. The meager profits from delivery services are hard-earned. Collaborating with various malls for advertising fees would yield far greater returns without the exhaustion." Encouraged by the secretary's praise, the young man felt even more triumphant, wrapping his arm around her and saying, "You certainly know how to flatter me. I must reward you appropriately." The secretary deftly sidestepped, playfully responding, "Boss, this is the office. Someone will be arriving soon." "Huh, what of it? If anyone disobeys, I shall promptly dismiss them," he declared, lifting the secretary onto the desk. Fang Yufan observed the news in the newspaper with a smile. June had arrived, and everything was set in motion. The shipping magnate had gone overseas, confident that the situation could no longer wait. As he continued to peruse the newspaper, one particular headline caught his attention. "Should the takeout industry undergo reformation? Who is accountable for the safety of delivery personnel?" After reading the content, Fang Yufan furrowed his brow, surprised by Yuanman Takeout's audacity. He rose and entered his room, picking up the phone to dial. "President Shen, this is Fang Yufan." Upon recognizing the caller, Shen Zhengkai responded promptly, "Boss, how may I assist you? Have you seen today's newspaper?" Having reviewed the situation, it appears that Yuanman Delivery, in pursuit of advertising revenue, has compelled its couriers to bear numerous billboards, resulting in numerous injuries and fatalities. Alarmingly, it seems that there are powerful individuals backing this enterprise, with bereaved families being placated with meager compensation. Fang Yufan spoke solemnly. "You must convene a press conference to disclose our treatment of the couriers and report the safety incidents that have occurred over the past 6 months. Invite several legislators to participate, establishing an industry benchmark and ensuring government oversight and investigation. Furthermore, we must mobilize a legal team to provide pro bono legal assistance to the affected families. I intend to see this entity brought to ruin and face legal repercussions. Should their influential backers intervene, we will gather all evidence of their unlawful activities." His voice resonated with an air of determination. Shen Zhengkai, sensing the intensity of his employer's fury through the microphone, responded resolutely, "Rest assured, boss. I will reach out immediately to seek justice for those individuals." Excellent. I await your update. After hanging up, Fang Yufan shook his head, reflecting on the grim reality that in this era, human life is often deemed less valuable than grass. In the face of wealthy and powerful tycoons, ordinary citizens find themselves utterly powerless. Chen Junkai acted swiftly, coordinating with Shun Wanqing and Ding Mingjie. The news of the Xianyuan Company's press conference spread rapidly across major newspapers and radio stations. Ding Mingjie extended invitations to 15 legislators, along with representatives from various departments, including the Commerce and Labor Bureau, to attend the conference. Chen Junkai presided over the event, his demeanor grave as he faced the journalists and officials gathered before him. After delivering a brief opening statement, he proceeded directly to the matter at hand. I trust you have all seen the recent reports concerning accidents involving our couriers. The chairman is incensed by this situation and has specifically requested this press conference. I will now publicly present the benefits and safety measures enacted for our couriers since the inception of our company. As he spoke, the audience's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This promised to be significant news. Camera flashes erupted incessantly. Chen Junkai detailed that the couriers of Yuanman delivery benefit from a comprehensive insurance system, which explicitly forbids them from working until the policy is activated. The equipment provided has been meticulously designed by experts to ensure maximum safety. Since the company's establishment, there have been no fatalities, a fact that can be verified with relevant authorities. In total, 25 injuries have occurred, all minor and resulting from carelessness, such as falls. The journalists diligently noted his words, and as he enumerated the benefits and incidents, murmurs rippled through the assembly. Everyone was taken aback by the thoroughness with which Yuanman Delivery had considered these matters, even limiting their advertising engagements to prioritize employee safety, an approach that starkly contrasts with other companies that prioritize profit over the well-being of their workers. Chen Junkai concluded by stating, "Our company will provide free legal assistance to support the families of all riders in their lawsuits." Our chairman constantly reminds us that a business must possess a sense of social responsibility. It cannot prioritize profit at the expense of others' lives. The true value of a company lies in its ability to bring about positive change in society, rather than contributing to its regression. Otherwise, such a company lacks purpose. Here, I must caution certain enterprises. We have our eyes on you. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in applause. Everyone was taken aback by the lofty ideals espoused by Xianyuan Company. Never before had any company in Hong Kong articulated such inspiring sentiments. The legislators and officials present could not help but nod in agreement. They subsequently expressed their commitment to follow through and promised to invite more lawmakers to join the cause. Such an endeavor to elevate one's reputation is naturally met with unanimous support. The press conference of Xianyuan Company swept across Hong Kong like a refreshing breeze. Countless individuals expressed their admiration, for no other company had shown concern for the struggles of ordinary people. The emergence of Xianyuan Company undoubtedly served as a lighthouse in the vast ocean, illuminating a path forward for them. Chapter 58, A Windfall of One. For Billion at this moment, the atmosphere at the Yuanman Delivery Company was one of palpable tension. The team, comprised of only a few hundred individuals, felt a sense of dread in the face of the overwhelming scale of their competitors, who boasted tens of thousands of employees. The robust welfare system of their rivals had rendered them utterly insignificant. "Boss, we find ourselves in a predicament. Our adversaries are aggressive, and all the shopping malls have terminated their contracts with us, demanding compensation," one of the employees lamented. "Indeed, our couriers have gone on strike, insisting on compensation for their welfare and for the colleagues who have suffered," another added. The young boss, seated in his chair, bore a grim expression, glaring at his subordinates. "Are you all lifeless? We are operating normally. What is there to fear? Those who perished were merely careless. That is not our concern." As the employees exchanged glances, a silent consensus began to form amongst them. Just then, chaos erupted outside as the office door was flung open. A group of sharply dressed individuals entered, led by a man who produced a document and declared, "We represent the Business Bureau and have received reports regarding your company's activities." Before he could finish, another group surged in, headed by an individual brandishing identification, stating, "We are from the Central Police Station, and we need to investigate several criminal cases involving your company." In response, the Xianyuan Company dispatched dozens of lawyers, led by Ding Mingjie, to advocate for the victims in court. In an instant, the reputation of Xianyuan soared to unprecedented heights, and Ding Mingjie and his fellow legislators garnered immense support. Fang Yufan was thoroughly satisfied with the swift handling of the situation. He was indifferent to the opinions of other wealthy magnates, for he was poised to reap his rewards. Early that morning, Shinzhou from HSBC had called to arrange a meeting, and he was well aware of the implications. After enjoying breakfast, he took his time, leisurely perusing the newspaper on the sofa, pleased with his newfound composure. Had it been before, he would have been too restless to sit still. As the time approached, he set out in his vehicle. His spirits were high as he traveled in a bulletproof Rolls-Royce, flanked by 2 bulletproof Mercedes, forming a motorcade that was unparalleled on Hong Kong Island. The Rolls-Royce, traditionally the domain of affluent families, did not concern Fang Yufan. He had plenty of wealth, and he felt no need to heed the opinions of others. His business thrived, and as long as none were foolish enough to openly oppose him, he remained unbothered. The onlookers gazed enviously at the procession. Upon arriving at HSBC, Fang Yufan exited the vehicle and, escorted by Chao Hui and others, made his way inside. Zhang Jun awaited him and, upon his arrival, respectfully announced, "Fang Sheng, the chairman is expecting you in his office." Fang Yufan smiled and patted Zhang Jun's shoulder, whispering, "It's time to take action." Zhang Jun, upon hearing this, was instantly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Please, Fang Sheng." With a grin, Fang Yufan strode towards the elevator. In the lobby, those attending to business could not help but speculate about the identity of the young man, given his impressive demeanor. Few were privileged to enter the grand office of HSBC. Shinzhou, glancing at the person opposite him, smiled and said, "Old Bao, the guest has arrived. Feel free to proceed." Bao Chuanwang chuckled in response, "Thank you, old Shin. I am quite curious about this young man as well." "Huh? Back then, none of you believed in him." Shinzhou became somewhat proud as he recounted this. Hearing this, Bao Chuanwang playfully teased, "Go ahead and revel in it. I have heard this story so many times that my ears have calloused." A knock echoed at the office door. Shinzhou stood and called, "Come in." Fang Yufan entered, smiling, and said, "Hello, Director Shun. I wonder what brings me here today." Shinzhou's joyous demeanor indicated a close relationship between the two as he replied, "Haha, Fang, you jest. How could I possibly give you orders? Come, have a seat." He then gestured towards the individuals on the sofa and introduced, "This is Bao Yugong, the chairman of the global group. Today, I am merely making an introduction. The specifics are up to you." Fang Yufan responded with calm composure, "Hello, Chairman Bao." Bao Yugong scrutinized the young man before him, his expression unreadable, and nodded. "Does Fang know the purpose of my meeting with you?" Fang Yufan chuckled lightly, casually taking a seat on the sofa, and replied, "I must admit, I am completely in the dark about that. I thought Director Shin simply wanted to invite me for tea." Shinzhou merely smiled, choosing not to engage in the conversation. Bao Yugong noticed that the young man remained unaffected by his imposing presence and even feigned ignorance, realizing that his authoritative stance was futile, as the young man had him at a disadvantage. Unless he wished to forfeit his interest in Jilong Warehouse, he broke into a smile and said, "Haha, no wonder old Shin holds you in such high regard. I now acknowledge that among the younger generation, you are indeed the foremost." Fang Yufan, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Director Shun has simply been guiding me. I am merely a fledgling, hardly comparable to the young talents of Hong Kong." Bao Yugong, recognizing the young man's slippery nature, decided to be direct. "Fang, I require the Jilong Warehouse shares in your possession. Name your price." Surprised, Fang Yufan exclaimed, "You too wish to acquire Jilong Warehouse shares?" At this, Bao Yugong felt a slight jolt of concern, realizing there were indeed others interested. He quickly added, "Indeed, I hope Fang can grant me this favor." Fang Yufan, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, "Chairman Bao, you jest. Favor or no favor, if you desire them, I am more than willing to sell. I can simply decline the other offer." Upon hearing Fang's willingness, Bao Yugong's spirits lifted instantly. "Ha, splendid. I shall take them all at 105 per share. Consider it a favor owed to you." Fang Yufan, remaining composed, replied, "As you wish, Chairman Bao. I can finalize the paperwork at any time." Observing the young man's lack of surprise at the figure, Bao Yugong regarded him with increased admiration for his composure. "Excellent, Fang. I will contact my associates right away. Let us proceed with the paperwork now." "Very well, I will summon my lawyer," Fang Yufan affirmed. Fang Yufan nodded with a smile. In less than an hour, a transaction valued at over 1.7 billion was completed in the office of the chairman of HSBC. As the deal was finalized, Bao Yugong felt a sense of relief and joyfully remarked, "Fang, Thank you for today. Once I handle my matters, let's enjoy some tea together. To which Fang replied, I wish Director Bao great success. Haha, splendid. After exchanging pleasantries with Shinzhou, Bao Yugong departed with his associates. Fang Yufan's account had also swelled by over 1.73 billion in cash, naturally uplifting his spirits. With a beaming smile, he said, Director Shun, I want to impose further. I'll head downstairs to attend to some business. Let us share tea another day. Certainly. You are always welcome to visit whenever you have time. Shinzhou responded, equally cheerful. Absolutely. Chapter 59. A new opportunity. Fang Yufan led his companions out of the office and directly to the credit department. Zhang Jun had completed the repayment procedures, requiring only a signature to finalize the transaction. The loan had been repaid, amounting to over 800 million, yet Fang Yufan felt no sorrow, for he still had more than 900 million in cash remaining. Coupled with the company's profits over the past 6 months, his cash reserves approached 2 billion. It could be said that in Hong Kong, few enterprises surpassed his in terms of liquidity. Zhang Jun expressed his admiration, saying, Thank you, Fang Xing. I can finally upgrade to a villa. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and replied with a smile, Manager Zhang, rewards must follow effort. Had you not placed your bets on me from the very beginning, I might not have achieved such success. Zhang Jun shook his head, insisting, Fang Sheng, you flatter me. Even without my support, you would surely prosper. Haha, Manager Zhang, please summon Manager Yu. As previously discussed, there are rewards to be given after selling the stocks. We must not neglect these deserving contributors, Fang Yufan requested. Of course, I will call him right away. Zhang Jun responded promptly. Fang Yufan took out his checkbook and wrote 6 checks, displaying unusual generosity this time. 1 for 100, 000, and 5 for 50, 000 each. When Yu Junliang arrived at the office, he congratulated Fang Yufan, saying, Fang Sheng, your maneuvers are worthy of being inscribed in textbooks. They are truly admirable. Fang Yufan, with an air of calmness, replied, It is nothing remarkable, merely a matter of chance. Manager Yu, you and the others have worked hard. This is for you. And please distribute the others among the team. Upon seeing the check for 100, 000, Yu Junyang was astonished by Fang Yufan's continued generosity. The rest of the team received 50, 000 each. A reward of such magnitude was unprecedented, especially considering they had already received a bonus 6 months prior. He accepted graciously, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Fang Xing. I will ensure your appreciation is conveyed. Haha, that's wonderful. There may be times in the future when I need your assistance. So I shall not disturb your work any longer, Fang Yufan said as he stood and made his way outside. Zhang Jun and Yu Junyang hurriedly accompanied him out of the building, watching as he entered his bulletproof luxury vehicle, their faces beaming with satisfaction as they returned to their duties. Leaning back in his seat, Fang Yufan took another puff of his cigar and remarked, Today is a day of celebration. Have Huaishu prepare a feast for us. Certainly, Brother Fan. I will call Huaishu, Rose chimed in with a smile, promptly picking up the phone in the vehicle. Bao Yugong, having recently acquired shares, immediately announced his control over Kowloon Warehouse. Reporters bombarded him with inquiries regarding the specifics of the situation. With a beaming smile, Bao Yugong stated, Haha, I must extend my gratitude to Fang Sheng of Xianyuan Company, as I utilized 1.73 billion to acquire all of Fang Sheng's Kowloon Warehouse stocks. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Fang Sheng of Xianyuan Company, wasn't he the enigmatic chairman? The news rapidly spread through the press, prompting investigations into Fang Yufan's invested capital. As various headlines emerged, the excitement escalated. A new stock god emerges. 3 billion turned into 17 billion. A whopping 1.4 billion profit in 1 year. Subsequently, there were individuals who had sold their properties, and when a journalist revealed that the Tianyuan CAF was owned by the proprietor of Xianyuan Company, it became apparent that this individual possessed not only substantial earnings from the stock market, but also significant assets. Furthermore, the fact that Fang Yufan had only recently arrived in Hong Kong Island was also disclosed by some sources. This was nothing short of miraculous. Within a mere year, he had transformed from obscurity into a billionaire. In no time, Fang Yufan became an idol for countless young people. Seated at home, he perused the newspaper articles about himself with a calm smile. Xin Wanqing, gazing at him with admiration, remarked, Boss, you have now become the idol of all the youth in Hong Kong. Aren't you thrilled? Taking a puff from his cigar, he replied nonchalantly. What is there to be excited about? It is merely standard procedure. Observing his composure, Xin Wanqing felt a deep sense of respect. Achieving such remarkable success while remaining so unflappable was indeed impressive. The tycoons of Hong Kong had spent generations or decades striving for their fortunes. Yet he had accomplished it in less than a year. Recalling a previous jest, she chuckled, "I remember our prior agreement. There remains just over a year until you become the richest." Fang Yufan set down the newspaper and teased her. "Ha, of course, I remember. However, will there be a reward when that time comes?" Shen Wanqing replied with a playful grin. "When that day arrives, I will surely prepare a mysterious grand gift for you. I shall await it eagerly." Fang Yufan responded with a smile, unconcerned about the promised gift. After taking another puff of his cigar, he began to contemplate which industries could expedite his wealth accumulation. Remembering an unfinished task, he stated, "Have the bank manager and the securities department manager come over." Upon hearing his instructions, Shen Wanqing promptly rose and said, "All right, I will notify them right away." With that, she went inside to make the call. Fang Yufan took another puff of his cigar, reflecting on several stocks. He would not let another opportunity for wealth slip away. Companies such as Jining Properties, Jinyan Real Estate, Hengji Holdings, and Yida Investments were all poised for significant gains in the latter half of the year, although their stocks had been in decline. A surge was imminent in just over a month, as the Hong Kong government had allocated several property development rights above subway stations to them. This time, he resolved to utilize his banking operations. If time was insufficient, he would execute part of the transactions through HSBC. Soon, Shen Wanqing returned, informing him, "They will arrive in half an hour. Do you have further plans?" Fang Yufan nodded. "Indeed, we will discuss it once they arrive." Shen Wanqing, unconcerned, cheerfully said, "If there is nothing else, I will go chat with Rose." "Go ahead," Fang Yufan replied, taking another puff of his cigar, gazing at the people frolicking by the seaside. His mind continuously pondering the ventures that lay ahead. The prospect of acquiring the Famicom seemed promising. However, with Nintendo's current expansion, such an acquisition might prove challenging. He contemplated assembling a group of professionals to articulate his ideas. They should be capable of realizing his vision. Upon reflection, he felt a firm conviction within. There remained 3 years until the advent of the home gaming console, a span ample enough for him to seize a significant market share. He took a draw from his cigar, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the armrest of his chair. Should he proceed with the production of the Famicom, it would be prudent to acquire a gaming company in Japan, ultimately assembling the consoles either here or in the mainland. While he pondered these matters, the manager of Longhua Bank and the head of the securities department arrived. Since the acquisition, Fang Yufan had refrained from hastily rebranding, opting instead to conduct a thorough internal review, allowing them to develop autonomously thereafter. Boss. Fang Yufan turned to see them, smiling as he inquired, "Please, have a seat. Are there any issues at the bank lately?" Manager Gong Ruifeng replied cautiously, "Rest assured, boss, everything is running smoothly at the bank. We have completed the internal restructuring and are ready to fulfill any tasks you assign." His caution was well-founded. He had encountered the formidable prowess of his employer firsthand, especially after witnessing yet another miraculous feat in the stock market. The securities department manager, Ding Daqiang, gazed at his boss with admiration. He had analyzed the initial developments of Kowloon Warehouse, and without the recent Kowloon Warehouse battle, he would have never identified any opportunities for explosive growth. Yet, his boss had been strategizing since a year ago, earning his utmost respect. Chapter 60. Initiating the strategy. Fang Yufan nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed, maintaining stability and safeguarding the company is of utmost importance. There will be opportunities for you to showcase your abilities in the future." Upon hearing this, Gong Ruifeng's face lit up with excitement as he replied, "Understood, boss. I will not let you down." Taking a sip of tea, Fang Yufan inquired, "Manager Ding, if I were to provide you with 600 million, could you procure 4 stocks within a month without alerting the other party?" Ding Daqiang's expression shifted, and instead of responding immediately, he cautiously probed, "Boss, are we acquiring the company or merely investing?" "It is merely an investment, to be liquidated when the time comes," Fang Yufan clarified. Ding Daqiang pondered deeply before expressing his disappointment. "Boss, such a substantial transaction is beyond the capabilities of my team. However, I am confident that I can manage 300 million. He concluded his statement with a wary glance towards his superior. Leaning back in his chair, Fang Yufan drummed his fingers on the armrest, seemingly deep in thought. Gong Ruifeng and Ding Daqiang were on edge, fearing the potential ire of their boss. Yet they felt powerless in the situation. They were merely a small bank with limited personnel in the securities department. And achieving 300 million in a month was already a commendable feat. Fang Yufan did not chastise them. Instead, he lamented the inconveniences of the current era, where stock trading relied heavily on phone calls or shouted orders, lacking the conveniences of future times. He nodded and said, "Very well, I shall allocate 300 million to you. Operate discreetly. I will also engage through HSBC. You must remain at the company this month, and I will assign personnel to oversee the process. Rest assured, the bonuses will be substantial upon successful completion." With newfound confidence, Ding Daqiang affirmed, "Understood, boss. We all know the rules. I will keep a close watch." Internally, he felt a sense of relief. Gong Ruifeng also breathed a quiet sigh, resolute in his determination to accomplish the task assigned by the boss. Knowing that failure on the first assignment could lead to his resignation, Fang Yufan beckoned to Chao Hui, who promptly rushed over. "What can I do for you, boss?" he asked. Fang Yufan instructed, "Call a Chang back. They have a task to undertake." "Certainly, boss. I will fetch him," Chao Hui replied before dashing off to the dormitory. Before long, the 3 members of Shou Chang's group arrived. Fang Yufan directly addressed them. "A Chang, you 3 accompany manager Ding to the bank. Your subsequent task is to closely follow the trader." After clearly outlining the responsibilities, he entrusted Ding Daqiang with the specific stocks to be acquired. Once they departed in their vehicle, Fang Yufan stood up and said, "Hui, summon Yang Yao and his group to accompany me to HSBC." "Understood, boss. I will prepare the vehicle," Chao Hui responded before turning to leave. As Shun Wanqing observed that he had organized matters, she stepped out of the room and inquired, "Have you made all the arrangements?" Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "Halfway done. I still need to visit Shunfeng. You and Rose can enjoy yourselves at home." Shen Wanqing shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "You didn't even bother to inform me." "Well, Rose will undoubtedly follow you, so I shall return to the company." The Rose smiled and said, "Sister Wanqing, if you have nothing to do tonight, come over, and I shall keep you company." "All right, if I have no plans, I will come over to cuddle with you," Shen Wanqing teased playfully. Fang Yufan chuckled, and the group made their way outside, each person getting into their respective cars and driving away from the villa. He called Ding Mingjie from the car, requesting him to send a lawyer directly to HSBC, then turned his gaze out the window, lost in thought. The Rose observed him pondering, quietly accompanying him without interruption. Upon arriving at HSBC, the receptionist greeted him politely, "Mr. Fang." Fang Yufan nodded and replied with a smile, "I need to visit the securities department." "Of course, Mr. Fang. Let me escort you upstairs." They took the elevator up, where Yu Junliang was engrossed in documents. Hearing of Fang Yufan's arrival, he promptly came out to greet him. "Mr. Fang, your visit today is quite unexpected. Do you have any plans?" Since it was the first time the other party had come in person, he asked this question. Fang Yufan nodded, saying, "Indeed. I need manager you to arrange for a few individuals to assist me in acquiring several stocks." "No problem. How about the same 5 people as before? They are all top-notch traders and will certainly accomplish this task." "That sounds good." Soon, the lawyer arrived and both parties signed the contract. Fang Yufan stated directly, 200 million for Jianing Real Estate, 100 million for Jianian Real Estate, 100 million for Hengji shares, and 100 million for Yida investment. These 4 stocks need to be completed within a month. Is there any issue? Upon hearing the 500 million acquisition, the traders conferred and nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem. Haha, great. Let us get started. There will be ample rewards upon completion." At the mention of rewards, the 5 became even more energized, knowing that the other party was exceedingly generous, each of them brimming with enthusiasm. Yu Junliang assured from the side, "Mr. Fang, rest assured. This matter will remain confidential." Fang Yufan nodded, affirming, "I have great confidence in your integrity. There is no cap on this acquisition. If completed ahead of schedule, continue acquiring. I have prepared 1 billion in funds. The extent of your bonuses will depend on your operations." This news invigorated everyone further, should they accomplish the task. The rewards would undoubtedly be substantial given the scale of the undertaking. They promptly began making phone calls. With Fang Yufan's stature, he had already qualified for a trading room. Though this was his first visit, had it not been for the significant funds, he might not have come at all, as there was little risk involved. Lighting a cigar, he observed the traders at work, witnessing the operations of this era for the first time. Previously, he thought such scenes were fictional, but seeing it live today revealed that it was indeed as depicted on television. Taking a puff of his cigar, Fang Yufan instructed, "A Yao. The 3 of you will stay here during this period. I will arrange for meals to be delivered 3 times a day. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Yang Yu nodded, replying, understood, boss. He fully grasped the boss's intent and had no doubts about the task at hand. Fang Yufan nodded and sat for a while longer. After noticing that over an hour had passed and several million shares had been acquired, he decided to take his leave. Remaining there seemed futile. It was far more prudent to return and rest. Once he settled into the car, he instructed, "Oui. Remember to arrange meals for us 3 times a day, and do bring some cigarettes along." "Certainly, boss. We will take turns coming by," came the response. Leaning back in the rear seat, Fang Yufan wore a smile as he gazed out the window, observing the delivery riders from his company bustling about on the streets. Ever since the successful launch of their delivery service, no other company had dared to imitate them. The standards they set for delivery were unattainable for others, especially in light of recent revelations that the owner of Xianyuan Company was sitting on a cash reserve of billions. This left potential competitors hesitant to enter the industry. It was akin to an old man consuming poison. Should one plunge into this venture, the financial might of their rival could easily obliterate them. Chapter 61. Selecting the virtuous without avoiding kin. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Yufan promptly took Rose to the rooftop for a swim. The two frolicked joyfully in the pool. Rose, blushing, exclaimed, "Fanggu, you are so annoying. You always bully me. I will definitely tell Sister Wanqing." With a mischievous grin, Fang Yufan retorted, "Tell her, I'm not afraid. I might just bully her as well." "Hee hee, but Sister Wanqing can be quite fierce," she warned. "I'm not scared. I'm formidable, and you shall soon discover my prowess." With that, he lunged at her. I take it back. I am sorry." After more than an hour of playful antics, they grew weary and reclined on lounge chairs, savoring red wine. Rose, radiating happiness, remarked, "I truly wish to spend all my time with you." Fang Yufan playfully pinched her nose, teasing, "Do you wish to leave? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I would come for you." "Haha, that is not true." Taking a sip of wine, Fang Yufan gazed at the distant seascape and mused, "This is what life is about." Rose smiled at him, her eyes brimming with affection. In the office of the chairman of HSBC, Shenzhou listened to Yu Junliang's report. "Chairman, Fang Sheng has arranged for bodyguards to secure the large room. It appears he is determined this time." Shenzhou nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Is there any news regarding these stocks?" Yu Junliang shook his head, "None. Moreover, they have been on a downward trend since the beginning of the year and continue to decline." "Very well, let it be. Fang Sheng's ideas are always whimsical. You may go about your duties." "Understood," Yu Junliang replied before exiting. Shenzhou pondered for a moment, but could not discern any further issues, so he resumed handling documents. His daily workload was substantial, and were it not for his confidence in Fang Yufan, he would scarcely have time to monitor the others' dealings. The following morning, Fang Yufan stretched lazily, and the system prompt echoed in his mind. "Ding, based on the host's lifestyle over the past month, a rating of C has been assigned. Please select one reward from the following options: 50 million Hong Kong dollars, master-level gambling skills, or an increase of 2 cubic meters in personal space." Upon discovering the gambling skills, he contemplated briefly and declared, "Master-level gambling skills." Instantly, an influx of information regarding various gambling techniques, poker, dice, mahjong, and more, flooded his mind. As if he had practiced for years, he mastered these skills in a mere moment. After receiving his reward, he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Over the past few months, he had acquired several rewards, ranging from beginner to intermediate, culminating in this master level. He had discerned a pattern. The more powerful the skill, the more likely it was to originate from a beginner level or directly grant an intermediate level, without any pinnacle skills emerging gradually. He had also received an elementary gunfighting technique, a remarkable skill from a film that integrated firearms, swordplay, and hand-to-hand combat into a formidable killing technique. Naturally, the weapon was a handgun, and this reward significantly elevated his marksmanship. In addition to basic camouflage skills, which enable one to blend seamlessly into both wilderness and urban settings, there exists the art of crafting human skin masks and employing makeup techniques to alter appearances. Furthermore, one can even modify voice and physique, rendering these skills exceptionally practical. He has created numerous human skin masks, stored within his space, anticipating their potential utility in the future. There are also masterful literary and musical talents, both of which significantly enhance his literary prowess, surpassing that of many professors and experts. After breakfast, Rose linked her arm with Fang Yufan's, and the two strolled along the beach. In the distance, Beyond the barriers, several tents were pitched, indicating that some individuals were camping nearby. Fang Ge, look ahead. There are crabs, Rose exclaimed joyfully as she dashed forward. Fang Yufan chuckled and followed her. A number of sea crabs had been washed ashore, diligently burrowing into the sand to establish their homes. Rose laughed. They dig so quickly. Look how fast they've disappeared. Indeed, if they don't hurry, they might be caught and eaten, he replied. Ding Mingjie arrived at the villa accompanied by a young man in his 20s. Upon hearing from the butler that the boss was taking a walk on the beach, he chose not to disturb him and instead sat in the garden to wait. Observing the individual beside him, he remarked, "The boss is the wisest person I have ever encountered. At times, he resembles a sage, uttering words that illuminate the mind. Especially his foresight. I dare say no wealthy tycoon on Hong Kong Island can compare to him. Each time you believe you have grasped his thoughts, you ultimately find your assumptions vastly divergent from his, and often quite naive. This time, as I introduce you to the boss, whether he chooses to employ you further rests solely upon your own merits." Chu Shiyu nodded earnestly. "Uncle Ding, I understand. I will exert my utmost effort and not squander your goodwill." Ding Mingjie chuckled. "Oh, it's not to that extent. The boss is quite approachable and without airs. If you can accompany him, I assure you, you will not regret it in the future." Upon returning from their walk, Fang Yufan was greeted by the butler. "Boss, Lawyer Ding has brought a young man and is enjoying tea in the garden." "Oh, he has such leisure today." "Very well, I shall go and see," Fang Yufan replied. Rose smiled and said, "Fang Ge, I'll head to my room to freshen up." "All right, go ahead," he responded, proceeding to the garden. Ding Mingjie rose promptly upon the boss's arrival, exclaiming, "Boss." Chu Shiyu stood beside him. Fang Yufan glanced at the unfamiliar young man and smiled. "Old Ding, what brings you here today?" "Ah, boss, today I am promoting talent without bias. This is Chu Shiyu, the child of a dear friend of mine, who has just returned from abroad after working for 2 years at a prominent law firm, participating in numerous international acquisitions and..." Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan nodded with a smile. "Please, take a seat. What a coincidence. I happen to have an overseas acquisition plan in mind. You have just brought me a talent." "Chu Lawyer, would you be willing to give it a try?" With unwavering confidence, Chu Shiyu replied, "Boss, please give your orders. I am confident in my ability to succeed." Ding Mingjie chuckled, settling down to enjoy his tea. Fang Yufan accepted the towel handed to him by the butler and wiped his hands, inquiring, "What do you know about Nintendo from the island nation?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Shiyu replied, "Nintendo is a highly renowned gaming company from the island nation. Initially, it operated as a toy manufacturer, but due to economic circumstances, it underwent a transformation. Over the course of more than 2 decades, it has developed into a global entity." Once he concluded his explanation, Fang Yufan chuckled and remarked, "It seems that Lawyer Chu possesses considerable knowledge about this company." Chu Shiyu elaborated, "I became acquainted with their affairs due to a plagiarism lawsuit that took place abroad, involving Nintendo, which required me to undertake significant work." He then added, "If Fang intends to acquire them, it may prove challenging, as I am aware that several foreign gaming companies have also extended acquisition offers, all of which were declined." After taking a sip from his teacup, Fang Yufan shook his head and stated, "I do not seek to acquire them. Rather, I aim to purchase another gaming company that possesses a sufficient number of technical personnel, along with the capability for independent research, development, and sales. Naturally, having skilled technicians is paramount, while the latter 2 aspects are flexible and can be established independently." Chapter 62, Waiting for the money to roll in. Chu Shiyu finally grasped the meaning behind Ding Mingjie's earlier remarks. Indeed, the boss possessed a different way of thinking. Without further hesitation, he nodded affirmatively and said, "Fang Sheng, I am confident in this task. I will swiftly compile a list of enterprises that meet your requirements and report back to you." Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "Excellent. If you succeed in this endeavor, you shall serve as my dedicated attorney henceforth." With a serious demeanor, Chu Shiyu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Fang Sheng, for this opportunity." Ding Mingjie, pleased that matters had progressed smoothly, chimed in, "Boss, we shall take our leave now. Shiyu will report back to you later." Fang Yufan nodded, "Very well, travel safely." Watching the 2 depart, he smiled, lifted his teacup, and took a gentle sip. As Ding Mingjie had now entered the political realm, his focus could no longer be on business, which is why he had been seeking another lawyer, and fortuitously, the right candidate had just been recommended. At that moment, Chao Hui approached respectfully, stating, "Boss, I just delivered breakfast. Everything is normal over there." "Good. Thank you for your efforts, Fang Yufan replied. It's no trouble at all. The boss can call on me anytime, Zhao Hui assured him. All right, Fang Yufan responded with a smile. Rose then emerged, having changed into a different outfit. Fang Yufan gestured for her to sit beside him, playfully remarking, with so many dresses, why do you always choose to wear something so formal? Rose, beaming with delight, replied. Well, this is convenient for movement. If you prefer to see me in a dress, I'll wear one for you tonight. She playfully winked after her statement. Haha. Then I shall select an outfit for you later, he quipped. For the following month, Fang Yufan rarely ventured outside, nor did he visit the exchange, preferring instead to stay informed via phone calls. When trading hours arrived one day, he took a car directly to HSBC. Inside the large trading room, Yu Junyang reported. Fang Sheng, we have acquired a total of 800 million in stocks. Jining has purchased 320 million, and Yida has acquired 150 million. Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, nodding in satisfaction, and then produced a pre-written check from his pocket, handing it over while saying, excellent work, everyone. I appreciate your efforts during this period. Upon seeing the check, the expressions of the group brightened. Yu Junliang accepted the check with gratitude, exclaiming, thank you, Fang Sheng. The traders echoed their thanks. Fang Yufan smiled and said, once the stocks are sold, there will be further rewards. I must take my leave now. Hearing of the additional rewards, the traders expressed their joy, chanting, long live Fang Sheng. Long live Fang Sheng. After leaving HSBC, once in the car, Fang Yufan instructed, let us return to the villa. Yes, the team at Longhua Bank had also completed their operations, diligently striving to satisfy the boss. They had collectively acquired 420 million in stocks, thereby exceeding their targets. Upon arriving at the villa, he found Gong Ruifeng and Ding Daqiang already waiting. Boss, boss. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Fang Yufan remarked with a smile. It seems you had a smooth experience this time. Ding Daqiang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Boss, this time we have acquired a total of 420 million shares, with 200 million from Jining and 80 million from Hengji. After listening to their report, Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You have all worked diligently during this period. Await my instructions regarding the selling. There will be bonuses for everyone. Seeing the boss pleased, Gong Ruifeng also felt a surge of joy, realizing that their hard work this month had not been in vain. He cheerfully remarked, Boss, this is what we ought to do. Your satisfaction is what matters. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, those who work alongside me will surely reap rewards. The focus with the bank should remain on stability. However, we can cultivate talent, particularly in traders, as such tasks will become frequent. Understood, boss. Both men were delighted, with Ding Daqiang being the most elated. Having more talented individuals under his command would naturally lead to increased profits and opportunities. After discussing banking matters for a while longer, he dismissed them to return to their work. Fang Yufan produced several checks, saying, Ahui, distribute these 2 checks of 50,000 each to Ah Yo and Ah Chang, and this 30,000 check among the 3 of you. Zhao Hui was pleasantly surprised to learn they had bonuses as well, exclaiming, thank you, boss. Hee. Everyone has worked hard during this time. Let them take a break. Yes, Mei Gowei said with a beaming smile. You appear quite joyful. Does this mean you're about to earn a substantial sum? Fang Yufan playfully pinched her cheek, praising, you are truly clever. Shall I reward you for this insight? No need. It's daytime, and one shouldn't bully others, she replied coyly. Haha, then we shall indulge in some mischief this evening. During this time, Chu Shiyu had been equally industrious, gathering information on all gaming companies in the island nation through various connections, analyzing which enterprises were most suitable for acquisition. He swiftly traveled to the island nation, commencing on-site investigations of each factory. After 2 weeks of relentless effort, he finally identified 3 companies that met the requirements. After organizing the data, he drove directly to the villa at Qianchuan. Fang Yufan sat in the garden, reviewing the documents while listening to Chu Shiyu's presentation, maintaining a neutral expression. After thorough investigation, these 3 companies are the most aligned with your needs. They possess professional development teams and production facilities, along with established sales channels. While other companies may also qualify, their financial stability would require a substantial price for acquisition. In contrast, these 3 enterprises are on the brink of bankruptcy, making the acquisition process considerably straightforward. Fang Yufan set the documents down and inquired, which one do you prefer? Chu Shiyu replied without hesitation, Dabin Electronics. I conducted an on-site assessment. Their factory encompasses vast land and facilities, and I noticed that despite facing bankruptcy, the workers remain filled with enthusiasm. Fang Yufan took a sip from his teacup, pondering for a moment before responding, "Very well. Can we transfer all the technical personnel from the other two companies?" Chu Shiyu contemplated briefly and replied, "Since they are not located in the same city, perhaps only a portion would be willing to relocate." Fang Yufan nodded, acknowledging the practical nature of the question, and with a smile inquired, "What are your salary expectations?" Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyu understood he had met the criteria and earnestly replied, 150,000 annually. Fang Yufan promptly retrieved a checkbook, writing out a check for the aforementioned amount, and cheerfully remarked, "Let the negotiations commence. I will visit in person when it's time to sign the contract." "Certainly, boss." Chu Shiyu responded, elated as he accepted the check. Fang Yufan continued with a grin. "Exceptional management personnel may remain, but thorough investigations are imperative. What I seek is loyalty." Chu Shiyu nodded affirmatively, stating, "I will enlist the help of a local detective agency to ensure everything is in order." "Excellent, proceed with that. I await your good news," Fang Yufan encouraged. Chu Shiyu, brimming with excitement, drove away from the villa, his heart racing with exhilaration. During this time, he had heard countless tales of his boss's legendary exploits. The company, often deemed foolish by others, operated in intricate layers, achieving fame and even becoming a subject of study at universities, praised by many. In a mere year, Chu Shiyu had transformed from an ordinary individual to a billionaire. With a boss of such caliber, he felt certain that a brilliant future awaited him. Chapter 63. Journey to the island. In mid-August, the government of Hong Kong Island unexpectedly announced that 4 enterprises, including Jianing Properties and Yito Investments, had won bids to construct residential areas at the newly established subway stations. This news, upon its release, caused the previously declining stocks of these companies to surge dramatically, as if a pause button had been pressed. The trading floor was abuzz with excitement. The announcement took everyone by surprise, as there had been no prior indication, prompting many to rush into the exchange to acquire shares in these 4 firms. Yu Junliang from HSBC Securities was equally astonished upon hearing the news, recalling that Fang Yufan had just purchased 800 million in stocks. In just a few days, such significant news had emerged. He promptly called Fang Yufan. "Fang, the stocks have soared. They've doubled today alone." Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan replied with a smile, "Is that so? Wonderful. Let us hold off for now. There is no rush." Yu Junliang, impressed by Fang Yufan's calm demeanor, thought to himself that this doubling represented an astonishing 800 million. Moreover, the stocks were still climbing. Containing his excitement, he responded, "Understood, Fang. I will keep a close watch on it. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Yu." After hanging up, Fang Yufan turned to Ding Daqiang, who was seated across from him, and said nonchalantly, "This is merely the beginning. Await further news." "Understood, boss." Ding Daqiang echoed, equally exhilarated. Such returns on investment were unparalleled throughout Hong Kong Island. Once the others departed, Fang Yufan accepted a cigar from Rose, savoring its rich aroma. Internally, he felt a sense of relief. He had feared a shift in global dynamics, but it turned out to be unfounded. Maintaining a facade of tranquility, he exuded an air of nonchalance, as if billions were inconsequential. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he remarked, "Rose, let us venture out to sea for some leisure." "Absolutely." Shortly thereafter, Chow Hui and the others accompanied him to the port, where they operated the yacht while the family chef and 2 assistants boarded. Standing at the bow, with the sea breeze tousling his hair, Fang Yufan felt an indescribable exhilaration. Chow Hui and his companions remained vigilant, scanning the waters. After more than an hour of sailing, they reached their destination, at which point the yacht came to a halt. Fang Yufan cheerfully declared, "Feel free to enjoy yourselves. If you like fishing, go ahead, and decide on lunch as you wish." Yang Yao, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Haha, don't worry, boss. We'll surely catch something good today. If not, I'll just dive in and catch it myself." "I'll be watching to see if you can actually catch anything," Fang Yufan teased. Before embracing Rose and heading to the top deck, the 2 reclined under the shade of a sun umbrella, sipping on beverages. "Rose, would you be interested in learning something? Perhaps about managing a company?" "Not really. I find it daunting to manage so many people. If you want me to, I'll do it. But I'm not keen on it." Fang Yufan gazed at her and chuckled. "I was merely asking. If you're not interested, that's perfectly fine. I'm not fond of it either, which is why I delegate everything to them." With admiration, Rose replied. Hee hee, Fang, you're the most capable. Of course. He laughed heartily. With a joyful expression, Rose inquired, Fan, what is your dream? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yufan responded, My dream is for the people around me to lead fulfilling lives. Then, I can indulge in a carefree existence. Hee hee, you can already live such a life. It has nothing to do with those around you, she countered. Of course, it is connected. When you all thrive, you can assist me in accomplishing more, allowing me to revel in life without any concerns. In a private room at the Peninsula Hotel, Bao Yugong was enjoying tea and conversing with a few friends. Su Shixuan remarked with a smile, It seems that Xianyuan Company has become quite dormant lately. I haven't seen any activity. This young man is intriguing. Old Bao must have a deep understanding of this, Zhang Yutong teased, prompting laughter from the others. Bao Yugong, unfazed, proudly stated, Such is the nature of business. However, I owe him a significant favor this time. Otherwise, I would have lost face. Li Chaoran chuckled. To be honest, I attempted to acquire Jiolong Warehouse previously. But I didn't manage to secure much, only to find out later that he had already purchased it beforehand. He then lamented, I was truly deceived. I can't believe he devised such a strategy. Now, Xianyuan dominates the takeaway market on the island, boasting tens of thousands of delivery riders and the confidence to make bold moves. Su Shixuan took a sip of tea and casually remarked, Xianyuan Company has reached its zenith. There's little room for further advancement. If not, it wouldn't have remained so quiet for so long. Bao Yugong disagreed, sensing complexity in the situation, yet could not discern how the opponent might break the deadlock. Shaking his head, he stated, I believe it won't be so simple. I met Fang Xing once. Though young, he is remarkably composed and astute. Most importantly, he exudes a certain confidence, indicating that such an individual will not settle for the status quo. Li Chaoran, intrigued, suggested with a grin, why not make a bet? Let us see if this young man can surprise us again. Great idea. I wager he will falter here. Indeed. I share that sentiment, Bao Yugong said with a smile. In that case, I shall take the house. I assert he will achieve even more astonishing feats. Thus, a lighthearted wager was established in the private room, although everyone except Bao Yugong remained skeptical. Fang Yufan spent his days sipping tea and reading. Having developed a fascination with ancient literature since being immersed in literary knowledge, even exploring texts from various sections, negotiations in the island country progressed swiftly. After reporting on the work, Chu Shiyu stated, All right, let us book the tickets. We'll set off directly as there is little to attend to here. Understood, boss. How many people will be needed? I shall make the arrangements. Fang Yufan pondered for a moment, concluding that a few companions would suffice, especially considering his capability to withdraw at any moment. He replied, One from finance will be enough, along with myself. Chu Shiyu nodded, I will make the arrangements now. After the departure of the others, Rose expressed her concern, saying, Fan Go, may I accompany you? What if danger arises? Fang Yufan embraced her reassuringly and replied, There are bodyguards providing protection over there. If anything were to happen while I am with you, it would be I who would worry, especially since we are not in our own territory. Rest assured. Very well then, but you must prioritize your safety. I shall await your return at home. Haha. Do not fret. I shall likely be back in just half a month. Fang Yufan reached out to Luo Yaozu to discuss the situation, and subsequently briefed Shun Wanqing on various matters, ensuring that everything at home was in order. The group then proceeded directly to the airport by car. Chapter 64. The most practical reward. After several hours of flight, the airplane successfully landed at Deben Airport. The owner of Deben Electronics was already waiting outside the airport with his associates. Upon exiting, Fang Yufan and his companions were pleased to see a row of luxury cars, indicating a thoughtful reception. Chu Shiyu briefly introduced the two parties. The rustic gentleman from Yamashita bowed and said, Welcome, Mr. Fang. I have prepared our local specialty hotel for you. I hope it meets your expectations. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yamashita. We shall discuss further once we arrive at the hotel. Please, after you. As everyone settled into the vehicles, Fang Yufan gazed out the window at the towering skyscrapers, a testament to the remarkable economic growth of the island nation. However, he mused that in a few short years, this scene might fade, and he would need to return to seize his share of opportunities. Upon arrival at the hotel, Yamashita had reserved an exclusive villa. Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction at the pleasant surroundings. A stunning woman in a kimono approached with a warm smile and asked, Esteemed guest, shall we begin with a bath and change before dining? Mr. Yamashita interjected. Mr. Fang, the service here is exceptional. Why not rest a while before we enjoy our meal? Fang Yufan graciously replied, I appreciate your considerate offer, Mr. Yamashita, but I cannot neglect my esteemed guests. We can experience the other services later. Let us dine and converse. Of course, I shall follow your lead, Mr. Fang. Mr. Yamashita nodded. Once seated in the dining area, Fang Yufan surveyed the island cuisine before him. Though he was not particularly fond of it, he found the teppanyaki quite appealing. The atmosphere was enjoyable, especially with a lovely attendant enhancing the experience, providing a sense of elevated luxury. Chu Shiyu continually observed his boss, ready to address any questions that might arise. Fang Yufan cheerfully exclaimed, the flavors are delightful. Let us raise our glasses in gratitude to Mr. Yamashita for his hospitality. Mr. Yamashita humbly lifted his glass and responded, Thank you, Mr. Fang. After downing a glass of wine, Fang Yufan inquired, Once the factory contract is signed, how soon can we proceed with the handover? Mr. Yamashita replied, Mr. Fang, the factory can be handed over at any time. Although I am reluctant to part with my enterprise, I realize I am not a suitable manager. Fang Yufan nodded thoughtfully and said, Mr. Yamashita, each individual has their own path. A period of rest may bring clarity to your direction. With gratitude, Mr. Yamashita responded, Mr. Fang, you are truly a sage. I too look forward to discovering my rightful path. The meal was a joyous occasion for all. Fang Yufan concluded, Let us visit the factory tomorrow morning. If all is in order, we shall sign the contract. Yes, I will come to pick you up first thing tomorrow, Mr. Fang. Mr. Yamashita said with evident excitement. After the others departed, only Fang Yufan, Chu Shiyu, and 2 financial staff remained in the room. Lighting a cigar, he addressed them. Everyone must be weary. It would be wise to retire for the night. Tomorrow, we will inspect the factory, and if all is satisfactory, we shall rely on your diligence moving forward. Then we shall allow the boss to rest early. We will return to our quarters, they replied. Several individuals departed the room. Fang Yufan reclined on the soft couch, savoring a cigar. A gentle knock on the door was followed by the respectful voice of a beautiful maid. Sir, would you like assistance with preparing your bath? Fang Yufan glanced at her and nodded in agreement. The next morning, upon awakening, Fang Yufan stretched lazily as a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding, based on the host's lifestyle over the past month, a grade of B- has been assigned. Please select one reward from the options below. 10 Death Warriors, Eye of Loyalty, or an increase of 10 cubic meters to your personal space. Upon hearing this generous reward, Fang Yufan immediately sat up, startling the maid beside him awake. He was too preoccupied to pay her any mind and promptly made his way to the bathroom, his heart still pounding vigorously. He had not anticipated such a bountiful reward. Were all B-grade rewards this lavish? The prospect of acquiring Death Warriors, individuals who would undoubtedly be wholly loyal to him, piqued his interest. Yet, the Eye of Loyalty also stirred a sense of inner conflict within him. With a thought, he inquired, System, why is this reward so extravagant? Is this typical for a B-grade score? Ding, all rewards are randomized. It can only be said that the host has experienced exceptional luck this time. Please make your selection promptly. After processing the system's explanation, Fang Yufan endeavored to calm his racing thoughts. Gazing at the rewards, he decided, Eye of Loyalty. If taken literally, this option seemed perfectly suited for his needs. Human nature is intricate and enigmatic. He was uncertain whether those around him truly shared his interests. If this ability could genuinely unveil the hearts of men, he would have struck gold. In an instant, a surge of energy enveloped his eyes, imparting a refreshing sensation that compelled him to close them momentarily. A wave of feedback flooded his consciousness. The Eye of Loyalty could discern between loyalty and treachery. Those harboring ill intentions would emit a black glow, while ordinary individuals would shine with a white light, and the loyal would radiate a red hue. The deeper the color, the higher the loyalty, culminating in a purple glow signifying absolute fidelity, an assurance against betrayal, regardless of circumstance. Upon opening his eyes, Fang Yufan felt a rush of exhilaration. He mused to himself, Indeed, I made the right choice. Discerning friend from foe will be effortless henceforth. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not selecting the Death Warriors, he consoled himself with the thought that opportunities may arise in the future, alleviating his internal conflict. After enjoying a refreshing shower and completing his grooming, he stepped outside. Sir, shall I prepare breakfast for you? Fang Yufan observed the individuals kneeling in the room, noticing their emanating white light, and smiled, saying, Please proceed. Later, as he dined in the restaurant, he noticed the red glow surrounding Chu Shiyu and the 2 financial officers. nodding in satisfaction. This skill was indeed remarkably useful. Outside the hotel, the villagers from the mountain awaited with their convoy, bowing in greeting as they saw them emerge. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Yamashita. Shall we depart? Seated in the vehicle, Fang Yufan journeyed to the Debin Electronics factory, and indeed, as Chu Shuyu had indicated, the facility was impressively large. Having surveyed both the interior and exterior of the factory, Fang Yufan observed that most individuals posed no issues. However, a few managers emanated a sinister aura. Without hesitation, he removed them from the list, leaving the others perplexed, yet they complied with the boss's orders. The dismissed individuals expressed their discontent on the spot, but regardless of their dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to gather their belongings and depart. Over the course of a single day, Fang Yufan conducted a thorough review of all personnel within the company and implemented certain adjustments. Subsequently, he returned to the hotel, leaving Chu Shuyu and others in charge of the reorganization, planning to return once everything was in order to orchestrate subsequent matters. In the following days, Fang Yufan leisurely explored the island nation, taking the opportunity to indulge in its unique offerings, which left him quite pleased. Chapter 65. The birth of the Famicom. Fang Yufan luxuriated in the soothing embrace of the hot spring, accompanied by 2 enchanting attendants. He raised a glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, thoroughly pleased with their attentive service. He mused to himself, no wonder so many affluent individuals of later generations are drawn to this place. It undeniably ignites the desires of men. A woman clad in a kimono approached with delicate steps, offering a respectful bow. Sir, your subordinates are here, waiting outside, she announced. Fang Yufan nodded. Rising from the warm waters, the attendants promptly retrieved a towel to dry him off, draping a bathrobe over his shoulders. As Chu Shuyu noticed the return of his boss, he greeted him with a smile. Boss, the factory has been organized. We have successfully recruited 20 technical personnel from other regions, all of whom are now in place. After taking his seat, Fang Yufan nodded in approval, saying, excellent. I will visit tomorrow morning. Ensure that all technical staff are prepared. There must be no absentees. Understood, boss. Uncle Huai at home mentioned that Manager Yu from HSBC has called several times, Chu Shuyu informed him. Fang Yufan calculated the time, realizing that the stock sale was not yet imminent, and replied with a smile, very well, I am aware. The following morning, the group proceeded directly to the company. Yoshida, accompanied by a contingent of personnel, greeted the boss with utmost respect. Good day, boss. Fang Yufan surveyed them, nodding in satisfaction. Have all the technical personnel arrived? They are already waiting in the conference room. Yoshida responded respectfully. Good, let us proceed there, Fang Yufan directed. Yoshida was his appointed leader, one of the few individuals who emanated a vibrant red aura. In the conference room, 45 individuals, comprised of all the company's research and development staff, rose in unison to bow as the boss entered. Observing the predominant white auras, with a few red auras among them, Fang Yufan took his seat at the head of the table. Addressing the assembly in fluent island dialect, he commanded, please, be seated. Once everyone was settled, Fang Yufan declared, I am very pleased that you have chosen to work here. From this day forward, all of your salaries will be increased by 20%. The room erupted in excitement at this announcement, as a 20% raise was no trifling matter. Observing that many began to radiate a red hue, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Fang Yufan continued, while your compensation has risen, you must also deliver results that meet my expectations. I will now outline my vision. You will pursue your research in accordance with my ideas. He then articulated his concept for the home gaming console, including several well-known minigames from the future. The conference room fell into a profound silence, save for his voice and the soft rustling of notes being taken. Many individuals, captivated by his insights, displayed expressions of excitement, for they realized that the current technology could indeed bring these concepts to fruition, instantly expanding their creative horizons. They gazed at their boss with admiration, astounded by his ingenious designs. Chu Shuyu was equally astonished by Fang Yufan's fluency in the island language and his profound understanding of gaming, leaving him at a loss for words. He thought to himself, has the educational standard in the mainland truly reached such heights? A meeting extended from the morning until night, with lunch being consumed within the confines of the conference room. One by one, the technicians raised their queries, and Fang Yufan patiently shared the bits of knowledge he possessed. However, he refrained from divulging anything beyond that. For now, the sole objective was to manufacture the Famicom and then await the financial rewards. After spending a month in the island nation, he observed the technicians diligently engrossed in their tasks. As time wore on, a sense of monotony began to set in, prompting him to explore other cities for leisure. Traveling alone, he reveled in the carefree enjoyment of his surroundings. After traversing various locales in the island nation, he returned to Tokyo, awakening in his hotel room. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding, based on the host's month-long experience, you are rated B-. Please select one reward from the options below: 10 million master-level acting skills, or an increase of 10 cubic meters in personal space. Contemplating the rewards, Fang Yufan opted for the spatial expansion. He found himself in no need of money and was unsatisfied with his skills. Thus, he chose the spatial enhancement. Immediately, a mysterious space in his mind expanded to 12 cubic meters, followed by an influx of feedback. Fang Yufan was taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. This has additional benefits. With the increase in space, the act of collecting items no longer required physical touch. He could now manipulate objects within a 1-meter radius with mere thought. Rising, he proceeded to the bathroom, and with a mere thought, he collected the items from the counter into his space, and just as easily returned them to their original place, delight etched on his face. In the office of the chairman of the Tokyo Electronics Factory, Yoshida excitedly reported, "Boss, following your guidance, we have successfully produced a prototype, and several games have been completed. The remaining games are under accelerated development." Fang Yufan responded with enthusiasm, "Bring it over. I shall give it a try." Shortly after, several technical team leaders entered the office. Observing the gaming console, which aligned closely with his vision, he connected it to the television and sampled various games, including Tetris and Contra, as well as some mushroom-collecting mini-games. "Very good, though there are still some lags in the controls. You must rectify this immediately," he continued. "Shiyu, once the improvements are made, ensure to register the patents globally without delay. Maintain confidentiality during this period. Should any issues arise, my wrath will be beyond what you can bear." The team felt the powerful aura emanating from their boss, causing tension to rise within them. Yoshida quickly assured, "Rest assured, boss, I will ensure factory confidentiality during this time. No technical personnel will leave the premises." The other team leaders echoed their agreement fervently. "Indeed, boss, we will keep a close watch on our team members. There will be no leaks." Chushiyu confidently declared, "Boss, you can trust me. I am confident that all patents will be registered within a month, and your plans will not be delayed." Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. I will remain at the factory during this period. Once the gaming console is ready, Yoshida will commence production without hesitation." Subsequently, everyone began to busily attend to their respective duties. Fang Yufan took up residence in the office, which boasted a cozy lounge. He spent his days sipping tea and perusing books, or meandering through the factory premises. Yoshida thoughtfully assigned a lovely female employee to attend to his daily needs, a decision that Fang Yufan found quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, Hong Kong Island thrived with unparalleled vibrancy. In the stock exchange, individuals eagerly observed the ever-rising stocks, each behaving like a gambler fueled by excitement. Unbeknownst to them, a catastrophic event loomed on the horizon, one that would lead to the bankruptcy and despair of countless individuals. Chapter 66, Supermanly. As time swiftly passed, November arrived. Fang Yufan finally completed all matters in the island nation and boarded a plane back to the harbor island. Rose and her companions awaited his return outside the airport, joyfully welcoming him back. "Brother Fan, you have finally returned." Fang Yufan, with a beaming smile, replied, "I initially thought it would be a swift trip, but I was delayed by certain matters. Now that everything is settled, I rushed back immediately." Rose cheerfully exclaimed, "Dinner is all prepared at home. Let us hurry back." "All right, let us go." Fang Yufan gazed at the reddish-purple glow radiating from Rose, Chao Hui, and the others, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. These individuals had indeed met his expectations, exhibiting remarkable loyalty. He patiently listened as Rose spoke about matters at home. Shen Wanqing frequently visited Rose, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes that made him chuckle. Upon returning to the villa, they found Shen Wanqing, Luo Yaozu, and Ding Mingjia already waiting. Fang Yufan laughed, saying, "Haha, everyone is here. Let us eat first. Is the boss over there so enchanted that he doesn't wish to return?" Hearing Shen Wanqing's playful banter, Fang Yufan responded helplessly, "I was simply busy with work." Shen Wanqing, with an expression of disbelief, retorted, "Who knows if that's true? I heard the service over there is quite lavish." The others joined in laughter. Fang Yufan teased, "Oh, you seem to know quite a lot." Perhaps we should have a thorough discussion about it later. Shen Wanqing's face flushed with embarrassment as she reached out to pinch him. Fang Yufan quickly dodged, laughing. You dare to defy hierarchy? I might have to deduct your salary. You wouldn't dare. If you do, I'll just have Rose come live with me. Rose, observing their playful banter, couldn't help but laugh as well. After some lighthearted antics, the group settled down in the dining room. Fang Yufan's gaze fell upon a maid, momentarily flickering with an indescribable expression. He raised his glass and said, Come, let us drink together. Everyone has worked hard during this time. Luo Yazu lifted his glass, smiling. The boss has worked the hardest. Let us toast to him. Indeed. It seems the boss has lost weight during this period, Ding Mingjie added with a grin. Fang Yufan sighed. The cuisine over there was quite unaccustomed to me. Thankfully, there were barbecues and seafood, or I would have been reduced to eating instant noodles daily. Shen Wanqing, eyeing him playfully, remarked, Honestly, I think instant noodles are not that great either. Fang Yufan, after casually mentioning it, had a sudden thought but chose to suppress it. He smiled and said, Let us not dwell on that. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are completely merry. Cheers. The evening banquet was filled with joyful laughter. However, this time, Ding Mingjie and the others had learned their lesson and dared not challenge Fang Yufan in drinking, ensuring that everyone knew their limits. After they departed, Fang Yufan turned to Shen Wanqing, smiling, Will you stay, or should I arrange for someone to take you home? I think I will return. I wouldn't want to intrude on you and Rose, she replied. Sister Wanqing, there's no intrusion at all, he reassured her. Shen Wanqing chuckled, I was just joking. Since it's still early, I will come over another day. Rose nodded and said, All right, let's postpone it to another day. After sending the others away, Fang Yufan smiled and replied, You go upstairs first. I need to attend to some matters in the study before joining you. Sure, just don't stay too late. Rose advised. Before long, Fang Yufan summoned Chao Hui and the others to the study. Lighting a cigar, he took a puff and inquired, Have there been any peculiar occurrences with the household staff recently? Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, each deep in thought. After a considerable pause without any insights, Chao Hui, looking somewhat embarrassed, said, I apologize, boss. We've been rather negligent. We'll look into their activities discreetly. Fang Yufan did not chastise them. Instead, smiling as he replied, This is not your fault. Going forward, take turns monitoring Sister Mei and investigate her family situation discreetly. This must remain concealed. Hearing their employer's words, Chao Hui promptly responded, Understood, boss. We will clarify matters as soon as possible. Very well, I shall await your updates. Now go and rest. As Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair, smoking his cigar, he reflected on the past few months, pondering whether he had inadvertently revealed anything in front of anyone. After revisiting the events of the past months in his mind, he realized he had disclosed nothing and felt a sense of relief wash over him. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Interesting. It seems my previous suspicions were indeed correct. There is an informant among us. Had it not been for the newly acquired skills, he might not have detected the issue, and he planned to engage with the individual appropriately. His thoughts then drifted to the instant noodles he had casually mentioned earlier. Now that the Master Kong Cup noodles had not yet been released, it presented yet another opportunity. Although he did not know the exact recipe, he was confident that with the help of a skilled chef, he could replicate it. After organizing his thoughts on the specifics of the operation, he returned to his room with a cheerful demeanor. He spent 3 consecutive days resting at home. Each day, Fang Yufan enjoyed sipping tea and sharing amusing anecdotes about the islands with Rose. Brother Fan, I must accompany you next time. Sister Wanqing mentioned that the women there are quite something. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan chuckled, Haha, all right, I'll take you along next time. But be sure not to blush. Chao Hui approached respectfully, saying, Boss. Fang Yufan nodded and asked, Any discoveries? In the past few days, Sister Mei has had no contact with outsiders. Our investigation into her household revealed that her husband once worked as a gardener, but that was over a decade ago. We have yet to determine which family it was, and it will require more time. Fang Yufan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest, inquiring, What about her children? Chao Hui replied directly, Her son graduated from university and is currently interning at Hutchison Whampoa. He has been there for less than 6 months. Her daughter is still in school. Upon hearing about Hutchison Whampoa and realizing the son had been there for less than 6 months, Fang Yufan understood the implications. Internally, he mused, So, you, Li Chaoran, dared to plant a mole so close to me when I already held reservations about you. I shall not be courteous in the future. Fang Yufan remarked. All right, continue the investigation. I will disclose some information later to see who she has been in contact with. Upon hearing this, Chao Hui responded earnestly, understood. Boss. After his departure, Rose, with a cold demeanor, inquired, Brother Fan, should I take care of her? Fang Yufan looked at her, shaking his head with a smile. No need. I do not wish for you to dirty your hands. Rest assured, I have a plan. Yes, Brother Fan, I am not afraid. No one can harm you. Rose asserted with utmost seriousness. Excellent. Our Rose is the strongest. If anyone dares to bully me, I will certainly inform you. Rose was also amused by his words. Leaning contentedly against him, her previous icy demeanor replaced by warmth and happiness. Chapter 67. A remarkable gain of 4 billion through reports from his subordinates. Fang Yufan became aware that the stock price had reached an optimal point. He promptly instructed Chao Hui to arrange for a vehicle and made his way to HSBC. While en route, he picked up the phone and dialed Ding Daqiang. Boss. Yes, I'm heading to HSBC now. They are starting to offload stocks today. Please seize the opportunity to begin selling as well. Ding Daqiang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. The stocks, originally valued at over 400 million, had soared to 1.8 billion, and at last, the moment of reaping rewards had arrived. He exclaimed with enthusiasm, Understood, boss. I will keep a close watch. Excellent. After ending the call, Fang Yufan wore a broad smile. This investment had multiplied his assets several times over. However, he was aware that such a substantial volume of stocks could not be liquidated in a single day, but he remained unperturbed, confident that they would eventually sell. In the trading room of HSBC, the traders were all present. Fang Yufan commanded directly, sell everything. Yes. Without further ado, the team commenced making calls to divest the stocks. Although the upward momentum had slowed, the stocks continued to rise, and as soon as they were put on the market, buyers swiftly emerged. Fang Yufan reclined on the sofa, savoring a cigar while listening to the flurry of bids as they sold. Contrary to his expectations of a substantial market dip, the professionals managed to stabilize the prices, with a slight increase even noted. By noon, having sold 100 million shares, he decided not to linger, acknowledging that the process would take several days. He left a group behind to oversee the transactions and departed from HSBC. Upon returning home, Fang Yufan engaged in his usual pastimes of tea drinking, reading, or swimming. 4 days later, in the trading room of HSBC Securities, Yu Junliang gazed at the final tally in astonishment. Fang Sheng, we have sold everything, totaling 724 billion. All funds have been transferred to your account. Hearing this final figure, Fang Yufan beamed with joy and replied, Wonderful, thank you all for your hard work these days. He then took out his checkbook and began writing. The traders in the room were elated. The past few days had been exhausting. But every effort was worthwhile as it was time to reap the rewards. Fang Yufan generously stated, each of you will receive 100,000 as a token of appreciation for your diligence. Should future opportunities arise, I look forward to collaborating with you again. The announcement of a 100,000 bonus brought immense joy to everyone present. Thank you, Fang Sheng. Thank you, Fang Sheng. The 5 individuals gratefully accepted their checks. Fang Yufan handed the final check to Yu Junliang, saying, Manager Yu, your efforts have been commendable. This is yours. Upon seeing a check for 150,000, Yu Junliang was ecstatic. The bonuses over the past few months had totaled 300,000, surpassing his annual salary. Thank you, Fang Sheng. It is my honor to serve you. Haha, many opportunities lie ahead. With that, I shall take my leave. I'll see you off, Fang Sheng. With a beaming smile, Yu Junliang escorted him out of HSBC before returning to his work. Fang Yufan leaned against the car, his heart brimming with excitement, though he maintained a composed exterior. This time, with HSBC yielding over 3.7 billion and Longhua Bank exceeding 1.8 billion, his investment of over 1.2 billion resulted in a staggering profit of over 4 billion, causing his assets to soar significantly. Upon returning home, he joyfully declared, Uncle Huai, prepare a sumptuous feast for dinner and ensure the entire family has extra portions, as if it were a festival. Hearing the master's command, Ji Xinghuai responded with a smile. Certainly, master. After giving his instructions, Fang Yufan ascended the stairs, still beaming with happiness. The household staff, equally elated, began to whisper among themselves once the master had departed. One servant quietly remarked, I wonder what joyful occasion has befallen our master to elicit such glee. Another chimed in, surely he has made a fortune. The last time he was this happy, it was due to significant earnings, as the newspapers reported profits of over 10 billion. Ji Xinghua interjected, enough chatter. The better our master does, the more fortune we shall enjoy. Everyone, let's hasten our preparations. Chao Hui and the others, though appearing to rest outside as usual, were attentively observing the servants' interactions. Fang Yufan changed into a comfortable Tang suit and headed to the garden for tea, contemplating how to discreetly leak some information. He intended to set a trap for his rival. Although Li Chaoran had acquired Hutchison Whampoa, he had not yet achieved complete control. At this juncture, his debts were substantial. Any misstep could force him into a desperate situation, causing him to forfeit his chance to ascend as the wealthiest. Future opportunities would naturally elude him without the requisite strength. Furthermore, Fang Yufan felt it was the perfect time to deal with his adversary, given his current financial resources. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he recalled Chu, since he had laid a trap for him. He would not hesitate to plunge him into irretrievable ruin. That evening, senior executives including Shun Wanning, Ding Mingjia, Luo Yaozu, and Chu Shiyu gathered. Observing Fang Yufan's barely contained smile, they grew curious about what had brought him such joy. Shun Wanning teased, "Have you taken another concubine, making you this delighted?" The others chuckled in agreement. Fang Yufan replied earnestly, "Indeed, I am preparing to take you as my little concubine today." Shin Wanning's face flushed with indignation, and she chased after him, intent on retaliating. Fang Yufan playfully darted around the table, exclaiming, "Haha! See, everyone, Director Shun is already overjoyed." Ding Mingjie and the others laughed heartily. "I believe Director Shin and the boss truly make a perfect pair," one remarked, to which Luo Yazu concurred, "Indeed. With Director Shin's capabilities, only our boss could be her match." Hearing the playful banter, Shun Wanning's cheeks turned crimson as she retorted, "I have no interest in him. He is merely a narcissist." She then took Rose by the hand and declared, "Let us ignore them and enjoy our meal." "Of course, Sister Wanning." Rose replied with a bright smile. Fang Yufan lamented, "Alas, with someone as formidable as our Director Shun, I fear no one will dare pursue her in the future." Shenwan Qing was on the verge of losing her temper. However, upon noticing the numerous onlookers, she huffed, "Just wait until later. I shall deal with you. In front of so many people, I shall spare you some dignity." "Ha! I am most grateful for your mercy, brave lady," came the jovial reply. After the laughter subsided, everyone took their seats as the servants gracefully arranged the dishes upon the table. Fang Yufan, with a beaming countenance, declared, "Let us all raise a glass together. This time, I have made a substantial profit, and thus, I have decided to provide each of you with a fine automobile. As for the specifications, Shinzone will report back to me later." Upon hearing the news of receiving cars, the crowd erupted with joy. "Thank you, boss," they exclaimed in unison, joyfully lifting their glasses in a toast. Chapter 68. The commencement of excavation. After sipping a drink, Fang Yufan remarked, "Yaozu, arrange for a private jet for me, one that is luxurious. Money is no object." Shenwanqing gazed at him, perceiving him as a nouveau riche, and curiously inquired, "Just how much have you earned?" Fang Yufan nonchalantly waved his hand. "It's merely the profits from before. I simply haven't had the chance to spend them until now." Hearing his words, Shenwanqing expressed her disbelief. "You have made several trips to HSBC, and your vehicle has even been featured in the newspapers. Do not feign ignorance. Reveal the true extent of your earnings." The others, equally intrigued, found themselves unaware of their boss's financial status. Fang Yufan, delighting in his meal, casually responded, "It's just a small fortune. Not much really, merely a bit more than last time." Just a bit more than last time? They recalled that he had previously earned 1.4 billion. Thus, this time it must be nearing 2 billion. Ding Mingjie gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss, you must be the one. I doubt the cash held by the tycoons on Hong Kong Island even rivals yours." Although this sum appears substantial, it diminishes quickly once spent. Our foundation remains shallow. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Shin Wanking inquired, "Does this mean there are plans in the works?" Fang Yufan took a sip of his wine and replied, "Indeed, however, there are currently no suitable projects on Hong Kong Island. All sectors are under the control of other conglomerates. I predict a significant surge in the stock market next year, at which point I plan to invest heavily again, accumulating funds to venture into new industries." The others were somewhat perplexed, yet they couldn't deny that their boss had never made a poor investment, which compelled their trust. Shinwalking pondered and asked, "What leads you to this conclusion about the stock market rising next year?" Fang Yufan set down his glass, exuding confidence as he stated, It's a matter of appearances and realities. Negotiations are ongoing, and how could the British capital forfeit such an opportunity for profit? They are bound to release various negative news next year to induce a market crash, subsequently selling off stocks to acquire more, culminating in a new redistribution of wealth. His certainty prompted the group to reflect, while they believed in the possibility of British capital executing such a strategy. They wondered if they were not risking failure in the process. Luo Yaozu voiced the collective concern. Boss, could this approach be too perilous? A slight misstep might lead to failure. His question encapsulated everyone's apprehension. Fang Yufan noticed Aunt Mei, the servant, standing nearby, and smirked inwardly, maintaining a calm exterior as he replied, "Failure? No." Shaking his head, he continued, "You underestimate the leverage held by British capital. The wealth of all the tycoons on Hong Kong Island combined amounts to scarcely 1/5 of theirs. How could they possibly fail? Furthermore, this time, not only the wealthy from Hong Kong will face cleansing, but elements of British capital will be swept up as well, as some locals express discontent with them. All involved will be ensnared in this web." His assertion startled everyone, for the prowess of the empire on which the sun never sets was not to be underestimated. In recent years, with the rise of Chinese capital, many have become engrossed in the joy of imminent prosperity. Perhaps the eagle is indeed concocting a grand scheme, seizing the opportunity to restore everyone to their true selves and compel them to recognize the prevailing circumstances. Fang Yufan observed a group of misled subordinates, silently murmuring an apology in his heart. However, to deepen the pit, he felt compelled to proceed in this manner. After all, his decisions had never faltered, and the stock market's two triumphs, yielding billions, had left them with no choice but to place their trust in him. Ding Mingjia, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Boss, what will happen to the ordinary people?" Fang Yufan shook his head with a smile, replying, "They will continue to eat and drink as usual. What else can they do? This is a battle of great capital, so focus on your work and refrain from engaging with the stock market. You can enter once the dust has settled." No further discussion ensued on the topic, as excessive dialogue would render it mundane. They shifted the conversation to other matters, enjoying their meal with great delight. The others concurred with the boss, believing that as long as they performed their duties, it sufficed to have their leader at the helm. In his mind, Fang Yufan had already begun to strategize his next move. He had no intention of granting Li Super any opportunities. Hutchison Whampoa possessed numerous prime assets, and allowing the opponent to regain their footing would complicate matters in the future. The following day, Fang Yufan sat in the garden, sipping tea when Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu approached. "Boss," they exclaimed. "Come, sit," Fang Yufan replied, setting down his teacup. "I need to find a few white gloves in America and Eagle. This must be executed with utmost discretion. Do you have any means?" Chu Shiyu's spirit ignited, and he nodded. "Boss, no problem. This is quite simple. They will merely be puppets, and the funds need not pass through their hands. They only need to enjoy their affluent lives." Luo Yaozu added, "Indeed, we can assign our own personnel to manage the finances, ensuring that all transactions are dispersed, leaving them no opportunity for contact." Pleased with their responses, Fang Yufan inquired, "How long will it take to accomplish this?" "A month should suffice," came the reply. Fang Yufan nodded, his fingers tapping the armrest as he contemplated potential opportunities in overseas futures and the stock market. He intended to create a few new wealthy individuals, as this would facilitate subsequent operations. He addressed the two. "Very well. Expedite this matter. I will later instruct you on how to proceed, utilizing these months to package them as rising stars in the investment realm." Both men nodded earnestly, accepting their orders. After they departed, Fang Yufan produced a cigar, lighting it while gazing at the distant scenery. Before long, Ding Mingjia arrived at the villa, parked his car, and made his way to the garden. "Boss, I have procured the information you requested." Fang Yufan's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Take a seat while I review it." As he opened the document, it detailed the shareholding status of each stakeholder in Hutchison Whampoa. Li Super held 23 of the shares, making him the largest shareholder, while HSBC possessed 5. And Chung Kong held only 10. Fang Yufan shook his head in dismay. Retail and institutional investors collectively held approximately 20, even if there were some discrepancies in the information. The circulating shares were no less than 30. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, silently calculating in his mind. The valuation of Hutchison Whampoa was in the hundreds of billions, and his current funds were insufficient to secure a controlling stake. Should he act hastily, it was highly likely that Li Chaoren would preemptively seize control, given his extensive years of operation in Hong Kong and the numerous business partners he had cultivated. Ding Mingjie, sipping his tea, refrained from inquiring about his boss's intentions. He understood that his responsibility was merely to fulfill his own duties. After all, when the time was right, his boss would reveal the necessary information. Fang Yufan pondered quietly, concluding that he would have to wait until next year to initiate his plans for control. During this interim, he needed to validate the situation with the nail and establish a legitimate reason for his actions. Chapter 69. Identifying the mastermind upon coming to a realization. Fang Yufan's face illuminated with a smile as he spoke. Thank you for your efforts. Are there any issues on your end? Ding Mingjie replied with a grin. It's nothing to worry about. Everything is going smoothly here. I currently have the support of 16 legislators, both openly and discreetly. Furthermore, I have utilized the funds from my company to extend some assistance to them. Fang Yufan nodded in approval, stating, excellent. As long as you can gather a group around you, no one will dare to dismiss your words. Although relationships can sometimes be tenuous, as long as one party remains formidable, no one is inclined to abandon ship easily. After conversing for a while, Ding Mingjie took his leave. Fang Yufan stood up, stretched, and then called for Rose as he made his way to the rooftop swimming pool. During the weekend, Aunt May, as usual, returned home after work in the evening. Her reason was that her daughter had come back from vacation, and she wanted to spend time with her. This had always been the case, so no one suspected otherwise. However, things were different now. Zhou Qiang and a few others secretly arrived at her residence, eavesdropping on her conversations with her family. It was only when the family retreated to their rooms for the night that Aunt May quietly spoke to her husband, Guang, a few days ago. I overheard the master discussing that the stock market is expected to soar next year. He mentioned that British capital would take advantage of this opportunity to spread false news, aiming to capitalize on a market downturn and covertly acquire completing a significant harvest of the wealthy in Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, her husband exclaimed excitedly, "That's fantastic. This information could certainly yield greater rewards." "You are truly remarkable, Aunt May." With a beaming expression, Aunt May responded, "Of course. But do you think this is morally right? The master has treated us well. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. What do we work for if not for money? If we can earn a bit more, wouldn't life be better? Wouldn't it be preferable to move into a larger house rather than stay cramped here? Is this news truly of such significance? I'm not entirely sure, but the boss is quite generous. If it proves useful, there will surely be substantial rewards." Zhou Qiang, concealed outside the window, absorbed every word of their exchange. Had it not been for the boss's instructions, he would have rushed in to apprehend them. Yet, even as they drifted into slumber, he remained unaware of the identity of their employer. He resolved to patiently wait and track this man in the coming days. Since they spoke of trading information for money, it was certain they would connect with someone. Indeed, the following day, the man stepped out of his house with his hands in his pockets, meandering aimlessly down the street. After wandering for over 2 hours, he arrived at a tea house, ordered some refreshments, and settled into a chair, reading the newspaper while he dined. The steward of the Li residence arrived shortly thereafter, sitting beside the man. He had never considered that a young man of no considerable background would uncover the existence of such secrets, so he casually engaged in conversation. After days of investigation, Zhou Qiang and his team finally had a lead on their target, albeit still unaware of the individual's identity. Some members positioned themselves nearby to listen while others discreetly captured photographs from a distance. The entire operation unfolded seamlessly, without anyone suspecting a thing. Within the villa at Repulse Bay, Fang Yufan listened to Zhou Qiang's report, a cold smile forming within him, for his suspicions had indeed been confirmed. Observing the two individuals in the photograph, he remarked with a smile, "Excellent. You have all worked hard during this time. Please share this sum of money as a token of appreciation." As he spoke, he handed over a check for 90,000. Zhou Qiang quickly responded, "Boss, this is merely our duty, and besides, the rewards you previously bestowed upon us have been more than sufficient. We hardly know how to spend it." Fang Yufan chuckled as he pressed the check into his hands, teasing, "Well done deserves reward. Should you err one day, I shall be compelled to deduct your wages." Upon hearing his employer's words, Zhou Qiang grinned, "Thank you, boss. I assure you, I will not provide you with the opportunity to deduct any wages. Haha. I'll have you produce a child soon. If you fail to deliver, I shall have to withhold your pay." Zhou Qiang, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and replied, "How can I do that? I don't even have a wife." "Then go and marry one. If the local prospects do not suffice, organize one when you return home." "Hee, I shall remember that, boss." Zhou Qiang chuckled as he left with the check in hand. Fang Yufan stored the photograph away, confirming the information with his sources. knowing that when the time came for him to act, he would show no mercy, due to the confidentiality agreement in place. His recent stock market gains had not been publicized. However, HSBC's senior executive, Shin Shou, was already aware of the situation, marveling at the data before him. This round of operations had garnered over $2 billion, leaving him at a loss for words. He pondered, could it be that the other party possesses alternative channels of information? How else could they so accurately pinpoint several stocks? Ding, based on the host's monthly lifestyle, a rating of C has been assigned. Please select one reward from the options below: 50 million Hong Kong dollars, master-level calligraphy, or an increase of 5 cubic meters in personal space. Upon hearing that his rating had declined, Fang Yufan felt a flicker of confusion. He focused his thoughts and declared, master-level calligraphy. Instantly, a plethora of calligraphic styles flooded into his mind. Having already possessed basic calligraphy skills, he was now infused with the utmost mastery. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a calligraphy master. After enjoying breakfast, Fang Yufan set out for the food company. Lu Yutong, accompanied by a group of individuals, awaited his arrival outside the company premises. As the boss's vehicle approached, they promptly stood at attention. "Chairman, you have arrived," they greeted in unison. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "Yes, you have all worked hard during this period. How are things progressing at the company?" Lu Yutong responded eagerly, "Chairman, the company has completed its restructuring." "Good. Let us proceed to the conference room." Fang Yufan nodded and made his way inside the company. This was his newly acquired enterprise, where he had replaced the entire management team and retained only those research personnel who truly demonstrated capability. As for the laborers, none had been hired yet, as producing viable products would require considerable research time, making it unnecessary to sustain a large workforce at this stage. Once in the conference room, the group settled down. Fang Yufan directly presented a stack of documents, saying, "This is what we are going to produce: Master Long's instant noodles, packaged in large paper cups, which I refer to as bucket noodles. The flavors are remarkably diverse. I have outlined the ingredients for a braised beef noodle." The attendees in the conference room examined the materials, which included illustrations that were exceptionally lifelike, all the while listening to the chairman's words, deep in thought. Once the introduction concluded, the head of research and development spoke up. "Chairman, there is absolutely no issue with production. However, we currently lack the equipment for this packaging and will need to procure it overseas." Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "Well then, let us first develop the flavors I mentioned. Once we confirm they are satisfactory, we shall reach out to the equipment manufacturers. Ideally, we should consider acquiring one, as we will need quite a bit of equipment." Lu Yutong immediately responded, "This is no problem. I have connections with machinery factories on the island. Such equipment is well within their capabilities, and there are many factories there. So acquiring one won't cost much." "Excellent. How many days will you need to develop the product?" Lu Yutong turned to the head of the R&D department, who pondered for a moment and said, "Boss, I can have it ready in no more than 3 days." Fang Yufan was very pleased with the efficiency and said with a smile, "Good, let us keep this under wraps. I do not want the news to leak before we even begin selling." Lu Yutong assured him, "Rest assured, boss, that situation will never arise." Noticing the enthusiasm radiating from everyone in the room, Fang Yufan nodded and said, "I will return in 3 days." After making the necessary arrangements, Fang Yufan departed promptly, escorted by the group. Chapter 70 Year-End Summary: Remarkable Achievements as December draws to a close. It is once again time for the annual summary and future planning at Xianyuan Company. Inside the conference room, Shen Wanqing and her colleagues awaited the arrival of their leader. Upon the boss's entrance, everyone rose to greet him. Fang Yufan, smiling, gestured for them to be seated. Once settled, he looked around at the attendees and cheerfully remarked, "Everyone has worked diligently this year. Shen, please provide an overview of the company's status." Shen Wanqing nodded and replied, "Certainly, Chairman. Tianyuan CAF has 300 locations, averaging daily coffee sales of 3 million cups, which accounts for 75% of the coffee market on Hong Kong Island. We have a workforce of 1,932, with a total annual revenue of 172 billion. After accounting for various costs, the net profit stands at an impressive 1 billion. The audience listened intently to the report, their spirits elevated by the news of a single CAF's annual net profit of 1 billion. What other enterprises could boast such success? Fang Yufan was equally pleased, noting that Xianyuan Company encompasses Tianyuan CAF, a delivery service, a real estate firm, a gaming company, a food company, a newspaper, and a bank, although the bank remains a hidden asset and thus was not mentioned in the meeting. Plans for further expansion were on the horizon, though such endeavors would need to be approached gradually. After Shin Wanqing concluded her report, Shin Junko took the floor, stating, "Chairman, our delivery service currently employs 25,000 individuals. Our standardized packaging has reached 80 of all stores in Hong Kong, with an average daily delivery volume of 1.2 million orders. This year, revenue from packaging fees amounted to 438 million, coupled with advertising income of 935 million, totaling 1,373 billion. After expenditures of 920 million, our profit stands at 453 million. Han Kuan, the general manager of the real estate company, then reported, "Chairman, there has been no expansion for the real estate company. The 300 locations generate an annual rent of 15 million, with expenses of 350,000. The CAFS are required to pay rent to the real estate company, as the properties are personally owned by Fang Yufan. Although the company is his, certain costs must be distinctly accounted for." Meanwhile, the gaming company S. Yoshida, brimming with excitement, reported, "Chairman, this year we registered 173 patents at the electronics factory and added 3 new production lines, bringing our total to 5 operational 24/7 lines. Our gaming consoles and cartridges have captured the Island S market, with 500,000 units sold and 3 million orders pending. I have contacted construction firms to continue expanding the production facility and plan to establish 5 additional production lines, with a daily output not falling below 50,000 units. Sales channels to neighboring Asian countries have been established, while sales in Europe and America will commence post-production line deployment. The total investment amounts to $12.5 million, with current earnings at 350 million. Including pending orders, our total revenue this year could reach 600 million, yielding a net profit of 420 million. I am confident that next year we can elevate net profits to 1.2 billion. Initially, Shin Wanqing believed she had achieved substantial success. But upon hearing the figures from a newly established gaming company, her sense of pressure grew tremendously. Shin Junko felt similarly. His previous sense of pride diminished in comparison to the gaming company's accomplishments. No one anticipated that a gaming company could be so lucrative. Each gaze directed towards their boss resembled that of worshippers before a deity of wealth. Lu Yutong, the general manager of the food company, felt a surge of anxiety as he listened to the reports being presented. Fortunately, he had already accomplished a portion of the tasks assigned by the boss. Otherwise, he would have felt utterly restless. Upon noticing the boss's attention shift towards him, he quickly composed himself and said, "Chairman, in accordance with your vision, the Research and Development Department has successfully developed 4 flavors. The equipment factory has completed its acquisition and is currently working overtime on the production. We anticipate that the final product will be ready after the new year. The factory has also made adjustments to the workshops based on the nature of the products, and I am confident we will deliver the finished goods in 3 months." Others in the room, intrigued by the food factory's products being designed by their remarkable boss, shared a sense of admiration. They understood well that everything he proposed was destined for success. However, this was not the time for inquiries, and they all sat upright, awaiting the chairman's remarks. Lu Yang, the president of the newspaper, noticed that everyone had completed their reports and seized the opportunity to present his findings. "Chairman, since the launch of New Horizons, it has garnered immense popularity among the public, particularly the novel themes provided by you, which have received countless letters from readers. We have also printed and sold books based on these themes. Our newspaper employs a total of 375 people and ranks second in circulation among all newspapers, achieving a daily distribution of 250,000 copies. Due to our high standards for paper quality, our costs exceed those of our competitors, and to maintain a clean layout, advertisements have been rigorously vetted. The newspaper's profit stands at 16.42 million, with advertising revenue reaching 120 million, and we have sold a total of 364 million books, yielding a profit of 24 million. The total profit. The attendees were in awe upon hearing that the newspaper's profits exceeded 100 million. Fang Yufan took a sip of tea and remarked with a smile, "Well done, everyone. The circumstances of the real estate and food companies are unique, but the gaming company deserves commendation. Yoshida, you have performed admirably. Achieving this milestone in just 3 months is commendable." Yoshida's face lit up with excitement, and he straightened his posture, humbly responding, "All credit goes to the chairman. Without your vision, the company would not have flourished so. Indeed, even the finest ideas require execution. Your dedication has been evident. This year, your bonus will be calculated at 3 times your annual salary. Upon hearing this, Yoshida beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Chairman." Fang Yufan smiled and surveyed the other attendees. Noticing Shen Wanqing and the others with serious expressions, he understood they were feeling the pressure. But he considered this a positive development. He then spoke, "Next year, the real estate company will embark on significant endeavors. I will notify you when the time comes." Han Kuan, the general manager of the real estate company, responded with enthusiasm, "Understood, Chairman." Fang Yufan gazed at Lu Yutong and remarked, "The food company is indeed promising. Once the equipment is finalized, we will promptly commence trials, and continual updates are essential. I possess immense confidence in this product. We shall undoubtedly secure a place in the global market. Thus, it is imperative that our equipment functions flawlessly, and we must consistently advance towards automation. In the future, we will establish a factory in the mainland, where the vast expanse can serve as our production base for the Southeast Asian region. Hong Kong is simply too limited." Lu Yutong nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Chairman, I share the same conviction regarding this product. Once it is launched in the market, it will surely achieve remarkable success." Fang Yufan nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Chen Junyang, saying, "The takeout industry has significant limitations. Therefore, your focus for next year should remain on deepening our roots locally. The upcoming year will be quite challenging, and we will not be expanding our workforce for the time being." Upon hearing about the difficulties anticipated for the following year, Chen Junliang recalled Fang Yufan's words from the previous celebration and nodded, saying, "I understand, Chairman." Meanwhile, Shen Wanqing, feeling the weight of increasing pressure, spoke directly, "Chairman, I am preparing to initiate overseas expansion next year, as I believe the timing is now ripe." Fang Yufan smiled and inquired, "Very well, what plans do you have? How much funding will you require?" Chapter 71. The arrival of Superman Li. Upon receiving her boss's approval, Shen Wanqing felt a surge of joy and promptly declared, "I plan to establish branches across various European nations, primarily through leasing shops. Additionally, I intend to create our own coffee and orchard cultivation areas to achieve self-sufficiency. I require a funding of 1 billion. Fang Yufan contemplated her ambitious scheme, nodding in agreement, "Very well. I shall refrain from intervening in the subsequent operations. The path forward is yours to navigate." "Thank you, Chairman," Shen Wanqing responded, her face beaming with delight. Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair and addressed everyone present. "I can provide you with a platform. How far you all can go depends on your efforts. I hope to see each of you in this conference room 3, 5, or even 10 years from now." Upon hearing this, all attendees straightened their expressions, fully understanding the chairman's intent, and each silently encouraged themselves. Fang Yufan ensured that no other company was overlooked, as everyone received bonuses, albeit not as substantial as those awarded to the gaming company. Everyone accepted this, recognizing the gaming sector's profitability. After the meeting, Fang Yufan retreated to his office, standing by the window and gazing at the towering skyscrapers outside. He mused to himself, "Soon, we shall have our own corporate edifice." Shen Wanqing knocked and entered, pouting with a displeased expression. Noticing her demeanor, Fang Yufan teased, "Oh dear. Your lips could almost hold an oil bottle. Who has upset our general manager?" "It's you. Your newly established gaming company is making such profits that I feel overshadowed," Shen Wanqing complained, pouting playfully. Fang Yufan chuckled at her words. "Well, different industries yield different achievements. Coffee shops are not typically high-profit ventures." Shen Wanqing, undeterred, confidently declared, "Humph. I will not fall behind. I am determined to make our CAF number 1. Fang Yufan gave her a thumbs up. "I believe in you. The future coffee queen will undoubtedly be you." "You're quite discerning," Shen Wanqing replied, her smile radiant. Seeing her cheerful expression, Fang Yufan couldn't help but wrap an arm around her waist, saying, "Soon, I will be acquiring some office buildings. We shall select one as our corporate headquarters." Shen Wanqing felt no aversion to this intimacy. Instead, she was somewhat delighted. Hearing his words, she gazed at him with admiration. "That's wonderful. I must have the final say in the selection." "Ah, that depends on your performance," he replied with a laugh. While the two playfully flirted in the office, Li Chaoran sat in his study at home, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The butler stood quietly at his side, awaiting further instructions. Li Chaoran pondered the news reported by the butler, mentally calculating the implications of this information. Could it be that the Eagle Nation was preparing for one final wave of exploitation? If they succeeded, wouldn't the economy of Hong Kong regress by a decade? Was there a possibility for him to intervene, though the required capital was immense and likely to cause a significant drop in his company's stock price? Preparation was essential. Having reached a conclusion, he spoke decisively. Very well, let the other party resign. This matter is of utmost importance. We cannot leave any loose ends. The butler nodded in response, saying, Understood, my lord. I will notify them and additionally offer some rewards. They will not speak out of turn. Excellent. Proceed with it. Li Chaoran remarked as he watched the butler depart, deep in contemplation before resolutely picking up the telephone and dialing. Am I interrupting your work, Mr. Shen? Shinzhou replied with a smile. Not at all. Is there something on your mind, Mr. Li? Nothing escapes your notice, Mr. Shen. I have some investment plans in the pipeline that require a loan, and this time, the duration will be longer, at least 3 years. Why don't you come to my office to discuss it? Certainly. After hanging up, Li Chaoran instructed the driver to prepare the car and headed straight to HSBC. Over the following days, he also visited Standard Chartered and Citibank. Fang Yufan, enjoying a cigar while listening to Chao Hui's report, bore a slight smile. He nodded and said, That will suffice. You need not follow up further. Go take a rest. Understood, boss. After Chao Hui departed, Ji Xinghuai approached respectfully, saying, Sir, Lu Mei has encountered personal matters and has tendered her resignation. Should I recruit someone to replace her? Fang Yufan suppressed a cold chuckle within, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, Very well, make the arrangements. Let me see the new hire once you find someone. Yes, my lord. I shall take care of it. Watching Ji Xinghuai leave, Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, inwardly amused. They can't possibly believe it, can they? Otherwise, why the incessant visits to the banks these past few days? Surely, it's for loan preparations. The thought brought him immense joy, with such substantial loans. Once the situation erupted next year, he would relish the downfall of his adversaries. Li Kaxing had yet to fully commit to securing substantial loans when he heard Shinzhou mention that Fang Yufan had profited even more than last time in the stock market, leaving him utterly astonished. This was nothing short of a stock market deity. The gains from these two ventures surpassed his own net worth, amounting to tens of billions in cash. Who on Hong Kong Island could rival that? His own ambition ignited. It seemed his opponent also aimed to seize this opportunity for significant profit. Thus, he felt compelled to prepare his own resources in advance. After all, it was merely a matter of paying some interest. Even if nothing materialized, such a minor loss was bearable. Consequently, he emerged from HSBC and engaged in discussions regarding loans with other banks. Furthermore, plans for the company's investments post-New Year were temporarily halted, awaiting a more opportune moment. Seated in the office of the food company, Fang Yufan surveyed the bowls of instant noodles before him, sampling each one in turn. With a satisfied expression, he declared, Excellent. This is precisely the flavor we need. Let us continue to develop other varieties. Observing the boss's approval, Lu Yutong responded joyfully, Certainly, boss. We have all tasted this flavor, and it is indeed delightful. However, we are still awaiting the equipment, so we cannot yet calculate the costs accurately. Fang Yufan nodded and said, Indeed, this is quite manageable. You still have tasks ahead. I have decided to establish a factory across the way. Please examine these areas, ensuring the land is as expansive as possible. I am preparing to create our own industrial park there, with future plans for electronic equipment. Lu Yutong, gazing at the map spread across the table and listening intently to his employer's vision, quickly took notes. Once he had recorded everything, he nodded and responded, No problem, boss. I will reach out to that area and arrange for an inspection with the team. Yes, the initial investment will not be less than $500 million. Once the groundwork is laid, have someone draft the blueprints and present them to me. Upon hearing the figure of $500 million, Lu Yutong became more attentive, recognizing the substantial sum and the optimism his boss had for the venture. With a serious expression, he affirmed, Understood, boss. I will ensure this matter is handled well. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss, Fang Yufan rose and departed from the food company, climbing into his bulletproof Rolls-Royce and returning to his villa. As he pondered, he contemplated the idea of hiring a few capable secretaries, alleviating himself from the constant need to manage these details personally. Chapter 72. A $500 million investment. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Yufan discovered that Zhou Qiang, Yang Yao, and the other three had already packed their belongings. Observing the bags they were carrying, he cheerfully inquired, Is everything prepared? Zhou Qiang chuckled and replied, The boss has everything ready. Just some clothes and food will suffice. If we bring anything too valuable back, it would only lead to complaints at home. The others echoed similar sentiments, their spirits buoyant. This year, The five of them would celebrate the new year at home, while next year it would be Chao Hui and his Group S turn. Fang Yufan nodded. All right. Be cautious on the road. Ah Hui, please drive them there. Thank you, boss. Watching them depart, Fang Yufan settled onto the sofa and took a sip from his teacup. Reflecting, time truly flies. The new year is upon us once again. With a beaming smile, Rose chimed in, I can collect red envelopes again this new year. Seeing her joyous demeanor, Fang Yufan teased, well, if you're willing to wear that outfit tonight, I might consider giving you a big red envelope. Ah, brother Fan, you're incorrigible, she exclaimed, blushing. He couldn't help but laugh at her shyness before lifting her up and heading upstairs. The following morning, Fang Yufan awoke to find Rose still peacefully asleep beside him, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Scattered about the floor were remnants of clothing, a testament to the intensity of the previous night's events. Based on the host's living conditions over the past month, a rating of B has been assigned. Please select one reward from the options below. 10 million, stock market futures for the upcoming year, or an increase of 10 cubic meters in personal space. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Fang Yufan's eyes lit up, and he confidently declared, I choose option 2. There was no hesitation. Although he was aware of major events unfolding next year, the rest remained a mystery. Instantly, a torrent of stock and futures information flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. The sensation was fleeting, and he soon regained his composure. The fluctuations in various stock and futures prices were engraved in his memory, vivid and clear, filling him with exhilaration. This is splendid. While there may not be any particularly significant trends, the volume-based gains are equally substantial. After carefully organizing his thoughts, he cautiously rose from bed and proceeded to wash up. At breakfast, Rose's cheeks still bore a hint of crimson. Fang Yufan, noticing her blush, couldn't contain his laughter and playfully remarked, eat well. In a couple of days, you'll be fine. We can try again next time. Rose pouted, brother Fan. You're terrible. I need to have Sister Wanxin come over to keep me company for a few days. All right, take your time to rest, he replied with a chuckle. After they finished breakfast joyfully, Fang Yufan encouraged her to return to her room to rest while he headed to his study. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he plotted his next moves. Before long, there was a knock at the study door. Come in. Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu entered, greeting him respectfully. Boss. Fang Yufan nodded and said, Please, have a seat. Once the two individuals took their seats, one of them spoke directly, It is time for those individuals to take action. I have documented this month's operations within the materials. You two will separately command the Eagle faction and the Americans. Luo Yaozu replied with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on the finances. Fang Yufan, with a serious demeanor, added, Indeed, outsiders remain outsiders. Exercise caution. Complexity is acceptable, but our connection with them must remain undisclosed. Both nodded solemnly. Although the ultimate objective of their employer was unclear, such earnest instructions hinted at a grand plan. Chu Shiyu, with a serious expression, assured, Do not worry, boss. These individuals are down on their luck. Given this opportunity, as long as they are not foolish, they will harbor no ulterior motives. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yufan's face as he nodded, saying, Excellent. From now on, I will provide you with information each month. This matter is known only to the three of us. Understood, boss. The two felt a surge of happiness, realizing that their employer considered them trusted confidants. As they departed, Fang Yufan's mind was troubled. However, there was little he could do at this moment. He had to take a gamble for the sake of future plans. After all, if it failed, it would only result in a waste of time. But if it succeeded, he would reap the rewards. With overseas deployments underway, he could not afford to squander opportunities in Hong Kong. Fang Yufan picked up the phone and called Ding Daqiang, instructing him to come over, then hung up and began to write. He noted some stock information, which did not align exactly with the system's data, yet as long as it yielded profits, that sufficed. If the information he penned were identical, it would indeed pose a significant problem. If word got out that he could predict stock market fluctuations, his peace would be shattered. Half an hour later, Ding Daqiang arrived at the villa. Boss. Fang Yufan handed over the written analysis, saying, This is my assessment of some stocks in Hong Kong. Operate according to this. I will allocate 300 million in funding. Ding Daqiang, filled with curiosity, took it and saw predictions for several stocks, causing him to be taken aback. Could it be that the boss truly had the ability to foresee stock market trends? He dared not ponder further and quickly nodded. Understood, boss. I will execute this immediately. Fang Yufan noted the expression on his face and stated, "Nothing is absolute. However, if any stock drops by 10%, liquidate immediately." Upon hearing this, Ding Daqiang felt a slight sense of relief, realizing how absurd his earlier thoughts had been. Who in the world could genuinely predict the stock market? With earnest resolve, he replied, "Boss, I will remember that. I will keep a close watch." "Excellent. I await your report on the final outcome." "Yes." Fang Yufan lit a cigar slowly, reclining in his chair as he contemplated. "Oh, hopefully next time the system will be more generous and reward him with some loyal subordinates so that he could delegate such tasks without having to tread so cautiously." With that thought, he commanded, "System, change the settlement method to 1 year." Ding settlement method modification complete. Wishing the host a pleasant life. He has come to realize that the system's monthly scoring peaks at a mere B grade, prompting him to consider what the annual settlement might yield. Furthermore, the rewards he has garnered thus far seem to diminish the system's assistance, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, gazing at the throngs of people on the beach in the distance. There are still individuals filming. The film company appears to be thriving. He took a puff of his cigar and shook his head, saying, "There's no rush. I shall commence once I have my own distribution company. Otherwise, he would be subject to external constraints, a sensation he finds quite unpalatable." Lu Yutong from the food company also arrived on the mainland. And upon hearing that the Hong Kong Island Xianyuan Company's initial investment would not be less than $500 million, he immediately regarded it with heightened interest. It is noteworthy that no foreign investment has ever reached such a magnitude. The dossier of Fang Yufan also made its way to the highest office. The elder, perusing his information, expressed his admiration, stating, "This young man is quite impressive. It indicates that we are not lacking in talent, merely in the platforms that allow them to flourish. Henceforth, we must resolutely pursue our chosen path." Chapter 73. The house was burgled. Fang Yufan remained blissfully unaware that his personal information had been thoroughly investigated back home. Even if he were to find out, it would hardly concern him. One evening, Shun Wanqing arrived at the villa, her expression one of discontent. Always picking on Rose. "We're going upstairs to chat," she declared. Fang Yufan jested, "Why not let me bully you instead? You're simply exquisite." With a haughty air, Shun Wanqing replied and joyfully ascended the stairs with Rose. Rose, equally cheerful, waved goodbye to him as she followed. After lingering in the house for a while, Fang Yufan decided to take a stroll along the beach. The evening air by the sea was quite brisk, and he ambled slowly along the shore. In the distance, he spotted a group gathered around a bonfire, singing and chatting, which brought a faint smile to his lips. He couldn't help but feel that his life had become rather monotonous. As he walked, his mind wandered to various thoughts. Initially, he believed that with the system he possessed, he could live a carefree life. However, after starting his company, he found himself increasingly preoccupied with the pursuit of greater wealth, especially as his following grew. His pace could not afford to slow down. Indeed, human desire is insatiable. He resolved that once the company was established, he would step back and allow his subordinates to manage its growth. With this in mind, he turned back towards the villa. Seated by the window, Shun Wanqing and Rose engaged in conversation, occasionally glancing at the figures strolling along the beach. "Sister Wanqing, after the new year, you're going abroad to develop your business, right?" Rose inquired. "Indeed," Shun Wanqing replied with a smile. "Rose, aren't we good sisters?" Rose nodded earnestly. "Yes, we are." "Then would you really allow your dear sister to venture overseas alone?" Shun Wanqing pressed. With a naive shake of her head, Rose responded, "Of course not. Maybe Sister Wanqing shouldn't go." Shun Wanqing, with a serious demeanor, insisted, "I absolutely must go. I aim to make my CAF the premier establishment globally. If I don't expand, I'll lose all opportunity when overseas enterprises arrive." Rose, though not entirely comprehending the intricacies, encouraged her. "Yes, Sister Wanqing, you will certainly succeed." Shun Wanqing, observing Rose's innocent expression, flashed a cunning smile. Rose, would you join me? That way, I won't be lonely." Upon hearing the suggestion to accompany her, Rose quickly shook her head. "No, I must protect Brother Fan." Shun Wanqing, with an air of nonchalance, remarked. "He is surrounded by so many people. What is there to protect? Don't you worry about me? What if someone bullies me while I'm abroad?" She concluded with a pitiful expression. Seeing Shun Wanqing's forlorn look, Rose felt torn. Having spent considerable time together, they had become close friends. Yet, the notion of accompanying her friend weighed heavily on her mind. She was reluctant to part with Fang Yufan, but she also harbored genuine concerns for Shen Wanqing, especially considering the risks a young woman might face alone abroad. Shen Wanqing, noticing Rose's inner conflict, continued to entice her. Surely you don't wish to be a bodyguard for the rest of your life? If you accompany me, I can teach you the art of business. And together we can manage the company effectively, ensuring that he truly cannot do without you. As Rose contemplated, she recalled that Fang Yufan had previously asked her if she wished to learn something. Did she truly desire to embark on a new endeavor? Unbeknownst to Fang Yufan, his home had been burgled. Upon returning to his room, he first indulged in a soothing bath, followed by a glass of red wine, which he savored while seated by the window. Upon hearing a knock, he called out, "Come in." Shen Wanqing and Rose entered, and upon seeing them, he greeted with a smile, "Why are you still awake?" Rose hesitated, unsure of how to begin. Shen Wanqing, however, spoke directly. "Of course, I have matters to discuss. I formally announced that Rose will be accompanying me from now on. After the new year, she will join me in pursuing opportunities abroad." At this revelation, Fang Yufan was taken aback, intrigued. "Rose is going with you?" Rose quietly replied, "Brother Fan, I wish to learn something that could assist you in the future." Fang Yufan glanced at her and then at Shen Wanqing, whose expression radiated pride, and he quickly grasped the situation. Rising, he exclaimed, "How daring of you to invade my home! Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, he lunged forward. Shen Wanqing turned to flee, but her movements were too slow. She was swiftly caught and tossed onto the bed. Fang Yufan playfully smacked her rear. "Ah, Fang Yufan, I will fight back." Shen Wanqing's face flushed with embarrassment, and she began to resist. Rose, covering her face, watched the playful scuffle with amusement. Shen Wanqing called out, "Rose, come help me deal with him. How dare he hit me?" Fang Yufan grinned mischievously. "Humph, calling for help is futile. Today, you shall learn your lesson." The room echoed with laughter and shrieks. The following day, Shen Wanqing took a day off from work, pouting as she sat in her room enjoying breakfast. She murmured, "Rose, how could you not assist me?" Rose giggled, "I think this is splendid. We won't have to part ways anymore." Shen Wanqing rolled her eyes, exasperated. "You are hopeless. You can only return once a month. Let him bully us." Rose, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, nodded in agreement. "All right." Ultimately, Fang Yufan consented to let Rose accompany Shen Wanqing, as he felt uneasy about her being alone. He planned to arrange for a trio to accompany them, ensuring their security was paramount. During lunch, Fang Yufan disregarded Shen Wanqing's eye rolls and cheerfully remarked, "After the new year, I will have Chao Hui bring along 2 others to accompany you. Contact me if anything arises." "Understood," Shen Wanqing replied casually, though her heart brimmed with joy. "Just ensure Rose doesn't get led astray, or when you return, I'll have words with you." Shen Wanqing declared through gritted teeth, "Humph, once I'm better, you'll see how we deal with you." Fang Yufan, with a playful smirk, replied, "I welcome it. Just don't beg for mercy when the time comes." Rose, enjoying her meal, watched the banter between them with delight. Before long, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the time had come to unveil the mystery boxes. Fang Yufan felt a surge of anticipation. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have earned an opportunity to open a New Year blind box. There is an 80% chance of receiving an item that has previously appeared and remains unclaimed, and a 20% chance of receiving an entirely new item. Would you like to open it now?" Fang Yufan sat in his study, and with a mere thought, he responded, "Open." Instantly, familiar images flooded his mind, accompanied by a resonant notification. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 10 units of the Black Technology Insect Surveillance Device. Would you like to claim your reward?" Upon hearing this reward, Fang Yufan felt a surge of interest, and, with another thought, he replied, "Claim." Immediately, 10 mosquitoes materialized in his personal space, perfectly mimicking the appearance of real mosquitoes. Just as he was about to examine them, a wave of information surged into his mind. After assimilating this knowledge, he understood how to utilize these devices, and an expression of excitement illuminated his face. Chapter 74. The Reward of Advanced Technology: The Insect Surveillance Device. A product of an extraterrestrial civilization, harnesses wind and solar energy for continuous operation, tirelessly working around the clock. It can transmit real-time holographic images from a radius of 100 meters directly into Fang Yufan's mind, including sound, if necessary. These images automatically form contemporary playback mediums for public viewing, with a control range limited to the confines of this planet. Remarkable indeed. With a flight speed of 200 kilometers per hour, the device can withstand impacts of up to 100 tons and extreme temperatures oscillating around 10 000 degrees Celsius. Fang Yufan marveled, "Truly, this is advanced technology. With such formidable defenses, I cannot fathom what could possibly destroy it. I never anticipated the system possessed such extraordinary items." With a mere thought, a mosquito materialized in his study, emitting not a single sound as he mentally commanded it to conceal itself in a corner. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, and the scene of his study vividly unfolded in his mind, igniting a sense of childlike wonder. He guided the mosquito to explore the villa, while the servants diligently attended to their tasks, utterly oblivious to its presence. The auditory and visual images in his mind were strikingly clear, akin to possessing a divine perspective, granting him an exhilarating sensation of omnipotence. Incredible. Initially, he had perceived the system as somewhat inadequate. Evidently, he had not yet encountered its true potential. With another mental command, the imagery dissipated from his mind as he issued a directive to the mosquito, relinquishing control. He allowed it to roam freely within the villa, confident that any threats or acts of treachery would be automatically recorded and alerted to him. Upon reaching the dining room, the dumplings for the New Year's Day feast were prepared, and he summoned everyone to join him for the meal. Chao Hui and the others did not refuse this time. Fang Yufan smiled and said, "It's New Year's. Everyone feel free to help yourselves to drinks." "Yes, boss." Chao Hui and the others responded cheerfully. After breakfast, as was customary, Fang Yufan distributed red envelopes to everyone. Rose joyfully tucked her envelope away in her room. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigarette and remarked, "Hui, once the New Year festivities are over, be sure to stay safe overseas. It's different from here. If anything arises, feel free to call me. Each of your 3 teams will rotate annually, and just so you know, the salary for overseas assignments will be doubled." "Thank you, boss. We will keep that in mind." The group was delighted to hear about the salary increase for their overseas assignments. After all, it was just an annual rotation, and they felt it would facilitate their performance, free from constraints. Seeing their joy, Fang Yufan smiled and added, "All right, it's New Year's. Let us enjoy ourselves. Anyone interested in playing cards? Now is the time to sign up." "Haha, count me in, boss. I won quite a bit from you last year," Chao Hui exclaimed, raising his hand with excitement. "Hey, winning last year doesn't guarantee the same this year. Let the games begin." Fang Yufan responded with a grin, welcoming everyone to join in. With his masterful gambling skills, losing was a near impossibility for him. However, he sought only enjoyment, never intending to win their money for real. A group of individuals gathered, some engaged in card games, while others congregated to drink and watch films, filling the villa with a lively atmosphere. Zhou Qiang, currently back in his hometown, appeared bewildered. Coming from a humble farming background, his family's fortunes had improved solely due to his hard work away from home. Yet, this year, witnessing a procession of high-ranking officials visit left him somewhat perplexed. However, having accompanied Fang Yufan for over a year, he had encountered numerous such scenes and felt no restraint in hosting and conversing with esteemed guests. The villagers, who once regarded Zhou Qiang as a simpleton, now admired his ability to engage effortlessly with such influential figures, their envy palpable. An elderly villager chuckled. "Xiangzi has truly made a name for himself. Remarkable indeed." Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is said that he is associated with a prominent businessman from Hong Kong, earning substantial profits. Naturally, if he weren't making money, how could he have built such a fine house? In the entire town, none could rival the quality of Zhou Qiang's home. His parents, honest and straightforward farmers, had never encountered such grandeur and sat awkwardly off to the side, their hearts swelling with pride at their son's success. Realizing the intentions of his visitors, Zhou Qiang offered a wry smile, stating, "Esteemed leaders, I am merely a bodyguard beside the boss. I cannot dictate his affairs." An elder responded heartily, "Haha, Comrade Zhou Qiang, rest assured. We have no intention of causing you trouble. All we ask is for you to convey a message. President Fang is a patriotic entrepreneur who has returned to invest $500 million, igniting a wave of enthusiasm nationwide. Our Central Plains boast numerous promising locales. Should the opportunity arise, encourage President Fang to visit, and perhaps new projects will emerge." A middle-aged man chimed in, "Indeed, President Fang is truly admirable. In just over a year, he has built such an impressive enterprise, and he remains." The crowd erupted in praise. Outside, upon hearing that Zhou Qiang's boss had invested $500 million, astonishment ensued. While many still earned meager monthly wages, the thought of $500 million, or even 10,000, was beyond their experience. Not only was Zhou Qiang's household bustling, but Yang Yao's family, who had also returned for the new year, enjoyed similar festivities. After the celebrations, Xinhua Qing organized matters at her company and promptly flew to the United States with Rose. This was her first country of choice after careful analysis. With Rose gone, Fang Yufan found himself alone once more, spending his days sipping tea, perusing newspapers, and monitoring the trends of the Hang Seng Index. Ji Xinghua approached him after receiving a phone call. "Sir, there's a call for you." Fang Yufan set down his newspaper and walked inside. Answering the phone, he said, "This is Fang Yufan. Boss, this is Lu Yutong. The equipment for producing paper bowls has been successfully developed. After numerous experiments, it is now ready for use." Hearing this news, Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "Excellent. Since it is ready, let production commence. The industrial park in the Shenzhen area must also accelerate its construction." Lu Yutong, with an expression of excitement, remarked, "Understood, boss. The land for the industrial park has been acquired, and we are currently collaborating with a professional design firm to create the blueprints. In no more than a week, the designs will be ready for your review." "Very well, expedite the arrangements," the boss replied. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yutong promptly instructed his secretary, "Please book a flight to Taiwan immediately." "Certainly, Mr. Lu." The secretary responded, before stepping out to make the necessary arrangements. Lu Yutong tidied up his workspace and exited the office, determined to personally oversee the production of the equipment, ensuring that it could be swiftly brought into operation. He was resolute that during the year-end summary meeting, he must impress the other companies. Each time he recalled the substantial profits of rival firms, a sense of urgency washed over him. The company's products were positioned by the boss. Should he fail to meet the expected outcomes due to his own shortcomings, his departure would be imminent. Chapter 75. The emergence of instant noodles after the Lantern Festival. Zhou Qiang and his 4 companions returned to Hong Kong Island. Fang Yufan looked at the returning group and smiled, inquiring about their family's well-being. Zhou Qiang, brimming with excitement, replied, "Everything is well, boss. My family is overjoyed and encouraged me to continue working diligently with you. The villagers are envious and eager to join us, but I declined as they possess no skills to contribute here." Yang Yao chimed in, equally delighted. "Indeed, it's much the same for me. My family is elated." The others bore similar expressions of joy, indicating a harmonious atmosphere. Fang Yufan smiled and said, "That's wonderful. I've arranged for Hui and the other 3 to protect Wanqing, with Mei Gui accompanying them. From now on, you will rotate annually, and those who go will receive double their annual salary." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in understanding, realizing why they had not seen Xiao Hui and Mei Gui. Zhou Qiang scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and mentioned, "Boss, during my visit home, many high-ranking officials came to see me, hoping you could visit. I declined, but they insisted that I simply convey their message." He then reiterated their request. Yang Yao and the others echoed, "Yes, boss, officials from our village also came," causing quite a stir. It's rare to encounter such distinguished figures, but I declined as well. Listening to their remarks, Fang Yufan nodded with a smile, acknowledging that such matters were quite normal. "All right, I understand. When I return home in the future, I'll make sure to visit when I have the time." The group beamed at this prospect, knowing their families would be even more delighted if the boss could pay them a visit. After discussing this, Fang Yufan waved his hand, saying, "All right, put down your belongings and go rest in your rooms." Zhou Qiang, with a goofy grin, added, "Boss, we're going to put our things away, and I brought back many local specialties. I'll have the kitchen prepare some for you during dinner." He was eager to savor the tastes of home after such a long absence. Fang Yufan felt a wave of happiness wash over him, contemplating a visit back home in the near future. He also thought about purchasing a sihiyuan in the capital, envisioning a pleasant retreat whenever he fancied a break. That evening, a welcome banquet was held in the villa, and everyone enjoyed a hearty meal together. After indulging in food and drink, they returned to their rooms to rest. After 3 months of development, the Xianyuan Food Company finally unveiled Master Long's instant noodles. Lu Yutong, gazing at the numerous flavors of instant noodles produced, was filled with exhilaration. "Let us prepare a few bowls of each flavor. We must taste them now. I'll report to the boss immediately," he exclaimed, eagerly opening one to prepare. The others, witnessing his enthusiasm, joined in, recognizing that this moment was crucial and could not be taken lightly. After tasting the first flavor, Lu Yutong's eyes lit up with joy. "Haha, this is it. Quickly, let us try the other flavors." After sampling each one, he felt completely reassured and said, "Pack several boxes of each flavor and load them onto my car." Lao Lu, Accompany me to report to the chairman. Upon hearing this, Lu Kaishan, the head of the R&D department, nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, Mr. Lu, the chairman will surely be pleased with this soon." Lu Yutong instructed the others to await news, and then drove off with Lu Kaishan to the villa at Qianshui Bay. Fang Yufan, clad in a traditional Tang suit, was seated in the garden, sipping tea and reading. He noticed the two men arriving with several boxes of instant noodles, accompanied by servants and bodyguards who were also helping to carry numerous packages. Setting aside his book, he stood up to examine the packaging, which matched the design he had illustrated for them. Opening one box, he inspected the contents and nodded in satisfaction. Fang Yufan smiled and remarked, "Excellent. Let us prepare some of each flavor for everyone to taste." Upon seeing their boss's approval, Lu Yutong and Lu Kaishan felt a wave of relief. As long as the flavors met expectations, they were already halfway to success. "Boss, the taste is just as good as before. We sampled it prior to our arrival, and I assure you, it will be well received," Lu Yutong explained. Fang Yufan examined the seasoning packets, opened one with water, inhaled the aroma, and nodded in agreement, confirming it was as he remembered. He then tasted each flavor before gesturing for the others to be brought inside, saying, "Please move the rest in. Everyone can take what they like." "Understood, boss." "Thank you, boss." The servants and bodyguards swiftly carried everything away, and once seated again, Fang Yufan took a sip of his tea. He looked at the two men and inquired, "Very well. If we proceed with production, what would be the daily output and cost?" Lu Yutong straightened his posture and replied, "Boss, given our current company capacity, the maximum daily output is 500,000 barrels, which will adequately supply the Hong Kong market for now. Based on our present production, the cost per barrel is 1.5 yuan, and after careful consideration, we have set the ex-factory price at 4 yuan, retailing at 5 yuan per barrel. This is based on our current costs. The industrial park is already undergoing rapid construction, and we expect 5 workshops to be completed in about a month. At that point, I can relocate the equipment there and establish a production base. By June at the latest, we anticipate achieving mass production with a daily output not less than 5 million barrels, at which time we can control costs to around 1 yuan. Furthermore, after visiting the mainland, I discovered that the consumption level there is still quite low. Yet the future market potential is vast. Therefore, I have decided to simultaneously produce bagged instant noodles, which are cheaper and easier to penetrate the market. As the industrial park develops, we can continuously expand production until we meet market demand." Fang Yufan was thoroughly impressed with Lu Yutong's vision and nodded in approval, saying, "Excellent. Your foresight is commendable. Proceed as you envision, and I hope to see remarkable results by year-end." Lu Yutong, brimming with confidence, declared, "Boss, I will not disappoint you." "Very well, I look forward to it. Once production begins, let us send a batch to the delivery service, allowing each delivery person to enjoy 3 days of free meals. Encouraging them to eat in public," Fang Yufan suggested. Hearing this, Lu Yutong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brilliant. Boss, your idea is fantastic. It eliminates advertising costs. 3 days of free meals, and I will instruct the marketing department to start distributing." Fang Yufan shook his head and stated, "We do not accept debts. All who wish to sell our products must transfer the full payment into the company's account, including those in overseas markets." Lu Yutong, with a serious expression, replied, "I shall remember this, boss. Their products are sufficiently exceptional. When the time comes, consumers will undoubtedly recognize their value, and merchants will naturally come knocking with cash in hand. Thus, opting for no credit is a preference of his, as it not only minimizes unnecessary disputes, but also enhances the company's financial appearance. He is eager to impress others at the year-end meeting and make them see the company in a new light." Chapter 76. The moment arrives as soon as Master Long's instant noodles were launched. They truly lived up to Fang Yufan's expectations. Thousands of delivery personnel squatting by the roadside indulging in their bowls of noodles became a captivating sight on the island, further accentuated by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, which instantly captured the attention of passers-by. Curious onlookers, drawn by the delightful scent, were eager to inquire but hesitated to voice their curiosity. Instead, they noted the packaging and rushed to various supermarkets in search of the elusive noodles, only to find them absent. For 3 consecutive days, numerous shopping malls and supermarkets found themselves perplexed, unaware of what Master Long's instant noodles entailed. It was only after customers observed delivery personnel enjoying the product that they ventured to inquire with them. They soon discovered that these instant noodles were produced by Xianyuan Food Company. However, Upon learning that payment was required before delivery, some hesitated, while the bolder ones placed cash orders without a second thought. Consequently, the noodles were snatched up the moment they hit the shelves, prompting retailers to swiftly increase their stock in response to the high demand. Lu Yutong was now grinning from ear to ear, with orders cascading in like snowflakes. He was in awe of his boss, who had not spent a single penny on advertising. Instead, merely allocating a day's production had resulted in orders stretching a month ahead. With the factory operations stabilizing, he resumed his efforts in the mainland, focusing on the construction of industrial zones to expedite production. Otherwise, the increasing volume of orders would be unmanageable. As June arrived, the Hang Seng Index reached 1,750 points, signaling the opportune moment had come. Fang Yufan set aside his newspaper, mentally calculating his funds. The company had over 5 billion in idle capital, and he could contribute an additional 5 billion, totaling over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. However, he could not afford to invest everything, so he resolved to utilize 8 billion Hong Kong dollars instead. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Luo Yazu. "Yuzu, if you're free, please come over immediately," he instructed. Upon hearing Fang Yufan's words, Luo Yuzu promptly replied, "Understood, boss. I'll be there in half an hour." After hanging up, Fang Yufan called Chu Shuyu, urging him to arrive as quickly as possible. Once he had finished notifying them, he turned to the butler nearby and said, "Uncle Huai, I am heading to the study. When they arrive, have them come to see me directly." Ji Xinghuai respectfully acknowledged, "Very well, sir." Fang Yufan proceeded to the study, poured himself a glass of red wine, and leaned back in his chair, savoring the moment. His mind was racing with thoughts. 8 billion was still insufficient. He realized that leveraging would be necessary, after all. It was merely money that would evaporate. If he did not utilize it, it would merely benefit others. The thought brought a smile to his lips. Luo Yaozu and the others arrived swiftly, entering the study together. "Boss," Fang Yufan nodded, "we have a significant operation underway. How much idle capital does the company currently have?" Hearing of the impending major move, both men perked up. Luo Yaozu responded, "Boss, the company currently has 4 billion in idle funds, mostly profits deposited monthly by the gaming division." Fang Yufan nodded, his thoughts aligning with his expectations, and remarked, "Excellent, transfer 3 billion from my account. And the company will contribute another 5 billion. Expedite the transfer to an offshore account. And arrange for 2 investment firms from Eagle Sauce and 1 from America to arrive promptly. This sum should be divided into 3 parts and deposited into HSBC, while applying for the highest leverage possible." Luo Yazu nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem, boss, it can be done by tomorrow." Fang Yufan, with a serious demeanor, stated, "This process will require approximately 3 months. Once they arrive, I will assign personnel to accompany them, so please make the necessary arrangements in advance." Over the past 6 months, he had cultivated over a dozen intermediaries, and this time he decided to employ 3 of them, not due to his inability to handle the matter himself, but because the implications of such actions could be detrimental if exposed. After the 3 discussed the details, they sent 2 of them off to expedite the arrangements. Once they departed, Fang Yufan conjured 6 human skin masks, all resembling Europeans, with the addition of wigs. It would be nearly impossible for anyone to discern the truth without spoken words. Pressing a button on the table, a servant quickly knocked and entered. "Master, what are your instructions?" the servant inquired. Fang Yufan ordered directly, "Bring a Chong and the others here." "Certainly, master," the servant responded before swiftly exiting. Zhou Qiang and his 5 companions, upon hearing the call from their boss, hurried to the study. Once inside, Fang Yufan, with a grave expression, announced, "There is a confidential task that requires your attention. This matter must remain undisclosed, even after the task is completed. Can you ensure this?" The group, sensing the seriousness of their boss, nodded in agreement, with Yang Yao declaring solemnly, "Rest assured, boss, we are prepared to face any peril. Indeed, even if it costs us our lives, we shall divulge nothing." The 6 of them vowed in unison. Fang Yufan, satisfied, noted the deepening hue of purple on their garments, indicative of their heightened loyalty, and presented the human skin masks. Amidst their astonishment, he explained their usage. Finally, he instructed, "You will depart from the villa tomorrow, forming pairs to wait at the hotel. In a few days, the individuals you are to shadow will arrive. Maintain silence and behave as ordinary bodyguards. Others will assist you." Yang Yao, brimming with confidence after hearing the assignment, assured, "Do not worry, boss. We will keep a close watch on them and ensure they have no opportunity for mischief. Although this task seemed straightforward, the gravity with which their boss approached it suggested complexities beyond the surface, prompting them to treat it with utmost seriousness. Fang Yufan nodded in approval. Excellent. Once you have used the mask, return it to me for destruction. Should anyone lose theirs, they need not return. Our employment relationship will cease at that point. Upon hearing this, the group reiterated their guarantees before departing, with the remaining individuals leaving the villa in successive groups. Fang Yufan drained his glass of red wine, rising to gaze out the window at the distant scenery. This operation promised to yield several hundred billion Hong Kong dollars, leaving no room for carelessness. The transfer of funds from Fang Yufan's account also caught the attention of Shenzhou. After all, billions of funds are not a trivial matter. The chairman, Fang Sheng, has recently transferred 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, and there remains over 2.5 billion in the account. The financial supervisor mentioned that their chairman has a new investment plan. Upon hearing this report from his subordinate, Shenzhou pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Very well, you may return to your duties." After watching his subordinate depart, he lifted his teacup and took a sip, yet he could not conceive of any new insights. He then chuckled softly, remarking, "Indeed, after being immersed for so long, it seems they are ready to embark on development." With that, he resumed his perusal of the documents. Currently, the Xianyuan Company's account is directly held at Longhua Bank, and outsiders remain entirely oblivious to the company's operational status. Moreover, in the eyes of outsiders, Longhua Bank bears no connection to Fang Yufan, thus ensuring a high level of confidentiality. Chapter 77, secluded behind the scenes within the office of the chairman of Chang'e Industries. Li Chaoren was engaged in a meeting with his subordinates. Over the past 6 months, he had amassed a staggering 3 billion Hong Kong dollars and had been vigilantly monitoring various developments. However, the lack of any remarkable occurrences had begun to vex him. The economic climate is remarkably favorable, one subordinate asserted. The Hang Seng Index has reached 17,500 points, and the likelihood of surpassing 20,000 points this year is exceedingly high. Upon hearing this analysis, Li Chaoren's agitation unexpectedly subsided. If this were indeed the case, a sudden wave of negative reports, spurred by malicious intent, would inevitably lead to stockholders divesting their shares. Consequently, it would be entirely plausible for those with British capital to seize the opportunity to buy at the bottom, instigating a new round of market reshuffling. He was acutely aware of the immense wealth that these individuals possessed, certainly several times greater than that of the entire population of Hong Kong. With an imperceptible nod, he inquired, "What recent developments have transpired at Xianyuan Company?" Ms. Shen Wanqing from Tianyuan CAF ventured to the United States earlier this year. While their food division has recently launched a highly popular product, the Long Master Instant Noodles, which is available in major malls and supermarkets. No other companies have made any notable moves, his subordinate reported. Just as Li Chaoren was about to probe further into the product details, a knock interrupted him. The secretary entered and announced, "I have just received a report that the chairman of Xianyuan Company visited HSBC, discreetly driving himself there. It was nearly unnoticed until he entered the bank." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoren swallowed his earlier question and his mind began to race. Could this be the beginning? Was that young lady not merely opening a store but also gathering intelligence from the United States? Pondering this, he asked, "Is there any news from the United States?" After flipping through her notebook, the secretary replied, "Chairman, the chairman of Sky Investment and the chairman of Innovative Investment are scheduled to arrive in Hong Kong shortly. According to reports, it seems that an American investment firm is also making an appearance." Li Chaoren noted that although many of these companies were relatively new, they had rapidly gained prominence in the investment sector within just over 6 months. Speculation abounded that these individuals were mere proxies for established aristocrats, as their swift growth seemed implausible otherwise. Sensing that the opportune moment was nearing, he instructed, "Be vigilant regarding the movements of these individuals, and keep a close watch on the chairman of Xianyuan Company as well. Report to me at once." The secretary nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Chairman." In the office of the chairman of HSBC, Fang Yufan took a sip of tea and remarked with a smile, "The tea here is quite delightful, Chairman Shen." Shenzhou, equally pleased, responded, "Haha, I had it specially acquired from an auction house." Fang Sheng, "If you like it, I can send some back with you." "That won't be necessary. It would be far more enjoyable to come to your office for tea in the future." Fang Yufan quickly waved off the suggestion. His purpose for visiting today was to subtly convey misinformation to certain individuals. His understated arrival was deliberate, hinting at some underlying strategy. He contemplated a more ostentatious approach, but with his bodyguards dispatched elsewhere, he opted for a low-key appearance, believing it would better deceive those around him. Shinsho cheerfully remarked, "Haha, you are always welcome here. With your substantial cash injection into the company this time, I sense significant movements ahead. Should you require additional funds, I am readily available to assist you." "Thank you, Chairman Shun. If the need arises, I shall not hesitate to reach out," replied Fang Yufan. The two engaged in casual conversation for half an hour in the office. As time passed, Fang Yufan rose to take his leave. After seeing him out, Shinzhou pondered briefly, concluding that the other party must have transferred a considerable sum, which prompted this visit. This thought buoyed his spirits, as it indicated respect from Fang Yufan. Once outside HSBC, Fang Yufan located his vehicle and drove away, feeling quite content. As he passed by the television station, he took a closer look, contemplating, I had forgotten that acquiring a television station is also necessary. I shall have someone look into it." With that, he drove straight back to his villa. The arrival of prominent investors from Eagle Sauce and the United States and Hong Kong stirred speculation. Although they maintained a low profile, the paparazzi managed to capture their presence. Newspapers buzzed with various theories. Some suggested significant actions were afoot, while others expressed optimism regarding Hong Kong's economy. These individuals seemed to partake in several banquets without much else, publicly affirming their confidence in the local economy and even indicating intentions to invest in certain groups. Li Chaoran closely monitored these developments and noted that they indeed frequented HSBC, spending considerable time there and returning daily in the following days. Meanwhile, Fang Yufan savored tea at home, his mind occupied with real-time images, meticulously tracking the movements of the three individuals in white gloves. He had not only arranged for bodyguards, but had also deployed insect monitors for surveillance. Li Chaoran, observing the unfolding events, was thrilled to see the others falling into his trap. Even if he could not ensnare them completely, he felt undeterred, confident that, upon successfully reaping the rewards this time, he would have ample means to deal with them. Lighting a cigar, he gazed at the distant sea, his spirits lifted. HSBC was indeed as reliable as ever. Shinzhou had granted the three individuals in white gloves a 50-fold leverage, and they had already begun placing orders. On Li Chaoran's end, the sudden influx of short-selling orders in the market indicated that the plan was underway. Although he yearned to join in on the short selling for profit, Tom was not on his side. Hastily deploying his limited funds could lead to being devoured by those larger capital forces. He regretted having dismissed the servant, realizing that had he remained, he might have gleaned more information. However, his journey to this point had not been one of incompetence. He quickly composed himself and instructed, "Closely monitor the stock market. If there is a significant sell-off of Hyson shares, purchase immediately. This is an exceptional opportunity for us to increase our holdings." The secretary, with a serious expression, replied, "Understood, Chairman. I will keep a vigilant watch." Fang Yufan observed everything unfolding on Li Chaoran's side, his smile growing increasingly radiant. Haha, how amusing. It appears that evading entrapment this time is simply unattainable. The valuation of Heji stands at over $5 billion. With Li Chaoran currently holding more than 23 of the shares, making him the largest shareholder. HSBC possesses 6, while Chia has a mere 11. Various institutions and retail investors collectively hold around 20, with approximately 40 of the market shares circulating. With the 3 billion Hong Kong dollars that Li Chaoran has raised, even if the stock price declines, the maximum he could increase his stake to is 35, which is far from achieving a controlling interest. However, at this juncture, he would be devoid of further resources. With debts exceeding 8 billion, a mere straw could potentially collapse his entire enterprise. As Fang Yufan contemplated this, he secretly reveled in his triumph. Ha, the sensation of lurking behind the scenes is truly delightful. Chapter 78, Stock Market Crash in Mid-July. The Hang Seng Index soared to 1810 points, fulfilling the expectations of many. Just as everyone anticipated new heights, an unexpected and abrupt reversal occurred. Traders within the exchange, witnessing the index decline rather than ascend, initially dismissed it as a mere technical correction, believing it would soon rebound. Unfortunately, the subsequent days saw an even sharper decline, coinciding with the emergence of negative news from an unknown source. The stock prices plummeted dramatically, with some companies witnessing their shares have in value within a single day. Panic ensued as investors scrambled to inject capital to stabilize prices. Hong Kong Holdings was not spared from this turmoil, though its decline was less severe. It too faced continuous drops. Fang Yufan, perusing the newspaper, stroked his chin contemplatively, realizing that the opposition was likely awaiting an even lower entry point, which was unacceptable. He promptly picked up the phone and made a call. Ding Daqiang, who was also monitoring the stock market, felt immense admiration for his boss. Prior to the onset of the crash, the bank had liquidated all contracts, rendering this disaster inconsequential to their operations. When he received a call from his boss, he responded excitedly, "Boss, is there a plan in motion?" Fang Yufan replied directly, "Acquire Chungkong holding stocks. Remember, our aim is to provoke certain individuals. We will cease operations when Longhe begins to seize opportunities." Ding Daqiang instantly grasped the implication and affirmed, "Understood, boss. I will ensure they accumulate shares promptly." "Excellent," Fang Yufan said, pleased that his intentions were clear, and hung up, savoring a puff from his cigar. In his office, Li Chaoran was closely monitoring stock prices when his secretary knocked and entered, appearing anxious. "Chairman, someone is purchasing Chungkong stocks in large quantities." Li Chaoran quickly inquired, "Do you know which company is involved?" He had been anticipating the right moment to buy at an advantageous price, and the persistent decline in stock prices led him to believe there was further potential for a drop. The secretary responded, "It's too soon to determine which brokerage is involved, but the buyer is aggressive, purchasing everything being sold, and the decline has now been halted." Upon hearing that the decline had ceased, Li Chaoran's mind raced. Could it be that the British investors were seizing the opportunity to increase their holdings? The thought seemed plausible, especially since Chungkong was a well-established British entity, possibly having already orchestrated a deal with local interests to reclaim the company. Without hesitation, Li Chaoran commanded, "Act immediately. Acquire as much as possible." Given that over 30% of the shares were in circulation, if the opposition managed to acquire them all, he would be forced to exit. The secretary complied, swiftly making calls to arrange for the acquisition. Li Chaoran harbored no concerns about exhausting his resources, for he believed that if a reshuffle was indeed underway, the chaos would not last long, and a reversal could be imminent. At that moment, his stock prices would naturally surge, and with an increase in his net worth, any liabilities would also be alleviated. The traders, upon receiving the chairman's directive, promptly commenced their operations, diligently acquiring shares of Hyson in the market. Observers noted the decline in stock prices, yet Hyson remarkably managed to stabilize and even display a slight rebound. In a state of trepidation regarding further drops, shareholders frantically divested themselves of their holdings. Consequently, the recently stabilized stock price began to waver once again. However, bolstered by Li Chaoran's substantial investment of 3 billion, he absorbed whatever was available, ensuring that the stock price remained relatively steady. Despite his own distress, Li Chaoran found himself compelled to engage in a high-stakes gamble, as any hint of relaxation on his part would invite rival acquisitions. Major conglomerates such as Global, Hyson, and Sun Hungkai inundated him with inquiries. Li Chaoran tactfully dismissed these overtures under the pretext of increasing his own holdings. As a shrewd businessman, he prioritized his interests, refraining from divulging any other pertinent information. With other groups preoccupied with their own plummeting stocks, they had little time for conjecture. The sudden short selling of the Hang Seng Index had led many companies to anticipate substantial profits, only to witness a shocking collapse of the index that everyone had previously regarded with optimism. Within a mere fortnight, the index had fallen by over 700 points, showing no signs of abating. Many securities firms found themselves with queues forming atop their buildings. Central, as the commercial hub, had become a veritable disaster zone. Fang Yufan listened intently to Ding Daqiang's report over the phone, unable to suppress a smirk. "Boss, Li Chaoran should be out of ammunition by now. His company holds 32 of Hyson S shares, and the stock price has dropped by 30. Taking a puff from his cigar, Fang Yufan replied, "Very well. There's no need for further action at this moment. We shall monitor discreetly and, in a month and a half, approach those holding Hyson shares for covert acquisitions." "Understood, boss. I will begin gathering information immediately," Ding Daqiang responded promptly. After the call, he mused to himself, "Of all the people to offend, why must it be my boss?" Over the past 6 months, leveraging the insights provided by his employer, the bank's profits had soared to over 3 billion, leaving him to ponder if there were any rivals left to contend with. After hanging up, Fang Yufan took another drag from his cigar, silently calculating. "The time is not yet ripe. I shall wait a month and a half before casting that lifeline." He then picked up the phone to make another call. Shenzhou, overwhelmed by the stock market turmoil, answered his ringing phone. "This is Shenzhou from HSBC. How may I assist you?" I hope I am not interrupting, Mr. Shun, came the voice of Fang Yufan. Not at all, Fang. What brings you to call? I am contemplating the acquisition of some company stocks. Shinzhou's interest piqued, he inquired. Oh, which companies are you considering? Fang Yufan listed a dozen enterprises across various sectors in Hong Kong, including power, water supply, and television stations, with Hyson among them. He concluded with a smile, I understand HSBC holds a considerable amount of shares in these companies, so I wonder if Mr. Shin might be willing to part with any? Upon hearing about numerous enterprises, Shinzhou's mind began to churn. Some core company stocks were not for sale, but those outside this core could be traded without hesitation. Moreover, as the stock prices continued to decline, selling off HSBC now would not only recoup losses but also yield substantial profits. In this scenario, his capabilities would undoubtedly be showcased. Amidst the stock market turmoil, he not only avoided losses but also reaped considerable gains, leaving no room for dissent among other shareholders. Reflecting on this, he spoke, Fang Sheng. Although I possess stocks from these companies, certain decisions are beyond my sole authority, necessitating communication with the headquarters. However, regarding the stocks of the television station and Hutchison Whampoa, I can make direct decisions. Fang Yufan smiled inwardly, recognizing that this was his objective. It was not yet the opportune moment for electricity and water supply, and the other party would undoubtedly be reluctant to allow Huashang's involvement. Chapter 79. A chain of events. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and feigned regret as he inquired, well then, at what price does Director Shin intend to sell these stocks? Additionally, I trust this matter will remain confidential. Seeing that the other party had acquiesced, Shinzhou smiled and assured him, rest assured, the confidentiality measures at HSBC are robust. I will organize the details on my end, and we can discuss this further in person. Very well, I shall not intrude upon Director Shin's work any longer. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fang Yufan ended the call, his face adorned with a smile as he strolled toward the garden. Currently, the television station was mired in losses, and discontent among shareholders had already been brewing. The recent plummet in stock prices had severely diminished their fortunes, making them more amenable to sell should a buyer emerge. HSBC's stake in the company was a mere 6%, while not substantial, securing it would render any subsequent overtures from Li Chaoran futile. However, lacking excess capital, Fang was powerless to acquire shares from others. Once the proverbial straw was drawn, even if he continued to seek loans, he doubted it would prove effective. His only recourse was to survive through drastic measures, though the specifics of those measures lay beyond his control. The reason Fang Yufan chose not to wait for a market crash to procure shares was testament to his sagacity. Although investing now required a greater outlay, it would signal to the outside world a genuine confidence in these enterprises. Conversely, waiting until the last moment might suggest opportunism, inviting speculation about potential insider knowledge. Thus, this juncture represented the optimal moment for action. Meanwhile, HSBC summoned the managers from both the securities and credit departments. Shinzhou straightforwardly presented the companies Fang Yufan intended to acquire and remarked, now, please calculate what price we should offer that would be most advantageous. Yu Junliang responded, Director Shin, based on our analysis, this stock market crisis is far from over. The Hang Seng Index may dip below 700 points. Upon hearing such grave news, Shinzhou's demeanor became more serious. Zhang Jun interjected, Director Shin, even if it reaches that point, we will not incur losses. However, if we can act preemptively, we stand to gain significantly. The challenge lies in determining the right price. If it is set too high, given the current market climate, Fang Sheng may be reluctant to accept. Shinzhou nodded. Let us offer half of the current stock price. In that case, we must demonstrate our utmost sincerity. After considerable deliberation, the matter was settled. The following day, Fang Yufan received a call from HSBC, and after arranging a meeting time, he contacted Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu to join him. In the morning, at the office of the chairman of HSBC, Shinzhou wore a cheerful countenance as he shared tea with Fang Yufan, while others busily organized contracts nearby. Fang sipped his tea, shaking his head as he remarked, I initially thought the stock market was stabilizing, yet it has plummeted even more rapidly. It seems the economy of Hong Kong was somewhat inflated. Shinzhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, according to our economic team's analysis, the Hang Seng Index is poised to drop below 700 points. One wonders how many enterprises will succumb. Indeed, it is fortunate that my company has not gone public. Otherwise, I would likely lack the inclination to engage in stock acquisitions. Fang Yufan chuckled at his self-deprecating remark. Shinzhou glanced at him and joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Fang, you mustn't say that. The taste of your company's newly produced Long Shifu instant noodles is truly delightful. They are now sold all over Hong Kong Island. With such a solid foundation, even in the face of a stock market crash, it wouldn't significantly affect you. Fang Yufan replied with evident joy, it's true. This food factory has quite a bit of merit. When I initially acquired it, I merely aimed to optimize the company's structure. I had no idea they would surprise me to such an extent. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing that it was his own creation, as downplaying his involvement is the hallmark of a wise individual. Xinzhou, without suspicion, continued to smile. That only further indicates that you are currently unstoppable. By the way, I am somewhat familiar with the major shareholder of the television station, the Australian consortium. They have long considered selling. If you're interested, I could facilitate an introduction. Fang Yufan casually remarked, if the price is reasonable, we can discuss it. If it is exorbitant, we shall wait, as the current situation is too uncertain. That's fair. I will have a conversation with them and gauge their intentions. Rest assured, I will keep the matter of selling shares confidential. Xinzhou nodded in agreement. Fang Yufan feigned indifference on the surface, though internally, he was elated. The Australian consortium holds over 60% of the shares, if he were to acquire them. Coupled with HSBC's holdings, it would amount to over 70%. At that juncture, should he announce a capital increase, the other shareholders, witnessing consistent losses at the television station, would be disinclined to invest further. Moreover, following the recent stock market crash, everyone's net worth has been significantly diminished, and no one would be foolish enough to continue pouring in funds. Thus, the inevitable outcome would be for them to sell their shares and cash out. Consequently, he would easily achieve full control over the television station. After the contract review was completed without issues, 12 of Lee's television station was sold for 10 million Hong Kong dollars, while 6 of Hutchison Whampoa's shares were sold for 80 million US dollars. This was already considered a bargain, and Fang Yufan readily signed the contract, with both parties entering into a confidentiality agreement. Until he makes a public announcement, HSBC will still exist as a shareholder, having acquired what he desired. Fang Yufan departed with satisfaction. The group returned to the villa, where in the study, Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu reported on the situation concerning the white gloves. Fang Yufan nodded in approval, stating, excellent. By November, everything should be in place. I will notify you then. Afterward, funds must be swiftly transferred without leaving a trace. Ensure that those three, along with Chia and the utilities, maintain close contact. Once the harvesting is complete, we will discuss the acquisition and investment matters. I intend to control these enterprises from behind the scenes. Luo Yaozu contemplated for a moment before replying, understood, boss. These are quality enterprises. It may be necessary to absorb shares from the stock market. Fang Yufan chuckled, saying, of course, I plan to acquire them back at a low price next year. My aim is a complete takeover. Thereafter, I can proceed with the listing. My enterprise does not require the stock market to raise funds. Upon hearing the boss's ambitious strategy, the two were taken aback, realizing that perhaps only their employer possessed such audacity in all of Hong Kong. The trio engaged in conversation in the study for a while longer before the two eventually took their leave. Fang Yufan discreetly left behind a monitoring device on each of them. Although their loyalty was currently high, he would not ease his vigilance until it reached 100%. Human nature is often the most susceptible to trials, and to ensure the success of his plans, he deemed it prudent to maintain a backup strategy. Rising, he returned to his room to don his swim trunks and made his way to the rooftop pool, where he indulged in the refreshing pleasure of swimming several laps. After feeling invigorated, he emerged from the water, reclined on a sunbed, and accepted a drink offered by the servant, savoring its taste. Chapter 80. The sudden lottery amidst the chaos in Hong Kong. Countless individuals succumb to bankruptcy and despair daily, with the police force overwhelmed by the turmoil. As November swiftly approached, the Hang Seng Index plummeted to a mere 630 points. Fang Yufan recognized that the time had come. There was no need to wait until the last moment. He settled in his study and dialed Luo Yaozu, succinctly conveying the necessary details before ending the call. All that remained was to patiently await the outcome. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the three individuals receiving the notification, accompanied by their bodyguards and secretaries. As they headed to HSBC, within the private trading room, traders promptly began executing orders upon receiving instructions. In a mere 3 days, all transactions were settled. Yu Junliang, the manager of the securities department, gazed at the reports submitted by his subordinates, his fists clenching involuntarily. These rascals had managed to short sell and amass over 60 billion Hong Kong dollars. Yet, He felt powerless. It was all within the realm of standard operations. He took the reports to the chairman's office. After reviewing the documents, Shenzhou remained silent for a considerable time before placing them down and stating, "Even if these speculators had not acted, the stock market crash would have been inevitable. As the manager of the securities department, you should comprehend this reality." Chen Junliang nodded in agreement, replying, "I understand, Chairman." "Good. Now proceed to transfer the funds as requested," Shenzhou instructed before returning to his paperwork. Internally, he too was unsettled. 60 billion Hong Kong dollars in just 3 months was akin to printing money at an astonishing rate. Luo Yuzu continuously made calls, and upon hearing that the full amount of 68.2 billion Hong Kong dollars had been received, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grasping the documents, he drove directly to the villa in Repulse Bay. Chu Shiyu also arrived at the villa. Fang Yufan welcomed them in his study, and, after reviewing the files, a smile spread across his face. "Ah, splendid. You have all worked diligently during this period." With that, he wrote out 2 checks for 1 million each. The 2 men received the checks, their faces alight with joy. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." 1 million was equivalent to several years of their salaries. Although their boss earned significantly more, they were acutely aware that this money rightfully belonged to them. Fang Yufan continued with a smile. "How are the negotiations for the corporate acquisitions progressing?" Chu Shiyu promptly replied, "Boss, many enterprises are suffering, yet these core industries remain unscathed, resulting in a lack of willingness to sell. However, they are open to equity investments, though we have yet to agree on a price." Luo Yaozu nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, I believe it would be prudent for us to strike while the iron is hot in the stock market. Currently, around 60 of the shares of the electric company are in circulation. We could quietly acquire them. I estimate that 6.5 billion Hong Kong dollars would secure 51 of the shares." Fang Yufan nodded thoughtfully before shaking his head, addressing the 2 men. "The core industries will not willingly relinquish their hold, which is why I have employed a proxy. Even if our actions are discovered, they will suspect their own, leading to a relaxation of vigilance. When the opportune moment arises, we shall proceed with the acquisition. Even if they have objections, they will find themselves powerless against us. Subsequently," he remarked, "let us purchase stocks in their name, acquiring a direct stake of 5%, while discreetly amassing further shares. In this manner, the 3 of us will publicly hold 15%. Once our ownership reaches 51%, we shall bide our time." He assigned tasks to the 2 individuals and allowed them to proceed. After Fang Yufan and the others exited, he pressed a button on the table. A servant quickly knocked and entered. "Master, what are your commands?" "Summon Yang Yao." "Certainly, master." The servant acknowledged and exited promptly. Fang Yufan retrieved a cigar and lit it slowly. The harvest had been completed, and it was time to deal with Li Chaoren. Yang Yao soon arrived at the study, respectfully stating, "Boss, you called for me." Fang Yufan smiled and said, "You have all worked hard during this period. Here is 100,000 for each of you to distribute among the team." He produced 6 prepared checks. Upon hearing the sum, Yang Yao quickly replied, "Boss, we are more than willing to serve you, and you have already been generous to us." Fang Yufan waved his hand with a smile. "Good work deserves reward. You are not young anymore. When housing prices drop further next year, you will be able to purchase a few properties and establish your own homes here on the island." Yang Yao, touched, accepted the money and solemnly declared, "Thank you, boss. We pledge our unwavering loyalty." After he spoke, a surge of purple energy enveloped him, swiftly consuming the existing red aura. Witnessing this, Fang Yufan felt immense joy as a notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Suppressing his excitement, he smiled and said, "Now that you are with me, I must consider your future." Taking a puff of his cigar, he continued, "We can initiate some disclosures, but it must be done discreetly." Yang Yao, with a confident demeanor, replied, "Rest assured, boss, no one will suspect us." "Excellent, go ahead." Fang Yufan beamed as he watched Yang Yao leave, then turned his attention to the recent system notification. "Ding, congratulations, host, for winning the complete loyalty of a subordinate through your charisma. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Please choose 1 category below to draw from. 1. Daily items. 2. Characters. 3. Skills and techniques." Upon hearing the categories, Fang Yufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be possible to obtain more lottery opportunities by recruiting additional followers? Ding, as this is your first subjugation of a subordinate, the system rewards you with 1 lottery draw. Future subjugations will not yield further rewards. The explanation dampened Fang Yufan's earlier enthusiasm. Yet he remained pleased with the current reward. He quickly inquired, System, please explain the meaning of these categories. Ding. Daily items encompass money, real estate, technology, etc. Characters include various talents, and the drawn character will be 100% loyal to the host. Skills and techniques cover a vast spectrum, ranging from the ordinary to the divine, including gene serums and other treasures that enhance strength. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Fang Yufan gazed at the three categories. Feeling quite conflicted, he promptly dismissed the category of everyday items. Although it contained technological gadgets, he feared that drawing money or real estate would lead to significant losses. The remaining options, characters, and skills piqued his interest considerably. However, according to the system's elucidation, characters appeared to be a more reliable choice. After all, if he were to draw an extraordinary skill, he could truly soar into greatness. Yet, what if he ended up with a mere rudimentary skill? The thought was disheartening. After much contemplation, he made his decision and declared, "I choose option 2. Ding. The host has made a selection. The character extraction is now commencing." At this moment, Fang Yufan held his breath, patiently awaiting the final outcome. Chapter 81. Taking action. As Fang Yufan eagerly awaited, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the world's #1 mercenary group, the Heaven Mercenary Corps, who pledge their unwavering loyalty. Upon claiming your reward, you will receive a communication device that cannot be intercepted or tracked by any technology. Upon hearing this reward, Fang Yufan was nearly overcome with joy. Although he was uncertain about the specifics of the mercenary group, the title of being the world's best was sufficient to ignite his excitement. Suppressing his emotions, he inquired mentally, "System, will these individuals appear before me directly upon claiming the reward, or how will they manifest?" Ding. Rest assured, host. The Heaven Mercenary Corps already exists within this world. Upon your claim, the system will enhance them, elevating their overall capabilities beyond that of elite soldiers. The leader will automatically contact you. After listening to the system's explanation, Fang Yufan couldn't help but admire its ingenuity. He no longer regarded the system as useless. With a beaming smile, he declared, "Claim it." He could hardly contain his anticipation. With such a significant opportunity at hand, hesitation was unwarranted. Suddenly, a mobile phone materialized in his spatial pocket. With a flick of his thought, he retrieved it. Examining the device, it resembled an old model from the future, and in an instant, its functionalities flashed through his mind. Initially, Fang Yufan believed this communication device was solely for contacting mercenaries, only to discover it could also be used to call others. The number was virtual, ensuring it could neither be tracked nor intercepted. Indeed, this would greatly facilitate communication with others. While he pondered this, the phone rang. Without hesitation, he answered, "Master, this is James, the leader of the Heaven Mercenary Corps, extending greetings on behalf of our 845 members. We shall be the scythe in your hand, clearing away all obstacles that impede your progress." A smile spread across Fang Yufan's face that he could not suppress. 845 individuals, all possessing strength beyond that of elite soldiers. This force was undeniably formidable. With elation, he responded, "James, I sense your loyalty. Tell me about the mercenary group." "Certainly, Master. Currently, the Corps consists of 845 members, with 800 engaged in combat, while the remaining 45 handle logistics and intelligence. We maintain 3 secret bases, organized into teams of 11, with 9 teams forming a battalion. Presently, we have 3 battalions stationed at our bases, 3 active in the Middle East, and 2 ready as rapid response forces." As Fang Yufan listened to the introduction, his satisfaction grew. With only 3 battalions consistently on the battlefield, the external perception was that the Heaven Mercenary Corps numbered merely 300. The remaining 5 battalions and logistics personnel remained undetected. Even so, they ranked first, and after the system's enhancement, their combat prowess would surely be extraordinary. With these thoughts, his excitement surged. The system was indeed considerate, winning his admiration. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Excellent, James. Maintain the status. I will contact you for any missions. And please alert me promptly of any unfavorable news." James replied confidently, "Understood, Master. I will continuously gather intelligence. Would you like me to dispatch a battalion to ensure your safety? At present, I find myself in a state of security. When the need arises, I shall reach out to you." Fang Yufan ended the call and poured himself a glass of wine, consuming it in a single gulp. This mercenary group required no additional financial support from him. The commissions they earned from their own endeavors were sufficient for their self-sufficiency. With such a force at his disposal, It somewhat compensated for his previously feeble foundation. Meanwhile, after Yang Yao distributed the checks to the others, they were all profoundly moved. Had Fang Yufan been present, he would have observed that they were on the cusp of absolute loyalty to him. Yang Yao and his associates set off in different directions, reconnecting with previously arranged contacts, and began to divulge some clandestine information to the press. Initially, the newspaper was skeptical, especially since it involved wealthy individuals, prompting them to send a paparazzo for investigation. After a period of inquiry, the veracity of the information was confirmed, igniting excitement within the newsroom. They swiftly reported back to their financial backers. And with potential profits on the horizon, there was no hesitation. They instructed the press to proceed with the publication, having just endured a stock market crash. As the populace tended to their wounds, several sensational stories erupted throughout the island. Li Jiaqing dares to infiltrate the homes of numerous tycoons. This is how Li Jiaqing amassed his fortune. The mechanics behind the snake swallowing the elephant revealed. The public reacted explosively to the revelations in the newspapers. Is it true? Could Li Jiaqing really have the audacity to act this way without fear of retribution? Remarkable indeed. No wonder his rise has been so swift, with insiders relaying information. He must have a grasp on others' movements. Clearly, his concealment was profound. Discussions abounded on the streets of Hong Kong. Many tycoons could not remain idle, hastily dispatching trusted aides to investigate whether their household staff were under surveillance. The likes of Bao Chuanwang, Shenzhou, Li Zhaoji, and Guo Desheng, among other affluent individuals, wore expressions of concern, pondering the accuracy of the newspaper's claims. Yet, they all unanimously resolved to investigate their domestic personnel. In the office of the chairman of Chung Kong Industries, Li Chaoren gazed at the newspaper, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had not anticipated such a disclosure. His mind raced, contemplating where the oversight had occurred. In truth, such matters were not exclusive to him. Others engaged in similar practices, and the bribery of domestic help was commonplace. However, his situation had been thrust into the spotlight, which complicated matters significantly, especially as he found himself in a moment of vulnerability. Should the allegations be substantiated, it would spell his utter ruin. He declared, "This is utterly absurd." Immediately arranged for a lawyer to file a lawsuit against this slanderous fabrication. The secretary, observing the chairman's grim demeanor, nodded promptly and set about making the arrangements. Yet, Li Chaoren remained uneasy. He dialed the family steward, instructing, "Have you seen the newspaper? Clean up any traces immediately." After issuing his commands, he hung up, still feeling an unsettling apprehension, convinced that this situation was far from straightforward. In a restaurant kitchen, Lu Mei was tidying up when she suddenly overheard a hushed conversation in the corner. Initially, she paid it no mind, but upon hearing her own name mentioned, curiosity compelled her to pause her tasks. Mr. Li was enraged upon reading the news in the newspaper. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he commanded that Lu Mei and her family be dealt with swiftly tonight. "Stay here and keep watch while I take a few men to apprehend her husband and child. Rest assured, she will remain oblivious. I have always treated her with care. Were it not for the task at hand, I could easily summon her to my bed with a mere gesture." "Very well, you understand. I shall take my leave." Lu Min, having overheard their conversation, turned pale with fear, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. When she heard footsteps approaching, she attempted to maintain her composure, bowing her head to wash the dishes while her mind raced with thoughts of how to escape. As the footsteps grew nearer, her anxiety intensified. "Ahua, come here for a moment and help me lift this." "Oh, I'm coming, what a bother." Upon hearing someone being summoned, Lu Mei quickly wiped her hands and hurried outside, too frightened to confirm anything. Her only thought was to promptly warn her husband and child, for their safety was at stake. She never anticipated that Li Jiaqing would be so ruthless, willing to eliminate her entire family to conceal the truth. Chapter 82, The Final Strike. From a distance, Zhou Qiang observed Lu Mei fleeing in a panic, a cold smile creeping across his face. Meanwhile, Lu Mei's partner, a Guang, was equally pale with fear. He had fortuitously heard the news and had already returned home to gather their possessions, preparing to flee without a second thought. The well-being of his wife and child was the least of his concerns. Survival was his only priority. Upon returning home, Lu Mei was met with the sight of their house in disarray. Rushing inside, she discovered that all their savings had vanished, and she collapsed onto the floor in despair. As uncertainty gnawed at her, wondering if her husband had been captured, a frail old woman entered the room, exclaiming, "Mei, just now a Guang dashed off in a panic. Has he gotten into trouble?" "He ignored my calls." Hearing the woman's words, tears streamed down Lu Mei's face. She could hardly believe that her husband, gripped by fear, had abandoned them. Just moments ago, she had been worried, but now her heart felt like ashes. A flicker of resolve ignited within her. If it had come to this, she would not hesitate to ensure mutual destruction. Resolving her thoughts, she stood, wiped her tears, and stepped outside. Addressing the old woman, "Thank you for informing me. I will find a way to locate him." The woman nodded, relieved, and turned to leave. Once the old woman departed, Lu Mei promptly closed the door and seized her phone, dialing a number. Initially, she contemplated seeking help from Fang Yufan, but upon reflecting on her own actions, she dismissed the idea and instead contacted the police. She believed that only the authorities could assist her now, and she also intended to alert the media. She needed to expose the situation, for the more people who were aware, the less likely her adversaries would dare to harm her and her children. Before long, officers from the police department and reporters from various news outlets arrived at her home. With tearful urgency, Lu Mei recounted the events orchestrated by Li Jiaqing, instantly stirring a sensation. Flashing lights illuminated the scene as journalists eagerly documented every detail. The police took the matter seriously. Upon learning that Li Jiaqing had dispatched individuals to monitor the owner of Xianyuan Company, their composure faltered. The police and Xianyuan Company had maintained a harmonious relationship, especially given the latter's connections with numerous legislators. This could not be taken lightly. Thus, they promptly contacted the chief, relaying the situation. Ultimately, under a significant police escort, Lu Mei was taken to the station for her protection. Meanwhile, many affluent individuals received the news. Bao Yugong, upon hearing his son-in-law's words, questioned in disbelief. "Is the information confirmed?" "Father, it is absolutely true. The former nanny of Fang Xing is now under police protection, and she recounted everything in front of dozens of reporters," came the reply, filled with admiration. "Fang Xing truly is remarkable. He predicted the stock market crash last year. And the individuals involved in short selling are indeed from the Eagle Nation." As thoughts raced through Bao Yugong's mind, he realized that trouble was imminent. He had heard from Shinzhou that Fang Yufan possessed a substantial amount of cash. With Li Jiaqing's audacious actions, there was no way the other party would let this matter rest easily. Shinzhou received reports from his subordinates and reacted swiftly. Considering Fang Yufan's tenacious character, he would never relent. The adversary possessed ample cash reserves, raising the question of how HSBC should respond if a conflict ensued. Should they remain neutral or choose a side? Upon hearing the news, some affluent individuals prepared to observe the unfolding drama, while others dispatched additional personnel to investigate their own circumstances. Many recalled past investments that had been preempted at critical moments, prompting suspicions of internal leaks. Li Chaoran, too, was informed and bore a grim expression. After sending out his subordinates, he picked up the phone and made a series of calls, intent on resolving the matter discreetly. His rise to prominence was not attributed to benevolence. Now that events had escalated, he decided to complicate matters further. Fang Yufan observed Li's every move and recorded the entire incident on tape. He summoned Yang Yao to dispatch the footage, ready to share it with television stations and newspapers. With everything arranged, a smile graced his face. This time, he sought both profit and prestige. Ji Xinghuai and the household staff felt increasingly anxious, having seen the recent newspapers. Particularly concerning was Lu Mei's interview, where she divulged everything, making them proceed with utmost caution, fearing the master's sudden wrath. Upon descending the stairs, Fang Yufan noticed the servant's wariness and understood the situation. The butler, with a look of remorse, said, "Master, it is my fault for misjudging people. Please punish me." Fang nodded and replied, "Why, uncle, none of us desired this outcome. Assure the family to continue their work. There is no collective punishment here. I still believe everyone is of good character." With that, he headed to the garden. Ji Xinghuai, touched by these words, called all the servants together. "The master is magnanimous and does not intend to hold us accountable. From now on, work with peace of mind. Should anything similar occur again, I will risk my life to ensure that traitors meet their just end." Hearing that the master bore no grievances, the servants felt relieved, and with the butler's encouragement, they voiced their assurances. "Rest assured, Uncle Huai, the master treats us so well. Only madness would drive me to behave as shamelessly as Lu Mei." Indeed, the master was the finest employer one could encounter, and none wished to lose their positions. They all expressed their loyalty. Ji Xinghuai nodded and said, "Good. Remember your words and return to work." Suddenly, stocks of Changhe Industrial and Hutchison Whampoa began to be sold off aggressively. The news of the Li family's infiltration of the Xianyuan Company owner's residence had spread widely, and it was clear that this matter would not conclude quietly. The stock market experienced a tumultuous upheaval, catching many by surprise. The stock of Hutchison Whampoa is held by Chungkong Industries, yet both companies are publicly listed entities. Thus, Fang Yufan's intervention led to a decisive strike. The 6% shareholding in Hutchison Whampoa translates to over 30 million shares, and under the deft maneuvering of the trader, it delivered a lethal blow to Hutchison. Previously, Fang Yufan had also acquired 8% of shares from HSBC, thus this time, he unleashed a full-scale assault. Li Ka-shing found himself in dire straits, devoid of funds and consumed by anxiety. He had not anticipated such resolute action from his adversary, which struck at his most vulnerable point. Furthermore, recent endeavors to infiltrate spies had instilled trepidation among his longtime associates, making them hesitant to intervene. Even if they had the desire to assist, their financial resources had been depleted in previous attempts to stabilize their own company's stock price. Li Ka-shing is now genuinely alarmed, aware that if this situation remains unresolved, it could potentially trigger a debt crisis of catastrophic proportions. Chapter 83. A clear division of affections. The news of Xianyuan Company's impending press conference swiftly disseminated among the media outlets on Hong Kong Island, resulting in a throng of reporters flocking to the event. Financial Director Luo Yaozu presided over the conference, offering a brief opening remark before delving directly into the matter at hand. Due to the unsatisfactory conduct of certain unscrupulous businessmen, the chairman of the company expressed his discontent and consequently made the following decision. Henceforth, all collaborations involving the company would exclude any enterprises associated with Changhe Industrial. Any company cooperating with them would be promptly placed on Xianyuan's blacklist. The announcement incited a wave of murmurs throughout the venue. Was Xianyuan perhaps overestimating its own significance? Indeed, Li Jiaqing had been entrenched in Hong Kong Island for many years. How could a nascent company contend with him? Nevertheless, Xianyuan appeared to be unfazed, as it did not operate within those sectors. After finishing his statement, Luo Yaozu patiently awaited the audience's reactions. Once the room quieted, he continued, whether Xianyuan Company is speaking arrogantly remains to be seen. Allow me to add, we fear no enterprise on Hong Kong Island. Our strength is beyond your comprehension. With that, he rose and departed. The journalists present were momentarily taken aback, particularly by the final proclamation. Our strength is beyond your comprehension. Such words were undeniably formidable, igniting a sense of intrigue among all, as they speculated about the source of Xianyuan's confidence. Those quick on the uptake had already relayed the news back. Several newspapers began to meticulously analyze Xianyuan's situation, hoping to unearth further stories to bolster their circulation. Under the maneuvering of a group of operators, Fang Yufan's holdings in two companies multiplied, yet their stock prices continued to plummet. Harmony Group was thrown into disarray, with shareholders directly confronting Li Chaoren. Li, this predicament is of your making. What is your plan now? If this continues, our stocks will be rendered worthless. Li Jiaqing's expression mirrored their concern, yet he maintained his composure, replying, everyone, there is no need for alarm. Given our company's scale, the opposition lacks the capacity to acquire us. They merely aim to apply pressure through retail investors. However, I perceive this as an opportunity to increase our holdings. If you are interested, consider selling high and buying low. Since they are offering us a financial windfall, to refuse it would be to disregard their efforts. Upon hearing this, several shareholders exchanged glances, and the representative from Hehe remarked, Li, if your assessment proves incorrect, we may very well relinquish the company. Li Jiaqing shrugged and replied, then you need not sell your shares. Seizing the chance to increase your holdings may not be a bad idea. After a brief exchange of heated words, the group dispersed. Li Jiaqing promptly instructed his secretary to have the operators divest his stocks. His words had been somewhat ambiguous. Yet one thing was certain. He doubted Fang Yufan possessed such liquidity. With his over 30% stake, he might not only navigate this crisis, but also secure a substantial profit. Fang Yufan smirked, thinking, you aspire to profit greatly. This time, you shall learn the meaning of pain. That evening, two yachts were anchored in the open sea. Fang Yufan and Bao Yugong sat in the cabin, savoring their wine. Fang Xing, you must be aware of my acquisition of Jiulong warehouse stocks. Li Jiaqing has assisted me in this endeavor. Fang Yufan nodded and replied, of course. I recall that incident from several years ago. However, I remember it was Bao Sheng who aided him in acquiring Heji. Otherwise, he would not have secured over 20% of HSBC shares at such a low price. Bao Yugong was not surprised, as this matter was no secret. After taking a sip of his drink, he curiously inquired, "Have you not had the opportunity to sit down and discuss this?" Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and replied directly, "If Bao Xing is unwilling to part with his interests, I shall not press the issue. Let us consider today as if we had never met." Bao Yugong narrowed his eyes, observing the young man across from him. Throughout the years, he had encountered countless storms. Yet those who dared to bluntly reject his proposals were few and far between. However, recalling that without the other's assistance, Jiolong Warehouse would have changed hands, he felt compelled to offer a reminder. "Fang Sheng, one must not be driven solely by sentiment in the business realm. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. You are an exceptionally talented young man, and I believe your future accomplishments will be substantial." Fang Yufan exhaled a plume of smoke and shook his head. "I am not one to invite trouble, nor do I relish conflict. However, sometimes not engaging does not imply one is easily bullied." With that, he retrieved a videotape from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. Bao Yugong, intrigued, gestured for a bodyguard to insert the tape into the cabin's video player. Soon, the screen displayed a recording of Li Jiaqing on the phone. Bao Yugong's eyes narrowed sharply. Although the footage lasted only a few minutes, the voices and expressions were strikingly clear. Turning to the person across from him, his mind raced. Could it be that all of this was part of the other's scheme? Was this a ploy to seize Heji? Fang Yufan, unaffected by his gaze, stated directly, "This was delivered to my villa this morning. Someone wishes for us to clash." Upon hearing this explanation, Bao Yugong suddenly felt he had overthought the situation. How long had the other been in Hong Kong? They had cultivated their presence for years. Almost nothing escaped their knowledge. The other simply did not possess the means to orchestrate such a scheme. After all, covertly placing a camera in an office was no small feat. Curiosity got the better of him as he asked, "Since you are aware that someone is trying to instigate conflict between you, why acquiesce to their wishes?" Fang Yufan shook his head with a smile. "Bao Sheng, do you not think that if I refrain from action, how will outsiders perceive me? Today it is I. But who will it be tomorrow? If someone were to sabotage you, could you tolerate it?" With that, he rose and walked to the window, coldly remarking, "I do not enjoy entangling myself in troubles, but that does not indicate I fear them. Compared to cash, I fear no one. The wealth I can burn through in 2 years could eclipse a lifetime of riches for some. I find that rather amusing." Turning back to face Bao Yugong, he could sense the weight of his words resonating deeply. He knew all too well that the other had amassed billions in the stock market through 2 ventures, though outsiders remained oblivious to the true scale of his company's profits. However, if such a staggering sum were to be unleashed, it could indeed trigger a seismic upheaval. He understood that this young man had firmly resolved his course of action, and moreover, had articulated clearly that if he were to face a similar situation, he might act even more decisively. After contemplating this, he nodded and said, "Very well. I shall converse with a few acquaintances and sell you 15 of our stock in Heji. As for the final outcome, that shall ultimately depend on your own efforts." A smile blossomed on Fang Yufan's face as he replied, "Thank you, Bao Sheng. Our dealings shall remain unencumbered by sentiment." Upon hearing this, Bao Yu felt a sudden pang of regret for not having agreed more readily beforehand. Chapter 84, crushingly Chaoren the following day as the stock market opened. The shares of Hutchison Whampoa witnessed a staggering influx of low-priced stocks, with millions of hands immediately purchased upon their emergence. Like a signal, a frenzy of Hutchison stocks was unleashed, though the prices varied significantly. Yet, before the previous shares could be sold, new low-priced stocks surged to take their place, continually refreshing the stock prices. The shares, originally priced at $17 each, plummeted to just over $13 within a mere half-day. After the midday recess, many wiped the sweat from their brows, overwhelmed by the frenzy. Everyone could see Fang Yufan's madness. In a private room at the Peninsula Hotel, Chu Shiyu and Luo Yaozu had already signed contracts with several representatives. They acquired 15 of Hutchison Whampoa's shares at a premium of 20 over the $13.2 price at market closure, totaling $680 million in cash. The counterparties were taken aback by Xiang Yuan Company's audacity, particularly since the acquisition was made in cash, which altered their perception of Fang Yufan. They were further astounded by the financial power demonstrated, having received no prior indication of Xiang Yuan Company's borrowing. Now, nearly $700 million had been effortlessly produced. Many recalled the statement made at the press conference, "You have no idea of Xiang Yuan Company's true strength." Upon receiving the report, Bao Yu felt an even deeper sense of regret. He lamented, "Incredible! It seems Fang Xing is indeed not as simple as he appears." Old Li has made a grave misstep this time. As the stock market opened in the afternoon, 20 million shares were offered at $8 each, instantly causing a stir in the exchange. The shareholders of Hutchison were driven to madness, speculating who would be so reckless as to sell at half price. Unfortunately, they lacked the funds. Otherwise, they would have seized the opportunity to buy. Li Jiaqing, too, clenched his fists, his expression darkening. The 20 million shares remained unsold for an hour, followed by another 20 million listed at 7.5 Hong Kong dollars. Panic ensued among the investors, who began to offload their stocks, realizing that the owner of Fang Yufan Company intended to render Hutchison stock worthless. Li Jiaqing, even if he wished to halt trading, could not. It required the consent of half the shareholders and an official application, and by the time all procedures were completed, it was likely that the opposing party would have executed their plan. Coming to this realization, he shook his head, resigned. Very well, we must resort to severing our losses. He then commanded, list my shares at $15 each, and let us see if they will buy. Understood. Fang Yufan observed with a cold smile, thinking to himself, what naivete. In the exchange, stocks were plentiful at $7 or $8 each. He would be insane to purchase theirs. Moreover, the more the opposing party struggled to sell, the better. Once he achieved control, there were countless ways to render their stocks worthless. For 3 consecutive days, as the stock price fell to $6, the shareholders grew frantic, with some even discreetly reaching out to Fang Yufan. Luo Yuzu and Chu Shuyu engaged in several discussions with these individuals, ultimately agreeing to purchase all shares at $8 each in cash. After a week of maneuvers, Fang Yufan had secured 52 of Hutchison's shares, achieving control. Seated in his villa, Fang Yufan expressed his delight, nodding as he said, excellent, you have done remarkably well. Luo Yuzu, brimming with joy, replied, it is our duty. Currently, Li Jiaqing and Xia remain, while everyone else has been eliminated. Apart from a few circulating shares in the market, we have acquired all other stakes, totaling an expenditure of $1.3 billion. It seems Li Jiaqing has sent someone to contact us regarding the sale of his stocks. It appears he has conceded defeat and is prepared to make sacrifices for survival. Ding Daqiang interjected, boss, although the stock price of Chung Kong Holdings has declined, Li Jiaqing holds a significant share, which will not adversely affect him in the long run. Therefore, I have accumulated a few more shares, intending to offer him a high price for his Chung Kong shares once he exits, which should serve as a bit of a blow to him. Fang Yufan nodded with a smile, saying, indeed, let us acquire Li Jiaqing's shares at $5 apiece. If he agrees, splendid. If not, so be it. Next week, we shall make our move, gain control, and immediately audit the company's assets. Should we discover any issues, we will report them to the authorities. Simultaneously, I want to ensure complete control. I expect Xia to voluntarily withdraw, after which we will apply for delisting. Chung Kong Holdings is an undervalued asset, encompassing not only ports and retail but also energy and telecommunications among other prime sectors. Luo Yuzu nodded in agreement, no problem, I will act on Monday. Over the next few days, I will arrange for personnel to conduct a thorough investigation of the company's assets. Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, ready to speak, when the phone on the table rang. He answered directly, saying, this is Fang Yufan. Who is calling? Fang Sheng, this is Shenzhou. I hope I am not disturbing your rest. Fang Yufan smiled. Shendong, your calls never interfere, but what brings you to contact me? Shenzhou, clearly pleased by his words, chuckled. Haha, Fang Sheng, your grand strategy is indeed intricate. Many admire it greatly. However, I am here as a facilitator. You are aware of my collaboration with Li Sheng, and he has approached me to mediate a low-price sale of Chung Kong stocks. As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. I wonder what thoughts you might have. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan smirked, somewhat resigned. If it were anyone else, Shendong, I would likely disregard the call. However, you are different. I must extend this courtesy. But if the price is unacceptable, please do not blame me. I have already decided to make my move on Monday, and I will subsequently inject 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, gradually applying for delisting. Shenzhou, elated by this revelation, sensed Fang Yufan's determination as he realized the opportunity was ripe for aggressive pursuit. Li Jiaqing, holding over 30 of the shares, would need to invest over 3 billion to maintain his stake if Fang Yufan proceeded with the capital injection. Otherwise, his shares would be diluted, ultimately leading to his expulsion from the board and, eventually, a worthless stock at delisting. Sitting across from him, Li Jiaqing overheard the conversation and was drenched in cold sweat. He was now uncertain of the extent of his adversary's financial resources, Merely acquiring that over 50 stake would have cost Fang Yufan no less than $1.5 billion US, all without any loans. If an additional 10 billion Hong Kong dollars were to be extracted, how much would the counterpart require? The source of such funds is a perplexing matter. Li Jiaqing, noticing Shun Zhou's gaze, extended a hand with a conflicted expression. Shun Zhou, pleased with the other party's audacity, remarked, "Haha, Fang Sheng is indeed correct. I have discussed the price with him. It stands at $5 per share. I wonder if this price meets Fang Sheng's approval?" Upon hearing the offer, Fang Yufan smiled, realizing it aligned with his expectations, and deemed it unnecessary to press further. He candidly replied, "Mr. Shun, let us proceed as you suggested. I am ready to sign the contract at any moment. However, I may require a loan from you to manage the considerable expenses ahead." Hearing this, Shinzhou joyfully responded, "No problem. $10 million can be transferred at any time." He no longer perceived the other party as financially constrained, but rather believed that the willingness to extend a loan was a testament to their desire to maintain a close relationship, which naturally brought him delight. Chapter 85. The opportunity for Li Chaoren on Hong Kong Island has vanished the following day. Fang Yufan, accompanied by Luo Yazu and Chu Shuyu, signed the agreement at HSBC. Thus, they acquired 85 of the shares of Hutchison Whampoa. They also processed a loan of $1 billion US on site, which, by the time it reached Li Chaoren, dwindled to less than $200 million US, with the remainder reverting back to HSBC. Essentially, HSBC engaged in a circular transaction, expending minimal funds while still earning interest on the $1 billion US, making this deal exceptionally profitable. The rationale for this was that Li Chaoren had previously taken out a loan from HSBC to acquire the shares of Hutchison. Now that the other party had sold their shares, relying solely on the valuation of his Chung Kong Industries, he lacked the capacity to repay the loan, necessitating the settlement of the prior debt first. Moreover, Li Chaoren, having over $100 million US in hand, promptly transferred $50 million to Fang Yufan for the acquisition of his shares in Chung Kong Industries. The atmosphere throughout the transaction was remarkably congenial, with no hint of past conflicts between the parties. Li Chaoren, embodying the shrewdness of a seasoned fox, beamed and remarked, "Fang, you truly deserve admiration. I see no one else as the wealthiest on Hong Kong Island but you." Fang Yufan, with a smile, replied, "You flatter me, Li. I hardly merit such praise. There are countless affluent families on Hong Kong Island, each with profound legacies. My accomplishments are mere trifles in comparison." "Ah, I truly feel my age, I must concede. Fang, let us share tea together another day." "Agreed." After Li Chaoren and his entourage departed, Fang Yufan sat across from Shinzhou. "Congratulations, Fang." Although persuading the other party to withdraw is no small feat, Fang Yufan nodded casually. "It matters not. I shall begin auditing assets shortly and subsequently apply for delisting. If the other party wishes to collaborate in developing Hutchison, I would be more than welcoming." Shinzhou regarded him, playfully nudging him, and chuckled, "You, my friend. Let me be frank. The other party is also preparing to sell their shares, hoping for a higher price. Not an issue. We have no conflicting interests. Everyone is aware of the prior circumstances, and now that they are resolved, I shall agree to their demands. Whatever price they ask, I shall not negotiate." Hearing this, Shinzhou was immensely pleased, having completely shifted his perception of Fang Yufan. Nodding, he stated, "Very well. With your assurance, I will ensure the price is lowered. To be honest, I genuinely thought you would acquire at $5. Fang Yufan shook his head with a smile. "I detest complications. If I do not step forward this time, how would outsiders perceive me? I would lose all face on Hong Kong Island. Furthermore, there is someone lurking in the shadows, too deeply concealed for me to discern their identity." Shinzhou nodded, contemplating, and remarked, "I have heard from old Bao that we suspect it may be an enemy of the Li family. However, in business, one offends many, making it challenging to pinpoint a target." Fang Yufan chuckled inwardly, feigning exasperation as he shook his head. "Regardless, it is his misfortune. Had it not been for the servant's indiscretion, even if someone sought to target him, it would not have been executed with such precision." Indeed, Fang understands the situation well. After conversing for a while, Fang Yufan rose and said, "Director Shun, just call me when you have news." "Sure. I will get back to you by tomorrow at the latest," Shinzhou replied as he stood up. Fang Yufan and his companions exited HSBC, and he immediately instructed, "Yuzu, ensure that your team settles in at Hyson and conducts a thorough investigation. We cannot allow anything to slip through before they depart." "Understood, boss." Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu promptly responded before they departed in their vehicle. Fang Yufan climbed into his bulletproof Rolls-Royce, feeling quite pleased as he poured himself a drink. He was utterly unconcerned about anyone deciphering his actions, for the logic simply did not support any ulterior motives on his part. Bao Yugong was seated with several old friends, sipping tea. Li Zhaoji from Hengji Group remarked, "This is quite remarkable. It's a direct display of financial dominance." Guo Dixing from Xinhong Group added, perplexed, indeed. How does a company that has only been established for 2 years possess such wealth? Setting his teacup down, Bao Yugong shook his head and responded, They have made a profit of 5 billion Hong Kong dollars from the stock market on 2 occasions. 5 billion, exclaimed several individuals around him, their faces a picture of astonishment. Su Shixuan inquired, "The first time was from your hands. When was the second?" Bao Yugong turned to Li Zhaoji and explained, "It was during the period last year when your company's stock prices surged." Upon hearing this, Li Zhaoji slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "So it was him who bought our stocks?" The others turned their attention to him, eager for clarification. Li Zhaoji did not keep them waiting, stating, "Last year, someone suddenly acquired a substantial amount of our stocks, totaling tens of billions in just a few days. And they must have made at least 5 billion from that single transaction." The group was astounded. One individual had made 5 billion from 2 investments, while another had accomplished the same in just 1. They wondered if there were profits they were unaware of. Zheng Yutong lamented, "Incredible. If this is the case, his wealth must surpass ours. With Hyson holding over 80 of the shares, and considering his intentions, he aims for complete ownership. He is undoubtedly the richest in Hong Kong." The others nodded in agreement. Li Zhaoji concurred, "Indeed, impressive. I must admit I underestimated Fang. With such financial power, he truly is formidable." Bao Yugong shook his head, saying, "One cannot underestimate the talents of youth. Believing that a young man without roots here could merely plant spies, if this were to occur to you, would you let it go so easily?" After taking a sip from his teacup, he continued, "I believe we should consider incorporating him into our circle. Only no longer has a chance." The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that even if Fang Yufan spoke well now, he would not grant the Li family any opportunity for resurgence. The same applied to their situation. Once enmity was established, there would be no chances given. Su Shixuan spoke up, "I support allowing Fang to join us. We could use some fresh blood." "Absolutely, and the young man's innovative ideas might provide us with different perspectives." Zheng Yutong also nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing the consensus among the gathered individuals, Bai Yu smiled and remarked, "Very well. I shall contact Fang Sheng and notify everyone once a time is arranged." Upon returning home, Li Jiaqing's countenance was equally grim. Initially, he had contemplated muddling the waters. Yet he was unprepared for Fang Yufan's rapid ascent. Having established a firm foundation within the political arena of Hong Kong Island, he ultimately relinquished his prior intentions. However, the years of meticulous planning had culminated in futility, and the stark contrast between his expectations and reality ignited a murderous impulse within him. Once at home, he sat in his study, contemplating future strategies. The magnitude of his losses was staggering. Not only had he been reduced to his original state, but he was also burdened with insurmountable debts, leaving him devoid of opportunities for development in the next 5 years. To clear his debts within a decade would be considered a fortunate outcome. Growing increasingly agitated, he paced around the study until he found himself before a map, gazing intently at the mainland. He murmured to himself, "Perhaps this is my opportunity. Since I have lost prospects here, it would be prudent to shift my focus elsewhere." He remained self-aware, recognizing that with Fang Yufan's watchful eye, there would no longer be any opportunities for him on Hong Kong Island. Chapter 86. The youngest Chinese tycoon. That evening, Fang Yufan received a call from Shenzhou, and upon hearing the price of $8 per share, he did not decline. Although it required a bit more expenditure at present, it allowed him to maintain a low profile. Excessive brilliance would not serve his desire to remain in the shadows. After 2 days of relentless work, matters concerning Hutchison Whampoa were momentarily settled. In the grand conference room, Fang Yufan occupied the seat of honor, surveying the senior executives of Hutchison, with a list in hand, marking off several names. The others, observing the colleagues being dismissed, sat up straight, anxiety etched on their faces, fearful of facing a similar fate. Fang Yufan regarded those present and spoke, "I believe everyone knows who I am. I will outline a few points. First, the company will undergo asset liquidation. Should any of you have unresolved matters, please report them to Supervisor Luo after this meeting, and I shall overlook past grievances." Upon hearing this, the tension in the room eased significantly. Those with ulterior motives began plotting how to navigate the aftermath of the meeting. Second, we will apply for delisting and reclaim our circulating shares. We are not in need of funds, and I have no desire to engage in the stock market for profit. The mention of delisting sent ripples of shock through the attendees, especially upon hearing the assertion of financial independence, a testament to the new owner's assertiveness. Hutchison Whampoa had previously boasted a market value exceeding $60 billion, and even after the stock market crash, its valuation remained above $40 billion. Few would dare to contemplate such a drastic move. Fang Yufan disregarded the murmurs of disbelief and continued. Third, the company will implement a 3-month assessment period. Those who meet the standards will retain their positions with a 20% salary increase, and those who contribute significantly will find their year-end bonuses exceedingly gratifying. Excitement flickered across the faces of the attendees. Anticipation began to build. Although an evaluation was pending, they did not doubt their own qualifications. Fang Yufan acknowledged their expressions with a nod, stating, "Supervisor Luo, you will oversee the company in my absence. I await your updates." Luo Yuzu promptly rose, declaring, "Rest assured. Chairman, I will ensure the affairs of the company are handled impeccably." Fang Yufan rose and exited, accompanied by his bodyguards. As the boss departed, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the executives. Luo Yaozu, now at the helm, addressed the room with a grave demeanor. "You have all heard the chairman's words. I hope to see you all here 3 months hence. I will now begin assigning tasks." The news of Hutchison Whampoa's application for delisting swept across Hong Kong like a tempest. Simultaneously, newspapers reported on the complete acquisition of Hutchison by Xianyuan Company. This marked the first full acquisition of a British-owned enterprise by a Chinese businessman, elevating Xianyuan's reputation to new heights. Just over a week had passed since Li Jiaqing had infiltrated Fang Yufan's home with spies. From the exposure to the complete acquisition of Hutchison, the people of Hong Kong had witnessed the formidable methods of this new magnate. Days later, a headline in the daily newspaper proclaimed, "The youngest Chinese tycoon." It detailed Fang Yufan's journey, revisiting his beginnings from purchasing a storefront to opening a CAF. Previously reported achievements now brought back into the limelight. Following was the delivery service. The revenue from the food factory, upon the revelation of certain data, led to a profound realization of Xianyuan's prowess. The Tianyuan CAF reportedly sells an average of 10,000 cups of coffee daily per store. What a staggering figure for 300 outlets. This revelation left countless individuals in awe. Then came the delivery aspect, over 24,000 couriers, each responsible for nearly 50 deliveries per day, resulting in packaging fees exceeding $1 million daily and advertising expenses around $3 million. Cumulatively, these figures are indeed formidable. The food factory's Dragon Master instant noodles have commenced sales to neighboring Asian countries, with Hong Kong alone witnessing a daily sale of no fewer than 500,000 bowls. The sheer magnitude of these statistics overwhelmed all who beheld them. How much profit could this possibly yield? Surely, a revenue surpassing 100 billion in a year must be within reach, one uncertain individual remarked. It is no wonder that Xianyuan fully acquired Heji, a corporation valued in the hundreds of billions. News from Hong Kong swiftly spread across neighboring Asian nations. The 21-year-old Chinese tycoon shone brilliantly, particularly considering his meteoric rise over a mere 2 years. Many had become fervent admirers, believing that with diligence, they too could aspire to wealth, if not to the heights of the richest. Should Fang Yufan be aware of these sentiments, he would likely smile and shake his head, remarking, "They are still too young." In eagle sauce, Shun Wonking, upon seeing the reports, exclaimed with excitement, "Rose, a fan has truly succeeded." Rose, equally delighted, responded, "Indeed, Brother Fan is the best. Shall we return to celebrate?" Shin Wonking, casting a sidelong glance, replied, "Return only to be bullied by him. Hee, we are not afraid. It's also a chance for us to rest a few days," Rose nonchalantly remarked. In truth, Shun Wonking had longed to return, nodding in agreement. "All right. I will arrange for tickets. We shall return at once." In a conference room in the imperial capital, a group of elders sat, equally astonished by the newsprint before them. Remarkable, ascending to the pinnacle of Chinese wealth from nothing. Truly, the youth is formidable. Indeed, the other party is further investing in the South. Such determination is commendable. There were expressions of both admiration and dissent. An elder shook his head and remarked, "For certain reasons, he expelled individuals from the company. Such tactics are rather questionable." "What do you mean by certain reasons? If someone placed a spy in your home, Would you not resist? Or would you invite your adversary in for tea, hoping to win their favor? What nonsense. I am merely stating facts. Facts, you say? I have heard you've recently been in contact with that Li Jiaqing. Have you now succumbed to their allure? Instantly, the conference room erupted in discord. The elder at the head of the table, expressionless as he perused the newspaper, waited for the tumult to subside before laying it aside and stating, "We have all emerged from struggle. None are fools. I wish not to hear such talk again. Competition fosters progress, but schemes and conspiracies are inadmissible." At this moment, everyone comprehended each other's sentiments. They held high hopes for Fang Yufan, which resonated with the majority. Many expressed their agreement and support, while a few, harboring ulterior motives, fell silent, their expressions betraying their discomfort. After Fang Yufan, Shen Wanqing, and Rose finished their breakfast, the trio strolled into the garden. Shen Wanqing playfully teased, "Fang, the wealthy, do you have any acceptance speech to share?" Fang Yufan, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "What is there to say? If I truly wished to become the wealthiest, it would be a matter of mere moments. Besides, being a Chinese billionaire is trivial. In a couple of years, I shall show you what it means to be the richest in the world." "Ha ha, Fanggu, you are the best," Rose exclaimed joyfully, linking her arm with his. Shen Wanqing rolled her eyes, unimpressed, and remarked, "For others, earning money is a Herculean task, yet for you, it seems as effortless as dining or drinking." Fang Yufan playfully tapped her on the head. "Hey, you're being aggressive again," she protested. Fang Yufan retorted, "That's merely because I'm exceptionally talented." Shen Wanqing stuck out her tongue and made a face at him before settling onto a nearby chair. "As long as you think you're impressive," she quipped. Fang Yufan and Rose also took a seat, wearing expressions of pride. "It's good that you understand. I'm actually quite lazy and don't particularly relish the idea of making money. Living freely each day is what I truly cherish." Shen Wanqing shot him a teasing glance and remarked, "If that statement were to circulate, you might find yourself facing some backlash on the streets." Fang Yufan, momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily as he lunged toward her, saying, "Ha, then I shall deal with you first. Ah, you can't catch me." The three of them then indulged in playful antics within the garden. Chapter 87, taking over the television station after a brief respite of 3 days. Shen Wanqing and her companions returned to the United States by plane. With just over a month until the year-end summary, she felt a surge of determination. Fang Yufan, however, was indifferent to her fervor. He was content to let her indulge in her whims. The unexpected visit from Bao Yugong took him by surprise, but he welcomed his guest with warmth. With a cheerful demeanor, Fang Yufan exclaimed, "Mr. Bao, what a rare pleasure it is to see you. Shall we retire to the study for some tea?" "Ha ha, I hope I haven't intruded too much," Bao replied. "I'm merely a leisurely soul, spending my days sipping tea and reading books. Your hospitality is more than I could ask for." As they made their way to the study, Bao Yugong surveyed the surroundings and remarked with a smile, "As businessmen, we often band together for support, forming a small circle. This time, we collectively agreed to invite you to join us. What do you think?" Hearing this, Fang Yufan's face lit up with excitement. "I would be honored. It would truly be a privilege to collaborate with such esteemed predecessors." Upon hearing Fang's enthusiastic response, Bao Yugong expressed his delight. "You are too modest, Mr. Fang. In terms of assets, no one can rival you. Your title as the wealthiest Chinese is well-deserved. That title is hardly to be taken seriously. The pressure is immense. If I falter, I shall surely face the scorn of many," Fang Yufan replied thoughtfully. "Indeed, while many envy the status of a magnate, they remain oblivious to our burdens. Businessmen, too, bear significant responsibilities," Fang Yufan added, enjoying the exchange as they sipped tea and shared their insights on the world of commerce. Bao Yugong was pleasantly surprised by Fang's profound understanding at such a young age, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. Their conversation grew increasingly engaging, and they continued to discuss until midday. After graciously declining an invitation to lunch and scheduling a gathering for the year's end, Bao Yugong took his leave, departing with a sense of fulfillment. Once Fang Yufan had seen him off, he proceeded to the restaurant. He was indifferent to joining their circle, but since Bao had taken the time to visit, he saw no reason to decline, especially as it posed no detriment. A few days later, news arrived from Shenzhou that the shares of the Australian consortium Inli Television had been secured. 60 of the shares sold for 90 million Hong Kong dollars. Without hesitation, Fang Yufan signed the contract and provided a cash check. With 75 of the shares acquired, the remaining 25 would be straightforward. He instructed Chu Shiyu to negotiate with the remaining shareholders, opting for a straightforward approach, throwing money at the issue. Fang Yufan arrived at Li Television in his armored luxury car, where the station director and a group of individuals were already waiting to greet him. "Good day, Chairman." Fang Yufan smiled and nodded at the crowd, inquiring, "Have the other 3 shareholders arrived?" The station director, Fu Jihong, promptly responded, "The chairman is already here." "Excellent. Please arrange for everyone to meet in the conference room in half an hour. I will join you shortly," Fang Yufan instructed. "Understood, Chairman." In a modest conference room, 3 parties sat together, representing the remaining shareholders, each possessing a 25% stake in the company. At this moment, their impatience was non-existent, for Fang Yufan's status had transformed. He was no longer merely a businessman, but the wealthiest Chinese individual, a title that commanded respect. Upon entering the room, Fang Yufan greeted the attendees with a smile, saying, "I apologize for the delay. Thank you for your patience." He added, "We just arrived a short while ago." "Indeed, we understand that Fang Sheng is quite busy," one of the shareholders replied. "Before coming here, our chairman mentioned that we would treat our shares as a token of goodwill to you. He suggested that when we gather in a few days, we should raise a glass together." Fang Yufan recognized that Zheng Yutong was attempting to establish rapport. After all, the amount was not substantial, yet he felt obliged to accept the gesture with grace. With a chuckle, he responded, I shall certainly drink to that when I meet Zheng Sheng. However, good intentions aside, the funds must be settled. I propose to acquire at a 30% premium based on the current market value." Hearing such a generous offer, the others perceived Fang Yufan's magnanimity. Once seated, Fang Yufan continued, "To be candid, upon entering today, I found the dilapidated environment quite unacceptable. I intend to demolish this structure and erect a new edifice in its place to serve as the television station's headquarters. This new building will host various performance and broadcasting studios, all equipped with state-of-the-art technology. I envision a structure of over 30 stories, and I plan to inject an initial capital of 2 billion. If necessary, I shall add more." The representatives from Zheng Yutong's faction, while marveling at Fang Yufan's boldness, felt no pressure, as the sale of shares had already been agreed upon, and the additional capital was not their concern. The other 2 parties, however, were left in a state of dismay. The television station had been operating at a loss for years, and now they were being asked to invest additional millions. Was this madness? "Fang Xing is indeed a visionary," one remarked, recognizing that Fang Yufan clearly believed in the potential of the television station. They thought it best to sell their shares and move on. "Yes, I share the same sentiment. If Fang Sheng sets the price, we can finalize the contract today." Noticing their compliance, Fang Yufan expressed a hint of regret, saying, "I had hoped we could all collaborate to strengthen the television station, but this is for the best. Let us proceed with the contract today at a 20% premium. Our relationship with Zhang Xing is unique, so I hope for your understanding." Though they were conceding a 10% reduction, the offered price was still acceptable, and the 2 parties readily agreed. Meanwhile, the representative from Zheng Yutong felt a sense of pride, knowing that while they sold at a 30% premium, the others could only secure a 20% premium. Such was the nature of face in business. Chu Shiyu promptly drafted the contract, and after a thorough review, all parties signed the agreement. The television station was now entirely under Fang Yufan's ownership. The previous owners awaited in the conference room, their expressions a mix of excitement and apprehension. The ordinary employees were undoubtedly thrilled. The station had consistently operated at a loss, and now, with the youngest Chinese billionaire at the helm, brighter days seemed imminent. Conversely, the executives felt a pang of anxiety, given the current state of the television station. They harbored doubts about their future under the new ownership. It was a real possibility that they could be replaced, as talent was abundant in Hong Kong. As the varied thoughts of the assembled individuals lingered in the air, the door to the conference room swung open. The attendees swiftly settled into their seats, and in strode a tall and handsome young man, a radiant smile adorning his face, followed closely by the station's director and deputy director. The female staff members of the television station, upon catching sight of their dashing superior, were instantly captivated, their eyes gleaming with admiration. It was the first encounter for everyone with this enigmatic Chinese billionaire, and they were taken aback by his striking appearance, far surpassing even the most celebrated male stars. All eyes were fixed in eager anticipation on the new owner at the podium, curious about the directions he would impart to the television station. Fang Yufan, beaming with confidence, took his place at the center, acknowledging the attendees with a subtle nod. Chapter 88. My indifference to wealth. Fang Yufan spoke with a gentle demeanor. "Greetings, everyone. I am Fang Yufan. Just moments ago, I acquired the shares held by several shareholders, and now I hold complete ownership of Li Television. Upon hearing their new boss's declaration, everyone was taken aback, astonished by his decisiveness. They instinctively straightened their postures. Fang Yufan continued, I have 3 announcements to make. First, the television station will undergo a thorough asset inspection lasting 7 days. Those who voluntarily disclose any issues and rectify losses within 3 days will be exempt from past transgressions. However, if any problems are uncovered, the consequences shall be borne solely by the individuals involved. After stating this, he deliberately cast a glance at the dozen or so individuals exuding a sinister aura in the conference room. Some in the room could not suppress a shiver, especially after Fang Yufan's piercing gaze sent chills down their spines. Second, the television station is currently facing significant financial losses. Upon the completion of the inspection, I will inject capital, and those who remain will see an improvement in their benefits. This announcement elicited joy among many, as the previous losses had rendered their incomes pitifully low, often subjecting them to ridicule from their counterparts at the neighboring wireless station. Finally, a brighter future seemed to be on the horizon. Third, the station is in dire need of modernization. I will arrange for a temporary office location and subsequently demolish this facility to construct a new building exceeding 30 stories, equipped with cutting-edge technology. The attendees in the conference room were suddenly filled with excitement, spontaneously erupting into applause. Fang Yufan, observing their enthusiastic expressions, nodded with a smile. Simultaneously, news reached the wireless station. Xiao Yifu, Fang Yihua, and other senior executives were engaged in discussions regarding Li Television in their office. A staff member entered to report. Sixth uncle, several major shareholders of Li Television just responded to journalists' inquiries, and it has been confirmed that the station is now wholly owned by the wealthy Fang. The specifics of the internal situation remain unclear. Upon receiving this information, the room fell silent for a moment. Xiao Yifu spoke solemnly. Very well. Let us gather more intelligence on their situation. Understood. The staff member replied and exited. Fang Yihua interjected. Sixth uncle, this new tycoon is merely a young man. What does he know about running a television station? I believe we need not be overly concerned. Wang Tianlin shook his head, stating, we cannot afford to be complacent. From Fang's previous acquisitions, it is evident that he possesses a strong desire for control. He has completely acquired Heji and completed its delisting process. Now that he has just taken charge of the television station, he swiftly ousts the other shareholders. We cannot predict his next moves. Fang Yue, dissatisfied with the opposing viewpoint, was about to voice his disagreement when Xiao Yifu interjected. Tianlin makes a valid point. This young man is not to be underestimated. Let us observe further developments. Hearing this, Fang Yihua, despite his discontent, could only acquiesce and nodded, saying, I will defer to sixth uncle's judgment. Fang Yufan, seated in the director's office, held a list in hand, stating, the individuals I have circled are problematic. Arrange for an investigation into them. If no one voluntarily discloses anything within 3 days, we shall file a report. The station director, Fu Jihong, respectfully accepted the task, saying, understood, boss. I know what to do. Fang Yufan nodded. This director had previously served as the vice director and, due to his considerable capabilities, was promoted to the position of director after the acquisition of the television station. First, we need to find a temporary office space. I will inject 200 million into the station, part for interest payments and part for its normal development. Subsequently, I will contact a construction company to demolish and rebuild this site, aiming to move into a new building within 2 years. Fu Jihong, beaming with excitement, responded, thank you, boss. I will not let you down. I already have some plans in mind, and I am confident we can turn the station's losses into profits. Fang Yufan smiled and instructed, excellent. Let's finalize the office location as soon as possible before the year ends. After a few more directives, he walked outside. Outside Li Television Station, a throng of reporters had gathered. Upon seeing a remarkably handsome young man leading the way out, the sound of cameras clicking filled the air. The bright flashes nearly blinded Fang Yufan. Mr. Fang, could you share your vision for the future of the television station? Yes, Mr. Fang. Could you discuss how the station plans to develop? Yang Yu and several bodyguards held back the reporters. Fang Yufan had never been exposed to the public before, but he was aware that it was only a matter of time, and he was mentally prepared. With a beaming smile, he replied, thank you all for your interest in the station. As for its development, I plan to demolish and rebuild. The current facilities are far too dilapidated. Upon hearing about the demolition and reconstruction, the crowd's interest peaked. They eagerly inquired, Mr. Fang, we've heard that the station has been operating at a loss. with debts amounting to 700 million. Wouldn't this decision incur even greater losses? Indeed, Mr. Fang, with over 100 million in interest payments annually. Are you embarking on a grand plan by constructing a new building? Fang Yufan listened with a smile as they posed their questions. Once the crowd quieted down, he began. I am not particularly interested in making money, but I do have a keen interest in spending it. Therefore, anyone with a promising investment project can contact our investment department. They will review the proposals and present them to me. Upon my approval, I will fund them. I believe there are many talented individuals whose dreams have been thwarted for various reasons. I am offering you the opportunity to realize your ambitions, provided you are truthful with me. With that, Fang Yufan boarded his bulletproof vehicle, a broad smile on his face, as the convoy departed, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. In this era, his words were undeniably impactful. I am not interested in making money, but I am interested in spending it. Anyone with a good project can approach me, as I am giving everyone the chance to realize their dreams. The reporters and onlookers buzzed with excitement. Is it true? Is Mr. Fang genuinely willing to help ordinary people achieve their dreams? Surely, he cannot be deceiving us. I have an idea. I must organize it quickly and visit the Xianyuan Investment Company. The journalists have already devised their headlines for tomorrow, hastening to their respective newspapers. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Xiaoifu of Wuxian displayed a myriad of expressions on his face. Fang Yue, visibly perturbed, directly remarked, Uncle Lu, how outrageous. Isn't what they're saying an invitation for some to defect? In response to her words, Xiaoifu shook his head and replied, Interesting. This young man is indeed intriguing. Today's statement is quite a double entendre. We must be cautious in our future dealings. Fang Yue, somewhat perplexed, inquired. What do you mean? Xiao Yifu did not answer her question, but instead expressed, Fang Xing truly possesses remarkable audacity. He deserves the title of the youngest billionaire among the Chinese. Chapter 89. The gathering of the 10 wealthiest. Fang Yufan sat in the car, pouring several glasses of wine, which Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu promptly accepted. Yaozu, it is imperative to cultivate talent in finance. The annual rotation must be diligently implemented. Especially during transitions, ensure to assign personnel for thorough audits, Fang advised. Luo Yaozu nodded earnestly, replying, Indeed, boss, your words are wise. I shall be attentive to this matter. Chu Shiyu, with a beaming expression, remarked, Boss, acquiring the television station is truly splendid. Our company's position on Hong Kong Island is now unassailable. Fang Yufan took a sip of wine and chuckled. This opportunity arose due to the stock market crash. Otherwise, the acquisition would not have been so straightforward. The two men nodded in agreement, aware of the television station's significance. Despite its annual losses, it remains a coveted asset. The successful acquisition was a testament to Fang Yufan's foresight. Having secured over half of the shares, compelling others to acquiesce, for the title of the wealthiest individual among the Chinese is not easily attained. Luo Yaozu remarked after another sip, Boss, if the television station continues to incur losses, it may tarnish your reputation. Should we consider recruiting some exceptional talent? Fang Yufan shook his head with a smile. Rest assured, I possess various strategies to ensure profitability for the station. Let us first allow Fu Jihong to take a crack at it. Besides, the station requires restructuring. There is no rush. Chu Shiyu complimented. I eagerly anticipate your brilliant ideas, boss. When the ratings soar, many will surely find it difficult to sleep. Luo Yaozu chimed in. Indeed, the anticipation is palpable. He then proposed, Boss, you have yet to appoint a secretary. Shall we engage a headhunter to select a few candidates for you? Upon hearing this suggestion, Fang Yufan nodded. Yes. I have considered this previously. Please contact a headhunter. Understood, boss. Once suitable candidates are selected, I will bring the headhunter to meet you. The trio continued their jovial conversation until they arrived at the villa. After enjoying lunch, the two men prepared to take their leave. Fang Yufan reminded them, Let us expedite the renaming of the television station and initiate the design of the office building. Certainly, boss. We will commence arrangements upon our return. Fang Yufan nodded and ascended the stairs, changing into a comfortable Tang suit before heading to his study. Upon reaching his desk, he practiced calligraphy for a while, then picked up a book to read. The following day's newspaper naturally caused a stir, featuring the mysterious Chinese tycoon making his first public appearance. When people beheld Fang, the wealthy individual, they were taken aback by his youthful charm, inspiring admiration and adoration among many young individuals. Sun Qiuxia, his former landlord from when he first arrived on the island, nearly gasped upon seeing the newspaper. She had not anticipated that the dashing young man she once knew was now the enigmatic new tycoon. Memories flooded back, causing her cheeks to flush. Meiling and Ami also caught sight of the newspaper, albeit during their night shift out of boredom. Upon seeing Fang Yufan's photograph and introduction, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Having long since relegated their past experiences to mere memories after more than a year apart, now witnessing that the other party has ascended to the lofty heights of the wealthiest, any lingering aspirations have vanished from my heart. We are indeed individuals from entirely different realms. Both parties have simultaneously resolved to resign, forsaking their employment at the nightclub. Meanwhile, some individuals at the television station tread carefully. With a directive from their superior, Fu Jihong has begun to scrutinize these individuals. While seeking a temporary office space, he engages in conversations with former employees, unraveling many hidden truths. His reverence for the other party's boss deepens, especially since the boss remains oblivious to the unfolding events, as he intensifies his efforts to gather evidence. A few among the dozen or so individuals, unable to withstand the pressure, voluntarily confess their transgressions. However, lacking the immediate means to compensate for their misdeeds, Fu Jihong chooses not to impose undue hardship, allowing them to document their accounts instead. Amidst their trepidation, he states directly, "The boss is benevolent. In the future, a portion of your monthly salary will be deducted as compensation until the debt is settled, after which full salaries will resume. Henceforth, work diligently and do not betray the boss's goodwill." Upon hearing this outcome, a sense of relief washes over several individuals, with the other party, Yufan, expressing profound gratitude and loyalty blossoming anew. This matter was not concealed for long. It swiftly permeated the television station, and upon witnessing the revelations, others hesitated no longer, willingly confessing their own issues. The staff at the television station expressed immense satisfaction with their new boss, their spirits markedly elevated. Curiosity piqued among the personnel at Wireless. They inquired about the remarkable transformation of Lide's employees. Given the close ties between the two television stations, familiarity bred swift understanding of the situation. In an instant, Fang Yufan's reputation for kindness spread far and wide, with some tabloids even publishing the story throughout the streets and alleys of Hong Kong Island. Praises for the benevolent tycoon echoed. At the docks of Hong Kong Island, a line of luxury vehicles awaited, flanked by numerous bodyguards clad in black suits, standing vigilant. Many journalists, having received the news, flocked to the docks, capturing images of the affluent disembarking from their lavish cars. When Fang Yufan's vehicle arrived, it garnered even greater attention from the reporters. Had it not been for the bodyguards, they would have surged forward to conduct interviews. Bao Yugong and Su Shixuan were engaged in conversation when they spotted him approaching, and everyone greeted him with warm smiles. Fang Yufan, with an expression of regret, remarked, "Mr. Bao, Mr. Su, my apologies for arriving late." Bao Yugong responded cheerfully, "Haha, you're not late. We had no pressing matters and arrived a bit earlier." Su Shixuan added with a smile, "Indeed, we were just discussing you when you arrived." Fang Yufan merely smiled and joined in the conversation. Shortly thereafter, others began to arrive as well. They all boarded Bao Yugong's yacht, with Fang Yufan choosing not to bring his bodyguards aboard. Surrounding the yacht were 5 speedboats, each manned by bodyguards who, with their bulging waistlines, clearly bore weapons. Fang Yufan and the others settled in the cabin, savoring red wine while engaging in lighthearted banter. In total, there were 10 individuals, representing the 10 wealthiest tycoons of Hong Kong Island. While it was evident that he possessed the greatest wealth, he maintained a demeanor of humility and caution, eschewing ostentation. The crowd initially welcomed his presence, raising their glasses in a toast, before engaging in a discussion about the repercussions of the recent stock market crash on their individual circumstances. Fang Yufan merely smiled and listened attentively to their conversation, adopting a demeanor of a younger generation, refraining from interjecting. Hua Ingdong, with a smile, remarked, "Fang, your investments in the mainland have been increasing steadily. Do you have any further plans in mind?" Although others continued their conversations, their attention remained fixated on the two. Many still harbored reservations about returning to invest, exhibiting a notably cautious attitude towards discussions concerning the mainland. Having reached their current level of success, each step forward was approached with utmost caution, fearful that a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for their families. Chapter 90. The abandoned labor emperor Fang Yufan spoke nonchalantly. "I have merely returned from my hometown, which I hold in high regard. Now that I possess some capabilities, it is only natural to invest back home. The future of the island is inextricably linked to my roots. As the others absorbed his words, they pondered quietly. While they understood the rationale, they feared that their hard-earned family businesses might slip away. Weningong, visibly pleased, exclaimed, "Haha, Fang, you speak wisely. The elder has praised you multiple times, especially for the remarkable achievements you've accomplished in just 2 short years, earning the admiration of countless individuals." Upon hearing the elder's commendation, Fang Yufan felt a surge of excitement. Responding with a beaming smile, "I never anticipated that my modest efforts would warrant such praise from the elder. I must admit, I am somewhat apprehensive. It is merely good fortune on my part, as many matters are handled by my colleagues. I often find myself as a mere bystander." This was precisely what made us envious. After all, who among us isn't preoccupied with the affairs of the group daily? In comparison, we truly feel aged. Huangdong's words resonated with the others. Su Shixuan, brimming with envy, inquired, "Fang, do you possess some secret? How is it that you can so readily entrust your enterprise to those beneath you?" Zhang Yutong echoed, "Indeed. Fang, if you have any insights, do share them with us." Fang Yufan, with an expression of resignation, replied, "What secrets could there possibly be? I simply employ those I trust and do not question those I do not. After all, my laziness compels me to delegate. If I cannot trust them, I would find myself overwhelmed, and the results may not surpass what others achieve. It is better to grant authority and focus on the ultimate outcomes. I understand the principle that too much clarity leaves no room for fish." Upon hearing his words, the group fell into contemplative silence. Bao Yugong, with a look of admiration, remarked, "Fang, you articulate it beautifully. To trust those you employ and to understand that too much transparency yields no fruit." Many grasp the concept, yet few throughout history have genuinely embodied such wisdom. Huangdong nodded in agreement, "Indeed. It is no wonder that Fang has ascended to the pinnacle of wealth among the Chinese in such a brief period. This level of magnanimity is rare." Others joined in with their praises. Fang Yufan, feeling slightly embarrassed by the accolades, thought to himself, "Should I tell you that I possess a golden touch, rendering me indifferent to potential betrayals from subordinates?" He merely smiled and jested with the group. Once the yacht reached open waters, the attendees engaged in fishing, drinking, and conversing, fostering an excellent atmosphere. Fang Yufan sat on the deck, rod in hand, fishing alongside Bao Yugong, feeling quite content. "Bao, you aren't hoping for an empty catch today, are you?" he teased. Bao Yugong, intrigued, responded, "What does empty catch mean?" Fang Yufan replied playfully, "It signifies not catching a single fish." The others grasped the meaning and erupted into laughter. Bao Yugong retorted, "How dare you underestimate me? Were it not for the rough waters today, I would have had fish on my line already." Fang Yufan, wearing a smile, engaged in lighthearted banter with them. Following their previous interactions, conversations had grown remarkably casual. Harmless jokes were exchanged without any offense taken, fostering closer connections. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Fang Yufan remarked, "Bao Sheng, I am contemplating a complete overhaul of the television station. My interest does not lie in construction. Might your company entertain the idea?" Bao Yu's spirits lifted at this, recognizing the gesture as a reciprocal one. He chuckled, "Haha, Fang Xing, your audacity is commendable. We have several capable individuals for the construction aspect here. My company's current focus is on the Kowloon warehouse, so I will consult with the team shortly. Perhaps we could delegate this to old Su and his crew." Fang Yufan replied with a grin, "Certainly. Entrusting it to our own brings peace of mind." The identity of the builder mattered little to him. However, the invitation to join the circle and the proposal of projects served as a most advantageous response. Su Shixuan and the others were naturally intrigued. A 30-plus story building was no trivial undertaking, and ultimately, Li Zhaoji from Hangji secured the project. During lunchtime, everyone gathered in the restaurant for a sumptuous seafood feast. Some of the older attendees retired to their rooms for a midday rest. Being youthful, Fang Yufan felt no need for such repose. Instead, he reclined on a deck chair with a bottle of wine, sipping leisurely while contemplating future endeavors, as he would soon be turning 82 next year. Meanwhile, within the Central Police Station's Major Crime Unit, tension hung thick in the air. Jia Yuqin furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the documents laid out before her. "Madam, this deranged murderer truly eludes our grasp. He has struck in Wanchai, Kowloon, and the New Territories, and now he has suddenly targeted Central." Indeed, another team member interjected. "And the victims vary, all being women who are either leaving work late or returning home after hours." Listening to her team, Jia Yuqin spoke decisively, regardless of the circumstances. "The current situation is dire. Let us concentrate our investigations around the existing leads. I suspect this individual will strike again imminently. Over the past year, the frequency has escalated from every 6 months to the most recent incident occurring just a month apart. Upon hearing this, the team members grew serious. After formulating their plans, they dispersed to gather information. Jia Yuqin retreated to her office with the documents, rubbing her temples in frustration, before retrieving a newspaper from her drawer. A striking photograph of Fang Yufan graced the page. Observing his image, her troubled mind suddenly found a semblance of calm. A slight smile graced her lips as she closed the drawer and resumed her case study. Within the villa at Repulse Bay, Fang Yufan perused the newspaper's article about the rainy night butcher, his brow furrowing in concern. The incident had previously caused quite a stir, and he was taken aback to learn of the multiple crimes committed, which he had overlooked until now. Luo Yaozu arrived at the villa accompanied by representatives from a headhunting firm. "Boss, Mr. Paul has arrived." Fang Yufan set the newspaper aside, rising with a smile. "Paul, it has been far too long." Paul responded with evident delight. "Fang Xing, it is truly an honor to see you. You are remarkable." "Haha, please take a seat. I have been inundated with praises lately. I wonder if you have brought the talent I seek?" After Paul seated himself, he retrieved a document from his briefcase and, with a professional demeanor, remarked, "Yes, Fang Xing, this is a selection of the most exceptional secretarial candidates handpicked by our headquarters from around the globe. Please take a moment to review it." Fang Yufan accepted the document and began to peruse its contents. There were a total of 5 candidates, all of whom shared notable similarities. They were all young women in their 20s, possessing impressive educational backgrounds and numerous accolades. Indeed, truly remarkable talents. Among them were individuals of Chinese descent, Caucasians, and one African beauty, who, despite her allure, was ultimately dismissed from consideration. After contemplating the remaining 4 candidates, he concluded, "Please arrange for these 4 to meet." Observing Fang Yufan's selections, Paul shrugged and replied, "Of course, I will bring them to meet you in 3 days." "Excellent, thank you." "Paul, it is my privilege to serve you, Fang Xing." Following their conversation, Luo Yaozu escorted Paul out before returning to the garden. "Boss, the assets from Hutchison have been compiled, and we've also identified a promising talent. He was formerly with Chung Kong and was assigned to Hutchison as an accountant. For some unknown reason, he has not departed. He is a graduate of a prestigious university and has provided valuable insights regarding the company's assets." As Fang Yufan listened, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could it be the industrious magnate, Jianya? Luo Yaozu's introduction confirmed his suspicions, prompting an amused smile to grace his face. How intriguing that his acquisition of Hutchison had prompted this individual's departure from Chung Kong. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to assess the candidate further, lest he be a remnant left by Li Ka-shing. After careful consideration, he smiled and said, "Since you hold him in high regard, please bring him to me for an evaluation." Luo Yaozu, upon hearing the boss's request for a meeting, nodded and replied, "Certainly, boss. I will contact him right away to come in." Chapter 91. Another nail-driven in Jianya received a sudden call from the financial supervisor, Luo Yaozu. Upon hearing that the boss wished to meet him, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly took a taxi to the villa at Shallow Water Bay. Upon arrival, he felt a twinge of nervousness as the housekeeper led him to the garden. Fang Yufan, seeing the visitor, greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "Please, come and sit." After taking a sip of his tea, he continued, "Supervisor Luo holds your abilities in high regard and has recommended you to me. What are your thoughts on the development of Heji?" Jianya cast a grateful glance at Luo Yaozu, then organized his thoughts before responding, "Chairman, I do have some ideas regarding certain assets of the company. There are numerous high-quality assets that remain undervalued and wasted, such as the abandoned shipyard in Kowloon, which spans over 100,000 square feet. If it were to be demolished and developed into a residential community." Listening to the discussion on the company's wasted assets, Fang Yufan nodded in agreement. Over 100,000 square feet translates to over 240 acres of land, and its location in Kowloon City makes its abandonment a tremendous waste. In another scenario, that very shipyard had been transformed into a thriving community, yielding tens of billions for Li Jiaqing. Heji possesses an abundance of high-quality assets, including ports, shopping malls, energy resources, and numerous properties and land parcels. If all were made public, the valuation would undoubtedly surpass $100 billion. Fang Yufan observed the white glow surrounding Jianya and recognized that he was not merely a remnant of Li Jiaqing's legacy, but rather someone who could be utilized. Should any issues arise, he could be easily replaced. After taking a puff of his cigar, he nodded and said, "Well, it seems you are indeed earnest. Since Supervisor Luo has recommended you, I shall grant you an opportunity. You will be responsible for the shipyard. Do you have confidence in this task?" Upon hearing the chairman's words, Huo Jianya was filled with excitement as he replied, "Thank you for your trust, Chairman. I am confident I can succeed." He had not anticipated that the boss would place such trust in him, especially given his background as a remnant of the previous owner. With the entire port aware of the enmity between Fang Yufan and his former boss, with a precedent of nails being driven in, it was admirable that the boss was willing to employ him. As he contemplated this, the red glow surrounding him began to overshadow the white, transforming into a soft crimson hue in an instant. Fang Yufan felt satisfied, recognizing that Huo Jianya was currently a valuable asset. With a smile, he said, "Excellent. Should you require anything, please communicate with Supervisor Luo. I await your good news." "Yes," Huo Jianya responded excitedly. Luo Yuzu felt equally pleased. Knowing the boss's trust in him also served to enhance his own standing, having been mentioned twice in the recommendation. After the two departed, Fang Yufan took a leisurely puff of his cigar, already resolved that if Huo Jianya proved loyal, he would hand over the responsibilities of Heji to him. Meanwhile, Li Jiaqing had not been idle during this time, frequently traveling to the mainland. After conducting on-site investigations, he was resolute in his decision to invest in the region, as it offered vast amounts of inexpensive land and labor, perfectly suited for his current developmental ambitions. Who has left him with little money? 1 or 200 million is the utmost he can muster at present. In the realm of Hong Kong, this sum is insignificant, yet it holds immense potential in the mainland. He could effortlessly acquire land there to construct residential and office buildings, undoubtedly reaping substantial rewards in the future. 3 days later, in the study of the villa, Fang Yufan sat in his executive chair, gazing at a strikingly beautiful and intellectually sophisticated woman seated across from him. In his hands, he held a dossier detailing her entire profile. Liang Qianlan, a 24-year-old overseas Chinese, possessed an office management certificate and a secretary certificate from the British Chamber of Commerce. And she was proficient in 3 languages, having never been in a romantic relationship. Noting that even this headhunter had conducted thorough research, he couldn't help but admire the professionalism. Setting down the dossier, he smiled and inquired, "Miss Liang, do you have any specific requirements regarding salary and working conditions?" Liang Qianlan had indeed been intrigued by the headhunter's invitation, particularly upon realizing that the new tycoon was of Chinese descent. The fact that this new mogul was younger than herself further piqued her interest. Observing the young, handsome billionaire lost in thought, she quickly composed herself and replied with utmost seriousness, "I have no particular demands, as I trust my employer will be generous. My only stipulation is to avoid any instances of unspoken rules." Fang Yufan chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. "I can assure you of that. And we can stipulate in the contract that should such matters arise, you are free to terminate the agreement at any time." Liang Qianlan, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Then I have no issues. I am available around the clock to attend to my employer's needs." "Oh, you don't require time off?" "If I could have a month of vacation each year, I certainly wouldn't decline." Fang Yufan nodded with a smile. "Very well, please call on the next candidate." After hearing this, Liang Qianlan stood and walked out, uncertain if she would be hired, especially with 3 other exceptionally beautiful and talented individuals waiting downstairs. Fan Miaoji, also 23 and an overseas Chinese, had never been in a relationship and possessed equally impressive skills. Fang Yufan, admiring her sweet appearance, asked, "Miss Fan, do you have any work requirements?" Fan Miaoji tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, "You don't have any peculiar preferences, do you? I've heard many bosses request their secretaries to wear all sorts of bizarre outfits. Rest assured, that will not be the case. Appropriate attire for the occasion will suffice." Fang Yufan was amused by her candidness, finding her quite intriguing and contemplating the prospect of having her around. Fan Miaoji nodded happily. "Then I have no issues. I can competently fulfill all duties of a personal secretary." "Excellent. Please call on the next candidate." "All right," Fan Miaoji said as she stood, unsure if she had been selected. Upon the arrival of the next individual, Fang Yufan merely asked a few routine questions before sending them on their way. Internally, he scoffed, pondering the audacity of those who dared to send spies. An investigation would be necessary. The final individual is an American, Mali Zachary, age 23, proficient in 3 languages. It was quite astonishing for Fang Yufan to discover that she had never had a boyfriend either. After all, in his perception, Americans are typically quite open-minded. It seems that every nation has its exceptions. With a beaming smile, Fang Yufan posed a few questions, nodding in satisfaction at her responses. Malice serves as his personal assistant, possessing an extensive array of skills. It can be said that whatever he wishes to learn or procure, she can adeptly find the appropriate channels. Her talent for discerning key information from subtle clues is an innate gift, and with the enhancement of professional education, this gift has been maximized to its fullest potential. After some contemplation, he decided to retain all three individuals, but he had no intention of keeping the troublesome one. He merely needed to ascertain who had sent them. Chapter 92. Not at all lecherously, Qianlong, Fan Miaoji, and Molly were filled with joy upon learning of their acceptance. Naturally, the trio was intrigued by the young tycoon who had risen to prominence in just 2 short years. Fang Yufan instructed the butler to arrange rooms for them on the 2nd floor and introduced them to his family. Subsequently, he led them to his study and cheerfully remarked, "From now on, Secretary Liang and Secretary Fan will assist me with company affairs, while Molly will attend to my daily needs. I tend to be rather reclusive, often spending days without leaving the villa. In a few days, we will hold the annual company meeting to review this year's accomplishments and outline our plans for the coming year." Upon hearing that this young magnate preferred solitude, the women harbored various thoughts, yet curiosity about the upcoming meeting consumed them. This was their finest opportunity to familiarize themselves with the company, and they brimmed with anticipation. Fang Yufan continued, "Currently, the company encompasses Tianyuan CAF, a delivery service, a gaming company, a food company, a real estate firm, and various media outlets, all wholly owned by me. Next year, we will acquire a headquarters building and establish a conglomerate." He provided a brief overview of the company's operations to facilitate their understanding. The trio diligently took notes, astonished to learn that their boss owned a television station outright. A significant achievement, as such enterprises are crucial in any nation. Once he completed the introduction, Fang Yufan smiled and said, "All right, you may return to your rooms to settle in. Feel free to be at ease here. I am not one for excessive formalities. As long as you fulfill the tasks assigned to you, you will have met my expectations." Young Qianlong nodded and replied, "Understood, boss. I will go tidy up my room." "Yes, I shall also attend to my things," Fan Miaoji said joyfully before stepping out. Molly, beaming, added, "Boss, I will head back to my room as well. Please feel free to call on me whenever you need." Fang Yufan responded with a smile. "I hope you find your stay here comfortable. Thank you for your concern, boss. Goodbye," she said, swaying her hips as she departed. Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair, chuckling to himself. Although his workload did not necessitate 3 secretaries, who could blame him for keeping such exceptional individuals around? Once they had all left, he retrieved his phone and made a call. The leader of the Paradise Mercenary Corps answered respectfully. Fang Yufan conveyed the information about the nail to him and instructed, "Investigate the people behind her. They may already be wary, so exercise patience and do not rush." "Understood, master. I will arrange it immediately." After ending the call, Fang Yufan rose and approached the window, pondering who in Hong Kong might be responsible for such actions, reflecting on whom he may have inadvertently provoked. A few names crossed his mind, yet he could not ascertain their involvement. He decided to set those thoughts aside, selected a book from the shelf, and comfortably settled into his chair to read. James hung up the phone and then dialed another number, saying, "Ryan, the master has a mission for us. I will send you the information shortly. This time, we must execute it beautifully." "Oh my goodness, the master finally has a task. How splendid. I can hardly contain my excitement. Excellent. We shall demonstrate our capabilities to the master. I have already faxed you the information. I await your updates." Ryan, seated in an office, reviewed the transmitted documents and discovered it was merely a minor investigative task. He shook his head and remarked, "Well, since it is the master's assignment, let us proceed." After making a few phone calls, he conducted a thorough investigation on the individuals listed, meticulously recording all the information. He began to analyze the data, quickly identifying discrepancies within the bank transaction records. However, it was not yet time for confirmation. He initiated another round of investigation into the issues he had discovered. From the moment Fang Yufan issued the order to the point where every detail was clarified, a mere hour had passed. Upon receiving James's call, Fang Yufan grasped the formidable prowess of the mercenary group and felt a heightened sense of satisfaction. "Very well, once the other party returns, we will further confirm the details and report to me immediately." "Rest assured, master. I have already arranged for personnel to monitor the situation closely. I believe news will arrive shortly." After hanging up, Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair, reflecting on the matter. How intriguing. He had just seized control of Hanjin from them, and now he was already encountering resistance. It seemed another rival was on the horizon, yet this rival was, in fact, his intended target. The Keswick family, inextricably linked to the behind-the-scenes controllers, owned a real estate company that held a significant portion of premium office properties in Central. They similarly possessed extensive properties in other districts and substantial office buildings in developed Southeast Asian nations. In the annals of history, they were once lauded as the hidden world as wealthiest, yet the current stock price of their real estate company was not particularly high, even trailing behind Hanjin. A situation influenced by the prevailing real estate market conditions. Fang Yufan's ambition was to acquire the real estate company. Once achieved, the Keswick family would become as insubstantial as a leaf in the wind in Asia, their future glory extinguished. However, acquiring them posed certain challenges. The Keswick family and the real estate company were intertwined through cross-shareholding, thriving together in prosperity. Approximately 30% of shares were publicly traded, with various institutions and British capital holding another 20 to 30%. The Keswick family only possessed 25% of the real estate company's shares. If he were to employ the same strategy he used to acquire Hanjin, success would likely prove elusive. Fang Yufan stroked his chin, contemplating. It appears I must engage the white gloves after all. We can initiate contact now and present ourselves as saviors when the housing market collapses next year. Upon reaching this conclusion, a sly smile crept across his face. That evening, Fang Yufan instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner to celebrate the arrival of his 3 secretaries. The sight of the lavish spread filled them with delight. Liang Qianlan and Fan Miaoji displayed a modest demeanor, politely expressing their gratitude before delicately partaking in the meal. Meanwhile, Molly praised the exquisite flavors of the dishes while enjoying a considerable amount of wine alongside Fang Yufan. Fan Miaoji observed her indulging in alcohol and softly cautioned, "Be careful not to drink too much." Molly, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "My tolerance for alcohol is quite impressive. This little bit won't affect me." Fang Yufan chuckled and remarked, "From now on, when you dine, do so with me. Should anything be to your disliking, feel free to inform the steward." "Thank you, boss." The trio responded with smiles of gratitude. After finishing his meal, Fang Yufan rose and announced, "Please continue. I shall take a stroll outside." With that, he sauntered away. Watching the boss depart, Molly whispered, "Do you think the boss might not be fond of women?" Liang Qianlan and Fan Miaoji immediately widened their eyes in surprise. Molly shrugged and explained, "I'm merely speculating. After all, the 3 of us are quite attractive, yet the way he looks at us lacks any hint of disdain." Upon hearing this, the 2 pondered for a moment and realized that it indeed seemed to be the case. Chapter 93. The terrifying data. The boss was displeased with the speculations of women, which were swiftly dispelled the following day. Upon returning to Hong Kong aboard Fang Yufan's private jet, Rose and Shun Wanqing eagerly made their way back to the villa. "I missed you so much, brother Fan," Fang Yufan exclaimed joyfully as he embraced her, adding, "You've worked hard. Now it's time to rest." "Indeed." Rose nodded enthusiastically. However, Shun Wanqing, noticing the presence of 3 beautiful women, asked with visible discontent, "Who are they?" Fang Yufan, smiling as he wrapped his arm around her waist, introduced, "These are my newly hired secretaries, Liang Qianlan, Fan Miaoji, and Molly." He continued, "And this is Shun Wanqing and Rose, both of whom are dear to me." Hearing Fang Yufan's introduction, Shun Wanqing's mood brightened, and she cheerfully remarked, "Hello. I must warn you, he is quite the rogue, so do be cautious." Her earnest words elicited smiles from Liang Qianlan and the others, easing the initial tension in the air. Fan Miaoji sweetly interjected, "Don't worry, Sister Wanqing. I will ensure the boss does not get his way." With a sigh of resignation, Fang Yufan retorted, "You jest, but perhaps one day I might surprise you." Fan Miaoji playfully stuck out her tongue before retreating behind Liang Qianlan. Rose, beaming, said, "Hello everyone. You are all so beautiful. Brother Fan is very kind, so there is no need to be afraid." Fang Yufan affectionately patted Rose's head and inquired, "Are you tired from the journey?" "Not at all. We flew back on your private jet. It was quite comfortable," she replied. "That's wonderful," he said, and they all settled onto the sofa. Liang Qianlan and the others chose to sit a short distance away, observing the playful banter among their boss and the women, each lost in their own thoughts. Noticing that he hadn't inquired about the developments abroad, Shen Wanqing expressed her displeasure, saying, "Aren't you curious about the company's affairs?" Fang Yufan casually replied, "What is there to ask? A meeting is scheduled in a couple of days. We can discuss it then." "Very well, you have a point," Shen Wanqing conceded. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Fang Yufan smiled and reassured her, relax, work is endless. With your capabilities, success is inevitable, whether swiftly or gradually. Shen Wanqing shot him a glance, playfully complaining, only you would say such things, you wicked capitalist. Laughing, he remarked, I can tell you're worn out. Come, let me take you, and rose upstairs to rest. With that, he led the two of them toward the upper floor. In a hushed tone, Molly whispered, I wonder if the boss is up to the task. Upon hearing her murmur, Fan Miaoji widened her eyes in confusion and innocently asked, what do you mean by up to the task? Exchanging knowing glances, Liang Qianlan and Molly stood up and made their way upstairs. What are you two up to? Fan Miaoji inquired. Liang Qianlan turned back and replied, I'm going to my room to read for a while. Yes, me too, Molly echoed, hastily following suit. Watching them ascend, Fan Miaoji grumbled to herself, how dull. I suppose I should go read as well. The third annual year-end meeting of the Xianyuan Company convened as scheduled. Within the conference room, the general managers of various branches were already seated, engaging in hushed conversations. Yoshida from the gaming company was particularly elated, eagerly anticipating the moment to unveil his achievements to the attendees. Observing his proud demeanor, the others could only sigh, as their own companies paled in comparison. They had heard whispers that this year's net profit was projected to exceed $1.2 billion. Who could rival that? Liu Tang from the food company was also brimming with joy, planning to reveal his impressive data during the meeting, certain it would astonish everyone present. Meanwhile, Shen Wanqing chose to focus on her own company's matters, disregarding the thoughts of others. The door to the conference room swung open, and the attendees quickly stood as the boss entered, accompanied by two strikingly beautiful women. Chairman. Good day, Chairman. Fang Yufan, beaming with a smile, approached the main seat and cheerfully announced, please, take your seats. Time indeed flies. It is once again time for our summary. The attendees exchanged smiles and settled back into their chairs. Liang Qianlan and Fan Miaoji instinctively moved to a corner to prepare their notes. Fang Yufan continued, these are my secretaries, Liang Qianlan and Fan Miaoji. The room filled with a sense of understanding, as it had been rumored that the chairman had hired several secretaries. And it appeared that these were indeed them. All right, let us catch up later. Let us proceed as usual. Beginning with General Manager Shen to report on this year's work status. Upon hearing his words, Shen Wanqing promptly responded, certainly, Chairman. Over the past year, the Tianyuan CAF in Hong Kong has remained stable, with a noticeable improvement compared to last year, achieving an annual income of 53 billion Hong Kong dollars and a net profit of 2.25 billion. We have established 3 overseas plantation areas, with harvests expected next year. However, the current situation is very promising. The Tianyuan CAF has opened 235 locations in the United States, with an additional 100 under renovation. Currently, the overseas revenue is sufficient to support our future expansion plans. I intend to open 500 more CAFs in developed countries within the next 3 years. Liang Qianlan and Fan Miaoji were astonished to learn that a single CAF company could generate a net profit of 2 billion. Moreover, the ambitious plan to open so many CAFs abroad clearly indicated a pursuit of the number 1 position. As they recorded the information, their minds raced with thoughts, but they had little time to ponder, as another individual began their report. Chen Junkai stood ready with prepared materials, stating, Chairman, our delivery service did not undergo expansion this year. Instead, we focused on stability. The delivery volume has significantly increased, reaching 1 million orders daily. With packaging revenue at 511 million and advertising revenue unchanged at 935 million, while expenditures totaled 850 million, resulting in a profit of 596 million Hong Kong dollars. Fang Yufan nodded with satisfaction. Expenses had decreased by 70 million compared to last year, while profits had increased by over 100 million. With the preceding figures in mind, Liang Qianlan and her colleagues were no longer as astonished as before. Han Kuan from the real estate company exclaimed with great joy, Chairman, the real estate company has taken over the shopping mall, office buildings, and properties from Hyson. Following your directive, we are only leasing and not selling. This year's rental income totals 350 million, with expenditures at 18 million, resulting in a profit of 332 million. Fang Yufan nodded, glancing at the visibly excited Yoshida. Chairman, the gaming company has undertaken extensive research and upgrades this year, implementing several modifications to the gaming consoles. We have filed 684 patent applications and developed 12 new games. producing 65,000 home gaming consoles and 2,000 large desktop machines daily, culminating in annual sales of $18.0675 billion. Cough, cough. Before Yoshida could finish, several individuals were caught off guard, spraying their tea across the room. Everyone stared at Yoshida in disbelief, while only Fang Yufan remained composed, sipping his tea as if the staggering figure had failed to astonish him in the slightest. Chapter 94. The World's Richest? Yoshida, reveling in the astonishment of those around him, could hardly contain his pride. However, upon noticing the calm demeanor of his superior, he promptly concealed his triumphant expression and continued with earnestness, after deducting expenses. Our net profit stands at an impressive $12.7 billion. Our current orders are remarkably stable, and I am confident we will set new records next year. The other company leaders were momentarily at a loss for words. How could one amass over $100 billion in pure profit within a single year and still aspire for more in the following? Was there room for others to thrive? Yet, their spirits soon lifted, for a prosperous company meant greater opportunities for their own growth. Earning more than $100 billion in a year, how many companies could claim such a feat? Fang Yufan, sporting a broad smile, remarked, "Indeed, splendid work." Upon hearing his superior's commendation, Yoshida felt a surge of joy, fully aware that the success of their gaming company was attributable to the boss's leadership. He understood that, without him, someone else might still achieve such astonishing sales figures. This realization kept him on his toes, for his continued success hinged upon the boss's support. Lu Yong, the president of the New Horizons newspaper, suppressing his excitement, spoke up. "Chairman, our daily newspaper sales have stabilized at 300,000 copies, and our advertising revenue." Fang Yufan listened intently, pleased with the newspaper's performance. 300,000 copies were nearing a competitive stance with the leading daily. Lu Yutong from the food company chimed in. "Chairman, since the launch of Master Long's instant noodles in April, it has captured the hearts of consumers. In the Hong Kong market, we are currently selling 500,000 cups daily, and as we continue to grow, we anticipate even greater sales. In Taiwan, we sell over 2 million cups each day, and in the Asian markets, daily sales have reached 3 million cups. Our packaged instant noodles are also exceedingly popular due to their affordability, surpassing sales of the cup noodles." As Lu Yutong presented his impressive statistics, the room could not help but glance at their boss. Just last year, he had expressed confidence in the products he proposed, and in the span of a year, the growth had been staggering. The figures suggested a significant increase in the food company's sales this year. Soon enough, Lu Yutong announced the astonishing numbers. Our total revenue for the year reached 5.32 billion Hong Kong dollars, with a net profit of 3.724 billion Hong Kong dollars. Given that many products only began distribution in the latter half of the year, I am confident we will triple this figure next year. The prospect of yet another billion-dollar enterprise emerging elicited excitement among the attendees. Meanwhile, Fang Yufan's two secretaries were becoming somewhat numb to the figures, who claimed their boss was merely the richest Chinese. With such income, shouldn't he be the wealthiest individual globally? Fu Jihong, the director of Asia Television, clenched his fists in exhilaration, eager to showcase his boss's prowess through television. If this were to be revealed, imagine the ratings. Would they soar to 50, 70, or even higher? As the boss cast his gaze upon him, he promptly straightened his posture and reported, "Chairman, the television station has now been renamed Asia TV, and the relocation of our office facilities has been completed. In accordance with your directives, we have acquired new cameras and vehicles for our operations." Fang Yufan, sipping his tea, responded after listening to the report, "Excellent. It is imperative that we maintain staff stability, and we must also prioritize the training of our artists." "Understood, Chairman. Asia TV has already commenced the recruitment of artists for training, and we have identified several promising talents. Whenever you have the time, I can arrange for them to meet with you." Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing shot a glare in his direction, her eyes glinting with intensity. The others stifled their laughter, while Fu Jihong felt an inexplicable chill, oblivious to the tension. Fang Yufan nodded earnestly and inquired, "Is there any update from Supervisor Luo regarding the situation with Ji?" Shen Wanqing rolled her eyes at him but diligently took notes. Luo Yazu, temporarily overseeing the Ji operations, presented the organized materials, stating, "Chairman, all properties under G have been allocated to the real estate company as per your instructions. The shipyard is also in the process of drafting the design plans, with construction set to commence after the new year, which will eventually become the largest residential area on the island, along with the port." Fang Yufan nodded in approval, saying, "Very well, please continue to oversee that work for now. I will find a replacement for you next year." "Understood, Chairman." Fang Yufan addressed the assembly. "This year, everyone has performed admirably, showing commendable progress. Although your earnings do not match those of the gaming and food companies, this is merely a characteristic of the industry. Do not take it to heart. However, regarding the food company, please be advised that for products destined for overseas export, we will not be responsible for transportation. Once the ordering party pays in full, we will deliver to the dock, and thereafter, it is their responsibility." He continued to provide feedback to each company and delineated the development direction for the coming year. Naturally, he did not forget to distribute bonuses to all, resulting in widespread elation. Fan Miaoji gazed at his boss with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Liang Qianlan felt similarly, marveling at her boss's remarkable prowess. Such high earnings each year would surely cause a tempest if disclosed to the outside world. Ultimately, Fang Yufan resolved to celebrate the day's accomplishments, inviting everyone to a gathering at the villa that evening. After announcing the plans, he retreated to his office. This office, which he visited only once a year, remained immaculately clean, indicating it was regularly maintained. Leaning back in his chair, Fang Yufan addressed his two secretaries. "From now on, you two will take turns coming in weekly to relay company updates and sift through investment proposals." Liang Qianlan nodded earnestly, replying, "Understood, boss." Fan Miaoji quickly echoed, "I'll remember, boss." At that moment, Shun Wanqing and Luo Yaozu entered the room. "Boss," they greeted. Fang Yufan smiled and nodded. "Please, take a seat." After Shun Wanqing took a seat, she remarked, "Esteemed tycoon, shouldn't we arrange for our office building?" The others chuckled at her words. Fang Yufan casually lit a cigar and replied, "Rest assured, it will be ready soon, and when the time comes, you might find it overwhelming to choose." Upon hearing this, Shun Wanqing inquired with curiosity, "Aren't there already a few buildings over at Heji?" Fang Yufan shook his head and said, "I have no interest in those. Even if we were to use them, we would eventually need to replace them." He then added, "Old Luo, Secretaries Liang and Fan will be rotating weekly to come over. Please notify the others at that time, and also delegate the review of the investment projects to them." "Understood, boss. I will make the necessary arrangements." Luo Yaozu nodded in response. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and continued, "In the future, I would like to review any new hires for significant departments within the company, particularly those who will have access to financial records." "Understood, boss." Both Shun Wanqing and Luo Yaozu thought little of it, considering the request quite reasonable. Chapter 95, The Island Nation Real Estate Branch. In the evening, the general managers of various companies gathered at the villa. A group of individuals sat around the dining table, raising their glasses in a toast. Fang Yufan, with a smile, declared, "Tonight, everyone is free to indulge, eat, and drink as you please." "Boss, we shall not be polite," Qin Junkai responded, lifting his glass. "Qing, I toast to you. Your company has earned the most this time. I must toast you several times." Qing Tian, with a beaming expression, replied, "Haha, thank you, Mr. Chen." Unbeknownst to him, the others had already resolved to ensure he was well entertained with drinks that night, and he joyfully clinked glasses with everyone. Everyone was well aware of Fang Yufan's drinking capacity, and thus, no one foolishly attempted to compete with him in drinking. Observing them rallying around Qing Tian for drinks, Fang Yufan merely smiled and did not intervene, knowing that everyone was sensible enough to handle themselves. The meal extended into the late hours, and true to expectations, Qing Tian succumbed to inebriation. Fang Yufan arranged for the servants to escort him to a guest room, while the others prepared to return home and arranged for bodyguards to drive them. The next day, Qing Tian awoke, his head spinning. Upon noticing he was awake, a servant inquired, "Sir, do you feel unwell?" Looking around, Qing Tian curiously asked, "Where am I?" "You were intoxicated yesterday, and the master instructed us to bring you back to the guest room to rest," was the reply. Realizing he was in his boss's home, Qing Tian hurriedly rose to freshen up in the washroom. Having finished breakfast, Fang Yufan sat on the sofa, perusing the newspaper, when he saw Qing Tian hastily approach. "Boss, I apologize for my behavior yesterday. I will certainly be more mindful in the future." Seeing his nervous demeanor, Fang Yufan smiled and said, "No worries. There is breakfast in the dining room. Please eat something first." "Yes, sir," Qing Tian replied, bowing slightly. Molly handed Fang Yufan a lit cigar, which he took, savoring a puff while contemplating the strategic layout for the island nation. He vividly recalled the Plaza Accord of 1985, although it was still early. he could begin to establish some groundwork. He would not miss the opportunity to capitalize on the island nation, and this time, he intended to make a significant impact. Noticing that his boss was not upset, Qing Tian dared not be remiss. After eating a bit, his stomach felt better, and his head cleared considerably. He proceeded to the hall. With respect, he stated, "Boss, I have finished eating." Fang Yufan smiled and gestured to the sofa beside him, saying, "Have a seat." With a straight posture, Qing Tian sat on the sofa, awaiting instructions from his boss. Fang Yufan took another puff from his cigar and began, "This year, your focus will remain on deepening our engagement in the gaming industry. The technology park in the mainland will be operational this year. You will organize personnel to enhance the upstream and downstream industries there." After pondering for a moment, Qing Tian, with excitement, responded, "Boss, if that is the case, our costs will be reduced several-fold, and we can shift the focus of our factories here in the island nation." "Exactly," Fang Yufan affirmed. "In the future, we will concentrate production in the mainland, procuring a substantial amount of high-tech equipment in advance. Beyond gaming, chip research and development will also be one of our primary projects." "Understood, boss. Upon my return to the homeland, I will procure the necessary equipment and subsequently transport it to the mainland. I will also commence the recruitment of researchers to fulfill your directive." Fang Yufan took a puff from his cigar and pondered, "What are the banking relations like in the island nation? A real estate company will soon be established there, aiming to acquire a plethora of premium property projects in the coming years." Yoshida reported earnestly, "Boss, we maintain excellent relations with Mitsubishi Bank and Mitsui Bank. Significant capital transfers occur through these two institutions annually. Our company holds a prestigious reputation." "Excellent. You may proceed with the arrangements. This year, allocate half of the profits from the gaming company to remain in these two banks in the island nation. Once the real estate company is firmly established, I shall visit." Yoshida stood, bowed, and exited the villa. Fang Yufan turned to Secretary Fan and instructed, "Please call Han Kuan from the real estate company." Fan Miao responded respectfully, "Certainly, boss." He then moved aside to make the call. Shen Wanqing descended the stairs lazily, expressing her discontent. It would have been nice to be informed. The rosy-cheeked Mei Gue blushed and said, "Sister Wanqing, let us have breakfast first." "Very well." Fang Yufan smiled at them, realizing they had exhausted themselves from the previous night's revelry. He rose and said, "I will go to the study. When Han Kuan arrives, bring him to me." "Understood, boss." Fan Miao acknowledged. Upon reaching the study, Fang Yufan settled into his chair, contemplating the strategic layout for the island nation's real estate endeavors. With approximately 7 to 8 years remaining before the economic collapse, the present moment is opportune for acquiring properties in prime locations. As long as we exit before the bubble bursts, we shall encounter no issues. Soon, the secretary entered with Han Kuan. "Boss." "Yes, please take a seat." Fang Yufan straightened his posture and directly inquired, "Are there any suitable candidates in the company for the establishment of the real estate branch in the island nation this year?" Han Kuan promptly replied, "Boss, the marketing manager, He Yalan, would be an excellent choice. She graduated from the University of Tokyo and has worked there for 3 years. She would be among the first employees of the real estate company, and her capabilities over the past 2 years are commendable." Fang Yufan recalled He Yalan's profile. She is 30 years old, having lived in the island nation for over a decade, exhibiting both initiative and loyalty. Assigning her to this role would indeed be fitting. Her familiarity with the island nation would enable her to swiftly engage with the plans I have laid out. Having made his decision, he nodded. "Very well, discuss this with her. If she is willing to go, bring her to meet me." Han Kuan smiled. "Certainly, boss. I will speak with her upon returning to the company. Knowing her, I am confident she will eagerly accept this assignment." Though envious of her opportunity, he felt a sense of joy as long as he remained the general manager of the real estate company. The profits from the island branch would also reflect positively on his record. Fang Yufan nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the real estate company will significantly increase its investment this year. The investments from the island's real estate firm will not be less than $8 billion, and further capital will continuously flow in. The Hong Kong side will also take action subsequently, and your tasks will be quite demanding." Han Kuan felt a surge of excitement and replied, "That sounds splendid. We are unafraid of hard work. Our only concern is idleness. Rest assured, I have consistently maintained our talent pool, ready to engage and work at any moment." Fang Yufan smiled and said, "Excellent. You may return and make the necessary arrangements." "Certainly." Han Kuan responded eagerly before departing with palpable enthusiasm. Finally, it was their real estate company's turn to take action. Over the past 2 years, they had watched other companies thrive while they remained relatively inactive. Had it not been for acquiring additional properties from Hutchison this year, they might still be idle. Chapter 96. The Rainy Night Butcher Case. Fang Yufan picked up the phone and called Luo Yaozu to inform him about the decision to retain half of the profits from the gaming company. As the financial supervisor, it was imperative that he was kept in the loop. Fan Miao poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table. Fang Yufan took a delicate sip and remarked, "Everything is fine here for now. You may leave." "Understood, boss." Once the person exited, Fang Yufan took out his mobile device and dialed a number. James, among the unexposed members of the mercenary group, how many possess expertise in finance? With the company's growth and the increasing volume of funds involved, he began to contemplate employing individuals of unwavering loyalty, strategically distributed across various companies, to ensure that no discrepancies would arise. Upon hearing his master's inquiry, James pondered for a moment before responding, "Master, the mercenary group currently has 3 logistics personnel overseeing accounts, and a total of 13 individuals with finance expertise. Among the combatants, 8 are qualified, and 2 are tasked with intelligence work. None of these individuals have been exposed. Their true identities remain unknown to the outside world. If you require, the mercenary group can retain only 1 or 2 financial experts, and the rest can be dispatched." Fang Yufan, pleased by the substantial number, smiled and inquired, "What is their level of financial knowledge? I need some exemplary personnel, considering the magnitude of the accounts and funds involved. Rest assured, these individuals are exceptionally skilled professionals. They join the mercenary group out of a passion for adventure and excitement. If they understand that it is your directive, they will be eager to serve you." "Haha, splendid. Arrange for 10 to come over. You know my address. So let them come directly to me. Additionally, downplay their mercenary identities." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Fang Yufan felt a wave of happiness wash over him. The mercenary group was indeed filled with talent. Although he trusted Luo Yazu's loyalty, he had greater faith in individuals with absolute allegiance. He found himself eagerly anticipating the capabilities of these new recruits. After finishing his cup of tea, he exited the study. Upon seeing him descend the stairs, Shen Wanqing stood up and said, "Since my return, I haven't been home yet. Today, I plan to spend time with my father, and the day after tomorrow. Rose, and I will be heading back to the States." Fang Yufan nodded. "Very well, spend time with your family. This time, let Yang Yao and the others accompany you. Zhou Qiang and his team deserve a break." "Understood." This past year, Chao Hui and his team have been quite diligent, resolving numerous issues. "Haha, I appreciate that. I will ensure they are well rewarded." Yang Yao and his small team were already aware of their mission, and they drove Shen Wanqing away from the villa. Fang Yufan and Rose watched them depart before returning indoors. Chao Hui and his team were already waiting inside the house. Fang Yufan promptly produced the prepared checks and handed them over, saying, "Hui, you have worked hard this past year. This is for you. Take the next few days to pack up, and you may return home to celebrate the festival." Chao Hui and his team were elated upon receiving the checks. And upon glancing at the amount, which totaled 200,000, they quickly exclaimed, "Boss, this is far too generous." Fang Yufan waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Not much. You all have done splendidly. This year, the housing market on the island will experience fluctuations. When the time comes, use the money you have to purchase a home, and you will have settled down." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in delight, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, boss. All right, go tidy up. Later, let Zhou Qiang and the others drive you over." As Chao Hui and the others contemplated their imminent return home, a wave of excitement washed over them. Fang Yufan, having thought it over and finding himself with nothing pressing to attend to, cheerfully suggested, "Let us visit the shooting club for some leisure." Mei Gui enthusiastically replied, "Sounds great." Upon seeing the boss heading out, Fan Miaoji promptly arranged for the bodyguards to drive. The residents of the island were quite familiar with the vehicles owned by the wealthy Fang. Upon witnessing his car emerge, they gazed at it with envy. Some paparazzi, having received a tip, hastily drove over as well. Upon arriving at the shooting club, Fang Yufan was greeted warmly by the attendees. "Fang Sheng, Fang Sheng," he responded with a beaming smile, maintaining the usual routine of engaging in some shooting before retreating to the lounge for a break. Initially wishing to shoot for a bit longer, he was now aware of his altered status. The club had arranged for numerous individuals to safeguard the vicinity, wary of any potential issues. A crowd had gathered, admiring his marksmanship and showering him with praise. Jia Yuqin had been feeling quite troubled lately. With no leads on the Rainy Night Butcher case, today, She intended to visit the shooting club to vent her frustrations. Upon arrival, she learned of Fang Yufan's presence and eagerly sought him out. "Oh, the great tycoon has come to the shooting club." Hearing her words, Fang Yufan chuckled. "Haha. Knowing I am a tycoon, you dare to tease me? Are you not afraid I might take you to task?" Jia Yuqin rolled her eyes at him, casually settling beside him. "A tycoon is indeed different. You threaten to take action at the slightest provocation." Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar. Shaking his head with a smile, a tycoon is still a person. Being human entails experiencing emotions. One cannot simply transform into a detached master upon acquiring wealth. Haha. You are quite the orator. However, I truly did not expect you to grace this place with your presence. Are you not worried about being photographed by the paparazzi? Jia Yuqin found her earlier irritation dissipating, feeling at ease as she joked with him. Let them take pictures if they wish. They are merely trying to generate news to make a living. As long as there are no fabrications, let them be, he replied. Hearing this, Jia Yuqin praised him. No wonder the island is abuzz with tales of your benevolence. Just this statement alone surpasses that of other wealthy individuals. Fang Yufan raised his glass of red wine, took a sip, and reflectively remarked, "Sometimes, a shift in perspective and a bit of mutual understanding is all it takes. We are all striving for a better life. And there is no need to make things difficult for one another." Listening to him articulate such principles, Jia Yuqin smiled and asked, "What about those who commit crimes? Should we understand them as well?" Fang Yufan set down his glass, pondering before responding. Those who commit crimes are indeed sinners. However, one must consider the reasons behind their actions. Who was born a villain? Jia Yuqin nodded, reflecting on the case that had been troubling her, and couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, yet the act of taking so many innocent lives for various reasons remains utterly unforgivable. It is akin to the recent case of the Rainy Night Butcher. We have pursued it diligently, yet not a single clue has emerged. The brutal murders of so many innocent women have inflicted immense suffering upon the families of the victims. Fang Yufan glanced at her and inquired, "Are you in charge of this case?" Jia Yuqin affirmed, "Indeed, recently he has been committing crimes in Central," prompting the chief to assign the case to our homicide division. Our team is responsible for the investigation, but despite several months of effort, we have made not a shred of progress. Chapter 97. Guidance for Jia Yuqin. Fang Yufan observed her gloomy demeanor and chuckled. "I read about it in the newspaper. I didn't expect you to be in charge." After reflecting on the case's progression, he stated earnestly, "I do not believe in the existence of a perfect crime. Every case harbors clues. They are merely overlooked." Fan Miaoji glanced at her boss, acknowledging she had seen the newspaper reports. Though she found his reasoning sound, she believed that uncovering the truth was not so simple. If it were, the officer in charge would not have failed to apprehend the perpetrator after more than a year. Despite her boss's exceptional capabilities, she doubted anyone could truly solve it. Rose, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. Her belief in Fang Yufan was unwavering. As long as he was unharmed, that was sufficient for her. She possessed a blind confidence in him, convinced that if he desired, there was nothing he could not achieve. Jia Yuqin furrowed her brows in contemplation, mentally retracing the details of the case, and with a sigh of resignation, remarked, "Although your argument holds merit, I truly cannot discern any clues within." Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, reclining on the sofa as he addressed her. "Firstly, the very name of the Rainy Night Butcher case contains a crucial clue." The others turned their attention to him, and Jia Yuqin's expression brightened as if she had stumbled upon a previously overlooked detail, yet the solution eluded her. Finally conceding her thoughts, she eagerly inquired, "What clue?" Fang Yufan smiled and, without hesitation, replied, "Since the crime occurred on a rainy night, your first assumption would be that the perpetrator chose such weather to obscure the crime scene." The nearby officers had long been listening intently to their exchange. Jia Yuqin nodded. "Indeed, isn't that the case?" Fang Yufan shook his head. "While there are reasons for that, it is not the crux of the matter. Consider this. Why were the victims taken by the murderer on a rainy day?" Jia Yuqin furrowed her brow, pondering his statement, while the others contemplated various possibilities. Fang Yufan continued to guide them. "The murderer must have no connection to the victims. I trust your police have thoroughly investigated their relationships." "Indeed. The victims' friends have been interrogated and cleared of suspicion," Jia Yuqin confirmed. Fang Yufan nodded and added, "Since they were unfamiliar with each other. Yet the victims willingly followed the assailant. What do you think could explain that?" Jia Yuqin asked curiously, "How do you know the victims willingly followed?" If they were unwilling, a mere act of resistance would have drawn the attention of passers-by. Is it truly the case that your police have been without leads for so long?" Jia Yuqin's face flushed, and she urged, "Please, just reveal your answer. If you solve this case, I will certainly apply for a Good Citizen Award on your behalf." Fang Yufan took a leisurely sip of his drink and remarked, "You hardly seem to be in a position to plead." Jia Yuqin, exasperated, replied, "Fang, you must show some mercy. For the sake of the victims, please share your insights." "Ah, resorting to moral coercion, are we? Very well, I shall disclose it," Fang Yufan responded, shaking his head. Then she spoke directly. Addressing the persistent question, the victims willingly followed, even in the depths of night and under pouring rain. There could only be one possibility: they must have taken a taxi. "A taxi?" Jia Yuqin exclaimed suddenly, springing to her feet as her mind raced. "How did I not think of that? Avin, you truly are remarkable. I shall investigate the taxis right away." With that, she made to leave. Fang Yufan raised a hand, interjecting, "From which direction will you investigate the taxis?" Upon hearing this, Jia Yuqin turned back and replied, "Of course, I will consult the drivers who passed by at the time of the incident. Any driver who appears repeatedly must be suspicious." Fang Yufan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, however, you must also look into taxi drivers with a history of mental illness. That will help narrow the scope of your investigation." "Mental illness?" "Quite right. Any sane individual would not commit such an atrocity as organ removal. I suspect this individual has concealed the severed organs within their home. For those with issues, such items would be trophies, often admired." The group shuddered at Fang Yufan's words. "How grotesque," one murmured. "Could such a person truly exist?" Fang Yufan glanced back and noticed a crowd had gathered, prompting a smile. The onlookers, caught in his gaze, awkwardly returned his smile before resuming their places. Jia Yuqin, with a serious expression, nodded affirmatively, declaring, "I will remember this. If we solve the case, I shall treat you to a meal." With that, she briskly exited. Meigui nodded in agreement, asserting, "I believe Brother Fan is correct. Some individuals, in their perversion, cease to be human, descending to a state even lower than beasts." Fan Miaoji inquired curiously, "Boss, did you truly deduce this solely from the news?" Fang Yufan replied curtly, "Have I not analyzed this through experience as well?" Fan Miaoji sheepishly stuck out his tongue, apologizing, "I did not mean it that way, boss." Fang Yufan chuckled, saying, "If you were to return home in the dead of night, drenched in rain, with no buses in sight, would you choose to brave the storm or hail a taxi?" "Naturally, I would hail a taxi," Fan Miaoji responded directly, then suddenly realized, grinning foolishly, "Boss, you are impressive." Meigui laughed. "Brother Fan is the most impressive." Fang Yufan extinguished his cigar, smiling as he said, "Let us return." He rose and led the two out. He had intended to inform the police but had forgotten due to various distractions. Encountering Jia Yuqin today, who was still overseeing the case, provided an excellent opportunity to relay the information. Solving the case would benefit them both, a true win-win situation. As they walked, acquaintances greeted him warmly, and he paused to exchange a few words with some senior officers. Jia Yuqin sped back to the Major Crimes Unit, gathering her team to share Fang Yufan's insights. Upon hearing his deductions, one member exclaimed, "How did we not think of that?" Jia Yuqin stated directly, "Now, let us swiftly divide our efforts. One team shall investigate the taxi company for individuals with a history of mental illness, particularly focusing on taxi drivers who were present in the vicinity on that day. The remaining members will promptly reach out to the psychiatric hospital." Fang Yufan, observing the reporters outside the gun club, chuckled and remarked, "I merely came to pass the time. I have no other business here. Are you all here to conduct interviews as well?" Upon hearing his words, a reporter responded with a smile, "Fang Xing, we have just received information suggesting that you have some insights regarding the Rainy Night Butcher case. Would you be willing to share your thoughts?" He did not answer the reporter's inquiry. Instead, he responded in a formal manner, "I have faith in the police's capacity to ensure the safety of our citizens. A momentary setback does not define everything. It is essential for everyone to maintain confidence in the police." Chapter 98. The majesty of the wealthiest Fang Yufan was taken aback to discover that his remarks had already been sold to the reporters shortly after he spoke, leaving him at a loss for words. Upon returning to the villa, the group proceeded directly to the dining hall as mealtime approached. After several hours of investigation, the Central District Police quickly identified the criminal suspect, much to everyone's exhilaration. Jia Yuqin promptly applied for a search warrant, dispatching a team to apprehend the murderer for interrogation while she led a search at the suspect's residence. Upon discovering various organs within the home, the onlookers could not suppress their nausea. After regurgitating, Jia Yuqin was profoundly shaken. It seemed that Afin's predictions were indeed accurate. It was evident that those who amassed such wealth in a short span were far from ordinary. Outside the Central District Police Station, reporters had gathered in droves. Having received news that the Rainy Night Butcher case had been solved, Chief Huang Zhenhao wore a joyous expression as he convened a press conference with Jia Yuqin and a deputy chief. Journalists diligently captured the moment, eager to document the unfolding story. One reporter inquired, "Inspector Jia, with the resolution of the Rainy Night Butcher case, might we credit the wealthiest, Fang, for his contributions?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, we have received information suggesting that Fang possesses profound insights regarding this case." Chief Huang Zhenhao found himself in a quandary, grappling with how to address such inquiries. Jia Yuqin, with a serious demeanor, affirmed, "Indeed, the resolution of this case owes much to Fang Sheng's guidance." Her acknowledgement invigorated the reporters, one of whom boldly exclaimed, "Does this not reflect poorly on your police force's competence? A case unresolved for so long. And yet it was Fang, the wealthiest, who illuminated the path to its resolution." Jia Yuqin felt a surge of indignation at this remark and retorted, "Dear journalist, does your inability to become a top reporter in Hong Kong not reflect your own shortcomings?" The reporter's face reddened as he attempted to respond, only to be interrupted. Jia Yuqin, her expression grave, continued, "Today, Fang Sheng offered a commendable perspective on media professionals. They create news to earn a livelihood. And as long as it is not fabricated, we should allow them to proceed." The journalist present pondered her words, momentarily silenced. She added earnestly, "Thus, I implore you to ensure that every statement made is grounded in reason and evidence, holding yourselves accountable to both your integrity and society at large. Whether we, the police, are deemed incompetent is not for certain individuals to determine." With that, she stepped aside. Chief Huang Zhenhao nodded in agreement and addressed the assembly. "Well then, if there are no further questions regarding this case, we shall conclude today's press conference." The following day, various news outlets awaited the announcement of the Rainy Night Butcher case's resolution. A collective sigh of relief swept over many, for the presence of such a deranged killer had left everyone wary of becoming his next victim. As reports circulated, the narrative that Fang, the wealthiest, had played a pivotal role in solving the case gained traction. Fang Yufan's comments regarding the media also spread, leading many paparazzi to reassess their perceptions of this young tycoon. Wireless Fang Yihua gazed at the newspaper with a look of disdain, exclaiming, "There are not so many truthful reports. It is utterly absurd." Deep down, she had always held a low opinion of Fang Yufan, especially after he acquired the television station, which subconsciously positioned him as a new adversary in her mind. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Humph. Since you claim to be adept at solving cases, then elevate him and let us see how he fares when he faces humiliation." With this thought, she promptly began to arrange for her subordinates to conduct the coverage. In the following period, this topic did not lose momentum. Rather, it intensified. Fang Yufan, observing the newspaper, discerned the malevolent intent behind it. Prominent figures such as Bao Yugong and Su Shixuan called, inquiring if they should intervene to suppress the situation. After expressing his gratitude, Fang Yufan assured them that he would handle it and ended the calls. Beside him, Molly remarked, "Boss, it is evident that they intend to elevate and then destroy you. We cannot allow this to continue unchallenged." Fang Yufan chuckled and inquired, "Have you ascertained who is orchestrating this?" Fan Miao nodded, stating, "I have just received reliable information. It is Fang Yihua from Wireless who is behind this." "Wireless, indeed." Fang Yufan mused, nodding. "Contact Han Kuan from the real estate department and instruct him to investigate which properties on Hong Kong Island are suitable for conversion into cinemas, as well as any available for sale." "Understood, boss." Fan Miao responded before heading inside to make the call. Fang Yufan then added, "Investigate Wireless shareholders and dispatch someone to negotiate the acquisition. Inform them of a 100 premium, provided that I acquire over 50 of the shares. Success is irrelevant." Molly immediately grasped his intent. The boss aimed to intimidate and issue a warning to certain individuals. "Understood, boss. I will commence the investigation at once." However, Fang Yufan was not merely seeking to intimidate, he intended to eradicate the threat entirely. His mercy was reserved for ordinary individuals, while his blade was keen against those with ulterior motives among the wealthy. As for the high status of Lu Shu, the controller of Wireless, it bore no significance to him. He intended to make it clear to all that anyone who dared to provoke him, regardless of their identity, would face consequences. With just a few calls, Molly had already unraveled Wireless equity structure and subsequently connected with relevant contacts. In the office of Wireless chairman, Xiao Yifu wore a grim expression. Fang Yufan, visibly incensed, declared, Lu Shu, this young man is utterly unaware of his own insignificance. He shows you no respect, and we cannot let this slide. Wang Tianlin and other senior executives exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief at the foolishness of this woman. Xiao Yifu, his face etched with anger, retorted, How can you even utter such words? Have you lost your mind? Why provoke Fang Sheng? Upon witnessing his fury, Fang Yufan felt a twinge of fear, yet remained obstinate. Asserting, Lu Shu, I was merely generating news. Who knew he would be so petty? Besides, the reports I orchestrated were factual. He did assist the police in solving cases. Seeing her refusal to repent further infuriated Xiao Yifu, who slapped her across the face. The sound echoed sharply in the room. Fang Yufan, in utter disbelief, collapsed on the ground, gazing at Xiao Yifu. You truly do not know the gravity of the situation. A discerning I can readily see that you are setting the stage for mutual destruction. Do you wish to provoke an irreconcilable feud between us and them? Given their financial prowess, should they choose to retaliate, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. At this moment, Fang Yufan was also filled with trepidation, and spoke up, Yifu, could it really be that dire? I can simply instruct my subordinates to cease their actions. Xiao Yifu, shaking his head in disappointment, replied, The dignity of a tycoon cannot be so easily trampled upon. If he remains inactive, how will others perceive him? I dare say that all the affluent individuals across Asia are now closely observing his next move. Chapter 99. War with Xiao Yifu. Fang Yufan has only now begun to grasp the gravity of the situation, her face a portrait of desperation as she implores. I shall go and apologize. This matter is not beyond redemption. Fear has truly taken hold of her, although she has always looked down upon Fang Yufan. She cannot deny his financial prowess. Wang Tianlin recognizes the necessity of his intervention and speaks up, Uncle Lu, perhaps we should engage a mediator. I believe the situation has not yet reached its most disastrous conclusion, and there may still be a chance for resolution. Indeed, Yifu, it can surely be resolved. Fang Yufan chimes in, echoing his sentiment. Xiao Yifu, eyes closed in contemplation, eventually nods and replies, Let us give it a try. If it fails, you may return to Nanyang and refrain from coming back. Over the past few days, Fang Yufan has received multiple calls pleading for mercy, all of which he has resolutely declined.